Have you ever fantasized about how you would build your own island? Today, this addictive farming novel opening a mysterious island will take you into a world full of miracles and adventures. Ordinary young Li Ming unexpectedly obtained a mysterious island. He thought it was just a rural life of farming to support his family, but he never expected that this island would hide a shocking secret. Do you think he's just a farmer? Wrong. He is the future world's richest man. From planting rare crops to breeding magical creatures, Li Ming has used his wisdom and diligence to turn this island into a world-renowned source of wealth. He not only earns a lot of money, but also attracts the attention of global billionaires. But just as he was thriving, the covetousness of mysterious forces and the secrets of the island gradually surfaced. Can he hold on to this island? What is the true value of this island? Do you think he's just a farmer? Wrong. He is still an explorer. With the development of the island, Li Ming discovered that it is far more than just the surface. There are relics of ancient civilizations buried underground, unknown creatures sleeping in the sea, and even entrances to other worlds. Every exploration he made was full of danger and surprise, but it also brought him closer and closer to the truth. What is the ultimate secret of this island? Do you think this is all? Wrong. A bigger crisis is approaching. Li Ming gradually realized that the existence of this island was not accidental, but closely related to the fate of the world. His success not only changed his personal destiny, but also revealed a shocking secret about the future of humanity. What is his true identity? What is hidden behind this island? Opening a Mysterious Island is not just a genre novel, but also a wonderful work that combines adventure, suspense, and science fiction. The author uses delicate brushstrokes and a grand worldview to guide you through the infinite possibilities of a mysterious island. Come and follow in Li Ming's footsteps, uncover the secrets of this island, and witness his legendary life. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Golden Finger. In a parallel world, Blue Star. In a pitch-black room, where not a single hand could be seen, a figure lay, soundly asleep on the bed. Ding! A crisp sound resonated within the depths of this figure's mind. Moments after the sound faded, a faint golden glow enveloped the sleeping figure. The golden light was ephemeral, vanishing in less than a second. As the gentle radiance dissipated, the slumbering form on the bed vanished without a trace. The room, now shrouded in darkness, felt desolate had it not been for the lingering warmth of the bed. One might doubt that anyone had ever occupied the space. Who pulled my curtains open? Linley slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and mumbled to himself, stifling yawn. As he yawned, Linley suddenly froze, a look of bewilderment washing over his face. What was happening? What was this vast expanse of white mist before him? Sigh, this dream is so strange. What does it mean to dream of a sea of white fog? I wish for a dream adorned with colors. Linley grumbled internally before lying back down and shutting his eyes once more. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. After 3 minutes of lying down with his eyes closed, Linley abruptly opened them again. He sat up with a jolt, glancing around, his face gradually transforming into one of astonishment. Could it be? This dream feels incredibly vivid. Linley raised his right hand and pinched his delicate, somewhat handsome face with force. Ouch! That hurts. The sharp pain from pinching his cheek made Linley realize that he was, indeed, not dreaming. He hastily climbed up from the grass, first taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, then walked around the patch of land beneath his feet. A few minutes later, Linley returned to the very spot where he had originally awakened, his expression shifting continuously before he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! After 22 years of rebirth in this world, my golden finger has finally activated. The patch of land beneath him spanned approximately 100 square meters, surrounded by water and enveloped in a thick blanket of mist. It was an island, one so small it could not be any smaller. Aside from a 2-meter-tall, ordinary tree at the center of the island, there was nothing else to be found. After laughing heartily for a while, Linley felt a bit parched. Gazing at the crystal-clear water before him, he couldn't help but feel tempted. He then approached the edge of the island, crouched down, and dipped his finger into the water, first sniffing it for any unusual odor. Finding none, he tasted it. It's fresh water, with a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of the mineral water I usually buy. Glug! Confirming that the clear water was indeed drinkable, Linley feeling dry and thirsty, leaned forward and began to drink heartily from the water. After indulging in a refreshing drink, Lin Li felt his thirst dissipate, and he took the opportunity to wash his face with the water before him. This small island, aside from a 2-meter-tall ordinary tree at its center, seems utterly barren. How desolate it is! Once the initial excitement waned, Lin Li began to ponder whether this island could truly alter his current existence in any significant way. Sigh, if only I could awaken an extraordinary ability for combat. No sooner had Lin Li uttered these words than he was suddenly gripped by a wave of dizziness. His vision darkened, and he collapsed backwards. In a pitch-black room, a faint golden light flickered across the empty bed, and then a figure materialized upon it. Ouch! Lin Li, back in his home, rubbed his head, feeling as though it had been struck, a dull ache and a sense of disorientation lingering. This discomfort persisted for a while until he gradually regained his composure. He rose from the bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Brilliant sunlight poured into the bedroom, instantly dispelling the darkness within. The golden rays illuminated Lin Li's face, causing him to squint slightly as he gazed out towards the community. Early in the morning, many residents were already up and exercising, their bodies occasionally radiating a faint golden glow. How could a person emanate a soft golden light? Indeed, unlike the Earth of a previous life, this parallel world, known as the Blue Star, is one imbued with spiritual and extraordinary powers. Upon birth, an individual reaches the age of 15, and if they possess the aptitude for cultivation, their spiritual awareness will awaken automatically. Following the awakening, with relentless dedication to physical training and the absorption of the ethereal energies that permeate the atmosphere, one may potentially emerge as a CU cultivator in the future. Lin Li, reborn into this realm, considers himself fortunate at the age of 15. He experienced the awakening of his spiritual essence, thus qualifying to become a cultivator. In that moment of awakening, Lin Li was filled with joy, reminiscing about his dreams on Earth of becoming an extraordinary being endowed with remarkable abilities. To his astonishment, he found himself in this world, presented with such an opportunity. Post-awakening, Lin Li resolved to diligently train his body, aspiring to swiftly ascend to the ranks of a cultivator, continually growing stronger and ultimately achieving a life of grandeur alongside a beautiful and affluent partner. Alas, while ideals are often resplendent, reality can be starkly unforgiving. Individuals who have awakened their spiritual essence possess varying degrees of aptitude for cultivating. Those endowed with superior qualities progress rapidly with a year of steadfast training. They may attain the status of a first-tier cultivator, while others may require 3 years to reach the same level. Conversely, there exist those with exceedingly poor aptitude, leaving them uncertain of when or if they might ever ascend to the path of cultivation. Regrettably, Lin Li belongs to that unfortunate category of individuals with exceedingly poor aptitude. Despite his unwavering commitment to physical training since awakening his spiritual abilities, his efficiency in absorbing the ambient spiritual energy remains lamentably low. Having commenced his cultivation journey at the tender age of 15, 7 years have elapsed, and he finds himself stagnating, still far from breaking through to the initial stag of the first tier, thereby officially becoming a cultivator. Such dismal cultivation aptitude has rendered Lin Li a mere idle dreamer, content to languish within the confines of his home. The aspirations of becoming a formidable cultivator, marrying a wealthy and beautiful partner, and ascending to the pinnacle of life have all been cast aside, discarded into the abyss of forgotten dreams. Now, Lin Li merely wishes to rely on rental income and the interest from his bank savings, preferring to indulge in video games and anime, leisurely traversing through his existence. Chapter 2. The mysterious little fruit. Much like in his previous life on Earth, Lin Li finds himself alone in this parallel world. However, there is a significant difference. On Earth, he was a diligent worker, laboring tirelessly for long hours, yet after 2 to 3 years, he amassed only a meager savings. In this parallel universe, however, he inherited 2 spacious apartments, each over 100 square meters, along with 1,000,000 yuan in savings from his deceased family. This inheritance affords him the luxury of living comfortably without the need to seek employment in this world. It is precisely this safety net that emboldens Lin Li to embrace a carefree existence, especially after he discovers that his aptitude for cultivation is woefully inadequate, rendering him incapable of becoming a practitioner. Ding ling ling. While Lin Li stands by the window, observing a figure in the community radiating a faint golden aura as they engage in exercise, the phone perched on his bedside table begins to ring. He turns and approaches the nightstand, bending down to retrieve the phone, glancing at the caller ID. Why is this woman calling so early in the morning? Hello, what is it? Lin Li answers the call, irritation evident in his tone. Lin Li, the kitchen drain at my place is clogged. Please come over and help me clear it. A melodious female voice responds from the other end. Suyu, I just unclogged your drain last week. How could it be clogged again so soon? Besides, I am your landlord, not your personal plumbing service. Lin Li retorts, his dissatisfaction palpable. Isn't it the landlord's responsibility to address issues in the rented property? Suyu mumbles softly in response to Lin Li's words. The house presents certain issues, and while you are welcome to seek my assistance in resolving them, it does not extend to tasks such as unclogging the kitchen drain or replacing a faulty light bulb. Consider, I have rented this property to you for many years, and throughout this time, I have taken it upon myself to clear the drains, change the bulbs, and even exterminate cockroaches. I have attended to these trivial matters on numerous occasions. How can you still summon me for such tasks? It would be more appropriate for you to hire a professional to assist with the drainage issue, Lin Li remarked to Suyu on the other end of the line. I will prepare lunch. I shall personally cook your favorite dish, boiled fish. Suyu lightly responded. Lin Li paused for a moment before stating in a neutral tone, agreed. However, I must clarify that my willingness to assist is not merely for the sake of enjoying your cooking. I believe that beyond the landlord-tenant relationship, we have been good friends for many years. It is only fitting that I lend a hand to a friend whose kitchen drain is clogged when I have the time. Yes, I understand. Thank you, my dear landlord and good friend, Suyu cheerfully replied. Dear? Perhaps refrain from using such adjectives. It is rather peculiar to describe a man as adorable, Lin Li retorted, a few lines of annoyance appearing on his forehead as he corrected Suyu's choice of words. Indeed, I see my mistake. May I use handsome next time? Suyu quickly amended her statement, thinking of the clogged drain in her kitchen. That is more acceptable. After I finish breakfast, I shall come over to assist you with the drain. Ah, you must come over early. After acknowledging this, Lin Li hung up the phone, his thoughts drifting to the delightful meal awaiting him at noon, instantly lifting his spirits. Alas, in his previous life, he possessed no culinary talent. And even after being reborn into this parallel world, his skills in the kitchen were still lacking. Despite living alone and frequently cooking, his culinary abilities remained stagnant, which seemed quite illogical. Interestingly, his female roommate and good friend hardly ever cooked, yet her culinary prowess was remarkable. Truly, life seemed unfair. Breakfast was rather simple, comprising 2 boiled eggs, a slice of bread, and a glass of milk. After finishing his meal, Lin Li intended to revisit the small island, only to discover that he could not enter, as his spiritual energy had been completely depleted. Estimating the rate at which his energy would replenish, he realized it would not be until around 10 o'clock in the evening that he could regain full energy, meaning he would have to wait until tonight for his next venture to the island, on the mysterious small island. After Lin Li was compelled to leave due to the exhaustion of his spiritual energy, the 2-meter-tall tree at the center suddenly radiated a soft golden light. The surrounding mist hovering over the water began to stir as the tree shone with its gentle luminescence. The mist swirled violently before transforming into strands of spiritual energy. The soft golden glow emanating from the tree grew increasingly brilliant, as the spiritual energy, born from the mist, surged rapidly towards the resplendent tree. Moments later, the delicate golden radiance enveloping the small tree vanished, and the swirling, misty white fog surrounding it returned to tranquility. Everything seemed to revert to its previous state. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that a vibrant red fruit had appeared upon the small tree at the island's center. This fruit glowed with a fiery hue, intermittently flashing with a soft golden light. The sun shone brightly, the sky was clear and blue, making it a splendid day. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Li set off towards Suyu's residence. The apartment he had rented to her was conveniently located not far from her current neighborhood, approximately a 10-minute walk away. As Lin Li strolled leisurely along the path, he observed the hurried passers-by around him. These individuals, all rushing to their workplaces, were the diligent workers of the city. Watching their frantic pace, Lin Li couldn't help but reflect. if he did not possess that million yuan in savings and 2 properties. He too would be caught up in the relentless grind of life. The technological advancements of Blue Star mirrored those of the world he had known before his rebirth. The urban landscape was nearly identical. Were it not for the 2 individuals ahead who were embroiled in a heated argument, both radiating a faint golden aura. Lindley might have thought he was still in his former world. Can you even drive? Who takes an electric scooter onto the sidewalk? One of them exclaimed. I always ride on the sidewalk when I pass this way, so deal with it. What do you mean, deal with it? You nearly ran into me. You owe me an apology. An apology? You must be dreaming. Had you not suddenly appeared, I would have never come so perilously close to colliding with you. Instead, it is you who ought to extend an apology to me. In my attempt to evade you, I stumbled and fell, as evidenced by the abrasions on my hand. The 2 young men raised their voices in escalating contention, drawing the attention of passers-by, who instinctively halted in their tracks, transforming into mere spectators, observing the heated dispute unfolding between the 2. Chapter 3. The purifying incantation from another world. Alas, it seems a scuffle is imminent. Lin Li, now a bystander, stood at the periphery, watching the 2 young men, whose bodies emanated a faint golden glow, prepare to unleash their abilities. How unfortunate that they would resort to violence over such a trivial matter. When the investigators from the Ability Management Bureau arrive, I wonder how you shall justify your actions. The Ability Management Bureau serves as the governing body overseeing practitioners in this realm, tasked with regulating everything from petty brawls like this one to significant criminal cases, provided that at least one participant possesses the ability to cultivate. Just as it appeared the 2 young men, both at the initial stage of their training, were about to engage in a physical confrontation, a commanding voice rang out beside them. What on earth are you 2 doing? Cease this at once. The crowd parted to allow passage for a man in a black uniform, appearing to be in his 30s, who approached the 2 young men on the verge of violence. Upon seeing his uniform, everyone present immediately recognized his authoritative role. Originally, the 2 young men, who were poised to engage in a fierce altercation, instantly dispelled the faint golden aura surrounding them upon noticing the investigator, replacing it with amiable smiles. According to regulations, practitioners are prohibited from engaging in fights in public spaces. However, before the investigator could finish his admonition, the 2 young men hastily interjected in unison. Sir, we were not fighting. It was merely a minor misunderstanding that led to heightened emotions and a loud exchange of words. Having spoken in harmony, they extended their hands to shake with one another. I was at fault. I promise I will not drive my electric scooter on the sidewalk again in the future. My brother, I too share the blame. I should not have suddenly dashed out from the alley, causing you to stumble and fall. The 2 young men, who had been ready to brawl, now appeared as if they were the best of friends, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Lindley, however, was not surprised by their transformation. He understood that should practitioners engage in public brawls and be apprehended by an investigator, they would face at least a day of administrative detention. The investigator who had responded to the report noticed the young men's sincere attitude of remorse, prompting his previously stern expression to soften somewhat. In the future, refrain from resorting to violence over trivial matters. Physical force is not the sole solution to conflicts. You all possess the strength of the initial stage. Should a conflict arise, it is highly likely that innocent bystanders could be harmed. The 2 young men listened attentively to the investigator's admonition, nodding in agreement. The onlookers, disheartened by the lack of a spectacle, soon dispersed. Lindley observed the departing cultivators with a tinge of envy, secretly reflecting, how ironic it is that individuals like them can ascend to the status of cultivators, while I, a law-abiding citizen of exemplary conduct, remain forever barred from such a path. Such injustice. At the entrance of the Happiness Garden community, outside Su Yu's residence, Lindley knocked on the door. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within. The door's occupant peered through the peephole to ascertain the identity of the visitor. Then, with a click, the door swung open. A strikingly beautiful girl, embodying grace and charm, stood before Lindley. At a height of 172 meters, coupled with her exquisite features and curvaceous figure, she was a sight that would make any man's heart race. Yet, among those captivated by her allure, Lindley was not included. Having known her for many years, he had developed a certain immunity to her enchanting presence. Come in. Su Yu cheerfully beckoned Lindley inside, bending down to retrieve a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them before him. Such a delightful welcome. In a moment of unintentional bending, a glimpse of white at the collar of Su Yu's attire caused Lindley, who had previously felt quite confident in his own resilience, to recite the calming mantra: prosperity, civilization, freedom, equality, justice, integrity. As Lin Li repeated the 24 characters of the calming mantra twice, he perceived the enchanting woman before him transform into a skeletal figure painted in shades of red, rendering her incapable of disturbing him any longer. Lin Li, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and put on your slippers and come in. Suyu called out, noticing his immobility at the doorway. Oh. Prompted by Suyu's voice, Lin Li swiftly transitioned from his meditative state back to his usual self. As he slipped on his slippers and stepped inside, he caught sight of Suyu swaying gracefully in her delicate, thin sleep dress, prompting him to avert his gaze and mentally recite the calming mantra once more. Calling you early in the morning to help me unclog the drain has really been a hassle for you. Suyu poured him a glass of his favorite fizzy drink and handed it to him. Not at all. I had nothing else to do anyway. Lin Li accepted the fizzy drink, taking a small sip. What on earth happened to your kitchen drain? Didn't I unclog it for you last week? How has it gotten blocked again? Upon hearing Lin Li's inquiry, Suyu shyly raised her right hand, playfully scratching her face with her slender fingers, and replied, I accidentally dropped a handful of vegetables down the drain while washing them. All right, I understand. Lin Li nodded, then downed the remaining half cup of his refreshing beverage in one go, before making his way to Suyu's kitchen to assist her with the clogged drain. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Over the years, Lin Li had developed considerable skill in this area from frequently helping Suyu with her plumbing issues. Moments later, he had successfully cleared the blocked drain with just a few deft maneuvers. All done. Just be mindful to avoid clogging it again, he remarked as he washed his hands and exited the kitchen, approaching Suyu, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her television program. Thank you. Suyu replied with a radiant smile, rising from the sofa to head to her bedroom to change clothes. When she emerged from her room adorned in a lovely floral dress, Lin Li regarded her with a hint of confusion. The fridge is bare. I'm heading to the market to buy some vegetables for lunch. Ah, so she was off to purchase groceries. Lin Li nodded. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. You can stay here and watch television, Suyu replied, shaking her head before grabbing her bag from the sofa and departing. Chapter 4. How did a fruit appear on the tree? As night fell, the streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow for the pedestrians on the road. I'm so full. How is it that Suyu's culinary skills seem to have improved since the last time? Lin Li mused, feeling slightly overindulged as he leisurely strolled out of the Happy Garden community. Today, I assisted Suyu in unclogging her drain, and at noon, I indulged in a delightful lunch she had personally prepared. Initially, I intended to return home after the meal, but afterwards, she insisted that I stay and play games with her for a while. Despite being a primary school music teacher, Suyu is, in fact, an avid gaming enthusiast, primarily engaging with mobile games while rarely delving into PC games. Time always seems to fly when immersed in gaming. The afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye, and before we knew it, it was time for dinner. Naturally, Lin Li ended up enjoying another meal at Suyu's residence. As I leisurely made my way back to my apartment complex, a large freight truck emerged from around the corner in the distance, transporting an enormous wild boar measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Passers-by gaped at the sight of this colossal creature, buzzing with astonishment. Wow, what a massive wild boar. To take down such a formidable beast, any hunter must possess at least second-tier strength, wouldn't you agree? Life is indeed fair. In this wondrous world, suffused with ethereal energy, humans can absorb the ambient spiritual essence to become extraordinary practitioners. Similarly, ordinary creatures living in the wild can acquire remarkable powers through the same means. Those animals capable of harnessing this spiritual energy are collectively referred to by humanity as extraordinary beasts. These extraordinary beasts are far more fearsome than ordinary animals. They are not only more intelligent, but also more ferocious. If humans enter their line of sight, most extraordinary beasts will instinctively choose to attack. In contemporary times, the proliferation of enigmatic beasts in the wilderness poses a significant threat to the safety of human cities. Consequently, a number of practitioners choose to become hunters, engaging in the lethal pursuit of these creatures. Those who engage in combat with these beasts in the wild are commonly referred to as beast hunters. Risking their lives in battles against these formidable entities, beast hunters not only safeguard urban areas, but also amass considerable wealth. The flesh of these beasts possesses a unique quality absent in ordinary livestock such as chickens, cows, pigs, and sheep. It contains a trace of spiritual energy. While the long-term consumption of this spiritually infused meat may not lead to meteoric advancements in one's cultivation, it nonetheless provides a modicum of benefit. Therefore, aspiring practitioners aiming for higher realms of achievement predominantly consume the meat harvested from these wild beasts. With demand in the market, many individuals are drawn to the lucrative vocation of beast hunting. As society progresses, various cities, under the auspices of local authorities, have established guilds dedicated to beast hunters. To prevent individuals lacking the requisite strength from risking their lives for monetary gain by hunting these beasts, the beast hunter guilds have instituted corresponding regulations. These regulations stipulate that only practitioners who have attained the pinnacle of the first tier are eligible to partake in the guild's assessments. Upon successfully passing the evaluation, individuals receive a certificate, formally bestowing upon them the title of beast hunter, thereby granting them the authority to engage in the hunting of these creatures while also accessing a wealth of information regarding the beasts from the guild. Such a colossal wild boar beast could fetch a considerable sum, couldn't it? Lin Li gazed at the departing truck, mentally appraising the value of this magnificent creature. 50,000 yuan. A wild boar beast is worth 50,000 yuan. The wilderness teems with such extraordinary beings. If one possesses the prowess to become a beast hunter and is unafraid of peril, wealth and affluence could swiftly follow. As the truck, laden with the immense creature, vanished at the street's end, Lin Li withdrew his gaze and resumed his journey homeward. Prior to this day, Lin Li had long since abandoned the notion of becoming a cultivator, resigning himself to a tranquil life as a mere slacker at home. However, with the acquisition of that enigmatic little island, his previously placid demeanor had been stirred once more. Although, at first glance, the barren isle seemed only suitable for vegetable cultivation, Lin Li was reluctant to confine its potential to mere farming so soon. He believed that the island held some extraordinary secret yet to be unveiled. Having perused countless novels in his past life, he knew that individuals reborn in parallel worlds seldom received worthless advantages. He refused to accept that his fortune would be so meager as to limit his newfound boon to mere agriculture. As Lin Li pondered the mysteries of the wondrous little island, he hastened his steps towards home. According to the latest reports from this station, at 10 o'clock last night, a leopard-like beast stealthily breached the defenses and attacked a village on the outskirts of the city. Fortunately, a beast hunter happened to be nearby and swiftly dealt with the creature. Lin Li sat quietly in the living room, seemingly captivated by the content on the television. However, upon closer observation, one might notice his eyes occasionally darting to the clock hanging on the wall behind the TV. With just 3 minutes remaining until 10 o'clock, he felt his internal energy almost fully restored. Tick, tock, tick. Time seemed to crawl. As the hour drew nearer, Lin Li's excitement mounted. At the stroke of 10, feeling the complete restoration of his energy, it was as if he was destined to enter that mysterious island. With a mere thought, a soft golden light emanated from him, and he vanished from the sofa. Mr. Li, we owe you our gratitude, otherwise, many would have perished at the hands of that leopard beast, someone remarked. It is my duty to eliminate the vile beasts. It is the responsibility of every beast hunter. On the widescreen LCD television, a reporter was interviewing the individual who had slain the leopard-like creature the previous night. The living room was empty, save for the echoes of the television's voice resonating within the space. Once again, I have arrived, determined to unearth your secrets. Lin Li found himself on a mysterious island, enveloped in a thick mist, spanning a mere 100 square meters. He mumbled to himself as he surveyed his surroundings, touching and inspecting everything within reach. After sipping some sweet water, he realized that there was nothing of interest to be found. Could it be that this place was solely suitable for growing vegetables? Standing at the water's edge, gazing into the distant haze, Lin Li expressed his disheartenment. Just as he was about to depart from the island, his gaze fell upon a modest little tree growing in the center. This fleeting glance caused Lin Li to halt his intention to leave. I recall this little tree bore no fruit before. Chapter 5. Marrying the wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life, Lin Li hastened to the unremarkable little tree, which stood 2 meters tall, appearing somewhat malnourished. Before him hung fruits the size of eggs, their colors as vivid as flames, plunging Lin Li into contemplation. As he pondered whether to pluck one of the red fruits, a faint golden light flickered across its surface. This hue was all too familiar to Lin Li. This was spiritual illumination. Upon witnessing the glimmer of the faint golden glow, he no longer hesitated. Swiftly reaching out to grasp the small fruit, it seemed perfectly ripe, and with minimal effort, he plucked it from the tree with ease. As Lin Li gazed upon the fruit he had plucked, he was suddenly enveloped by an enticing aroma that tantalized his senses. This delightful fragrance emanated from the very fruit in his hand, a phenomenon that had been absent prior to its harvest. The alluring scent intensified, and Lin Li, clutching this extraordinary fruit, felt an urgent instinct. If he did not consume it promptly, it would vanish into thin air. Despite having never encountered such a fruit before, its fragrant allure suggested that it bore no toxicity. Reassuring himself against the fear of potential poisoning, Lin Li steeled his resolve and bit into the fruit. With a crisp snap, his teeth crushed the vibrant red morsel, releasing a cascade of sweet juice that danced upon his palate. The delightful taste was so exquisite. Lin Li could not help but indulge. "This is the most delectable fruit I have ever tasted, and there are no seeds to contend with," he murmured, savoring the experience. Yet, a flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. Could this small fruit merely be an ordinary delicacy? Before he could dwell on this thought for more than 3 fleeting seconds, a warm surge coursed through his body. This sensation was familiar, reminiscent of the energy he absorbed during his workouts. "It has arrived, as I suspected. This red fruit is indeed extraordinary." As the warmth within him grew stronger, a look of astonishment lit up Lin Li's face. What was that phrase again? "Joy often begets sorrow. Slow down, slow down. Don't come so quickly. I can hardly bear it." Lin Li felt the surging warmth within him intensifying, as if it threatened to burst his very being. No. The expression of delight on his face morphed into one of terror in that fleeting moment. Unable to withstand it any longer, Lin Li let out a cry and then succumbed to unconsciousness. As he lay on the grass, a faint golden light emanated from his body. As time passed, had there been cultivators present, they would have distinctly sensed the rapid amplification of the spiritual energy waves surrounding Lin Li. I am still alive." It is unclear how much time had elapsed, but when Lin Li finally opened his eyes, the familiar scene before him prompted him to hastily rise from the ground. His hands roamed over his body, feeling for any injuries, and upon confirming that he was intact, a wave of relief washed over him. Why do I feel such a surge of spiritual energy within me? Suddenly, Lin Li became aware of the transformation occurring within his spiritual energy, and astonishment flooded his features. If his previous spiritual energy could be likened to a ladle of water, then now it felt as though he possessed an entire barrel, one that stood 1 meter tall and half a meter wide. Although he remained uncertain of his current level of cultivation, Lin Li was unequivocally confident that he had indeed become a cultivator. Ha ha ha. I have become a cultivator. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Li, who was laughing heartily, abruptly ceased his laughter and stared blankly at his right hand. There, at his fingertips, hovered a small fireball, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a warm, orange glow. Supernatural ability, I have awakened my supernatural ability, Lin Li murmured, gazing at the fireball that had manifested upon his fingertip. At the age of 15, every individual possesses a certain probability of awakening their spiritual essence, subsequently becoming a cultivator through physical training and the absorption of ethereal energy from the atmosphere. Among those who embark on this path, only a fortunate few will awaken extraordinary supernatural abilities, elevating them above their peers. While most individuals who diligently train and awaken their spiritual essence ultimately become cultivators, supernatural abilities are not merely the result of hard work. Those who awaken such powers are regarded as favored by the heavens. Now, on this enigmatic island, Lin Li had merely consumed a small red fruit. And in a brief moment, not only did his cultivation level surge, but he also acquired the ability of fire. Should he dare to share this revelation with others, they would surely dismiss him as a madman. It is conceivable that consuming a fruit imbued with ethereal energy could significantly enhance one's cultivation in a short span. Indeed, this world is home to certain plants transformed by ethereal energy, some of which bear fruits capable of augmenting a cultivator's prowess. However, the mystical fruit that grants extraordinary abilities upon consumption, such as the one experienced by Lin Li, has never been encountered by anyone until now. Lin Li gazed at the small fireball, akin to the size of a pigeon egg, perched upon his fingertip. While channeling the spiritual energy within him into the fireball, he exuberantly shouted with delight. As Lin Li infused the fireball with energy, its size began to swell. When it reached the dimensions of a soccer ball, he sensed that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, prompting him to halt the infusion. Go. With a swift motion of his hand directed at the distant water's surface, the enlarged fireball shot forth with a whoosh. Boom. Upon striking the water, the fireball unleashed a tremendous explosion, sending a towering wave several meters high surging forth towards Linley, who stood on the shore. Splash! Caught off guard by the force of the explosion, Linley was unable to evade the oncoming 3-meter wave, which knocked him to the ground, drenching him entirely. Ha ha ha! Lying on the grass, soaking wet, Linley emitted no complaints. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. I am about to take flight. This time, I truly shall soar. To marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, to ascend to the pinnacle of life. This dream is finally transforming into reality. Chapter 6. The meat is not fresh. I dislike it. After a moment of exuberance, Linley composed himself, rising from the damp grass before hastily making his way to the unremarkable little tree at the center of the island. To his astonishment, this seemingly ordinary tree, appearing rather malnourished, turned out to be a treasure. Linley scrutinized the modest 2-meter-tall tree, pondering how, upon his arrival at this mysterious island, the tree bore no fruit, yet in just a day, it had produced a miraculous little fruit. If it could bear one, might it also signify the potential for a second? How might I encourage it to continue producing more of these extraordinary fruits? As Linley gazed at the unassuming tree, his mind swirling with questions, he reached out to touch its trunk. The moment his fingers made contact, a surge of information regarding the tree manifested in his consciousness. It became clear that in order for this wondrous little tree to thrive and bear more of its magical fruits, it required an abundance of exotic beast blood and flesh. With this newfound knowledge, a joyful smile spread across Linley's face. He resolved to visit the market the following day to procure some exotic meat and test the efficacy of this method. Just moments prior, the fireball he had conjured had nearly depleted his internal spiritual energy. As Linley resolved to venture to the market the following morning to procure some exotic beast meat, darkness enveloped him, and, akin to his previous experience, he was expelled from the enigmatic isle. Once Linley vanished, the mysterious island returned to its tranquil state. The placid waters lay undisturbed, wisps of white mist floated languidly, and the malnourished, peculiar little trees stood silently. Were it not for the dampness blanketing the grass at the island's edge, everything would have appeared utterly ordinary. Ouch! That stings. Materializing abruptly on the sofa, Linley wrapped his right hand against his forehead, taking a full half-minute to regain his composure. Alas, while the pain lingered within tolerable limits, there was no need for such self-inflicted torment. Henceforth, I must exercise caution in utilizing my spiritual energy. I cannot afford to deplete it entirely again. Once the throbbing subsided, Linley pondered the duration required for his spiritual energy to fully replenish. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment. How has my rate of recovery accelerated so remarkably? Could it be that the wondrous fruit has enhanced my cultivation aptitude? Previously, Linley would require an entire day for his spiritual energy to completely restore after exhausting it. Yet now, that recuperation time has astonishingly diminished by 1/3. Feeling the seismic shift within him, Linley's face lit up with unrestrained joy. This night was destined to be one devoid of slumber. At the break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the horizon, Linley, who had tossed and turned throughout the night, promptly flung off his covers, dressed swiftly, and dashed to the bathroom to freshen up. He completed the entire process of washing his face and brushing his teeth in less than 3 minutes. Afterward, he hastily left his home without even having breakfast. Heading straight to the market, the vendors at the market began their operations before dawn, and by the time Linley arrived, numerous shoppers were already perusing the various stalls. With a clear objective in mind, he swiftly navigated through the ordinary vegetable stalls towards a particularly lavishly decorated shop within the market. This establishment specialized in exotic beast meat, which, despite its higher price compared to ordinary meat, attracted a considerable number of patrons. Upon reaching the shop, Linley noticed a substantial queue of customers waiting to purchase meat. So many people. Had I known, I would have risen earlier. He muttered to himself as he took his place at the end of the line. Boss, how fresh is your exotic beast meat? He inquired. Rest assured, my meat is absolutely fresh. I just received the shipment this morning. The wholesaler assured me that these beasts died no more than 24 hours ago, replied old Zhang. After a wait of about 10 minutes, it was finally Linley's turn. Young man, how much would you like? Asked the butcher, wearing an apron and wielding a gleaming meat cleaver. He was slightly taken aback to see such a young man buying meat at this early hour, as it was quite rare to encounter young individuals at the market so early. Please give me 3 pounds, Linley requested, harboring a desire to experiment. Lindley refrained from excess. As you wish. The butcher nodded, deftly slicing 3 pounds of exotic beast meat for Lindley. Upon receiving the meat, Lindley extracted his mobile device, scanned the QR code, and remitted 300 yuan to the vendor. The wild boar meat cost 100 yuan per pound. A stark contrast to the domestic pork, which fetches approximately 20 yuan, a fivefold difference. Having procured the exotic meat, Lindley swiftly departed the market, eager to find a secluded spot to access the enigmatic aisle. Leaving the market, Lindley traversed the street and entered a nearby park. Due to its diminutive size and remote location, few individuals frequented it for morning exercise. Initially, Lindley intended to find a secluded grove within the park to directly enter the mystical aisle. However, upon further consideration, he opted for a more prudent approach. He entered the park's public restroom, secured an unoccupied stall, and with a mere thought, a faint golden aura enveloped him, and he vanished from the lavatory. The barren aisle, the commonplace sapling, the placid waters, the ethereal mist, everything remained unchanged from Lindley's departure the previous night. Materializing on the mystical aisle, Lindley retrieved the newly acquired exotic meat from the plastic bag and placed it at the base of the wondrous tree. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes elapsed. Lindley gazed at the piece of exotic beast meat resting beneath the tree for a full 5 minutes, yet it remained utterly unchanged. Why was there no sign of alteration? Could it be that the information which surfaced in my mind yesterday was erroneous? Just as disappointment washed over Lindley, a sudden revelation emerged in his consciousness. The exotic beast meat before you is not fresh. It must be sourced from a beast that has perished no more than an hour ago. Upon absorbing this unexpected insight, Lindley found himself momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that this remarkable little tree would have such stringent requirements regarding the freshness of the exotic beast meat. This was truly beyond his expectations. Chapter 7. The surprising test results. Currently, the exotic beast meat available in the market is predominantly sourced from hunters who slay these creatures in the wild. From the moment a hunter dispatches the beast, it must be swiftly transported from the perilous wilderness to the city, and then distributed to various butcher shops specializing in exotic meats. Even under the most rapid circumstances, this process takes no less than 6 hours. For any shop in the marketplace wishing to offer meat with a freshness of under 1 hour, it is simply unattainable unless I venture into the wild myself to hunt the beasts, thereby securing meat that meets the required freshness standard. Lindley's thoughts swirled as he murmured to himself. After contemplating the extraordinary little tree before him for a moment, he made up his mind. He bent down, retrieved the exotic beast meat from the ground, and placed it into a bag. With a mere thought, he exited the mysterious island and returned to the realm of reality. Having just returned from a mysterious island to the realm of reality, Lindley was immediately greeted by the sound of rushing water emanating from the adjacent restroom. He promptly opened the door, exited the lavatory, and encountered 2 elderly ladies who were out for their morning exercise. Upon noticing Lindley emerging from the restroom with a bag of meat in hand, they regarded him with a look of incredulity. How could this young man have carried meat to such a place? Ignoring the hushed whispers behind him, Lindley hastened his pace, making his way towards home. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lindley arrived at the official institution designated for assessing one's cultivation level. Eager to ascertain his current prowess and to formally register his identity as a practitioner. Over a decade ago, the government had enacted regulations encouraging citizens who had taken up cultivation to voluntarily register their status at government offices. While registration was not mandatory, failure to do so could result in significant fines should one be discovered to be a practitioner without proper documentation. This regulation was instituted to facilitate the management of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, a measure deemed essential for maintaining the stability and prosperity of the city. Naturally, no reasonable person would oppose such a decree. "Hello, I would like to register my identity as a practitioner," Lindley stated as he entered the hall of the government office and approached the front desk. "Certainly. Please fill out this form," the staff member replied, handing Lindley a form and a pen. After completing the form with his name, address, phone number, and identification number, Lindley handed the document to the staff member, who then guided him to the area designated for testing one's cultivation level. The testing area was bustling with numerous individuals, all queuing in anticipation of their assessments. The person responsible for conducting the test was a middle-aged man in his 40s, standing at approximately 175 meters tall, with a robust physique and adorned with black-framed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. "Channel the spiritual energy within you," the middle-aged man instructed. adjusting the glasses perched on his nose as he addressed a 17-year-old high school student before him. "All right," replied the youth, evidently a novice to such evaluations, as he nervously nodded and began to mobilize his internal spiritual energy. "Initial stage of the first level, excellent. At your age, possessing the initial stage of the first level is quite commendable. With continued effort, strive to break through to the advanced stage of the first level before you graduate from university," the middle-aged man encouraged with a warm smile. "Yes, I will exert myself in my cultivation from now on," the high school student responded, his cheeks flushed with excitement upon learning of his status as an initial stage practitioner. Following the departure of the exhilarated youth, a man in his 30s approached the middle-aged man. Without needing an invitation, he commenced the mobilization of his own spiritual energy. "The intensity of the spiritual energy fluctuations you exhibit does not yet reach the standard of the initial stage," the middle-aged man remarked, shaking his head. Upon realizing that he had failed to meet the standards, the man in his 30s was momentarily engulfed by a wave of disappointment. Having awakened to his spiritual potential at the tender age of 15, nearly 16 years had elapsed, yet he had not ascended to the rank of a practitioner. Linley, positioned at the end of the line, observed the despondent departure of the man from the testing room, his heart heavy with sympathy. Were it not for his own fortunate stroke of luck, he feared he might have been in the same dismal plight as that man, or perhaps even worse. With just a bit more effort, the other might still have a chance at becoming a practitioner. While Linley's previously abysmal aptitude for cultivation left him with no hope of ever attaining that status in this lifetime. First-tier initial stage. First-tier initial stage. Not meeting the standards. First-tier initial stage. Not meeting the standards. The middle-aged man was remarkably efficient, and before long, it was Linley's turn. Observing the actions of those who had come before him, Linley instinctively knew what to do without needing any verbal prompts. As he summoned the spiritual energy within him, a wave of potent energy, far surpassing that of his predecessors, radiated from his being. The middle-aged man, poised to take a sip from his cup, abruptly halted his motion upon sensing the formidable energy emanating from Linley. First-tier high stage. As the middle-aged man incredulously announced this result, it left not only Linley in astonishment, but also the other individuals waiting for their tests equally stunned. What? This person actually possesses a first-tier high stage of cultivation? A few seconds of silence ensued, during which the others awaiting their assessments suddenly gasped, their faces etched with disbelief. It is essential to note that those who come here for evaluation either fail to meet the standards or are classified as initial stage practitioners. The emergence of a high-stage practitioner has never before been witnessed. After all, once one acknowledges themselves as an initial stage practitioner, there is no longer a need to return for further assessments. As practitioners ascend in their cultivation, they naturally discern their progress through the shifts in the spiritual energy within their bodies. That small red fruit is truly remarkable, for it has inexplicably transformed me into a high-stage practitioner. At this moment, Linley was engulfed in disbelief. Before undergoing the assessment, he had anticipated that he would, at best, be recognized as an initial stage practitioner, never imagining such an outcome. Simultaneously, an overwhelming joy threatened to burst forth from within him. That seemingly unremarkable little tree bore a single fruit that allowed for such a monumental leap in his cultivation. If he were to consume dozens or even hundreds of these fruits, would he not swiftly become an invincible and formidable practitioner? Calm down, calm down. This is merely the beginning. There will be ample time to rejoice when I truly become an unmatched practitioner. Linley continuously reminded himself, striving to suppress the elation within. Yet, despite his efforts, a smile danced at the corners of his lips, and the joy on his face was unmistakable. Chapter 8. The reason behind such a price discrepancy. A middle-aged man, adorned with black-framed glasses, set down his cup of water and glanced at the personal information form filled out by Linley. He then looked up, smiling at Linley, who was lost in a reverie of joy, fantasizing about consuming hundreds of magical fruits and transforming into an extraordinarily powerful practitioner. "Mr. Lin," he remarked, "it is quite rare for someone to arrive so late to register as a practitioner. You are the first I have encountered in all these years." Huh. Linley, momentarily jolted from his daydream by the man's words, was initially taken aback. Just as he instinctively opened his mouth to explain that he had not intended to delay his registration, the words caught in his throat. One must remain modest and discreet. It is the wisdom gleaned from the successes of countless predecessors, and one must not reveal the secret of their rapid advancement in cultivation. With a smile, Lin Li chose to respond without further elaboration. It dawned on him that this individual had intentionally postponed his registration until now to assess his cultivation level. This suggested that he had become a practitioner several years prior, yet he only chose to verify his abilities now. Was he not concerned about being discovered and subsequently penalized in the earlier years? Truly an eccentric individual. To boast. He had delayed his registration until he reached a higher tier of cultivation. What a peculiar character. Those who had initially been astonished by Lin Li's attainment of a high-tier cultivation level now regarded him with curious glances, engaging in hushed discussions among themselves. Though the individuals surrounding him whispered in hushed tones, the testing room, spanning approximately 100 square meters, ensured that their murmurs reached Lin Li's ears regardless of their volume. Rather than feeling angered by their speculations, Lin Li found himself quite pleased. The more they guessed in that direction, the more it aligned with his intentions. The middle-aged man responsible for assessing everyone's cultivation noticed Lin Li's silence and his faint smile directed at him, like those who criticized Lin Li. He too conjectured in the same vein, perceiving this young man in his early 20s as someone eager for attention. Subsequently, the middle-aged man recorded Lin Li's cultivation status on his documentation and handed it to him. "Thank you," Lin Li expressed gratefully before departing the testing room. At 10:30 in the morning, Lin Li emerged from the official institution, now officially registered as a practitioner. It was time to proceed to his next destination. He glanced upward at the sun and then made his way to the roadside, hailing a taxi to transport him to his forthcoming location. After a brief 7 to 8 minutes, the taxi halted before a bustling shopping plaza. "That will be 15 yuan, the driver announced. "I would like to pay via scan," Lin Li replied. "Of course," the driver responded. Once the fare was settled, Lin Li alighted from the vehicle and swiftly advanced toward the shopping plaza. The plaza was teeming with people, with nearly every store along the street brimming with customers, save for one establishment that stood in stark contrast. The decor of this shop is quite sophisticated. However, the clientele primarily comprises practitioners, resulting in a sparse attendance. Gazing in from the entrance, one can observe merely a couple of patrons, those who appear merely to browse rather than to purchase. Spirit stones, mined from spiritual energy veins, are imbued with abundant spiritual energy, making them the principal resource for practitioners at present. Lu Laosan's Spirit Stone Shop, situated in the bustling heart of the shopping plaza, specializes in the sale of these stones. Lin Li's purpose for visiting this establishment is to procure a selection of spirit stones to expedite his cultivation progress. After consuming the red fruit borne by the mystical tree on the enigmatic island, Lin Li ascended to a high-tier practitioner of the first stage. Such a remarkable advancement should elicit satisfaction. However, for Lin Li to encourage the mystical tree to continue bearing fruit, he must swiftly break through to the pinnacle of the first stage and become a beast hunter. This entails personally venturing into the wild to hunt exotic beasts and procure fresh meat within an hour of its harvest. Under normal circumstances, the majority of practitioners require a minimum of a year, and often several years, to transition from the high tier of the first stage to its pinnacle. Yet, the extraordinary fruit Lin Li consumed has propelled him to the brink of this breakthrough. He now senses an imminent advancement, with diligent practice. He anticipates that within half a month, he should achieve the pinnacle of the first stage. However, he could no longer wait, so he came here. Intending to purchase some spiritual stones to aid in his cultivation, striving to reach the pinnacle of the first stage in the shortest possible time. A young saleswoman in her 20s, with long, flowing hair and an attractive visage, clad in a sleek black uniform and stockings, immediately approached Lin Li as he entered the store, offering a warm greeting. "Welcome. I wish to buy spiritual stones," Lin Li stated with clear intent, directly addressing the charming saleswoman before him. "Please, follow me," she replied, her radiant smile growing even brighter upon recognizing his strong purchasing intent. She gestured gracefully for Lin Li to accompany her to her counter. The other saleswomen in the store, witnessing their colleague swiftly securing such a customer, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for not seizing the opportunity themselves. "How many spiritual stones would you like to purchase, sir?" the lovely saleswoman inquired as she invited Lin Li to take a seat in front of the counter. She then stepped closer to the display case, smiling as she posed her question. "What is the price of the spiritual stones in your store?" Lin Li asked, gazing down at the glistening, translucent stones within the glass enclosure. "Each one is 50,000 yuan, she replied. 50,000 yuan for one? I found online listings stating the price is 49,000 yuan. Why is it 1,000 yuan more here?" The charming saleswoman, upon hearing Lin Li's words, instantly deduced that this young man, who appeared to be of similar age, was likely purchasing spirit stones for the first time, which accounted for his confusion. She immediately smiled and elucidated, "Sir, we do not engage in arbitrary pricing. The government has explicitly stipulated that the market price for a single spirit stone is uniformly set at 50,000 yuan, akin to the fixed pricing of tobacco products. The spirit stones you may have seen online priced at 49,000 yuan each are likely smuggled in from abroad. While those stones may seem cheaper, purchasing such illicit goods carries risks. It is possible that the spiritual energy contained within them has already been depleted." Chapter 9. Half of my savings spent. My heart aches, rest assured. Our Lu Laosan Spirit Stone Shop has been operating in Rongqing for 30 years, and the quality of every spirit stone sold is guaranteed. Every customer who has shopped with us has left with a thumbs up. The beautiful saleswoman continued to extol the virtues of her shop, while Linley listened quietly, nodding occasionally and responding politely. Indeed, although it was Lin Li's first visit to a spirit stone shop, he had done his homework and researched extensively about Lu Laosan Spirit Stone Shop online. His investigation revealed that the shop's reputation was indeed commendable, which solidified his decision to purchase from them. "Very well, 50,000 it is. I would like 10 spirit stones, please." The eloquence of the lovely saleswoman was truly impressive. Linley pondered that if she did not interrupt the other party soon, the charming saleswoman would likely continue her enthusiastic discourse for another 10 minutes. The beautiful salesgirl, who could effortlessly elevate her family's shop with her eloquence, immediately ceased speaking upon hearing Lin Li's request. She had anticipated that such a young customer would purchase merely 1 or 2 spirit stones. However, to her astonishment, Lin Li requested 10. This transaction would undoubtedly become the most substantial sale she had made in the past 2 months. "Sir, please hold on a moment. I shall assist you with your order right away." The lovely saleswoman proceeded with remarkable efficiency, swiftly preparing Lin Li's order before leading her to the cashier's counter. "Li Jia, could you kindly assist this gentleman with the payment?" The salesgirl handed the order slip to a cashier in her 40s. "Sir, would you prefer to pay by card or mobile?" The cashier glanced at the order slip before inquiring of Lin Li. "I'll pay by card." Lin Li retrieved a bank card from her pocket and handed it over. The cashier quickly processed the card and then handed the card reader to Lin Li for her to enter the password. "Alas, half of my entire fortune is being spent just like that," Lin Li thought as she inputted her card details and pressed the confirmation button on the card reader. As the machine began to dispense the receipt, he felt a tightening in his chest, watching the slip emerge slowly from the device. A few days ago, Lin Li contemplated relying on his savings of 1 million yuan and the rental income from his apartment to live a stable and serene life in his later years. However, who could have foreseen that a single expenditure would deplete half of his entire savings? Truly, the unpredictability of life is staggering. His heart ached with despair. After completing the transaction, Lin Li followed the attractive saleswoman back to her designated counter. He observed as she elegantly retrieved a delicately crafted gift box and unlocked the glass cabinet with a key. She then reached into the cabinet and carefully placed several translucent spirit stones, each the size of a pigeon's egg, into the box. In no time, 10 spirit stones were nestled within the box. Lin Li, with a dazed expression, accepted the gift box that was handed to him. And under the enthusiastic farewell of the saleswoman, he departed from the spirit stone shop named Lu Laosan. Once the beautiful saleswoman bid farewell to Lin Li, her colleagues immediately surrounded her, their eyes brimming with envy as they congratulated her on securing such a significant sale. 50,000. Who would have thought that Lin, of all people, would experience a single expenditure of 50,000 in his lifetime? As he stepped out of the spirit stone shop, Lin Li gazed at the exquisite gift box he held, murmuring to himself. He then clutched the box tightly to his chest, glanced around to ensure he was not being followed, and hastily made his way to the street, hailing a taxi to return home. The door swung open and then shut. As Lin Li stood at the entrance, shedding his shoes and donning a pair of indoor slippers before stepping into the living room, he gently placed a gift box containing 10 spiritual stones on the coffee table, then leaned back, collapsing heavily onto the plush sofa. A long sigh escaped his lips, and he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Although the security in Rong City was commendable, the anxiety of having spent 500,000 yuan on such a precious item left him feeling somewhat uneasy, fearful of potential theft. Now back home, the tension that had gripped him throughout the journey finally began to dissipate. Ding ling ling. Having barely slept the previous night, Lin Li felt the weight of drowsiness pull at him. Just as he settled into the sofa, ready to take a brief nap. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he saw that the caller ID displayed the name of his university classmate, Zhang Dawei. Hey, Linley, what are you up to? Not much. Are you playing games? Zhang Dawei was quite familiar with Linley, knowing that after graduation, Linley had no intention of seeking employment and had resolved to embrace a life of leisure, spending most of his time gaming at home. I'm not gaming. I didn't sleep well last night and was planning to catch up on some rest. Is there something you need? If not, I'll hang up. I'm really quite tired. Zhang Dawei discerned the fatigue woven into Lin Li's words and promptly steered the conversation towards the matter at hand. Next week is my birthday, and I've invited some classmates who remain in Rongqing to gather. You ought to join us. It had been a fortnight since their university graduation. While many classmates opted to leave Rongqing, returning to their hometowns or venturing to other cities to forge their paths, some chose to remain and seek employment locally, among them Zhang Dawei, who had forged a solid friendship with Linley during their university years. Very well, please send me the time and address of the gathering via WeChat, Linley replied, recognizing there was no valid reason to decline Zhang Dawei's invitation. All right, see you next week. And remember, don't stay up too late playing games. It's not good for your health. Before hanging up, Zhang Dawei offered a reminder to his friend. I wasn't even up late because of games last night, Linley muttered to himself, gazing at the phone that had already gone silent. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Now in July, the arrival of midsummer gradually elevated the city's temperature. The cacophony of cicadas was poised to become the predominant melody of this urban landscape. A gentle breeze wafted through the balcony, tenderly caressing Lin Li's hair as he lay asleep on the sofa. Also brushing against a delicate gift box containing spirit stones that rested on the coffee table. The wheels of fate began to turn slowly, and this seemingly ordinary young man, who intended to lead an unremarkable life in this parallel world known as Blue Star, was on the cusp of embarking upon his path of cultivation. Chapter 10, Is Cultivation Really So Expensive? With bleary eyes, Linley sat up from the sofa, stifling a yawn. He turned his head to glance at the clock mounted on the wall behind the television and discovered that it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. He had dozed off, unexpectedly sleeping for nearly 2.5 hours. This slumber was remarkably rejuvenating, restoring his spirit and dispelling the earlier weariness and fatigue. A rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, reminding Linley that it was time for lunch. He picked up his phone, intending to open the food delivery app and order as he usually did. However, his hand froze momentarily. With only 500,000 left in his account and numerous impending expenses, he realized he needed to be frugal. Perhaps it was best to forego takeout and prepare a meal himself instead. Linley exited the delivery app, locked his phone, and set it aside before rising to head to the kitchen. The 300 yuan worth of exotic wild boar meat he had purchased earlier that morning lay in the refrigerator. He decided to prepare a bowl of passable egg and shredded meat noodles. He heated the pan, added oil, and sauteed ginger and scallions until fragrant. Then, he added the pre-cut wild boar meat, stir-frying until it changed color before pouring in water. Once the water boiled, he added the noodles, and after they were cooked, he stirred in an egg. Finally, he seasoned the dish with salt, chicken essence, and garnished it with chopped scallions. Carrying the steaming bowl of egg and shredded meat noodles, Linley emerged from the kitchen and placed the aromatic dish on the dining table. As he settled down and picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge in a hearty meal, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Who could it be? Couldn't they wait until I finish my lunch? Linley murmured to himself, then set down his chopsticks and rose to answer the door. Creak. Upon opening the door, a strikingly beautiful stranger stood before him. She appeared to be in her late 20s, standing at approximately 5 feet 6 inches, clad in a white t-shirt and blue jeans. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her oval face radiated an air of scholarly grace, suggesting a gentle disposition. Hello, may I help you? Linley inquired of the unfamiliar woman. Greetings. I am Xia Qing. I moved in next door last night. I look forward to your kindness in the future. Thank you, she replied with a warm smile. After nearly 2 years of solitude in the house, it was surprising to Linley that someone had finally taken residence. He nodded in acknowledgement, responding courteously, Hello. I am Linley. It is only natural for neighbors to assist one another. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my help. By nature, Xia Qing was timid. She had hesitated for quite some time in her home, mustering the courage to ring her neighbor's doorbell. To her astonishment, the person who answered was a young man in his early 20s, seemingly still a university student. which provided her some reassurance despite the age gap. Hearing Linley's polite reply further convinced her that her new neighbor was indeed a kind soul. "Mom, weren't you supposed to go out to buy soy sauce? Why haven't you left yet?" A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with a small braid adorning her hair and dressed in a white dress, peered curiously through the crack of the door behind Xiaoqing. It turned out that this new neighbor had a family. Linley offered a gentle smile to the adorable child. Noticing this, Xiaoqing called out to her daughter, "Zhou Tongtong, this is Brother Linley. From now on, we shall be neighbors, so greet him." "Hello, Brother Linley." The little girl, named Zhou Tongtong, looked up with her round, sparkling black eyes and greeted Lin Li with utmost politeness. "Hello," Linley responded with a warm smile. It was impossible not to be charmed by such a delightful child. He then turned to his new neighbor and said, "I have some extra soy sauce at home. Allow me to bring you a bottle." "Oh, that would be too much trouble. I can just step out and buy some." Xiaoqing quickly shook her head, feeling it inappropriate to impose on her neighbor so soon after moving in. "There's no need for concern. I purchased several bottles during the 618 shopping festival," Linley replied with a cheerful demeanor. Without waiting for a response, he turned and returned to his home, entering the kitchen to retrieve an unopened bottle of soy sauce. "Here, please take this," Linley said as he reappeared at the door, extending the soy sauce towards Xiaoqing. "Thank you. How much do I owe you?" "I can transfer the money," Xiaoqing said, realizing Linley was already offering the soy sauce and deciding to accept it. She took out her phone to initiate a transfer. "Not at all. It's merely a bottle of soy sauce, hardly worth mentioning," Linley replied graciously. Although Linley currently finds himself in somewhat of a financial bind, he still possesses enough funds for a bottle of soy sauce. "No, Mr. Lin, if you do not accept payment, I shall not take the soy sauce," Xiaoqing stated with utmost seriousness. "Very well." During the last shopping festival, it was on sale for 9 yuan and 90 cents. Sensing the resolute attitude of his counterpart, Linley retrieved his phone and opened the payment code. After the transaction was completed, both exchanged a few pleasantries before parting ways. "Alas, I must consume my noodles promptly, lest they become mushy." As soon as he closed the door, Linley hurried to the dining table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. The sound of rushing water echoed from the kitchen, and after a short while, it ceased. Having washed the dishes, Linley emerged from the kitchen, first drying his water-stained hands with a towel before entering the living room. Well rested and well fed, I am in prime condition to commence my training. He settled onto the sofa, retrieving an exquisite gift bag from which he extracted a delicate box containing spirit stones. Upon opening the box, 10 translucent spirit stones, each the size of a pigeon's egg, appeared before him. Taking one stone into his hand for a closer inspection, he marveled at its crystalline beauty. 50,000 yuan for a single stone. How could it not be exquisite? He mused internally. He then sat cross-legged, cradling the spirit stone in the palm of his right hand, and summoned the spiritual energy within him to gather at that hand, as a soft golden light emanated and blossomed forth. The spiritual energy within Linley began to draw upon the essence contained within the spirit stone. Soon, the energy from the stone was extracted, gradually absorbed by Linley. After 10 minutes, his internal spiritual energy was fully restored. He continued to absorb the energy from the spirit stone while simultaneously consuming his own energy to refine his body, thereby increasing his maximum capacity for spiritual energy. Nearly 50 minutes later, the spirit stone in Lin Li's hand was completely drained, yielding no further energy. What a ripoff! 500,000 for merely an hour of cultivation? Is it truly this costly for practitioners to train? Chapter 11. The transformation of the mysterious Isle. Lin Li stared blankly at the now exhausted spirit stone in his hand, feeling an overwhelming ache in his heart. Having spent 500,000 to acquire 10 spirit stones, he never anticipated that they would only sustain his cultivation for 10 hours. Yet, amidst the misfortune, there was a silver lining. Utilizing this spirit stone for his cultivation brought him a step closer to a breakthrough. Once all 10 stones were exhausted, he could ensure his ascension to the pinnacle of the first tier. Onward with my training. There is no turning back. Having chosen this path, I shall see it through to the end. Taking a deep breath, Lin Li allowed his emotions to settle before reaching back into the box to grasp another spirit stone in his palm. A soft golden light emanated from his right hand as tendrils of spiritual energy flowed from the translucent stone, drawn into Lin Li's being. The cultivation continues. As Lin Li exhausts one spirit stone after another, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of the first tier. An hour passes, then 2, then 3. Apart from brief interludes for restroom breaks and dinner, Linley dedicates himself entirely to his practice. As the clock approaches midnight, he finally drains the last spirit stone. Upon gently opening his eyes, he witnesses a fleeting glimmer of pale golden spiritual light within them, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of excitement. After investing half of his savings and over 10 hours of relentless effort, Linley has finally reached the first tier's peak. Now, he can advance his plans further. As he prepares to rise from the sofa, Linley inhales sharply, a wave of discomfort coursing through his back from maintaining a prolonged seated position. His back aches. He muses to himself that he need not adopt such a posture for cultivation in the future. After all, the principles of cultivation remain the same. Practicing while reclining on his bed would surely be more comfortable than sitting cross-legged. He mutters this thought aloud before descending from the sofa to stretch his sore back, a consequence of his diligent practice. It is past midnight, and most residents of the community have succumbed to slumber. Recently emerging from his cultivation and exhilarated by his success, Linley finds sleep elusive. After a moment of contemplation, a thought strikes him, a flash of spiritual light envelopes him, and he vanishes from his home. Amidst swirling mist, crystal clear waters, a small island, and a solitary tree, a figure materializes. How has this island grown larger? Linley marvels, astonished by the noticeably expanded area of the once diminutive isle. At that moment, a piece of information suddenly surfaced in Linley's mind. The current area of the mysterious island is 200 square meters. This enigmatic isle could actually expand, doubling its size in an instant. What could possibly be the reason behind this transformation? Linley furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, leading him to a rather uncertain hypothesis. Could it be that the mysterious island's enlargement was triggered by my recent breakthrough in cultivation? However, when I ascended to the high tier of the first rank, I did not observe any such change. Never mind, I shall refrain from pondering this further. I will simply wait until I advance to the initial tier of the second rank to see if it will expand once more. In light of the island's area doubling, Linley was far more intrigued by the miraculous little tree at the center of the isle. After all, the fruits borne by this wondrous tree could determine his future path to becoming a formidable cultivator. He circled the marvelous tree twice, scrutinizing it meticulously, and reached out to touch its trunk. No discernible changes were evident. It seemed that without the blood and flesh of otherworldly beasts, this miraculous tree would remain unaltered. Tomorrow, he would visit the Beast Hunter Guild to obtain his qualifications, and then prepare for the hunt of otherworldly beasts in the wild. Gazing at the unchanged, marvelous tree, Linley murmured to himself. With a shift in his thoughts, he exited the mysterious island and returned to the realm of reality. The following morning, the sky was overcast, and the air felt somewhat oppressive. After checking the weather forecast, he learned that a light rain was expected in Rong City today. The Monster Hunter Guild in Rongqing is situated in the central district, comprising several towering buildings that span over 20,000 square meters. The office areas are not accessible to outsiders. Only the service building near the entrance allows free entry. Prior to his visit, Linley had conducted an online inquiry and discovered that the venue for obtaining the Monster Hunter qualification certificate was located within the service building. Upon entering the lobby of the service building, Linley noticed a sparse crowd, which was to be expected, as the number of individuals capable of becoming monster hunters is indeed limited. Even if some were to come here to take the qualification exam, it was unlikely they would all arrive on the same day. Hello, I would like to apply for the Monster Hunter qualification certificate. What procedures are required? Linley inquired at the service desk in the lobby. You simply need to pay a registration fee of 1,000 yuan, and then wait for about 10 minutes. We will arrange your examination for you. Upon passing, we will issue you a qualification certificate, the staff member succinctly explained to Linley. Unlike his previous visit to the official institution for testing his cultivation and registering as a practitioner, participating in the Monster Hunter Guild's qualification certification exam is not free of charge. Is it possible to pay via mobile? Linley nodded and asked. Certainly. Please open your payment code, the staff member replied. After completing the payment of 1,000 yuan, Linley took a seat on a nearby chair and waited for a while. Soon, the staff member called out to him, Mr. Lin, your examiner has been arranged. Please follow me. Finally, the moment had arrived. Linley felt a surge of anxiety as he rose to approach the staff, following closely behind them toward the examination venue. To attain the status of a peak-level practitioner, aspiring beast hunters must engage in a battle with an examiner appointed by the Beast Hunter Guild. The duration of the confrontation is set at 3 minutes. As long as the examinee can endure under the examiner's onslaught for that span and remain standing by the end, they will pass the examination. Lin Li's examination was designated to take place in Arena 6, a spacious venue of 500 square meters featuring 3 platforms. During peak registration periods, 3 examiners would simultaneously assess the candidate's prowess on the platforms. Yet today, Lin Li found himself the sole examinee in this arena. His examiner was a towering man in his 30s, standing a head taller than Lin Li, who himself was already 1 meter 80. The examiner's height exceeded 2 meters. His physique replete with bulging muscles. Clad in a short-sleeved training uniform, his chest and arms were adorned with grotesque scars resembling those of a centipede. Testimonies of his harrowing encounters and battles against fierce beasts, from which he had emerged alive, a seasoned beast hunter. Chapter 12. Truly a name that befits the character. Lin Li glanced at the name tag affixed to the examiner's chest, which bore the name Hao Zhuang, a moniker that perfectly encapsulated his formidable presence. With a gulp, Lin Li realized that he had never engaged in combat before, and now he found himself facing such a fierce and intimidating figure. Was this truly happening? How could they have assigned such a formidable man as my examiner? If a conflict were to arise, I fear that a careless blow could leave me severely injured. This towering examiner, standing at nearly 2 meters, regarded me, a young candidate in my early 20s, exuding an air of innocence, with a slight furrow of his brow. "You are Lin Li, correct?" he inquired. "Yes, Officer Hao," I replied. Hao Zhuang, his voice deep and grave, continued, "You must have just graduated from university this year. Am I right?" I nodded in affirmation. "Given your delicate appearance, it seems you have never trained in a martial arts academy or practiced combat skills, have you?" I nodded once more, internally lamenting that just a few days prior, my aptitude for cultivation had been dismal, rendering me unable to become a practitioner. My aspirations were to lead a mundane life, akin to that of a salted fish. Thus, I had certainly not pursued martial training. After posing 2 questions, Hao Zhuang's expression grew increasingly stern as he observed my responses. "You need not continue with the examination," he declared. "With your current state, you will surely fail." "Pardon?" I was taken aback by his words, stumbling over my response. "Officer Hao, I haven't even begun yet. How can you deem me unqualified without following the proper procedures?" His face remained impassive as he replied, "Someone like you, lacking even basic fighting experience, would likely meet a grim fate in the wild. Even if you were to pass the Beast Hunter qualification examination and acquire that title, it would be wise for you to first acquire some combat skills at a martial arts academy. Once you have gained sufficient battle experience, then you may consider retaking the Beast Hunter examination." At this moment, Lin Li discerned that the other party believed that after obtaining the qualification certificate for Beast Hunters, venturing into the wilderness would result in peril. Although the intention was benevolent, Lin Li had his own plans and aspirations. "I can first acquire the Beast Hunter qualification certificate, and then proceed to learn combat skills at the Martial Arts Academy. It does not imply that I must immediately venture into the wild to hunt beasts." Upon hearing Lin Li's words, Hao Zhuang displayed an expression of disbelief. However, since the candidate had expressed such confidence, he, as the examiner, could not deny the individual the opportunity to participate in the examination. He could only slightly increase the difficulty during the assessment, prompting the candidate to reconsider. The staff member who brought Lin Li to the examination venue approached a timer beside the arena, adjusted the time, and addressed Lin Li. "Mr. Lin, are you prepared?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Li replied to the staff member, "I am ready." Beep. The staff member pressed the timer switch, initiating the countdown. "Young man, the profession of a beast hunter is fraught with danger. A single misstep could lead to demise. The scars on my body should serve as a testament to that," Hao Zhuang stated solemnly while observing Lin Li, who stood poised and ready. "Why don't you remove the scars on your body, considering that beauty salons now offer scar removal services?" Lin Li pondered, delaying the conversation, and responded in kind. "Because these scars serve as a constant reminder for me to remain vigilant while navigating the wilderness." Hao Zhuang replied, "Very well. Nonetheless, I still suggest that you visit a beauty salon for a scar removal treatment. You are not unappealing, and these scars could hinder your chances of finding a girlfriend," Lin Li kindly remarked to Hao Zhuang. Hao Zhuang was taken aback by Lin Li's words. He paused momentarily, pondering whether the reason he could not pursue the girl he admired was indeed due to the scars adorning his body. The staff member standing at the edge of the arena noticed that 20 seconds had elapsed since the examination commenced, Yet the two participants had yet to engage. He interjected. Hao Zhuang, do not forget your role as an examiner. I know, I have not forgotten. I will act now. Hao Zhuang, still preoccupied with thoughts of the girl he admired and whether his scars were the reason for her rejection, abruptly regained his focus. What does it matter to you? Can't you just stand quietly and watch? Lin Li muttered under his breath as he shot a glance at the meddlesome staff member. I'm coming. Be careful, Hao Zhuang warned. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Li perceived a figure suddenly materializing before him. He then witnessed an enormous fist, akin to a cooking pot, hurtling toward his abdomen. In a moment of crisis, Lin Li swiftly crossed his arms to shield his stomach. However, the force of the opponent's blow was overwhelming. Despite his defensive posture, he was propelled backward and landed heavily on the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Li gasped, feeling excruciating pain radiating from his right arm, which had borne the brunt of the punch. If you cannot endure this slight pain, then you should certainly refrain from venturing into the wild. It is essential to understand that encountering fantastical beasts and engaging in combat with them will inevitably result in injuries. The pain inflicted during such encounters will far exceed the discomfort from the punch I just delivered to you. Hao Zhuang retracted his right fist and addressed Lin Li. Rubbing his swollen right arm with his left hand, Lin Li rose from the ground and glanced at the timer beneath the arena, discovering that only 2 minutes remained. How could only a minute have passed? Surely, the timer has not been tampered with by the staff. As Hao Zhuang strode toward Lin Li, the sight of the formidable examiner approaching prompted Lin Li to retreat hastily. Unfortunately, the confines of the arena offered little room for escape, and soon he found himself cornered. In the wild, exposing one's back to the opponent is a grave mistake. Your panicked flight just now could very well cost you your life. As Hao Zhuang spoke, he lunged at Lin Li. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed throughout the arena. Though Lin Li had never engaged in a fight before, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Have you never seen a pig run? Driven to a desperate situation, Lin Li swung his fists at Hao Zhuang with fierce determination. Yet his strikes were effortlessly evaded, resulting in him receiving another blow in return. Damn it, bring it on. With his face flushed from the impact, Lin Li charged forward once more. Despite Hao Zhuang's towering height of 2 meters, his movements were remarkably swift. He deftly dodged the onslaught of Lin Li's subsequent punches, immediately retaliating with a flurry of strikes of his own. Chapter 13. How expensive? I simply cannot afford it. However, what took Hao Zhuang by surprise was the astonishingly swift reaction of the young man named Lin Li. Most of the dozen punches he threw in return were deftly blocked by Lin, with only a few landing on him. Remember, you are a cultivator, not a ruffian who relies solely on brute strength. When you strike at me, utilize your spiritual energy. As the timer beneath the arena indicated that only 30 seconds remained, Hao Zhuang, effortlessly launching punches while Lin Li desperately defended, seized the moment to impart a lesson. Suddenly, Lin Li erupted with force, lifting his right leg and delivering a swift kick to Hao Zhuang's abdomen. Hao Zhuang nimbly leaped back, easily evading Lin's sudden onslaught, landing 5 meters away. Do you think I do not wish to use my spiritual energy? The moment simply has not arrived yet, Lin Li retorted, grimacing as he spoke, having endured several blows to his chest and abdomen. Oh, then by all means, go ahead, Hao Zhuang replied with a grin. But let me make one thing clear. I was not taking this seriously until now. In the final 10 seconds, I shall intensify my assault to the point where you can no longer stand. Yet, the smile on his face instantly froze, as did the expression of the staff member beneath the arena. With a resounding thud, a fireball the size of a pigeon's egg materialized at Lin Li's fingertips. In mere seconds, this small fireball expanded rapid in a mere 5 seconds. The small fireball transformed into a massive fireball the size of a soccer ball. Hao Zhuang, possessing a second-tier initial stage strength, instantly perceived the lethal potency of this fireball. Should he be struck directly by it, although he would not perish, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Just as Lin Li prepared to hurl the fireball at the examiner before him, he was taken aback by the examiner's words. I did not expect you to awaken the flame ability. Well done. You have passed this examination. What? Lin Li, poised to unleash the fireball, was astonished that Hao Zhuang would declare him successful in the test. All right, quickly dispel your abilities. We cannot afford to ruin this arena. Hao Zhuang urged Lin Li. After enduring 2 minutes under the pressure of his opponent, Lin Li felt an urge to retaliate with a fireball for some relief. However, with the exam concluded, he found himself devoid of justification for throwing fireballs. As he relinquished his abilities, The fireball that had been suspended at his fingertips extinguished in an instant. Hao Zhuang approached Lin Li, his gaze piercingly fixed on him. What is he staring at me for? Lin Li pondered, feeling an unsettling prickle at the back of his neck. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard Hao Zhuang propose, "Would you like to join our beast hunter team?" "Join your beast hunter team?" Lin Li echoed, taken aback. "We are in need of an additional member. Despite your lack of combat experience and previous encounters with beasts, I have faith in your potential. What do you say? Will you join us?" Hao Zhuang extended the invitation. Lin contemplated for a moment and shook his head at Hao Zhuang, who had extended the invitation. "Thank you for your offer, but I do not intend to join the beast hunter team at this time." Although his invitation was declined by the newcomer, Hao Zhuang did not feel disheartened. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh and produced a business card from his pocket, presenting it to Lin. "This is my business card. Should you have any thoughts later, feel free to reach out." Lin accepted the card with a smile and nodded appreciatively before following the staff member out of the examination hall, heading towards the location for collecting the Beast Hunter qualification certificate. In the now empty 6th examination room, Hao Zhuang stood on the arena, murmuring to himself, "This young man named Lin Li is exhibiting an astonishing rate of growth. In that brief exchange of just over 2 minutes, he quickly adapted to my rhythm of attack and even managed to mount an effective counterattack. He is likely to become an extraordinary individual in the future." As the rain began to fall from the ominous clouds, droplets, propelled by the wind, pelted against the glass window, creating streaks that flowed downward. Holding the palm-sized Beast Hunter qualification certificate, Lin could not help but smile, feeling that his plans had advanced another step. A sharp pain in his right arm caused him to gasp. During the earlier qualification exam, his arm had absorbed many of Hao Zhuang's punches. While the extent of the injury had not been apparent initially, it was now showing signs of bruising. "I recall there being about half a bottle of camphor oil at home. Once I return, I must diligently massage it to expedite the dispersal of the contusion." Muttering softly to himself, Lin Li opened his folding umbrella and stepped into the rain, making his way towards the distant street corner. Upon reaching the corner and crossing the traffic light, he turned right and walked a short distance, where a weapons shop named Jinhe appeared before him. This establishment catered specifically to practitioners, offering an array of weapons crafted from various spiritual materials. "Welcome," exclaimed a charming saleswoman as Lin Li entered the store. To his surprise, the saleswoman was adorned in a figure-hugging traditional qipao that accentuated her curves. Her exquisite features and slender silhouette harmonized beautifully with the elegant attire, prompting Lin Li to steal a few more glances at her. "How may I assist you, sir?" the lovely saleswoman inquired with a warm smile. Clearing his throat, Lin Li averted his gaze, attempting to mask the embarrassment of being captivated by her striking appearance. "I would like to purchase a spiritual weapon. Could you kindly recommend one for me?" "Certainly, sir. Please follow me," she replied with a nod, leading him further into the store. The shop was bustling with patrons, most of whom appeared to be over 30 years of age, exuding an air of ruggedness that suggested they were seasoned hunters often encountering exotic beasts in the wild. "Sir, please take a look. This is our newly launched spiritual longsword, priced at 1 million. This spiritual long knife is priced at 1.5 million. And this spiritual spear is 2 million. Additionally, we have this energy firearm, priced at 10 million. Lin Li, with a budget of merely 500,000, remained silent, intently observing the charming saleswoman as she eloquently introduced one expensive spiritual weapon after another. After several minutes, the beautiful saleswoman had presented all the various energy weapons displayed before her, each exceeding 1 million in price. At that moment, she noticed that this young customer was fixated on the least expensive energy weapon in the store. I would like this spiritual longsword," Lin Li stated, pointing at the discounted item displayed at 49,999 yuan. The elegantly dressed saleswoman, clad in a qipao, did not anticipate that after her lengthy presentation, the customer would ultimately choose the store's most affordable item, leaving her somewhat disappointed. However, being a seasoned employee, she concealed her disappointment behind a radiant smile and nodded at Lin Li. "Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment while I prepare your order." As Lin Li watched the lovely saleswoman turn to assist him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Had it not been for this discounted item, he would have been unable to purchase any spiritual weapon in the store with his limited budget. Moments later, Lin Li, having settled the payment, grasped a lengthy wooden box in his hand, escorted by the enchanting saleswoman as he departed from the weapon shop. Alas, the weapons utilized by practitioners are exorbitantly priced. With the acquisition of this spiritual longsword, I now find myself nearly destitute. With merely 3,070 yuan left in his WeChat account, Lin Li emerged from the weapons shop, his visage marred by a bitter expression, aware that his day's endeavors were far from complete. Over half an hour later, Lin Li, with an air of indifference, exited a pharmacy. To hunt beasts in the wilderness, one requires not only spiritual weapons, but also medicinal supplies for healing. It seems that anything associated with practitioners carries a hefty price tag. In the pharmacy, Lin Li purchased a small tube of hemostatic ointment, favored by practitioners for its rapid efficacy in staunching blood flow. A mere 30 grams of this ointment cost him 3,000 yuan, equating to a staggering 100 yuan per gram. With the purchase of this hemostatic ointment, Lin Li found himself left with a meager 70 yuan. Just days prior, he had possessed a fortune of millions, and now he had fallen to such depths, leaving his heart chilled. A gentle breeze rustled the branches of the roadside trees, creating a symphony of whispers. Rain droplets cascaded from the heavens, scattered by the sudden gust of wind. Some of the rain splashed against Lin Li's face, the cool sensation slightly lifting his melancholic spirits. These are all necessary investments in the early stages. In the future, I shall recover the entirety of the 1 million spent and garner even greater profits. Lin Li, mustering courage within himself, held up his umbrella and began to walk towards the distance, preparing to hail a taxi home. However, just as he took a few steps, he abruptly turned around, altering his course towards the distant bus station. With only 70 yuan remaining in his pocket, why would he take a taxi? Better to queue for the bus. Upon returning home, Lin Li placed his damp umbrella on the balcony to dry. He then entered the living room and opened the wooden box containing the spiritual long sword. 499,999 yuan. You better perform well tomorrow, Lin Li declared as he retrieved the 80-centimeter spiritual long sword from the box, theatrically brandishing it in a leisurely dance within the confines of his living room. After a few moments of play, he began to channel the spiritual energy within him, directing it into the sword he held. The infused sword radiated a soft, golden glow, and one could faintly perceive its sharpness elevating to a new level. A fine sword, truly an exquisite blade. Observing the sword aglow with a gentle golden light, Lin Li nodded in satisfaction, his confidence in the impending hunt for beasts significantly bolstered. Yet, within a minute, he ceased the infusion of spiritual energy into the sword, realizing that continuing would lead to excessive energy consumption. Some beast hunters infuse their spiritual energy into their enchanted swords only during battles. No one would be foolish enough to deplete a significant portion of their energy before a confrontation. Placing the discounted item back into its wooden box, Lin Li leaned back and collapsed onto the soft sofa. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, downloaded an application, registered an account, and logged into the software that only those possessing a beast hunter qualification certificate could access. The interface of the application was remarkably simple, comprising two sections, the information board and the communication board. The information board contained content released by the Beast Hunter Guild, while the communication board allowed contributions from all users. In the outskirts of Rongqing's eastern district, near Lijiakan, a wild dog beast of first-tier high rank was reported. In the southern district, close to Zhejiakan, a wild boar beast of first-tier peak rank was spotted. To the west, approximately 5 kilometers from Urshian Bridge, witnesses observed an indeterminate number of forest wolf beasts. In the northern district, a black bear beast of second-tier initial rank appeared yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, 7 kilometers from an abandoned parking lot. As Lin Li perused the information board, he discovered that the wilderness surrounding the urban area was teeming with various beasts. The more he read, the more alarmed he became, realizing that the dangers lurking in the wild were far more severe than he had initially imagined. No wonder the authorities frequently cautioned the citizens of the city to refrain from venturing into the wilderness during their leisure time. The information displayed on the intelligence board regarding the emergence of otherworldly beasts serves as a testament to the accuracy of the government's frequent admonitions. Why does every piece of information concerning these beasts commence at the pinnacle of the first tier? Is there truly nothing of a lower classification? After perusing the intelligence board for several minutes, Lin Li discovered this peculiar phenomenon. Contemplating the matter, he speculated that it might be due to the fact that beast hunters are required to possess at least peak first-tier capabilities. Consequently, information pertaining to beasts of mid-tier or lower has likely not been included on the board. After reviewing the intelligence section, Lin Li proceeded to the discussion board, which boasted an overwhelming number of posts far exceeding those on the intelligence board. The posts included The Blade Squad seeking recruits, prioritizing brothers who have awakened their powers. The Dawn Squad recruiting, favoring handsome men and beautiful women. The Titan Squad looking for robust men. The Spicy Hot Pot Squad preferring those who enjoy spicy hot pot. And the Thunder Squad welcoming brothers who appreciate foot massages. What on earth are these posts? As Lindley scrolled through dozens of them, he was struck by the sensation of browsing a gaming forum. Chapter 15. Cultivating the Land. After sifting through several pages of the discussion board, he finally encountered some valuable posts. A black bear beast with initial second-tier strength resides in the outskirts of the northern district of Rome City. It is exceedingly powerful. Unless accompanied by a practitioner of at least mid-second-tier capabilities, it is best to avoid provoking it. This morning, our team inadvertently encountered it during a brief skirmish. Our captain, possessing the strength of a second-tier novice, sustained severe injuries while covering our retreat. In the outskirts of Rongqing's western district, approximately 5 kilometers from Urshian Bridge, we stumbled upon a horde of unknown number of forest wolf beasts. A total of 15 forest wolf beasts were present, with the most formidable alpha wolf exhibiting strength at the high tier of the first rank, while the others were generally at the mid-tier of the first rank. Except for the most powerful alpha, which managed to escape, our team successfully annihilated the remaining forest wolf beasts, albeit at the cost of sustaining minor injuries. After spending half an hour sifting through the communication board, Lindley exited the application. His most immediate impression from this browsing experience was the perilous nature of hunting beasts in the wild, where injuries are all too easily incurred. Furthermore, after perusing numerous posts, he realized that every contributor had joined a beast hunting team. Not a single lone wolf was in sight. Due to the existence of his unique advantage, Lindley found himself unable to join other beast hunting teams to procure fresh beast flesh within the span of 1 hour. Although temporarily joining such teams for monetary gain was an option, he felt a sense of reluctance. Sighing in frustration and scratching his head, Lindley decided to give it a try tomorrow. If he found it impossible to proceed alone, he would contemplate alternative strategies. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he resolved to prepare a bowl of egg and shredded meat noodles to satiate his appetite. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was already 11:30. Lindley rose and made his way to the kitchen to begin cooking. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a figure materialized out of thin air on a mysterious island. The figure had a damp towel draped around his neck. In his left hand, he clutched a hoe, while his right hand grasped a plastic bucket, which contained a small red plastic bag and a ceramic cup. With ample time remaining before tomorrow's expedition to hunt exotic beasts, Lindley, finding himself idly at home after a midday slumber, contemplated cultivating some vegetables on this enigmatic island, eager to discover whether he could successfully nurture crops in this unfamiliar terrain. Although Lindley had never farmed before, he had certainly observed pigs in motion, and with the vast resources available on the internet, a quick search for agricultural tutorials on various video platforms would surely equip him with enough knowledge. Even if he could not immediately evolve into an experienced farmer, mimicking others would yield satisfactory results. Placing the plastic bucket upon the grass, Lindley hoisted the hoe he had purchased for 15 yuan and selected the northeastern corner of the mysterious island to commence his cultivation. With rhythmic exertion, he began to till the soil, heave-ho, heave-ho, heave-ho. Having attentively studied videos of seasoned farmers, Lindley adopted an impressively adept stance as he bent low, wielding the hoe to clear away weeds and loosen the earth. Although the temperature of this peculiar island was pleasantly temperate, rendering it neither hot nor cold, the physical labor of tilling the land rendered it nearly impossible for Lindley to remain unaffected by the heat. After approximately 10 minutes of labor, Lindley found himself drenched in sweat. He paused to wipe his brow with the damp towel hanging around his neck. Despite his prior diligence in studying the videos, he soon realized that the practical execution of farming was far more challenging than it had appeared from the comfort of his screen. Originally, Lindley intended to cultivate 50 square meters of land within half an hour. However, in reality, it took him over an hour to accomplish this task. Alas, he did not anticipate that the cultivation of such a small plot of land would prove to be so exhausting. After completing the arduous labor, he wiped the sweat from his brow with a damp towel and gently patted his aching waist. Despite the fatigue, a joyful smile spread across Lindley's face as he gazed at the freshly cultivated land before him. With the field prepared, it was now time to sow vegetable seeds. Lindley approached the plastic bucket resting at the edge of the island. He first retrieved his ceramic water cup from the bucket, crouched down, and filled it with water, drinking it all in one swift motion. What a refreshing delight it was to quench his thirst after such toil. Placing the cup on the grass, he then took out a red plastic bag from the container and extracted a packet of white radish seeds. Subsequently, he filled the bucket with a modest amount of water. Holding the seeds in his left hand while carrying the bucket in his right, he made his way to the cultivated land. With a finger, he poked a hole in the soil and placed 4 to 5 radish seeds into it. He repeated this action, and after more than half an hour, having watered the seeds he had sown, Lindley looked affectionately at the field before him. Grow, dear seeds, grow. Please do not let my nearly 2 hours of labor go to waste. With the goals of cultivating the land and planting the radishes achieved, Lindley took some water from the plastic bucket and watered the magical little tree standing in the center of the island. He then left the water cup, bucket, and hoe on the mysterious island and returned to the real world. On the tranquil and enigmatic island, amidst the expansive farmland cultivated by Lindley, the white radish seeds sown in the soil began to sprout just an hour after his departure. The space of the mysterious island was devoid of day and night. After toiling for more than 2 hours, Lindley emerged from the island, only to find that it was already past 5 in the evening on Blue Star, with the outside world shrouded in dimness. Due to his purchase of the hoe, Lindley's funds had dwindled from 70 to a mere 55 yuan. Alas, it seemed he would have to settle for egg and shredded meat noodles again for dinner. Just as he resolved to boil himself a bowl of noodles, his phone began to ring in his pocket. Ding ding. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Suyu. Upon recognizing her name, Lindley's mind conjured images not of her alluring visage or her voluptuous figure, but rather of the delectable dishes she had prepared. Having dined on egg and shredded meat noodles for several consecutive meals since yesterday, the mere thought of Suyu's culinary delights made his mouth water uncontrollably. Hello, Lindley, have you had dinner yet? Not yet. How about you? I'm yet to eat as well. I've just finished making dumplings and am about to boil them. Would you like to come over and join me? Dumplings, my favorite. Just as Lindley was about to express his desire to partake, the words caught in his throat. Chapter 16. A new purpose for the mysterious island. In the morning, Lindley attended the Beast Hunter Guild to partake in the qualification examination for beast hunters. Although he successfully passed the test, he sustained some minor injuries. At that moment, his right arm, busy with a phone call, was adorned with numerous bruises, remnants of the examination ordeal. Despite having rubbed some ointment on them, the bruises showed little sign of fading swiftly. If he were to visit Suyu's home for dumplings now, it would be inevitable that she would notice the unsightly marks on his arm. Should she inquire about them, he would find himself at a loss for words. It would be utterly implausible to explain that he had recently ascended to the pinnacle of first-level cultivation and had just passed the Beast Hunter qualification examination. After all, Suyu was well aware of his dismal aptitude for cultivation and the fact that he would never become a practitioner, let alone qualify as a beast hunter. Just a few days prior, he had been nothing more than a novice, and now he had transformed into an expert. Such a transformation was simply beyond reason. Thanks. It's raining outside, and I'm too lazy to go out. You can eat by yourself. The rain was not particularly heavy, and with an umbrella, it would take just around 10 minutes to get there. Yet, he couldn't muster the energy to step outside. Fine. Then I shall dine alone. After hanging up the phone, Lindley contemplated the prospect of another dinner of egg and shredded pork noodles, a frown of discontent forming on his face. I might as well take a shower first. Having missed the opportunity to enjoy the dumplings made by Suyu, his appetite had significantly diminished. Thus, he turned back to his bedroom to fetch some clean clothes for a shower. The following morning, after a night of relentless rain, the downpour finally ceased. As the morning sun ascended the horizon, its golden rays illuminated the dewdrops adorning the flora, casting a splendid array of colors. Rising early, Lindley brushed his teeth, washed his face, and donned a camouflage outfit after a hearty breakfast. With a backpack slung over his shoulder and a wooden box containing a spirit sword in hand, he set forth. Emerging from the corridor of Building 6 in the peaceful garden community, Lindley encountered an early riser, Aunt Wong, who was out for her morning exercise. Recognizing him, she inquired with curiosity, "Little Lin, where are you off to?" "Good morning, Aunt Wong. I'm preparing to go camping with some friends," Lindley casually replied. "Camping? You're not planning to camp in the wilderness, are you? It's quite perilous out there with so many exotic beasts roaming about." Aunt Wong expressed her concerns. "Aunt Wong, given the current dangers of the wild, we certainly wouldn't dare venture into the wilderness. The campsite my friend chose is in a safe area on the outskirts," Lindley reassured her, engaging in a brief conversation before heading toward the community entrance. Once outside, With merely 55 yuan left to his name, Lin Li hailed a taxi by the roadside. After settling into the vehicle, he provided the driver with his destination. To Chenghua Avenue, please. The driver paused momentarily upon hearing Lin Li's request before starting the engine and heading towards the eastern suburbs. As the taxi rolled away, Lin Li closed his eyes, striving to calm the tumult of anxiety within him. In just a short while, he would find himself battling fearsome exotic beasts in the wilderness, a daunting prospect for someone who had never faced such creatures before, weighing heavily on his mind. The taxi driver appeared to be in his mid-40s, peering through the rearview mirror at the young man seated in the back, who seemed to be of a similar age to his own son. Are you off to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts? The driver inquired with curiosity. Lin Li, attempting to quell his inner tension, opened his eyes upon hearing the driver's inquisitive remark. Yes, he replied. Given your age, you must be around the same as my son. It's quite impressive that at such a young age, you dare to venture into the wild to hunt exotic creatures. The driver exclaimed in admiration. Lin Li felt a wave of relief wash over him as the genuine praise eased his anxiety. That will be 25 yuan, the driver stated as they reached Chenghua Avenue. After paying, Lin Li exited the taxi. The avenue lay some distance from the wilderness, and for safety reasons, taxi drivers typically only transport customers this far, leaving the remaining journey to be completed on foot. Once I earn enough money, I must buy a car, he mused to himself. Dressed in camouflage, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a wooden box in hand, Lin Li stood beneath the shade of a tree, muttering a few words before setting forth toward the wild. Despite the heavy rain that had fallen the previous night, the ground showed little sign of waterlogging. This suggested that even though he was now quite close to the wilderness, the drainage systems in place were remarkably effective. The July weather had already begun to warm, with temperatures typically soaring above 30 degrees. However, due to the recent rainfall, today's temperature was slightly cooler. As Lin Li traversed along the shaded path beside the street toward the wilderness, he felt a refreshing breeze brush against him. Departing from Chenghua Avenue, he walked forward, and the surrounding buildings gradually became sparse. After half an hour, an endless expanse of wilderness unfolded before him. Behind lay the bustling and peaceful urban area, while in front stretched a vast, perilous wilderness. This stark contrast momentarily disoriented Lin Li. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist tightly, then relaxed it, his expression resolute. With a click, he opened the wooden box and retrieved the exquisite spirit sword, for which he had spent half of his savings. What to do with the wooden box? Should he discard it? Holding the spirit sword in his right hand and the wooden box in his left, Lin Li found himself in a quandary. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed not a single soul in sight. If he were to dispose of it, he would have no means to store the spirit sword in the future. Perhaps it would be best to place the wooden box on the mysterious island. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the wooden box in his hand inexplicably vanished. Could it really be so? Initially intending to bring the wooden box to the mysterious island, Lin Li was astonished to discover that he need not carry the box to enter the enigmatic realm. He could simply place the items he possessed there. With a mere thought, the vanished wooden box reappeared in Lin Li's grasp. Upon sensing the fluctuation of spiritual energy within him, he realized that the energy expended to place items on the mysterious island was significantly less than that required for his own entry. It truly works. Henceforth, I can regard that mysterious isle as my storage space. Unintentionally discovering a new purpose for the enigmatic island, Lin Li chuckled foolishly in this desolate expanse. Subsequently, he placed the heavy backpack, weighing over 10 kilograms, that he had been carrying on his back into the mysterious island. Thereafter, he gripped the spirit artifact sword tightly, cautiously stepping into the wilderness ahead. Chapter 17. Lin Li's initial battle. The wilderness was occasionally stirred by gusts of wind, causing the tall, wild grass, nourished by the ethereal energies drifting in the air, to sway and produce a rustling sound. In a bustling, peaceful urban area, the sound of rustling foliage would evoke no particular thoughts among the people. However, in this perilous wilderness, any sudden noise caused by the wind would instinctively heighten one's tension. Venturing alone into the wilderness, Lin Li steered clear of the densely overgrown areas, opting instead for the relatively open and flat terrain to proceed cautiously. Moreover, he established a radius of 1 kilometer as his designated exploration range during this initial foray into the wild. Any distance beyond that was not within his immediate considerations. One need not underestimate the modest radius of 1 kilometer, for within this space, numerous exotic beasts were already known to roam. After entering the wilderness, Lin Li ambled forward for about 100 meters, only to encounter the first exotic beast of his life. The creature before him stood a meter tall, adorned with elongated ears, crimson eyes, sharp fangs, and formidable claws, a truly fearsome and terrifying rabbit beast. Traditionally, rabbits symbolize gentleness. However, the rabbit beast that Lin Li confronted was a stark contrast to this notion of docility. Its imposing height and malevolent gaze pierced through Lin Li's preconceived notions of rabbits, radiating an unmistakable aura of hostility. Goodness, this rabbit beast is exceedingly fierce. He pondered its strength, recalling the novice guidelines he had previously perused on the Beast Hunter application. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, the most formidable creatures were merely of mid-tier first rank. Thus, he surmised that defeating this rabbit beast should be relatively straightforward. At this moment, Lin Li felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. His right hand clutching the enchanted sword trembling slightly. He finally comprehended why, in the discussion section of the Beast Hunter app, he had encountered numerous first-rank hunters seeking to team up with those of second rank or higher. Once practitioners achieve the second rank, their mental prowess undergoes a transformative change, granting them a heightened perceptual ability to gauge the strength of others through the spiritual energy they emit. Just like now, the rabbit beast before Lin Li emanated a faint golden glow from its eyes, indicating it was mobilizing its internal energy. Had Lin Li possessed even the initial stages of second-rank cultivation, he would have been able to utilize his perceptual abilities. By perceiving the psychic energy fluctuations emitted by the opponent during the use of their abilities, one can discern their level of strength, thereby avoiding the current state of ignorance and uncertainty. This particular rabbit-like creature, possessing mid-level first-tier prowess, could sense a hint of trepidation emanating from the human before it. This realization instilled a sense of superiority within the creature, prompting it to initiate an assault on Lin Li. However, the speed of this rabbit-like entity was rather lackluster. As it charged forth with its eyes aglow in a pale golden light, Lin Li swiftly propelled himself to the right, effortlessly evading the creature's attack. In response to its unsuccessful strike, the rabbit-like beast promptly altered its course and lunged at Lin Li once more. "I shall evade." Again, Lin Li thought as he deftly sidestepped the creature's repeated attempts to strike him down. The rabbit-like beast, undeterred, persistently pursued him. With each successful dodge, Lin Li's confidence surged. Even a fool could discern that this rabbit-like creature was far beneath his own capabilities. In a moment of clarity, Lin Li sidestepped yet again, narrowly escaping the creature's onslaught. As they brushed past each other, he summoned the psychic energy within him, channeling it into the spirit weapon he wielded, a longsword. A soft golden radiance erupted instantaneously, and with a powerful flourish of his right hand, the blade lunged swiftly towards the creature's neck. Though Lin Li's longsword had been purchased at a discount, it was nonetheless forged from psychic energy-infused materials, endowing its edge with a sharpness that far surpassed that of ordinary weapons. Moreover, now infused with spiritual energy, its sharpness has ascended to an unprecedented level. The sword's tip, radiating a pale golden glow, pierced the neck of the rabbit-like beast with the ease of slicing through tofu. Thud. The rabbit beast, grievously wounded at the neck, collapsed heavily onto the grass, struggling to rise. Alas, a substantial gash marred its neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. And its strength ebbed away with each droplet. Just as it managed to rise, it fell once more. As time elapsed, nearly a minute passed before the rabbit beast succumbed to its injuries. Exhaling deeply, Lin Li felt the tension dissipate entirely, replaced by a surge of exhilaration and joy at achieving his first kill. Beasts are not so formidable after all. With a beaming smile, Lin Li murmured in satisfaction, then swiftly approached the fallen rabbit beast. He had finally procured fresh meat from a beast within an hour of its demise. Crouching down, he grasped one of the rabbit beast's ears with his right hand. With a mere thought, a flicker of spiritual light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot. Taking the rabbit beast with him, on the mysterious island, Lin Li cast the rabbit beast beneath the enchanting little tree at the center of the isle. His gaze fixed intently upon the remarkable tree, he awaited to see how it would handle the creature before it. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. The marvelous little tree remained utterly still, and just as Lin Li could no longer suppress his urge to voice a critique, the corpse of the peculiar rabbit beast resting beneath it began to undergo a transformation. A white mist emanated from the carcass, and as time elapsed, the mist increased in volume, while simultaneously, the rabbit beast's body commenced its decay. In less than 10 seconds, the robust rabbit beast, measuring a meter in length, had entirely decomposed, leaving no trace of bone or residue. The white mist that had escaped from the rabbit beast's corpse coalesced in midair, forming a spherical cloud of white mist, approximately the size of a pigeon's egg. Just as Lin Fei intended to reach out and prod the misty orb, it suddenly darted towards the marvelous little tree and merged into its trunk. Chapter 18. The reappearance of the enigmatic little fruit with the absorption of the pigeon-sized white mist by the marvelous little tree. A piece of information manifested in Lin Li's mind. 1%. What does this signify? Does this imply that I must eliminate 99 more such beasts for you to produce that wondrous little fruit again? Although this question arose within Lin Li, no further information appeared in his mind. Let us press on. Just 99 beasts. I shall accomplish this swiftly. Encouraged by his own thoughts, Lin Li then resolved to depart from the mysterious little island. As the resplendent sun ascended slowly on the horizon, its radiant warmth gradually intensified, transforming the once damp wilderness into a parched expanse. Approaching midday, amidst the desolate terrain, a towering figure relentlessly pursued a diminutive one. The chase unfolded with fervor, and when the desperate, smaller figure reached the edge of a brook, poised to plunge into the water for salvation, it was overtaken by its steadfast pursuer. With a swift motion, the elegantly glowing sword, imbued with a soft golden light, struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing the skull of the rabbit-like beast. In a dramatic twist, the creature, which had just prepared to leap into the stream, met its demise. Its body propelled forward by inertia before tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Gasping for breath, Lin Li cast a glance at the lifeless beast and muttered, "This creature certainly knows how to evade capture. If I had been a moment slower, it would have plunged into the brook and escaped." Having returned from that enigmatic isle to the realm of reality, Lin Li embarked on a quest to hunt these extraordinary beasts. After a morning of diligent effort, including the one he had just slain, he had managed to take down a total of 6 rabbit-like creatures. This meager tally left him dissatisfied. Capturing merely 6 in a morning was far from his expectations. If the afternoon continued at this lackluster pace, he would be fortunate to hunt 13 or 14 by day's end. His ambition was to eliminate 99 of these beasts, yet at the current rate, achieving such a goal would require nearly a week. The scarcity of these creatures in the vicinity was proving to be a significant hindrance. After a prolonged search, he finally encountered a peculiar beast. Perhaps after having lunch, he could venture deeper into the wilderness? Having effortlessly slain several of these creatures throughout the morning, Lin Li's confidence surged, prompting him to contemplate transcending the initial 1-kilometer radius he had set for himself. The outskirts of the wilderness had been thoroughly scoured by beast hunters, causing the majority of the local fauna to instinctively retreat deeper into the wild at the slightest hint of disturbance. Once, a bold group of larger rabbit-like beasts thrived in this region, but following Lin Li's consecutive slayings, many of these rabbits began to flee upon sensing danger. Consequently, locating them became increasingly arduous for Lin Li. Thus, he resolved to advance a modest distance into the wilderness after his meal, approximately 500 meters. He reasoned that such an endeavor would likely pose minimal peril. To expedite his progress, Lin Li contemplated briefly before making a decisive choice. He approached the rabbit beast he had previously dispatched with a single thrust to its head, extending his right hand and placing his index finger upon its body. With a mere thought, he summoned the creature into the mysterious isle. The bloodied carcass of the rabbit beast materialized on the enigmatic island. Mere seconds after its arrival, the remains transformed into a cloud of white mist, which was subsequently absorbed by a nearby miraculous sapling. Having assimilated the essence of 6 rabbit beasts, the once malnourished magical tree now exhibited a notable vitality. Some yellowing leaves have begun to regain their verdant hue, and upon the brown branches, a minuscule green fruit, no larger than a grain of rice, has unexpectedly emerged. If one does not observe closely, the naked eye would scarcely detect this tiny green fruit. The cicadas buzz, their sound echoing in the air. Lin Li stands beside the crystal-clear stream and searches for a large tree with a slightly quieter chorus of cicadas. He steps into the shade, preparing to enjoy his lunch. After a busy morning, he finds that his spiritual energy has not been significantly depleted. Yet his physical strength has waned considerably while pursuing those frantically fleeing rabbit-like creatures. His stomach growls in protest. With a thought, a black backpack materializes from the mysterious island. He unzips the backpack and retrieves a box of self-heating rice. After tearing open the packaging, he fills it with water from the stream, and the rice begins to heat itself. Minutes later, Lin Li holds the steaming self-heating rice, leaning against the lush tree, relishing the cool breeze of the wilderness and the melodious cicadas, savoring the flavor of the rice that is, admittedly, not particularly exquisite. Yet, when hunger strikes, even the self-heating rice, which he typically finds unappealing, transforms into a culinary delight. It is worth noting that the rice he enjoys so thoroughly was purchased online 6 months prior. At that time, he had bought 3 boxes in one go, and after trying one, he deemed it less than satisfactory and considered discarding it. Instead, he placed the remaining boxes in the storage room. Lindley had almost forgotten about the 2 boxes stored away, but now, his entire fortune dwindles to just a few coins. It was poverty that reminded him of the 2 boxes of soon-to-expire self-heating rice he had yet to consume. Burp. Having satisfied his hunger, Lindley let out a belch, the lingering taste of self-heating rice causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. When famished, the unpalatable rice seemed a gourmet delight. Now, having eaten his fill, he found it somewhat distasteful. Alas, I have become utterly destitute. If I do not earn some money soon, it is not just meals that will become a luxury, but even the payment for the electricity bill at home. With an average monthly electricity expense nearing 200 yuan, Lindley suddenly recalled that today was the due date for the bill. He deemed it prudent to temporarily refrain from providing the mystical little tree with the blood and flesh of exotic beasts, prioritizing the hunting of these creatures to earn some money for his sustenance instead. Rustle, rustle. From a thicket over a meter high, a sudden commotion arose, and a nearly 1 meter tall rabbit-like beast leaped forth from the underbrush. This rabbit beast had just awakened from its slumber and, feeling a bit parched, contemplated quenching its thirst by the creek. What a stroke of misfortune! Just as the rabbit beast emerged from the thicket, intending to drink from the creek, it spotted a human standing beneath a lush tree by the water's edge, a look of surprise on the person's face, their greedy gaze fixed intently upon it. Chapter 19. I will not let you have peace even in death. With only 30 yuan left to his name, Lindley felt a sinking dread at the thought of the electricity bill due today, nearly 200 yuan, an amount he simply could not afford given his current predicament. If today does not yield any profit, I may face a power outage upon returning home this evening. Suddenly, a peculiar rabbit-like creature materializes before me, and my eyes gleam with excitement as I gaze upon it. In that moment, this creature transforms in my mind into a stack of bills that moves of its own accord. The rabbit-like creature, feeling the intensity of my greedy stare, shivers involuntarily. Having never before experienced such avarice, instinctively, it turns to flee, ignoring even its thirst. Do not run, I mean you no harm. Seeing the creature escape, a sense of urgency wells up within me. I hastily grasp the enchanted sword resting against the great tree and, calling out, I pursue the fleeing rabbit-like creature. The rustling of abundant foliage fills the air as the terrified creature, driven by fear, darts chaotically through the underbrush. Do not flee. I harbor no ill intent. My gentle entreaties resonate behind it, causing its heart to race. As a faint golden light radiates in its eyes, the creature's speed surges slightly. How infuriating! Why is this rabbit-like creature so remarkably swift? After pursuing it for 2 or 3 minutes, I am astounded to find that I have yet to catch up. Previously, the 6 rabbit-like creatures I had dispatched were not even half as fast as the one I now chase. Unbeknownst to me, the creature I am pursuing has awakened a speed-related ability, allowing it to run much faster than its kin. I shall not allow you to evade my electricity bill. Lindley, already destitute, internally cried out. Although he had not awakened a speed-related ability, the weight of his poverty had unlocked his latent potential for running, significantly enhancing his speed in pursuit of the rabbit-like beast. Despite the rabbit beast possessing a speed-related ability and being at the mid-tier of first rank, it found itself up against an adversary at the peak of the first rank, driven by desperation. The distance between them swiftly diminished, and the rabbit beast, frantically fleeing, was enveloped in despair. In this dire circumstance, it realized that escape was futile. Since the human behind it intended to kill, it resolved to exact vengeance before succumbing. Abruptly halting its frantic flight, the rabbit beast altered its course. Lindley, noticing the beast's change in direction and its subsequent deceleration, felt a surge of elation. Suddenly, a robust wild boar beast rolled in the murky mud, each movement sending splashes of filthy water onto the shore. With a contented grunt, the boar, feeling somewhat peckish, ceased its playful tumbling and clambered out of the mire. Not far away, the grass rustled, catching the attention of the foraging boar. In the next moment, 2 figures, a larger and a smaller one, leapt from the tangled underbrush. At last, Lindley caught up with the rabbit-like beast, decisively thrusting his spiritual weapon, a longsword. Fourth. Just like the previous rabbit-like beast he had slain, the sword radiated a faint golden light as it penetrated the creature's small skull with precision and force. With a thud, the rabbit beast fell heavily onto the muddy bank, its not insignificant body stirring up a cloud of dust. Haha, at last. My expenses for electricity and meals are assured. As Lin Li watched the twitching body of the rabbit beast, a broad smile graced his face. However, a familiar grunt suddenly echoed in his ears, causing the smile to freeze and rapidly fade. Turning to the right, he beheld the source of the sound, a formidable wild boar, measuring 1 meter in length and standing 1 meter tall, adorned with sparse, coarse bristles and exhibiting a deep brown hue, complete with 2 sharp tusks protruding from its mouth. Goodness, what a massive wild boar! If it charges at me, my slender arms and legs would surely not withstand the impact. The joy of dispatching the rabbit beast evaporated in that instant, and the tension that had been absent throughout the day returned to Lin Li's heart. The wild boar, an omnivorous creature, glanced at the lifeless rabbit beast and then at the tender human before it, contemplating its upcoming lunch and dinner with anticipation. A contented grunt, filled with joy, reached Lin Li's ears, and at that moment, he found himself experiencing the mindset of the rabbit-like beast he had recently slain. Goodness, this formidable wild boar beast seems poised to regard me as its next meal. Anxiety coursed through him, causing his palms to perspire profusely. Gripped by tension, Lin Li tightly clutched the spiritual long sword in his hand and began to retreat cautiously. Although the carcass of the rabbit beast lay not far from him, he yearned to take it with him. After all, it represented his electricity and food expenses. Yet, the imposing wild boar beast before him possessed an unknown level of strength. If he rashly attempted to seize the rabbit's corpse, he could easily find himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. The wild boar beast, boasting peak first-tier prowess, observed the tender, delicate human with a mixture of fear and pride. It let out a self-satisfied grunt, taking a step closer. The deceased rabbit beast would not suffice to satiate its hunger. It could not allow this fragile human to escape. His heart raced furiously. Lin Li realized that with each step he took backward, the wild boar beast advanced toward him. This behavior made its intentions abundantly clear. If I were to turn and flee now, my swiftness should enable me to evade the ferocious wild boar beast. In the wilderness, one must never expose their back to a beast, for this could very well spell the end of their life. Just as Lin Li was about to turn and flee, the admonition from the examiner of the Beast Hunter Guild, Hao Zhuang, resonated in his mind, instantly dispelling his thoughts of escape. Chapter 20. It turns out I have this means of survival. Humph. The wild boar beast, noticing Lin Li's stillness, emitted a grunt and took a deliberate step forward, slowly closing the distance. It aimed to exert pressure on this delicate human, compelling him to turn and run. Should Lin Li succumb to the urge to flee, exposing his back, that would present the ideal opportunity for the beast to strike. The strategy of this battle-hardened wild boar was astute, had Lin Li not heeded Hao Zhuang's warning. The relentless advance of the creature would have undoubtedly forced the inexperienced Lin Li to yield to panic, revealing his vulnerabilities. Yet now, regardless of the beast's relentless pursuit, Lin Li remained resolute, refusing to entertain thoughts of retreat. Damn it, if fleeing equates to certain death, then I shall confront you head-on. The outcome remains uncertain. Lin Li gritted his teeth, channeling his internal energy into the spiritual weapon in his grasp, preparing for a decisive battle with the encroaching wild boar beast. However, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Aside from fleeing, there existed alternative means of survival. As Lin Li readied himself for combat against the wild boar beast, a critical piece of information that he had previously overlooked in his panic resurfaced in his mind. Damn, how foolish I have been. With the golden finger at my disposal, I am indeed a man of exceptional fortune. Now, wishing to evade this wild boar beast, I shall simply seek refuge on the mysterious island. As the boar creature relentlessly closed in, it suddenly caught sight of me, a tender and delicate human, and a carefree smile spread across its face. It sensed that my fear had completely vanished in that moment. Ha ha ha. With such a means of self-preservation, as long as I am not swiftly annihilated, what I have to fear? Lin Li burst into hearty laughter, causing the advancing wild boar beast to halt in its tracks. Humph. The wild boar beast huffed in confusion, pondering whether this delicate human had indeed lost his sanity upon suddenly erupting in laughter. Stop dawdling, come forth. With no concerns weighing on him, Lin Li extended his left hand, beckoning the beast with his index finger. Clearly, The wild boar beast could not comprehend such a provocative gesture from a human, prompting Linley to adopt a different approach. Observing the wild boar beast standing still, gazing at him with a fool's expression, he raised his right foot and kicked a small stone beneath him. Whoosh! The stone soared into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before striking the beast squarely on its forehead. Humph! Although the stone did not inflict any harm, the act itself was a grave provocation, igniting a surge of fury within the wild boar beast. Linley looked upon the enraged creature, which furiously scraped the ground with its front foot, and remarked, "Ha ha! This method of provocation is indeed the most direct." Chirp, chirp! A flock of birds soared overhead, and upon spotting a confrontation between a man and a beast at the edge of a muddy pond, they promptly veered away, settling upon a nearby grand tree to await the impending clash. Humph! The wild boar beast emitted a piercing grunt after furrowing the ground repeatedly. Suddenly, a faint golden aura enveloped its form. With concerns now alleviated, Linley, who had previously worn a relaxed expression, found his demeanor shifting to one of gravity upon witnessing the ethereal glow surrounding the wild boar beast. Although his current cultivation level rendered him unable to precisely gauge the beast's prowess, the sight of the golden luminescence suggested that, regardless of its perceived weakness, it likely possessed a formidable first-tier high-rank cultivation, or perhaps even a peak first-tier strength akin to his own. In the face of an opponent of similar caliber, underestimating the adversary would be the epitome of arrogance, and should he be vanquished by the beast, it would be a fitting consequence. Linley, whose temperament leaned towards the composed, never considered himself arrogant. Upon observing the wild boar beast harnessing its spiritual energy, he did not afford it the opportunity to strike first. Instead, he charged forward, initiating his attack. This decision was prudent. Once the robust wild boar beast launched its assault, Linley, with his slight frame, would undoubtedly find himself unable to withstand it directly, leaving him with no choice but to evade, thus placing himself at a disadvantage. The wild boar beast, taken aback by the audacity of the delicate human charging towards it, felt an unexpected wave of surprise. After all, just a moment ago, the creature had been filled with fear, retreating in search of an escape. Yet now, not only had it lost its trepidation, but it also took the initiative to launch an attack, leaving him utterly perplexed. The two were merely 16 or 17 meters apart when Linley, the aggressor, swiftly closed the distance to confront the wild boar beast. He raised his long sword, shimmering with a soft golden light, and aimed for the creature's eyes. The eyes, being an exceedingly vulnerable part of any being, if struck by the enchanted blade, would surely inflict grave injuries on the wild boar, potentially even resulting in its immediate demise. With a sharp snort, the wild boar beast veered to the right to evade the attack. How can such a robust creature react so swiftly? Linley silently cursed as he missed his strike. He then twisted his waist, pushing off the ground with his right foot, and continued his pursuit of the retreating beast. However, as Linley lunged again, the wild boar beast attempted to evade once more. This time, it could not escape Linley's accelerated assault. The enchanted sword grazed its hindquarters, leaving a gash from which blood gushed forth, eliciting a deafening howl from the creature. "So, you are not as formidable as I once thought. I can't believe I was so intimidated by you earlier." Yet, Linley's moment of triumph was swiftly eclipsed as he faced the beast's retaliation. The wild boar, having sustained a wound to its rear, ceased its retreat after its thunderous cry. With its powerful forelimbs braced against the ground, it forcefully propelled itself, altering its trajectory to charge fiercely at Linley. The sharp fangs, cloaked in a soft golden luminescence, radiated a piercing brilliance. If one were to be impaled, it would undoubtedly penetrate the flesh, leaving two gaping wounds. Linley hastily sidestepped, narrowly evading the ferocious counterattack of the wild boar beast. Yet, as they passed each other, the beast's massive body suddenly twisted, and its injured hindquarters collided forcefully with Linley. With a thud, the nearly 140-pound Linley was sent sprawling by the robust creature. After hitting the ground, he quickly scrambled to his feet, feeling an intense sting in his left hand. The fall must have lacerated his palm. Chapter 21. Delivering my final blow, however, he had no time to spare contemplating the injury to his left hand, for the wild boar beast charged at him once more. The charging beast was formidable, channeling its spiritual energy into its two sharp fangs. It was acutely aware that the delicate human body before it was exceedingly fragile. With its empowered fangs, a single thrust would surely spell doom for the human. Humph! The charging wild boar beast noticed that the seemingly tender human stood rooted in place, which sparked a flicker of confusion. Had its ferocious charge rendered the opponent paralyzed with fear? Suddenly, Lin Li raised his injured left hand, and a faint golden glow flickered in his palm, from which a small fireball, about the size of a pigeon egg, materialized. Infused with energy, a small fireball, no larger than a pigeon egg, rapidly expanded in Lin Li's palm, swelling to the size of an apple in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he hurled the fiery orb toward the charging wild boar beast. At that moment, the beast comprehended the reason behind the human's stillness. It was armed with a potent weapon. The blazing fireball surged forward, and despite the wild boar's attempts to evade, its momentum rendered it unable to escape in time. With a resounding impact, the fireball struck the beast squarely on its forehead, detonating and leaving it disoriented, while the fiery shards singed its bristly fur. The urgent sound of pounding hooves echoed nearer, yet the wild boar, overwhelmed by the searing pain and confusion, struggled to keep its eyes open. Lin Li, seizing the opportunity, approached the dazed creature, raising his right hand. The long sword, a spiritual artifact radiating a soft, golden glow, suddenly thrust toward the beast's head. The blade pierced one of the wild boar's eyes, delivering a grievous blow that elicited a pained howl. In a frantic response, the beast violently shook its head, demonstrating the inexperience of the newcomer. The sudden force caused Lin Li to lose his grip on the spiritual sword. During the battle against the extraordinary beast, Lin Li inadvertently lost grip of his weapon, an error most grievous. Aware of his significant misstep, he promptly retreated, creating a considerable distance. The spiritual sword, which had been embedded in the eye socket of the wild boar beast, severed its connection with its master, the faint golden glow emanating from the blade extinguishing instantly. The grievously wounded wild boar beast let out continuous wails of agony, tilting its head up and down and rotating it left and right in a desperate attempt to dislodge the sword deeply embedded in its eye. However, the force with which Lin Li had thrust the blade ensured it remained firmly lodged within. Blood dripped steadily from the eye socket, staining the lush green grass beneath with a crimson hue. Receive my final strike. In its excruciating pain, the wild boar beast suddenly heard a resounding roar from the human who had inflicted its injuries. It hastily turned its remaining eye towards the source of the sound. Whoosh! A fireball, the size of a soccer ball, surged towards the wild boar beast's eye. There was no need for contemplation regarding the potency of this fiery projectile. The previous apple-sized fireball had already left it dazed and disoriented. Now, confronted with a fireball several times larger, its power was beyond doubt. The wild boar beast attempted to evade the oncoming inferno, but just as it moved its right front leg, its body suddenly weakening, a blazing fireball struck the head of the paralyzed wild boar beast with a scorching intensity. The explosion resonated with a deafening roar, sending waves of heat radiating outward for several meters, incinerating the fresh blades of grass beneath. With a resounding thud, the wild boar beast, having been hit squarely by the barrage of fireballs, collapsed to the ground, producing a heavy sound upon impact. It lay lifeless. This creature of peak first-tier strength, obliterated by the relentless assault of fire. A gaping hole marred its head, the wound charred and emitting a foul, burnt odor. Gasping for breath, Lin Li felt the immense toll this fierce battle had taken on both his mental and physical reserves. The prolonged tension and psychological strain during the confrontation weighed heavily on him. Had it not been for the fireball technique, his ultimate trump card, he would have been forced to retreat in disarray to the mysterious island when confronted with the boar beast's ferocious charge. Observing the fallen wild boar beast, Lin Li murmured to himself. This harrowing encounter had deepened his understanding of the ferocity possessed by these creatures. In the distance, a flock of birds chattered excitedly, astonished by the sight of the human who had emerged victorious. The formidable wild boar beast, known as the most powerful creature in the vicinity, had been unexpectedly vanquished by this seemingly frail individual, truly a surprising turn of events. After taking a deep breath, Lin Li approached the lifeless body of the wild boar beast, reaching out to grasp the spirit artifact sword embedded in its eye socket. With a firm tug, he extracted the sword. Immediately afterward, he hurried to the edge of a muddy pond, rinsing the blood from the spirit artifact sword in the water. Once it was cleaned thoroughly, he meticulously examined the sword and found it to be undamaged, prompting a long sigh of relief. After all, this spirit artifact sword had cost him half of his savings. Had it been ruined in this battle, he would likely have spent a sleepless night in anguish. With the sword confirmed intact, Lin Li turned his gaze back to the two beast corpses, a broad smile spreading across his face. Haha, that rabbit beast must weigh around 40 to 50 pounds, while the wild boar beast, conservatively estimated, weighs at least 300 pounds. Previously, I purchased 3 pounds of wild boar meat from the market for 300 yuan, excluding the inedible parts. These two beast corpses could fetch between 20 to 30,000 yuan. Time was of the essence. He needed to transport the two beast corpses back to the city promptly. With only 30 yuan left to his name, Lin Li was in urgent need of funds to replenish his empty wallet. The feeling of being broke was utterly disheartening. Chapter 22. Advancements in transportation methods. Conventionally, when beast hunters capture large prey in the wild, they cannot carry everything back and must only take what they can manage. However, with the advancement of technology, such practices have long been rendered obsolete. Upon capturing a colossal prey, one merely needs to be willing to expend a certain fee to transport it entirely. Lin Li, with a flicker of inspiration, retrieved his backpack from the enigmatic island, unzipped it, and extracted his mobile phone. Unlocking the screen, he accessed an application named Efficient Recovery. This platform is a logistics company dedicated to serving exotic beast hunters, with operations spanning across various cities nationwide. After an exotic beast hunter has slain a creature in the wild, they can summon an unmanned transport drone through the company's application. At that point, one simply needs to place the hunted beast onto the drone, which will then safely convey the catch to the expansive cold storage warehouses within the city. Furthermore, Efficient Recovery assists hunters in selling the exotic meat, thereby providing an exceptionally considerate all-in-one service. After launching the application, Lin Li pinpointed his location and placed an order for a small, unmanned transport drone. Oddly enough, Lin Li found himself with a mere 30 yuan remaining. How could he afford to summon a drone? It is noteworthy that the cost to summon a small drone from Efficient Recovery is 300 yuan, making it impossible for Lin Li to pay with only a few dozen yuan at his disposal. The truth is, Lin Li is able to request the drone service because Efficient Recovery offers a pay-after-service model. Once they have collected the exotic beast hunted by the client and facilitated its sale, they will automatically deduct the drone summon fee from the proceeds of the sale. At approximately 1:20 p.m., during the peak of the afternoon sun, the temperature in the wilderness soared above 30 degrees. The cicadas sang their fervent chorus, their excitement intensifying with the rising heat. After placing his order, Lin Li observed the software's backend notification confirming receipt of his request, indicating that an unmanned transport drone was en route to his location, expected to arrive in about 15 minutes. The drone is quite swift. Lin Li mused to himself as he locked his phone and tucked it away in his pocket. A sharp pain surged through his hand, a reminder of the recent clash with a wild boar-like beast, which had struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. While the injury was not grievous, his left palm had met the earth first, resulting in a 5-centimeter laceration from the small stones beneath. The adrenaline of the fierce battle had dulled his awareness of the pain, but now that the tumult had subsided, the throbbing agony consumed his attention. This was the first time he had sustained such a serious injury. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Although blood seeped from the cut, it was not profuse. He retrieved his pre-prepared medical supplies from his backpack: antiseptic alcohol, medical gauze, cotton swabs, and a 30-gram tube of ointment purchased for 3,000 yuan. After meticulously cleansing the wound on his left hand with medical alcohol, Lin Li could not suppress a low groan of pain, having never experienced such agony before. Oh dear, how can it be this painful? Although he had taken great care to apply the alcohol gently, the intensity of the pain was not contingent upon his cautiousness. Clenching his teeth, he tended to his injury, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After painstakingly disinfecting the wound, Lin Li exhaled a sigh of relief, his body relaxing momentarily. Phew, this wound care is far more arduous than battling that wild boar beast earlier. Now, he needed to apply the ointment. Hoping it would not provoke such a fierce reaction as the alcohol had, a tinge of apprehension gripped him as he grasped the tube of ointment he had purchased for 3,000 yuan, hesitation evident on his face. The previous sting from the alcohol still fresh in his memory. After a few moments of indecision, he noticed the long gash on his hand oozing blood once more, and with a determined bite of his teeth, he twisted off the cap. He first inhaled the aroma, discovering a refreshing herbal scent emanating from the ointment. Devoid of any harshness, he squeezed a small amount onto his palm and applied it to the wound. As the cool, soothing ointment made contact with his injury, Lin Li could not help but let out a soft moan of pleasure. It doesn't hurt at all. This feels so wonderful. Understanding that this ointment would not inflict excruciating pain upon him, Linley promptly squeezed out a bit more to apply to his wound, gently and evenly spreading it with a medical cotton swab. In no time, the bleeding wound was uniformly coated with the white salve, just as the charming saleswoman had mentioned. The hemostatic effect of this ointment was indeed remarkable, explaining its widespread popularity among practitioners, if only it were a tad cheaper. Linley gazed at the lengthy gash on his left hand, and upon applying the white ointment, the bleeding ceased immediately. He mused that the 3,000 yuan he had spent earlier was well worth it. Subsequently, he wrapped his treated left hand in medical gauze, securing it with a firm knot, thus completing his rudimentary self-treatment. Now, all that remained was to wait for the arrival of the unmanned transport drone he had summoned. The efficient recovery drone did not keep Linley waiting for long, arriving a couple of minutes ahead of the time indicated by the software. A circular 8-wing drone, with a diameter of 5 meters, appeared on the horizon, swiftly navigating toward the coordinates he had provided. The unmanned drone technology on this blue planet is remarkably more advanced than that on Earth, Linley muttered to himself as he observed the small aircraft approaching rapidly. Beneath this circular 8-winged drone hung a scaled-down container. It hovered above Linley's head, its camera scanning the area below before gradually descending toward the location of the carcass of the wild boar. Bang! The miniature container gently descended onto the verdant grass. While the unmanned aerial vehicle hovering above ceased its descent upon detecting the container's landing, it remained suspended in midair, awaiting the client to deposit the captured prey within. Chapter 23. Time is priceless. The lock of this compact container operated on facial recognition technology. Linley approached the container and leaned his face against the electronic screen above. The screen initiated the identification process, and upon confirming the identity of the ordering client, the electronic lock released automatically. Linley then began to maneuver the carcasses of the anomalous rabbit and the wild boar into the container. The rabbit, nearly a meter tall, yet weighing only a few dozen pounds, was effortlessly placed inside. Conversely, the 300-pound wild boar presented a more formidable challenge. Linley exerted considerable effort to drag it into the container, panting lightly after the strenuous task of loading the wild boar's body. Linley wiped the sweat from his brow. He reflected on why other beast hunters often formed teams for collective ventures, aside from enhancing safety. Having companions to assist in transporting larger prey was invaluable. The interior of this miniature container was surprisingly spacious. Accommodating both the 300-pound wild boar and the rabbit did not feel cramped at all. Linley estimated that there was still ample room for yet another wild boar. After securing the prey within the container, Linley closed the door. As he did so, the electronic lock on the container emitted a crisp sound, followed by a confirmation option for return appearing on the digital screen. Linley reached out to select that option, and the hovering unmanned transport drone began to ascend. The 8 propellers of the drone buzzed loudly, effortlessly lifting the compact container, which held over 300 pounds of exotic beast meat. Upon reaching an altitude of 300 meters, the drone set its course towards the urban area. Mission accomplished. Now he merely awaited the arrival of funds. Standing by the muddy pond, Linley gazed at the receding drone, his heart brimming with anticipation. He had no choice. His current financial state was dire. The recent skirmish with the wild boar beast had drained much of his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly fatigued. It was best to rest for the day and resume the fight tomorrow. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass behind him. A rabbit-like beast leaped out from the underbrush. Just as Linley was about to head home for a well-deserved rest, he locked eyes with the unexpected creature. His eyes sparkled with determination. There was no time to waste on retreat. He resolved to eliminate this rabbit beast before returning home. With a swift motion, Linley wielded his weapon, a spiritually imbued longsword radiating a soft golden light, and thrust it decisively into the neck of the rabbit beast, panting heavily as he did so. From morning until now, I only took a brief respite during lunch. After such an arduous endeavor, my physical strength has been significantly depleted, and at this moment, Linley's accuracy in his attacks has notably diminished. Originally intending to strike the rabbit beast's head, he instead found his weapon piercing its neck. Although his spiritual sword had pierced the creature's neck, it failed to penetrate entirely. The severely wounded rabbit beast, now enraged, twisted its neck, freeing itself from the sword, and lunged violently at Linley. However, the disparity in their strengths was considerable. Coupled with the fact that this rabbit beast was merely at the initial stage of the first tier and severely injured, it was easily sent flying by a swift kick from Linley. With a thud, the rabbit beast soared backward, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. Just as it attempted to rise from the grass, Lin Li rushed forward, gripping the hilt of his spiritual sword with both hands, the blade pointed downward, and thrust forcefully towards the rabbit beast. With a sickening squelch, the sword pierced its brain, effectively nailing it to the ground. Breathing heavily, Lin Li gazed at the lifeless rabbit beast and murmured to himself, "I truly lack the strength to continue battling other beasts. I must return home to rest." Extracting the spiritual sword from the creature's head, he crouched down, touched the rabbit beast's corpse, and stored it within the confines of a mysterious aisle before hastily making his way towards the city. Blood from the rabbit beast pooled on the ground, staining a small patch of grass crimson, as the metallic scent wafted away with the breeze into the depths of the wilderness. Amidst the rustling foliage, a lithe figure deftly navigated through the lush undergrowth, occasionally inhaling the metallic scent of blood to discern its bearings. Moments after Lin Li's departure, a formidable gray wolf, measuring 1.5 meters in length and standing 80 centimeters tall, arrived at the site where Lin Li had recently vanquished a rabbit beast. The wolf lowered its head to sniff the blood-soaked earth, scanning its surroundings but finding no remnants of its prey. A mournful howl escaped its lips, echoing its disappointment at finding nothing after venturing so far. With its stomach growling in hunger, the wolf plunged into the verdant thicket, seeking its usual hunting grounds. Fortuitously, Lin Li had hastily returned to the city after slaying the rabbit beast. Otherwise, he would have faced the imminent threat of the blood-tracking gray wolf. The sun hung low in the sky as a figure wielding a spiritual longsword advanced briskly through the underbrush. Upon catching sight of the distant, straight road, a radiant smile spread across his face, prompting him to quicken his pace towards it. Finally, he had emerged into the open. As Lin Li embarked on his journey home, he proceeded with caution. The moment he set foot on the smooth pavement, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. Here, he was in a safe zone. However, he still had nearly half an hour to traverse before he could return to the city, as he was still quite far from the main thoroughfare, Changhua Avenue, where taxis would be willing to venture. One cannot possibly traverse the wilderness on foot each time. The round trip consumes an entire hour. An hour for a single journey translates to 10 hours for 10 trips, and 100 hours for 100 excursions. Time, indeed, is an invaluable treasure. Upon entering the safety zone, Lin Li placed his spiritual sword upon the mysterious aisle, all the while pondering as he strolled along Changhua Avenue. At this juncture, his finances were insufficient to acquire a vehicle, compelling him to seek a more modest alternative, renting a second-hand car for transportation. I recall passing by a newly established car rental company while en route to the market for exotic beast meat. I shall visit that establishment tomorrow morning. If the rental fees are reasonable, I shall procure a vehicle right there. Chapter 24. A glance of compassion. Half an hour later, Lin Li, having traversed the highway on foot, finally arrived at Changhua Avenue. He sought refuge from the harsh sunlight beneath the shade of a roadside tree. Extracting his mobile phone from his pocket, he opened the ride-hailing app and placed his order. Leaning against the trunk of the tree, he closed his eyes in anticipation. Moments later, a taxi approached in the distance, driven by a young man, perhaps 5 or 6 years Lin Li's senior. Upon noticing someone waving beneath the tree, he promptly halted the vehicle before him. "Is this your ride?" "Indeed. Allow me to show you my order number." "No need. Just get in. I've driven all this way, and you are the only one here." Click. Bang. Lin Li nodded slightly, then opened the car door and settled into the back seat. The young driver deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, turning the vehicle towards the city center. After toiling in the perilous wilderness for half a day, Lin Li sank into the plush seat, his weary body quickly succumbing to drowsiness. The driver, glancing through the rearview mirror, scrutinized Lin Li, particularly noting the unsightly bandage wrapped around his left hand. Dressed in a camouflage uniform speckled with grass, his face bore the marks of exhaustion, and coupled with his injury, it became evident that this passenger was a beast hunter, most likely a novice. How unfortunate this newcomer appeared. The driver had encountered numerous beast hunters before, usually laden with backpacks and weapons, which were indeed essential gear for their trade. Yet, this young beast hunter, who looked to be a few years his junior, possessed nothing but the camouflage attire on his back. It seemed he might have encountered a beast attack in the wild and fled in a state of panic. The phrase abandoning one's armor and fleeing suddenly surfaced in the driver's imaginative mind. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. And when he cast another glance at Lin Li, his eyes filled with sympathy. He contemplated offering some words of comfort. suggesting that losing one's weapons was inconsequential as long as life was preserved. However, just as the words were poised on his lips, he hesitated, realizing that such sentiments might not be well received. After all, it was said that the weapons wielded by these beast hunters were specialized spiritual energy weapons, with the cheapest costing several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand indeed, after tirelessly toiling as a taxi driver for an entire month. His meager earnings barely amount to 6 or 7,000 yuan, rendering it a lengthy endeavor to afford a single psychic weapon. This young man, a few years his junior, ventured into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, returning empty-handed, only to lose a rather expensive psychic weapon in the process. Alas, what a tragic turn of events. At this moment, the weary Lin Li remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a pitiable figure in the eyes of the taxi driver. Yet, even if Lin Li were aware of the driver's perception, he would be indifferent. His mind was solely preoccupied with the desire to return home, indulge in a hot shower, and then recline on his bed for a brief respite. Creak. The journey proceeded smoothly, and after a little over 20 minutes, the taxi halted at the entrance of the Ping and Garden community. Having paid 25 yuan for the fare, Lin Li alighted from the vehicle. As he prepared to enter the community, he noticed a girl by the roadside enjoying an ice cream. After a moment's contemplation, he pursed his lips and headed towards the convenience store at the community entrance. Spending 5 yuan, he purchased a chocolate-flavored ice cream, opened the packaging, and disposed of it in the nearby trash bin, savoring it as he walked. With that final 5 yuan spent, Lin Li found himself nearly destitute. Yet he felt no anxiety. Earlier, he had perused the app, discovering that the Yusu Recycling Company had already stored the exotic wild boar and rabbit beasts he had hunted in their refrigerated warehouse. Soon, the sales process would commence, and it would not be long before he received a payment. Shaolin, weren't you supposed to go camping with your friends? Why have you returned so early? What happened to your hand? As Lin Li prepared to enter the corridor of Building 6 after finishing his ice cream, Aunt Wang, who was taking out the trash, happened to approach from a distance and caught sight of him. Encountering Aunt Wang unexpectedly, I must remember to leave my camouflage uniform on the mysterious island before venturing out, and only change into it upon arrival at my destination to avoid such inconveniences in the future. Noticing the concern in Aunt Wang's gaze directed towards his injured left hand, Lin Li smiled as he explained, I accidentally fell while camping and hurt my hand, so I returned early. Is it serious? She inquired. Just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. A few days of rest will suffice. Upon hearing Lin Li's words, Aunt Wang's worry dissipated immediately. You carry on. I shall head home now. All right. Lin Li turned to enter the corridor, only to find the elevator sealed with a notice indicating that it was out of order and in need of repair. Ceasing operations for the day. After reading the notice, Lin Li silently lamented his misfortune and redirected himself towards the adjacent emergency exit. Thankfully, residing on the 6th floor meant that he would soon reach his doorstep. With a thought, he retrieved his backpack from the mysterious island, unzipped it, and took out the key to his home. Click. He opened the door and stepped inside, promptly securing it behind him. At last, he was home. How comforting it felt. Lin Li removed his shoes and placed them in the shoe cabinet, quickly slipping into his indoor slippers as he made his way into the living room. Snap. He casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa and then turned to enter his bedroom. Before long, he emerged with a change of clothes, heading to the bathroom for a shower. As the sun began its descent, the weary orb, having labored throughout the day, prepared to retreat homeward, leaving behind a vibrant crimson glow as its final farewell. Click. The bedroom door swung open, and Lin Li, having just awakened from a brief slumber, stepped out. Stifling a yawn, the short rest had replenished his energy, and he felt invigorated enough to engage in a fierce battle with the wild boar-like creature he had previously vanquished. Going for 300 rounds. Turning his gaze toward the window, he noted the encroaching darkness, the streetlights soon to flicker to life. Lin Li settled onto the sofa in the living room, yearning for a piece of fruit, only to discover that the fruit platter had long been emptied. He picked up the remote control from the coffee table and pressed the power button, only to find that the television remained unresponsive. Could it be? The television was broken? He had purchased it just last year. Seeing his sleek, ultra-thin television, which had cost him over 6,000 yuan, lying inoperable left Lin Li utterly astonished. Chapter 25. Even unable to afford the electricity bill, a tale of woe. When Lin Li had initially bought this television, he had scoured the internet for user reviews, which praised the brand for its exceptional quality, claiming that it would function flawlessly for a decade or more. Yet now, barely a year into ownership, it refused to turn on. Others enjoyed their devices without issue, while he was left to grapple with such misfortune. Surely, his luck could not be this dire. Fortunately, the television is still under warranty. Just as Lin Li was about to contact customer service, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a specific spot on the screen. Under normal circumstances, a small light would be illuminated in that area, indicating that the television was powered on. However, the light had now extinguished, which could only mean one thing. Could it be that the power has gone out? To confirm his suspicion, Lin Li promptly rose to flip the switches of the lights in his home. Click, click, click. He tried several switches, yet not a single light flickered to life. Truly, one fears what one dreads most. Lin Li muttered under his breath, then picked up his phone and opened the electricity payment application, which displayed that he was 2 months overdue, totaling 375 yuan, currently under a power suspension. It was indeed due to unpaid bills that the power had been cut. Rubbing his head in realization, Lin Li immediately accessed another application on his phone. The backend system of Yusu Recycling informed him, "Your goods are currently being processed, please be patient." This was disastrous. The rabbit beast and wild boar beast were still being processed, and he couldn't receive any funds at present. Now devoid of any money, darkness would soon descend upon his home. To make matters worse, his phone's battery was only at 15%. In this day and age, the impact of a phone dying is immensely significant. The importance of a mobile device in contemporary life can be likened to a recent news story that I came across. A person lay upon the operating table, and after the surgical procedure, still under the influence of anesthesia, the patient, in a dazed state, unexpectedly raised his right hand and pretended to engage with his mobile phone. Upon noticing that the battery displayed a mere 15% charge, Lin Li's mind instantly conjured thoughts of conserving power. Subsequently, he navigated to the settings of his phone, dimmed the screen brightness, and locked the device. As long as he refrained from interacting with it, the phone could endure in standby mode for an additional 7 or 8 hours. In his current state of financial destitution, paying the electricity bill was out of the question. The sole path to resolution lay in waiting. He would rely on Yusu Recycling to sell his captured goods, and once the funds were received, all challenges would dissipate. How could I have fallen so low that I cannot even afford to pay for electricity? Lin Li sat on the sofa, musing in a state of melancholy. Just as he contemplated conserving battery life to ensure his phone lasted until the payment from Yusu Recycling arrived, a call interrupted his thoughts. Who could it be? Do they not realize that answering the phone consumes a significant amount of power? Lin Li muttered, reaching for his phone to check the caller, discovering it was Su Yu. He answered the call, inquiring, "Hello, what's the matter?" "Lin Li, an elderly gentleman in my neighborhood just returned from fishing by the river and generously gifted me several black fish. I plan to make a blackfish soup for dinner. Would you care to join me?" "Sure. I'll head over right away," Lin Li replied eagerly. As for his injury, the bruised right arm was recovering more swiftly than he had anticipated. His left hand, wrapped in a layer of white medical gauze, concealed the true nature of his injury. A flimsy excuse would suffice to distract from the reality. After concluding his conversation with Su Yu, Lin Li noticed that his phone battery had dwindled to a mere 14%. However, at this moment, he felt no anxiety regarding the impending power failure, for he was on his way to Su Yu's home for dinner, where he could conveniently charge his phone while enjoying a meal. Should he bring a charger? Perhaps it was unnecessary, as Su Yu undoubtedly had one. Modern chargers were universally compatible. The thought of carrying his own to a casual dinner seemed rather peculiar. Knock, knock. Knock. Here she comes. With a click, the door swung open. Su Yu appeared before Lin Li, her figure as captivating as a blooming rose. Dressed in a simple yet elegant blue spaghetti strap dress, devoid of excessive adornments, the garment clung perfectly to her form, accentuating her curves, slender waist, and long legs. Under the soft glow of the lights, her silhouette was alluringly defined, exuding a fiery charm. Lin Li was momentarily rendered speechless, while Su Yu was fully aware of her own beauty. Prior to his arrival, she had admired herself in the mirror several times, and now, witnessing his dazed expression brought her immense joy, as if sweetened by honey. "Oh, Lin Li, what happened to your left hand?" Su Yu suddenly noticed the bandaged injury and inquired with genuine concern. Regaining his composure, Lin Li raised his injured left hand, flexing it effortlessly with a smile as he recited the explanation he had prepared in advance. He casually claimed it was merely a minor mishap from cutting vegetables at noon, assuring that he had applied ointment and would be fine in a few days. Oh, how clumsy can you be? Cutting yourself while chopping vegetables. Isn't that a rather common occurrence? Who told you that? Lin Fei retorted, momentarily silenced, inwardly scoffing. You possess an extraordinary talent. I can hardly compare myself to you. All right. The fish soup is nearly finished simmering. Hurry and come inside. Su Yu, without a hint of doubt regarding Lin Li's fabricated tale, mumbled under her breath before bending down to retrieve Lin Li's designated indoor slippers from the shoe cabinet. The snug fit of her attire accentuated the allure of her unintentional movements, captivating in their subtlety. Prosperity, civilization, freedom, equality, justice, integrity. Humph, such trifles shall not defeat me. As Lin Li softly recited a calming mantra from another realm, he turned his head to avoid gazing at Su Yu. What are you mumbling about? Su Yu inquired, placing the slippers before him, her curiosity piqued. Nothing, Lin Li hurriedly replied, slipping on the slippers and hastening towards the kitchen. Observing his somewhat flustered demeanor, Su Yu could no longer suppress a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning little fox, gracing her beautiful face. In the kitchen, a gentle flame flickered upon the stove, and the melodious bubbling of fish soup emanated from the iron pot, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma that wafted outward. Utterly delightful. On the table lay 4 meticulously prepared dishes, tangy and spicy shredded potatoes, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried kidney, and pan-fried ribbon fish, all of which were Lin Li's favorites. However, to be precise, it was not merely these dishes that delighted him, but rather any meal crafted by Su Yu, who had a culinary touch that he relished. For the past couple of days, his meals had been limited to either egg and shredded pork noodles or self-heating rice, leaving Lin Li yearning for a proper home-cooked meal. Upon seeing the array of dishes before him, his mouth watered involuntarily, and he swallowed hard. Why are you standing there? Come take a seat. I'll go serve the fish soup, Su Yu said as she approached from behind, gently patting Lin Li on the shoulder. Oh, he nodded, hastily pulling out a chair and sitting down. As he watched Su Yu gracefully glide into the kitchen to fetch the soup, a thought crossed his mind. Alas, Su Yu was not only beautiful, but also an exquisite cook. If only she were my girlfriend. But how foolish. There are countless suitors vying for her attention. I stand no chance. Shaking his head, Lin Li dismissed his unrealistic daydreams and suddenly recalled an important task he had neglected. Su Yu, my phone is about to die. May I borrow your charger for a moment? The charger is on my bedside table in my bedroom. Feel free to help yourself. Su Yu replied while ladling the fish soup. Lin Li rose from the dining area and made his way towards Su Yu's bedroom. Click. As Lin Li pushed open the door to Su Yu's bedroom and stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids, a scent that was undoubtedly not derived from any perfume. Instinctively wrinkling his nose, he reached out to switch on the light. With the illumination, the darkness of the room was swiftly dispelled. His gaze shifted to the bedside table, where he promptly spotted the charger that Su Yu had mentioned. Approaching the table, he bent down and grasped the charger in his hand. However, just as he prepared to turn and leave, a fleeting glance at Su Yu's bed halted his movements abruptly. The white sheets were conspicuously adorned with several intimate purple lace garments. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room. The urgency of the steps indicated that the owner was somewhat anxious, given that there were only the 2 of them in the house. The identity of the approaching person was all too clear. Startled by the rapid footsteps, Lin Li quickly averted his gaze and feigned nonchalance as he made his way toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he collided with Su Yu, who was hastily entering the room. Ah, she exclaimed, her body swaying perilously to the side. Sensing her imminent fall, Lin Li reacted swiftly, extending his right hand to grasp her delicate, porcelain wrist, which was flailing in the air. With a gentle tug, he pulled her back into his embrace. The initial collision was abrupt, leaving Lin Li with little sensation, yet the current intimate contact allowed him to distinctly perceive Su Yu's expansive embrace. Such a spectacle could overwhelm even the most seasoned of veterans, let alone a novice like Lin Li, who had never engaged in a romantic relationship. In an effort to avoid embarrassment before Su Yu, Lin Li hastily placed his hand on her shoulder, gently pushing her away from his grasp. You startled me, Su Yu remarked, patting her ample bosom, the tumultuous sight rendering Lin Li unable to meet her gaze. So fierce. I'm famished. I shall go dine now. With a flustered response, Lin Li quickly made his way toward the dining area. Su Yu stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Li's hasty retreat before glancing at her bed. The purple intimate garments were conspicuously arranged upon the bedding. The thought of Lin Li having seen those personal items caused Su Yu, who usually exuded a carefree demeanor, to flush a delicate crimson across her fair cheeks. At the dining table, Lin Li and Su Yu sat in silence, their meal contrasting sharply with their usual dining interactions. How awkward, Lin Li mused internally. Why did I rush away so hastily? His gaze remained fixated on the dishes before him, utterly reluctant to meet Su Yu's current expression. So embarrassing. I should have put my laundry in the wardrobe. Despite harboring a sense of shyness, Su Yu maintained a semblance of composure, discreetly observing Lin Li while partaking in her meal. As she observed Lin Li engrossed in the noble enterprise of dining, her shyness gradually dissipated. What do I have to be shy about? Could this timid soul truly dare to tease me? The tranquil atmosphere of the meal did not endure for long. Once all traces of shyness vanished from Su Yu's heart, she took the initiative to shatter the silence. Lin Li, now that you have graduated from university, what are your plans for the future? What are my plans for the future? I intend to venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, nourishing the wondrous little tree on that mysterious island until it bears an abundance of extraordinary fruits. Then, I shall consume those magical fruits, transforming into a formidable practitioner, amassing great wealth, and ultimately marrying a beautiful and affluent woman, thereby ascending to the pinnacle of life. Alas, it is regrettable that I cannot share such grand aspirations with anyone. Perhaps this is merely the phase of perseverance that one must endure before achieving greatness. While Lin Li was wholeheartedly savoring his meal, Su Yu's inquiry sparked a torrent of passionate thoughts in his mind. After swallowing the morsel in his mouth, he turned to the enchanting Su Yu and, with an air of nonchalance, replied, I haven't given it much thought. For now, I'll just take things as they come. After all, starvation is not a concern. Su Yu had rented Lin Li's apartment after graduating from university, and nearly 3 years had passed since then. Throughout this period, various events had transpired, transforming their relationship beyond that of mere landlord and tenant into a profound friendship. Su Yu had long been aware of Lin Li's inclination to remain at home, living a carefree life like a languid fish. However, Su Yu did not wish for Lin Li, at such a promising age, to languish at home like a salted fish. Although you possess some savings, it is unwise to simply consume them without any initiative. My dear sister, do not speak of consuming one's resources. I currently find myself without a single cent to my name, utterly destitute. At this moment, Lin Li felt an unspoken anguish. Had it not been for Su Yu's call inviting him to dinner, he would have had no place to charge his phone. Chapter 27. Unutterable thoughts indeed. Consuming one's resources is not advisable, yet I find myself without a clear direction at present. Perhaps, in time, a turning point may present itself. Lin Li responded with a vague remark, then picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with his chopsticks. Su Yu served him a bowl of fish soup. Mentioning that a parent of one of her students owns a hotel on Dushing Road in the East District, not far from where they were. Yesterday, she noticed her posting a hiring announcement on social media. If you are interested, I could inquire on your behalf. What could one possibly do at a hotel? Work as a waiter? A security guard? Or lend assistance in the kitchen? Such jobs yield only meager wages each month. The creatures I dispatched today would amount to several months' worth of a hotel salary. Lin Li felt Su Yu's genuine desire to help, and he was profoundly grateful for this kind-hearted friend. Had Su Yu suggested this before he acquired his newfound abilities, he would have readily accepted the offer. Work at a hotel? No, it is far too exhausting. Lin Li shook his head and replied, Is there any way to earn money that isn't arduous? If you work at a hotel for a year, you should be able to ascend to a minor managerial position, and then it won't be so arduous. Su Yu advised Lin Li with a look of resignation. A year of work to become a manager? I don't believe I possess that capability. Lin Li remarked as he lifted the fish soup Su Yu had served him, taking a sip. Su Yu intended to persuade Lin Li further, but he interrupted her once again. Su Yu, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own thoughts on the matter. Seeing Lin Li's resolute stance, Su Yu let out a soft sigh internally. Subsequently, a charming smile graced her face. Very well, follow your own inclinations. Now, do indulge in some stir-fried kidney to replenish your energy. I have no girlfriend, so why would I need to replenish my kidneys? Honestly, Lin Li exclaimed, watching as Su Yu continuously piled stir-fried kidneys into his bowl, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. Since you refuse to heed my advice, I shall ensure you replenish yourself, and then you will regret it. With such thoughts, Su Yu filled Lin Li's bowl with nearly half a serving of the dish. All right, it's almost overflowing. Lin Li hastily interjected, blocking another helping that Suyu attempted to serve him. Eat quickly. The dishes will lose their flavor if left overnight. If you don't finish what I've prepared today, I won't let you go home, Suyu said with a beaming smile directed at Linley. If you choose not to respond, so be it. The power is out at home, and returning now feels like plunging into a dark abyss. I would prefer to linger here with you. Linley murmured to himself, then began to indulge in the meal before him. To speak candidly, the stir-fried kidney prepared by Suyu was truly exquisite, perfectly seasoned and expertly cooked. Even the renowned chefs outside could not rival her culinary prowess. Observing Linley savoring the dish she had prepared, Suyu's eyes sparkled with delight. After relishing the last morsel, Linley exhaled a sigh of contentment. The table was devoid of any remnants. Most of the food had found its way into Linley's stomach, leaving him quite satiated. There remained a small bowl of fish soup, which he might as well finish. Suyu, lifting the ladle, poured the final 2 spoonfuls of fish soup into Linley's bowl. He turned to the beaming Suyu, silently hoping she would show him mercy. Alas, she paid him no heed. With a satisfying gulp, he lifted the bowl of fish soup and drained it entirely. After finishing, Linley let out a hearty burp and proclaimed, I can't possibly eat another bite. What more could there be? It's all gone. Suyu replied with a smile. Now why don't you go to the living room and rest a bit to digest? She added, rising to clear the table. Linley cast a glance at Suyu, who was donning an apron and preparing to wash the dishes, then slowly stood and made his way toward the living room. With a heavy sigh, Linley sat on the sofa, his belly protruding, listening to the clattering sounds of dishes being washed in the kitchen. He scratched his head, pondering the situation. Just moments ago, Suyu had been incessantly serving him dishes, as if intent on overindulging him. It seemed her actions were a response to his earlier refusal of her suggestion to work at the hotel, a subtle means to evoke discomfort. Ah! The paradox of suffering intertwined with joy. Linley found himself helpless against Suyu's tactics. After all, how could he resist such delectable cuisine? It was hardly prudent to forego a meal out of fear of excess. He reached for the television remote, switched on the set, and tuned into a channel dedicated to news about practitioners. The stunning news anchor was reporting on an intriguing incident involving a practitioner. At precisely 12:35 this afternoon, in a certain plaza in the Central District, an unclothed man had suddenly materialized at the center of the square, startling the passers-by. Fortunately, an investigator from the Ability Management Bureau happened to be patrolling the area and promptly apprehended the man. Subsequent investigations revealed that the individual, surnamed Lee, was 28 years old and possessed a first-tier initial level of cultivation, having awakened an invisibility ability. However, this ability only rendered his physical form invisible, leaving his clothing exposed. Having recently awakened this power, he typically engaged in solitary amusements at home. Earlier today, after consuming a considerable amount of alcohol during lunch with friends, he had wagered that he could stroll through the plaza in his natural state. The friends dining with the individual in question naturally expressed disbelief, insisting that he was merely boasting. Provoked by their remarks, the inebriated individual, in a fit of impulsiveness, shed his garments and activated his extraordinary abilities, vanishing from sight as he sprinted towards the square. Subsequently, upon exhausting his spiritual energy, his powers dissipated, leading to the ensuing spectacle. In accordance with relevant punitive regulations, this practitioner was subjected to a 3-day administrative detention for his public indecency. A spokesperson from the Supernatural Abilities Management Bureau cautioned all newly awakened practitioners against such reckless behavior as exhibited by this Mr. Lee. Truly, he is an eccentric character. One can only imagine how deeply he must now regret his actions. Linley shook his head in disapproval as he watched the news report. Suddenly, a gentle patter of footsteps approached from behind, followed by a waft of fragrant air. Suyu emerged from the kitchen, having washed the dishes, carrying a platter of freshly cleaned fruit into the living room. She bent down to place the fruit before Linley and then settled beside him. Chapter 28. The thoughts of women are indeed difficult to decipher. What sort of person behaves so recklessly after a few drinks? One can only wonder how he feels now, having made the news, and what thoughts will occupy his mind upon sobering up, especially when his friends and family witness his folly. Suyu, while washing the dishes earlier, had also caught wind of the news and could not help but shake her head in disbelief. It was too close, too close. Being so near to Suyu, the fragrance that lingered at the tip of Linley's nose only intensified his anxiety. He cautiously shifted his body to the side, creating a certain distance. Linley, why aren't you eating any fruit? Don't you like peaches? This freshly harvested white peach is exceptionally delicious. Do try one and see if it pleases your palate. Noticing Lin Li subtly inching away, Suyu couldn't help but smile slightly, then reached for a plump crimson peach and offered it to him. Having moved a good dozen centimeters to the side, Lin Li felt this distance was adequate. He nodded and accepted the luscious peach she proffered, taking a generous bite. The peach was succulent and sweet, bursting with juice. And it was evident from the first taste that it was a specially cultivated variety, undoubtedly not inexpensive. With his pockets empty, Lin Li instinctively assessed the value of the peach after savoring the first bite. How is it? Is it tasty? Suyu asked, observing Lin Li relish the fruit. Already knowing the answer, yet still curious. It's delicious. You should have some too, Lin Li replied, feeling slightly embarrassed under her gaze as she watched him eat. But I'm still full from earlier. I'll have some later. Suyu responded with a radiant smile. In no time, the peach, roughly the size of a fist, was devoured by Lin Li, just as he tossed the pit into the trash can. Suyu picked another peach from the fruit platter beside her and extended it towards him. Crunch. After several days without indulging in fruit, Lin Li did not stand on ceremony with Suyu as she handed him a juicy peach. He took a bite, and once he swallowed the succulent flesh, he casually inquired, Suyu, now that school is on summer break, when do you plan to return to your hometown? Suyu's hometown is Yuan Town, a quaint locale under the jurisdiction of Rong City, with a modest population of just over 200,000. However, nestled along the coastline, Yuan Town boasts a rich bounty of marine products, leading to a robust economic development. Among the numerous towns under Rong City, Yuan Town ranks highly in terms of per capita annual income. In previous years, during the summer vacation, Suyu would typically return to Yuan Town to travel with her family. Thus, Lin Li naturally assumed that this year would be no different. Lin Li, I spoke with my parents yesterday, and this summer, I want to be going back home. Suyu's response took Lin Li by surprise. Not returning home. What do you plan to do during the next 2 months of summer vacation in Rong City? Lin Li asked, puzzled, while savoring another bite of the sweet peach. Next Monday, I will attend a summer interest training course organized by my aunt, where I'll be teaching some children, Suyu replied with a smile. At this, Lin Li, who was in the midst of enjoying his peach, momentarily froze, his expression reflecting his shock. Soon after, concern washed over his face as he said, Suyu, you are a qualified teacher. The government has explicitly stipulated that teachers with formal positions are prohibited from privately conducting tutoring classes outside of school or taking on part-time roles at educational training institutions. If you attend the summer interest training class organized by your aunt next Monday to teach children, you risk being reported, which could lead to the revocation of your teaching position and possible dismissal. Seeing Lin Li's concerned gaze fixed upon her, Suyu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the possibility of being expelled from school, causing the corners of her mouth to involuntarily lift in a faint smile. Hey, I'm discussing serious matters here. Why are you suddenly grinning? Lin Li remarked, puzzled by Suyu's sudden cheerfulness. Oh, I momentarily lost focus, thinking of happier thoughts. Suyu replied with a slight smile. I'm truly at a loss for words with you, Lin Li said, exasperated. Back to the matter at hand. You certainly do not lack funds. What prompts you to consider a part-time position at an extracurricular interest training class? What will you do if someone reports you? No worries. I'm just going to help at my aunt's extracurricular interest training class for a few days, and I won't be accepting any payment. Suyu explained as she poured herself a glass of water from the kettle on the coffee table. Just a few days? Yes, Suyu replied, sipping her water, her face beaming with joy as she looked at Lin Li. Indeed, I'm merely lending a hand. One of my aunt's employees had a family matter and returned to their hometown, and they won't be back for several days. So, she called me to assist her with teaching the children for a few days. What you mentioned earlier is indeed well known. The authorities have explicitly stipulated that teachers with official positions are prohibited from taking on part-time roles at training institutions or independently conducting tutoring classes. This is a fact that every teacher with a formal appointment is aware of, and I am certainly not foolish enough to make such a mistake. Sigh. After hearing Suyu's explanation, Lin Li heaved a sigh of relief. However, he then looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression and inquired, so, how do you plan to spend the ample time left after you assist your aunt with a few classes for free? How do I plan to spend it? I intend to stay at home, watching television and playing video games, Suyu replied with a cheerful smile. Well, you might as well return to your hometown and travel with your family. This summer, I don't feel like going out. I just want to stay at home. I'm merely following your example. During your previous summer vacations, Didn't you always stay at home, watching television and playing games? What do you mean by learning this from me? My situation is unique. That's why I remain at home like a salted fish, but you are different. Upon hearing Suyu claim she learned this from him, Lin Li felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head. Giggle. Seeing Lin Li's embarrassment, Suyu laughed heartily. Lin Li, taken aback by Suyu's sudden laughter, was left in utter confusion. The thoughts of women are truly inscrutable, especially those of beautiful women. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let me speak frankly. Suyu took a sip of water, pressed her rosy lips together, and said to Lin Li, a close friend of mine has opened a flower shop, and it will be opening soon. Last week, she called me to inquire whether I would be interested in finding a part-time job during the summer. If so, I could work at her newly opened flower shop. I have already assured her that once I finish assisting my aunt, I will join her at the flower shop. Chapter 29. A turn of events, so it is. Lin Li nodded, pondering for a moment, and then curiously asked, is your friend who opened the flower shop male or female? Suyu was just about to set down the cup in her hand when she paused at Lin Li's question. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto her lips, wondering if this dense fellow had finally gained some insight. She's a woman, and quite beautiful too. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Would you like me to introduce you? Suyu said with a playful smile. I don't have time for a girlfriend right now. I have just embarked on the journey to become a powerful practitioner, and I cannot let such romantic entanglements impede my progress, Lin Li replied. Moreover, I am currently in dire financial straits. Dating requires money, and that spare cash would be better spent on paying my electricity bill or purchasing spirit stones to enhance my cultivation. Well, I appreciate your good intentions, but dating is not within my considerations at the moment. Lin Li shook his head resolutely. She is truly stunning, with a great figure. Are you really not considering it? Suyu playfully urged. Lin Li remained silent, merely shaking his head to convey his firm stance. Suyu observed Lin Li's expression and felt an immense satisfaction. After he finished the second juicy peach, she extended her hand, retrieving another peach from the fruit platter and offering it to him. That's enough. I can't eat anymore, Lin Li hurriedly gestured, having already indulged in a hearty dinner. With 2 succulent peaches now filling his stomach, he truly had no extra room left. I bought too many peaches. When you leave later, I'll pack some for you to take home, Suyu remarked, noticing Lin Li's genuine inability to consume any more. That would be wonderful. Upon hearing Suyu's offer to let him take some peaches home, Lin Li, who was utterly penniless, felt a surge of gratitude, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. Click. Bang. At 9 o'clock that night, Lin Li opened the door to his home, stepping into the pitch-black interior. He removed his shoes and placed them in the shoe cabinet before donning his indoor slippers and entering the living room. Turning on his fully charged phone, he used its light to retrieve a bag of peaches he was holding and placed them into the empty fruit bowl. Wait, why am I using my phone for light? What a foolish waste of battery. Lin Li chastised himself internally, promptly locking his phone. He then raised his left hand, and a soft golden glow emanated from his fingertips. Suddenly, a small fireball, the size of an egg, appeared at his fingertip, glowing a vibrant orange. With the flickering crimson glow of a small fireball, Lin Li placed all the peaches gifted to him by Suyu into a fruit bowl. He then extinguished the fireball and settled onto the sofa, casting his gaze around the room. In the absence of the fireball's warm light, the only illumination came from the dim yellow glow of the streetlights filtering through the window, casting a faint glow in the corner of the balcony. Sigh. A cultivator like myself, unable even to afford the electricity bill, must surely be a rarity in this world. Lin Li had initially contemplated renting a second-hand car from a rental agency the following day. However, with 2 exotic beasts still unsold at the Yusu Recycling Company, his account now bore not a single cent, rendering even the prospect of a meal problematic, let alone car rental. In the pitch-black living room, Lin Li sighed deeply, weariness etched on his face, contemplating whether he should ask Suyu to lend him a few hundred yuan for immediate relief. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. It was not a matter of pride or embarrassment to approach Suyu for financial aid. Rather, it was the certainty that, given their relationship, she would undoubtedly oblige. However, there lay a significant dilemma. Suyu would inevitably inquire about the reasons behind his financial shortfall. After all, she was well aware that Lin Li had a savings of 1 million yuan, and logically, he should not need to borrow from her at all. When faced with her persistent questioning, how could Lin Li possibly explain his predicament? It was imperative that no one learned of his unique circumstances. Fortunately, Suyu recently gifted me a bag of juicy peaches, which will sustain me for a day or two. Leaning back on the sofa, Linley sighed, having resolved in his mind to subsist on these peaches for the next couple of days. In light of his current predicament, the plan to venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts must be temporarily shelved. One must first be nourished to muster the strength to pursue such endeavors. Surviving solely on peaches leaves no vigor for hunting. Moreover, he finds himself utterly broke, unable even to afford a bus fare. Is he to rely solely on his own legs to traverse from the community to the wild in search of prey? Ding dong. The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering any activity impossible. Just as Linley prepared to rise and retreat to his bedroom for the night, his phone vibrated in his pocket, emitting a sound. Lying on the sofa, lethargic, Linley reached into his pocket and retrieved his phone. Previously devoid of energy and enthusiasm, Linley's spirits lifted upon unlocking his phone to find a notification from the U-Speed recycling app. He quickly opened the app and was delighted to see that his previously pending order had now been completed. After skimming through the details of the order, Linley burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, I'm rich now. I am no longer a penniless wretch." The U-Speed Recycling Company had sold the 2 exotic beasts he hunted to a hotel for a total of 25,300 yuan. Upon calculation, it becomes evident that the 2 exotic creatures weigh a total of over 300 pounds, with the average price per pound being considerably lower than that of the exotic meat Linley had previously purchased at the market. However, such pricing was anticipated by Linley, as the market vendors sell at retail prices, while the Yusu Recycling Company, after acquiring Linley's 2 exotic beasts, sells them to clients at wholesale rates. After deducting expenses such as slaughtering and logistics, the overall pricing remains quite reasonable. With a mere click to withdraw, within 10 seconds, 25,000 yuan was transferred to Linley's bank account. The trifling sum of 300 yuan was automatically deducted during the withdrawal, as Linley had not settled the payment when summoning the unmanned transport vehicle earlier. Chapter 30. For the time being, let us make do. Upon receiving the notification of the funds deposited from the bank, Linley's face was illuminated with a jubilant smile. Immediately, he settled the outstanding electricity bill at home. After replenishing the electricity, he waited for 2 to 3 minutes before rising to press the light switch. With a click, the lights in the room instantly illuminated, dispelling the darkness with a brilliant white glow. Satisfied, Linley nodded appreciatively, then picked up the television remote from the coffee table to turn on the television. According to reports relayed by our correspondents, a significant number of first-tier exotic beasts have recently appeared in the wilderness of the northern district of Rong City. And in the coming days, the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild will organize a hunt to eradicate them. This is precisely what one needs. Without the sounds emanating from the television, the home feels somewhat empty, lacking a certain essence. The sensation of possessing wealth is truly delightful. I must ensure that I never find myself in a state of destitution again. As my once empty wallet fills, Linley feels as though his life has regained its brilliance. The following morning, the resplendent sun ascends from the horizon in the east, casting aside the darkness that enveloped the earth, instantly illuminating the surroundings. With a creak, the bedroom door swings open, and a drowsy Linley, stifling yawns, steps out from his chamber. Initially, due to a power outage the previous night, he had intended to retire early to his room. However, upon receiving the funds and settling the electricity bill, the house was once again illuminated. Thus, he abandoned the thought of sleep and instead indulged in computer games in the study. Alas, this indulgence spiraled out of control, and he found himself engrossed until nearly 2 in the morning. My self-discipline certainly leaves much to be desired. I must not allow myself to become so enthralled again. Last night, Linley had been playing a single-player computer game, and after repeatedly being vanquished by the game's formidable boss, he was left quite frustrated, vowing to conquer the challenge. In the midst of gaming, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and when Linley finally emerged from his virtual world, he was astonished to find that the clock had struck nearly 2. Unbeknownst to him, he had pulled an all-nighter, and though he had triumphed in the game, he realized that gaming was a significant hindrance on his journey to becoming a formidable practitioner. Yet, to consider quitting gaming altogether seemed implausible. After a moment of self-reflection, he concluded with a brief acknowledgement of his shortcomings, but ultimately, nothing more followed. After completing his morning ablutions, Linley emerged from the bathroom, ready to partake in breakfast. However, the only edible item remaining in the house was the sweet peach that Suyu had gifted him the previous day. Consequently, Lin Li returned to his bedroom to don appropriate attire before venturing out to procure his morning meal. Today's agenda was rather extensive. Following breakfast, he intended to rent a vehicle from the car rental agency, then proceed to the supermarket to acquire provisions, and finally make a visit to the pharmacy to purchase a healing ointment. Although the ointment he had previously purchased was not yet depleted, Lin Li deemed it prudent to acquire an additional tube, in case he sustained numerous injuries during future encounters with extraordinary beasts. One tube might prove insufficient. The malfunctioning elevator had yet to be repaired, necessitating Lin Li's descent via the stairs. As he exited the stairwell, the golden rays of sunlight enveloped him. A group of youthful boys and girls raced past, likely still in their high school years. Breathing heavily, they jogged through the community, their occasional glimmers of pale golden light signifying their awakened spiritual essence. These dedicated young athletes, residents of the adjacent buildings, had maintained their morning exercise routine for several years. Regardless of the weather, Lin Li recognized that their unwavering commitment to rising early each day for physical training stemmed from a desire to become cultivators. Their unwavering persistence is reminiscent of Lin Li's own experiences years ago. However, due to limitations in his cultivation aptitude, he ultimately chose to resign himself to fate, deciding to live as a carefree soul. How unpredictable life can be. Now, having become a cultivator and a formidable beast hunter capable of tracking down exotic creatures in the wilderness, Lin Li cannot help but feel a pang of nostalgia upon witnessing these vibrant youths striving to become cultivators themselves. Keep it up, young ones. I have faith in you. Gurgle. His stomach protests, prompting Lin Li to divert his gaze from the industrious young individuals and to turn away from the community, heading outside. Jishin Car Rental, a recently opened establishment specializing in the leasing of pre-owned vehicles, employs a total of 10 individuals, including the owner. A yawning salesperson enters the office and greets his colleagues with a cheerful good morning. Good morning. By the way, where's the boss? It seems his daughter has come down with a cold. He took her to the children's hospital this morning and won't be back until the afternoon. With the weather heating up, many families have started using air conditioning. Children are particularly susceptible to illness during this time. Indeed, therefore at night, I either raise the temperature on the air conditioner in my daughter's room or turn it off entirely and let her cool off with a fan. With no customers in sight early in the morning, the two salespeople engage in casual conversation. Lin Li consumed the last meat bun from his bag, drained the soy milk in his hand in a single gulp, and then let out a satisfying belch. With a clatter, he discarded the remnants into a nearby trash bin and strolled towards the Jishin Car Rental not far away. Welcome. Upon noticing a customer approaching, Wang Xiaoming, who was engaged in conversation with a colleague, promptly greeted him before his co-worker could notice. Hello, I would like to rent a car. May I ask your surname, sir? My surname is Lin. Mr. Lin, what price range are you considering for the rental? We offer vehicles ranging from 150 to over 1,000 yuan per day. Although Lin Li currently had over 20,000 yuan in his pocket, having previously experienced the embarrassment of being broke had instilled in him a cautious approach to spending. After listening to the salesperson Wang Xiaoming's introduction, without a moment's hesitation, Lin stated, I would like a vehicle for 150 yuan a day. Wang Xiaoming, upon hearing Lin's choice for the most economical option, felt a twinge of disappointment, though he kept his composure. Mr. Lin, the vehicle at 150 yuan a day is a van. A van? That is perfectly fine. It's merely for transportation. Once I earn a substantial income, I shall directly purchase an SUV from a dealership, Lin mused inwardly. Chapter 31, Apologies. A novice on the road, yes, I will take the van, Lin Li affirmed to Wang Xiaoming. Mr. Lin, we have 4 colors available for the van: black, yellow, white, and silver. Which one would you prefer? Wang Xiaoming inquired, handing a document to Lin Li from the table nearby. After perusing the information presented, Lin Li, who was intent on maintaining a low profile, naturally opted for the most common choice, silver. The efficiency of this newly established car rental company, named Jishin Car Rental, was indeed impressive. After registering his ID number and completing a form, Lin Li promptly received the car keys from the attendant, all within a mere 15 minutes. With a rumble, a silver van emerged from the parking lot of Jishin Car Rental. Although it was a second-hand vehicle, it appeared remarkably new. Starting today, I suppose I can consider myself part of the car-owning community. Having obtained my driver's license several years ago, Lin Li, who had not driven since then, found himself on the road, gradually reducing the vehicle's speed to an astonishingly sluggish pace. A car trailing behind could no longer tolerate the glacial pace of the van, and swiftly changed lanes to overtake. As the vehicle approached, the irate driver, a man in his 40s, shouted at the nervously driving Linley, "Hey, do you even know how to drive? You're going so slowly. You might as well ride a bicycle." Linley was not unreasonable. He recognized his own mistakes and expressed sincere apologies to the driver. "I'm sorry. I'm just a novice behind the wheel." The irritable driver, upon hearing Linley's admission of being a beginner, was momentarily speechless. He then kindly advised, "You might want to find a place to familiarize yourself with the vehicle to avoid mishaps in more complicated traffic conditions." "Thank you for your advice," Linley replied. After offering his counsel, the irate driver drove away. As a novice, Linley maneuvered the van to a less congested stretch of road, making several passes back and forth. Gradually, he regained his confidence, and his speed returned to a more normal pace. Phew, that's better. Now, it's time to head to the supermarket for some shopping. With his driving skills rekindled, Linley pressed the accelerator and headed toward the large supermarket he frequented. "That will be 520 yuan, sir. Do you have a membership card?" "No, I'll pay directly with my phone." "Very well. Please display your payment code." Beep. After completing his transaction, Linley exited the supermarket, carrying 2 large bags brimming with goods. Click. Bang. He placed the 2 hefty bags on the passenger seat and, after closing the door, set off toward the pharmacy. On his way to the pharmacy, as the van entered a quiet stretch of road, Linley slowed down, extending his right hand to lightly touch the 2 large bags resting on the passenger seat. With a fleeting thought, 2 large bags brimming with goods vanished from the passenger seat, having been spirited away to a mysterious island by Linley. The myriad items he had just purchased were convenient provisions for his impending wilderness venture, each possessing a shelf life of several months, ensuring their integrity on the enigmatic isle. Of course, Linley had no intention of spending the night in the wild. Even fresh ingredients could be safely stored on the mysterious island, provided they were not sourced from exotic beasts within the last hour. After acquiring a tube of healing ointment from the pharmacy, Linley proceeded to the local market to procure some vegetables. At 10:20 a.m., he navigated his rented van into the peaceful garden community. Upon entering, he took a moment to register his vehicle's details at the security booth. With a soft click, he parked the van and stepped out, contemplating the long unused parking space. He mused to himself about how, after years of idleness, it was finally put to use. Just the other day, he had considered selling or leasing it. Fortunate that he hadn't acted on that impulse. Otherwise, he would now find himself seeking out the property management to pay for a parking spot. As Linley grumbled softly to himself, he began his walk home when a somewhat familiar voice called out, "Hey, Shaolin, you bought a car?" Turning around, he was taken aback to see Aunt Wong, his expression reflecting his surprise at encountering her once more. In a span of merely 2 days, she encountered her thrice. "Hello, Aunt Wong," Linley greeted with a smile. "This vehicle is not mine. I have rented it." "Rented?" Aunt Wong inquired. Linley nodded, offering no further explanation regarding her decision to hire a van. Just as Aunt Wong was about to delve into her curiosity about Linley's rental, her phone unexpectedly chimed from her pocket. Presumably, it was a matter concerning her family, for Aunt Wong hurriedly departed after concluding her call. What a curious coincidence with Aunt Wong. Linley mused as she observed Aunt Wong's retreating figure, then proceeded in the direction of her home. Fortunately, this time returning home did not necessitate climbing the stairs, for the elevator had finally been repaired. It was indeed about time, given the lengthy duration. Otherwise, the residents of the building would likely have lodged complaints. Ding. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the elevator doors opened. As Linley stepped out and retrieved her keys from her pocket, a sound of a door opening echoed behind her. Click. A tall figure accompanied by a smaller one emerged from the adjacent apartment. It was her neighbors. "Good day, Mr. Lin," greeted Xia Qing, adorned with a bag slung over her shoulder and holding her daughter Zhou Toktong's hand. Upon noticing Linley, she promptly offered her salutation. Turning to face the sound, Linley beheld Xia Qing, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her oval face framed by a floral dress and paired with low-heeled sandals. His daughter, Zhou Tongtong, was also adorned in a matching floral dress, suggesting that the 2 outfits were indeed a parent-child ensemble. "Hello, are you heading out?" Linley greeted with a smile. "Yes, I'm taking Tongtong to her swimming lesson," Xia Qinghan replied cheerfully. "But it's nearly lunchtime. Are you really going to swimming lessons now?" Linley inquired with a hint of confusion. "Tongtong has her swimming class in the afternoon. I thought I would take her for a stroll in the streets first. And we'll have lunch outside before heading to the lesson," Xia Qing explained. Chapter 32. the astonishing growth acceleration after exchanging pleasantries with the neighbors, Linley returned home. Once inside, he headed to the kitchen to retrieve the ingredients he had procured from the market earlier, bringing them from the mysterious island and placing them in the refrigerator. Although Linley was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts and rarely cooked, the sight of a refrigerator brimming with fresh ingredients filled him with satisfaction, as he would no longer find himself limited to preparing mere egg and shredded meat noodles due to a lack of supplies, like he had in previous days. With some time still left before lunchtime, he settled into the living room. As he switched on the television, it suddenly occurred to him that he needed to water the white radishes he had planted on the mysterious island. With that thought, a faint golden aura enveloped him, and he vanished from the sofa. Could it be? Has it truly sprouted so quickly? Upon arriving at the mysterious island, Linley prepared to water the white radish seeds he had sown, only to be astonished to discover that, after just over a day, the seeds had already taken root and sprouted. How astonishingly unscientific. Seeds that had only been planted for a short while could not possibly germinate and grow seedlings in such a brief period. Linley muttered to himself, scratching his head in confusion. Yet, the very existence of this enigmatic island defied logic. Cultivating vegetables here rendered any scientific explanation moot. Never mind, let it be. At the current rate of growth, it seemed that in about a week, the white radishes would be ready for harvest. He would then see how these rapidly growing radishes tasted, in comparison to the small fruits sprouting from the magical tree at the center of the island. The swift germination and growth of the vegetables appeared less surprising. His initial astonishment had transformed into acceptance in mere seconds. With a splash, Linley grabbed a bucket and filled it with water from the edge of the island, then proceeded to water the tender radish seedlings in his plot. It was somewhat inconvenient to use a bucket for watering. "I shall purchase a watering can tomorrow," he murmured, surveying the freshly watered field. Subsequently, he fetched another bucket of water and made his way toward the heart of the island. With a gentle splash, Linley watered the wondrous little tree on the island. Placing the bucket down onto the grass, he gazed at the seemingly ordinary magical tree before him. A thought sparked, and immediately a piece of information emerged in his mind. 7%. Just 7%. After lunch, I shall set forth. In the upcoming days, I must exert greater effort to elevate the progress to a full 100 as soon as possible. Having finished watering the white radishes he had planted in the magical tree, Linley prepared to depart from the enigmatic island and return to the realm of reality. However, just as he was about to leave, a fleeting glimpse of green caught his eye. If one did not look closely, this minuscule green spot, scarcely larger than a grain of rice, would easily go unnoticed. Linley hurriedly stepped closer, leaning his head toward the branches of the magical tree. What is this? Upon careful observation, a puzzled Linley suddenly burst into laughter, his face alight with joy. Ha ha ha. It has borne fruit. This magical tree has produced fruit once again. It appears my earlier conjecture was correct. The percentage I saw in my mind represents the progress of the magical tree in bearing its tiny fruits. Linley's eyes sparkled as he beheld the tiny green fruit, only slightly larger than a grain of rice, growing on the magical tree, his heart brimming with excitement. Indeed, while Linley had often fantasized about consuming dozens, even hundreds, of the magical tree's tiny fruits to become a formidable practitioner, such notions had merely remained in the realm of his imagination. It is entirely possible that this magical tree may only bear one small fruit and then cease to produce any further. Now, it is evident that the marvelous little tree has borne delicate azure fruits, affirming that Linley's previous fantasies are indeed achievable. Beasts, exotic beasts, I yearn for more. Fresh flesh and blood of creatures within the hour. Gazing at the exquisite azure fruit before him, Linley's spirit surged with fervor, wishing fervently to be transported to the wild outskirts, to hunt one beast after another for the wondrous little tree. Calm down, do not be overly excited. Linley closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. 3 minutes later, having regained his composure, Linley slowly opened his eyes. Although joy radiated across his face upon beholding the splendid azure fruit, his heart, which had raced uncontrollably in excitement, now beat with a steadier rhythm. He raised his right hand, extending his pinky, eager to gently touch the exquisite azure fruit. Suddenly, his left hand shot up, giving his right hand a swift slap. Restrain yourself. There is a saying that a moment's impatience can disrupt grand plans. After all, the azure fruit has already sprouted, and this mysterious island is accessible only to him. There is no need for haste. Should his curiosity lead him to touch the azure fruit, causing unpredictable changes, it would be a regrettable loss. Having reflected upon himself, Linley refrained from reaching for the marvelous azure fruit. Instead, he gazed at it with a tender expression, akin to an elder admiring his cherished treasure. Alas, the hue of this small fruit appears markedly different from before. If it retains this color upon ripening, could it be that consuming it awakens an extraordinary ability within me? Should this indeed be the case, I would become a rare dual ability awakener. The thought of being a dual ability awakener is simply exhilarating. Individuals who have awakened any ability are already few and far between. But those who possess dual abilities are even rarer. I recall reading a news article stating that the Ability Management Bureau was recruiting investigators, offering preferential treatment to those who had awakened dual abilities. If I were to truly awaken dual abilities, might it be prudent to consider interviewing for a position as an investigator at the Bureau? Investigators enjoy job security, substantial benefits, and high social status. I once encountered an article online detailing the advantages of becoming an investigator. One notable point was that if one were to enter the realm of courtship and the prospective partner learned of one's profession as an investigator, the chances of success would significantly increase. However, the role of an investigator is not only demanding but perilous as well. Given my rather laid-back disposition, this profession may not be well suited for me. Chapter 33. Collision of Otherworlds enveloped by a shroud of dense, white mist. A small island spanning 200 square meters hosts a young man in his early 20s who stands before an unremarkable little tree, grinning foolishly. Lin gazes affectionately at the enchanting little tree bearing its green fruit, lost in thought while wearing a blissful smile. Let us set aside the notion of becoming an investigator. Such aspirations are best left unconsidered. That position is associated with a law enforcement agency comprised of practitioners whose depths of cultivation are unfathomable. Should I truly become an investigator? Commuting daily to such a place, I fear that I might inadvertently reveal the secrets of the enigmatic island. Furthermore, the enticing benefits that come with the role of an investigator are indeed tempting for someone in my current circumstances. However, given time, with the extraordinary tree on the mysterious island bearing its miraculous fruits, I am destined to become a remarkably powerful cultivator. In due course, the rewards I shall reap will far exceed those meager benefits. There is a saying, one must maintain a long-term perspective and not sacrifice substantial gains for fleeting trifles. Standing before the unremarkable yet wondrous tree, Linley gathered his scattered thoughts. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the delicate azure fruit adorning the tree, murmuring to himself, "My treasure, wait for me. After lunch, I shall drive straight into the wilderness." As soon as the words left his lips, Linley's mind shifted, and he vanished from the island. As July approached, the summer afternoons grew increasingly sweltering. Fluffy white clouds, reminiscent of cotton candy, drifted across the azure sky. Some of these clouds clustered together, resembling silver waves surging in the sea, while others layered upon one another, akin to delectable cakes displayed in a bakery. The cicadas chirp incessantly. As the afternoon sun grows ever more intense and the temperature rises, these summer sprites seem to revel in their exuberance, as if imbued with boundless energy, joyfully narrating their delight to the world. Suddenly, a silver van emerges on the suburban highway, driven by a young man in his early 20s. With the convenience of a vehicle, this journey has significantly reduced travel time. Linley, at the helm of his rented silver van, swiftly ventures towards the wilderness beyond the city, while the traffic within the urban area remains somewhat congested. Once he escapes the bustling city center and enters the suburbs, the flow of vehicles becomes increasingly sparse, particularly as he approaches Changhua Avenue. This occurrence is quite typical. Under the government's years of advocacy and education, residents of the towns have become well aware of the occasional appearances of strange beasts in the wilderness. Regardless of age, from toddlers of 3 or 4 to octogenarians, they understand the risks and choose not to venture into the wild without cause. This parallel world, known as Blue Star, has historically developed much like Earth. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of spiritual energy over a century ago, awakening humanity's latent abilities and giving rise to practitioners with diverse supernatural powers, this world might have followed a trajectory identical to that of Earth, sharing the same history and technological advancements. As for the sudden emergence of spiritual energy in this world over a century ago, it is currently a subject of intense investigation by various governments. Rumors circulating on the internet suggest that significant progress has been made in understanding the reasons behind this phenomenon, although the findings remain undisclosed to the public. There are whispers indicating that the appearance of spiritual energy on Blue Star was a result of a collision with an alternate realm, a world imbued with such energy. This encounter purportedly influenced Blue Star, leading to the gradual manifestation of spiritual energy within it. This notion of an interdimensional collision has gained traction online. Lindley has always regarded such tales as mere fables, entertaining but not to be taken seriously. As an ordinary individual, he feels no obligation to ponder the miraculous emergence of spiritual energy. Rather, he believes it is paramount to focus on improving his immediate life. The further he drives toward the wilderness, the more pronounced the cicada chorus becomes, resonating from the verdant trees lining the road. Under Lindley's guidance, the silver van swiftly reaches Changhua Avenue, propelling itself at speed toward the untamed expanse. Beyond Changhua Avenue, a walk to the wilderness would take approximately half an hour, whereas driving there now requires only a few minutes. Creek. Ahead lies the wilderness. Lindley reduces his speed and parks the vehicle by the roadside, beneath the cool shade of a flourishing tree. Before venturing into the wilderness, it was essential for Lindley to change his attire. With a mere thought, the camouflage outfit he had previously placed on the mysterious island materialized in his hands. Once clad in the new garments, Lindley opened the car door and stepped out. A sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying with it waves of heat that enveloped him, contrasting sharply with the cool environment he had grown accustomed to inside the air-conditioned vehicle. Yet, such discomfort did little to deter Lindley's resolve to hunt the exotic beasts in the wild. The mere thought of the enchanting green fruits borne by the miraculous little tree on the mysterious island filled him with vigor. He encouraged himself, striving to hunt 5 more rabbit-like creatures before sunset. With renewed determination, he summoned the magnificent spirit sword, valued at an astonishing 49,999 yuan, which appeared instantaneously in his grasp. Gripping the sword tightly, Lindley stepped out from the shade of the trees and made his way towards the untamed wilderness not far away. Taking a step off the solid, even road and onto the overgrown, wild terrain, he felt he had truly departed from the realm of humanity, entering a perilous domain teeming with various exotic beasts. The wilderness crackled with the sounds of rustling grass as waves of heat occasionally swept through, stirring the tall weeds that towered over him. Despite having previous experience in hunting exotic beasts in the wild, Lindley felt a tinge of anxiety upon re-entering this untamed expanse. Although he had acquired a means of survival for a return to the mysterious island, it was contingent upon avoiding a surprise attack from the lurking creatures that could strike with lethal precision. Certainly, even if one is not instantaneously slain, sustaining grave injuries from an ambush by a ferocious beast, bringing one to the brink of death, would render any thoughts of entering the enigmatic futile. Chapter 34. The Perilous Behemoth. Should one enter the mysterious island while gravely wounded and on the verge of demise? Devoid of skilled healers or those legendary elixirs capable of resurrection, the act would merely postpone the inevitable demise. Lindley had contemplated the grim scenario of entering the mysterious isle in such a state, pondering that if such an event were to transpire, he would return to the realm of reality only to become a delectable feast for the beasts prowling the wilderness. The mere thought of becoming a sumptuous meal for the blood-scented creatures sent a shiver down his spine. No, I must not allow such a fate to befall me. I must remain utterly vigilant and attuned to my surroundings. With his spiritual sword in hand, Lindley cautiously retraced his steps through the wilderness, meticulously searching for the lurking beasts concealed within the underbrush. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. What is this? After such an extensive search, not even a single rabbit beast has been found. Lindley's perplexity grew as he scoured the area where he had previously roamed for over 20 minutes, yet not a single rabbit beast was in sight. Indeed, previously, Lindley had caused quite a commotion in this area, slaying several rabbit-like beasts and even vanquishing the mightiest wild boar creature that inhabited the region. This unleashed a wave of terror among the local rabbit-like beasts. Consequently, during the daylight hours, the more timid of these creatures fled, and by nightfall, those that had hidden themselves also made their escape, seeking a safer haven to establish their homes. As it stood, even if Lindley were to dig 3 feet into the ground, he would find no trace of a single rabbit-like beast in this territory. For half an hour, Lindley scoured this previously bustling habitat of rabbit-like beasts, yet he unearthed nothing. He had intended to hunt down 5 of these creatures before the sun dipped below the horizon this afternoon. Now, half an hour had slipped by without so much as a hair from a rabbit in sight. Just as Lindley's spirits were dampened, A faint rustling sound emanated from the distant underbrush. Although the sound was exceedingly subtle, Lin Li, ever vigilant, managed to detect this unusual disturbance. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the surrounding flora and foliage to stir, disrupting Lin Li's ability to pinpoint the source of that elusive sound. Alas, this unwelcome breeze had arrived at the most inopportune moment. Unable to ascertain the location of the peculiar noise, Lin Li swiftly resolved to ensure his safety by distancing himself from the dense vegetation and moving toward a more open area. Hiding in the shadows, an unknown adversary, sensing Lin Li's intention to move towards a more open area, seemed to be losing its restraint. Having endured days of hunger, the sight of its impending prey slipping away was intolerable. Indeed, this lurking foe mistakenly believed Lin Li was attempting to flee. The sudden gust of wind abated, and the surrounding flora fell silent. However, the rustling from the dense thicket nearby grew increasingly pronounced. The sound of swishing leaves echoed ominously. A silhouette darted swiftly through the underbrush, the noise of vegetation brushing against its form unmistakable. Anyone not deaf could discern that a colossal creature was advancing with remarkable speed within the foliage. As Lin Li, on his way to the open expanse, perceived the tremendous commotion behind him, he swiftly turned, retreating while keeping a vigilant eye on the source of the cacophony. The rustling intensified. A fearsome figure emerged from the thick undergrowth. Its elongated body, approximately 8 meters in length, was cloaked in diamond-shaped black scales, appearing exceptionally slick. Despite its lack of limbs, this creature's speed was astonishing. Once it seized its prey, it would show no mercy, sinking its fangs into the neck and ensnaring the victim with its powerful body. After dispatching its quarry, it would not savor the meal, but rather consume it whole, astonishingly capable of swallowing prey several times its own size. What a sight to behold! As Lin Fei beheld the creature swiftly emerging from the dense thicket, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. A serpent, an enormous serpent. By estimation, this black beast measured approximately 8 meters in length and boasted a diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters, capable of swallowing Lin Li whole. As a cold-blooded creature, the snake ranks among the trifecta of terrifying beings that induce immediate discomfort in most humans, alongside cockroaches and rats. Upon spotting its prey, the black serpent ceased its retreat and reduced its speed of pursuit. It slithered languidly to a position 5 meters away from Lin Li, coiling its massive form while directing its sizable head towards him, intermittently flicking its crimson tongue. Having grown accustomed to the sight of lesser beasts, this was Lin Li's inaugural encounter with such a colossal serpent at such close range, and the evident malice emanating from it rekindled a sense of anxiety, causing his palms to perspire anew. Previously, Lin Li had vanquished a rabbit beast and a formidable wild boar beast, leading him to believe that should he face another monstrous entity, he would not be as apprehensive as during his initial skirmish. Yet, reality served as a stern teacher. After all, a novice remains a novice, having encountered but a few beasts. The approaching black serpent compelled Lin Li to once again experience the trepidation he felt during his first encounter with a monstrous creature. How might one discern between venomous and non-venomous snakes? It seems I recall that snakes with triangular heads are venomous. The black serpent before him possessed a rounded head, suggesting it was non-venomous. Gripping his spiritual sword tightly, Lin Li fixed his gaze upon the serpent's head, mentally assessing the situation. However, he swiftly dismissed his internal judgment. No, he recalled a popular science video created by a blogger specializing in serpents, who mentioned that assessing a snake's toxicity based solely on the shape of its head does not yield definitive results. Furthermore, the imposing black serpent before him was an extraordinary creature, not merely an ordinary snake. Influenced by spiritual energy, any transformation was conceivable. Who could ascertain whether it was venomous? Oh heavens! While my heart yearns to hunt this extraordinary beast, hastening the maturation of the azure fruits from the miraculous little tree, must you truly present me with such a perilous opponent? Chapter 35. What audacity to be so boastful if you are not venomous. As Lin Li scrutinized the black serpent, the creature was equally observant of him. This prey appeared remarkably delectable, having traversed several kilometers from the wilderness to seek sustenance. This long journey was not in vain. With a hiss, the famished black serpent directed a fierce call at Lin Li, its eyes illuminating with a faint golden glow, followed by its entire body emanating a similar aura. The dark scales, now enveloped in a soft golden light, enhanced the already formidable presence of this colossal serpent, rendering it even more imposing. It's coming. Lin Li, recognizing the serpent's aggressive stance, instantly understood that this extraordinary beast was poised to launch an attack against him. Hiss! The black serpent beast swayed its head, its cold, golden-tinged serpentine eyes fixated on Lin Li. After letting out a hiss, its upper body coiled and sprang forth like a compressed spring. The enormous head of the black beast shot towards Lin Li with the swiftness of lightning, its jaws agape, revealing sharp, glinting teeth as it prepared to engulf its prey in a single bite. With utmost vigilance, Lin Li had already braced himself for the impending assault. As the serpent's head launched forward, he instinctively leapt to the right. The speed of the black serpent's attack was astonishing. Hesitation was not an option. Even a mere half-second of indecision could result in a devastating strike. Bang! Lin Li's decisive evasion proved fortuitous as the serpent's attack missed, its massive head crashing onto the ground with a dull thud, creating a small indentation in the earth. Phew! Having narrowly escaped the serpent's initial strike, Lin Li observed the dent left by the beast's head. As he exhaled a sigh of relief, he felt his heart racing, its rhythm quickening in response to the adrenaline. Do not panic, he reassured himself. Although this black serpent beast appears fearsome, I have clearly matched its speed. As long as I maintain a positive mindset and rely on my reflexes, it will find it challenging to land a bite. Encouraging himself inwardly, Lin Li felt a noticeable easing of his heart, which had been racing anxiously. The black serpent beast, having failed its initial strike, was filled with dissatisfaction and a hint of astonishment that this prey had evaded its deadly lunge. As a seasoned predator of the wilderness, the black serpent beast was far from foolish. The self-assured, preemptive attack it had just executed had been deftly sidestepped by its quarry, indicating that this seemingly delectable meal was not as easily subdued as it had initially presumed. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. The creature had encountered similarly challenging prey before, and with its formidable size, it was only a matter of time before it would claim this diminutive opponent. The black serpent beast writhed its massive form, slowly approaching Lin Li, its mouth flickering with crimson tongue flicks, emitting a chilling hiss that resonated throughout the vicinity. In the dense underbrush surrounding them, ordinary creatures such as snakes, insects, and rodents trembled in fear at the monster's terrifying sounds, soon succumbing to panic as they scurried away into the distance. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing hiss erupted, an unmistakable signal of aggression from the black serpent beast. Upon hearing the shift in the creature's tone, Lin Li instantly recognized the impending ferocity of its attack. This time, the black serpent beast did not employ its previous method of striking from a distance. Instead, it rapidly slithered towards Lin Li, intent on engaging in close combat. Thus, the black serpent beast emerges as a seasoned predator. Having realized that its previous attack missed the prey due to distance, it decides to close the gap, approaching with intent to strike, testing the limits of evasion. Lin Li, who had successfully dodged the beast's initial assault, now gleaned valuable intelligence. He deduced that the black serpent beast was non-venomous. When it had lunged at him with its gaping maw, no venom had been expelled. Knowing it posed no toxic threat, he felt emboldened to engage in battle. With a swift motion, Lin Li raised his left hand, bandaged in medical gauze. A flicker of golden light emanated from his fingertips, and in an instant, a small fireball, akin to the size of an egg, materialized above them. The black serpent beast, charging forward with fierce momentum, hesitated momentarily at the sight of the fireball in its prey's hand. However, it soon deemed the diminutive sphere harmless. Believing it could not inflict any significant damage, it momentarily slowed its advance before surging forward once again. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the egg-sized fireball expanded to the size of an apple. Its newfound girth signified an exponential increase in power. You arrogant creature, lacking venom, what gives you the audacity? Lin Li mentally scoffed as he hurled the fireball towards the oncoming black serpent beast. A small fireball, no larger than an apple, shot forth with astonishing speed. The black serpent beast, charging directly towards Lin Li, found itself unable to evade due to its own momentum. When it noticed the egg-sized fireball suddenly expand severalfold and hurtle towards it, there was no time to dodge. However, as a seasoned predator, it instinctively sought to minimize the impending damage. The sleek body of the black serpent beast coiled tightly, and its head shot upwards in a swift motion. Lin Li's fireball, initially aimed at the creature's head, lost its target and struck the beast's body, covered in glossy black scales. With a resounding explosion, the fiery orb collided with the serpent's form, sending flesh and blood flying in all directions. The searing flames from the detonation scorched the gaping wounds, leaving them charred and blackened. The intense agony compelled the black serpent beast to writhe and thrash, its massive body crashing against the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Chapter 36. Cursed. I've been deceived. The black serpent beast did not anticipate that its intended prey would possess such formidable power, suffering significant injury from a single strike. Observing the impact of his fireball, Linley, though disappointed that it had not hit its original target, recognized the substantial damage inflicted upon the foe. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to launch another assault. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. If not now, then when? Mobilizing the latent energy within, Linley spread open his left palm. With a sudden burst, 3 fireballs, each the size of an apple, materialized above his hand. With a swift motion, he sent the 3 floating fireballs hurtling through the air in a formation resembling the letter P, aimed at the bewildered black serpent beast. Sensing the impending danger once more, the black serpent beast snapped back to attention, aghast at Linley's audacity to launch a second assault with his extraordinary powers. Faced with the oncoming fireballs, it immediately contorted its body to evade the attack. The 3 fireballs, propelled in a P formation towards the black serpent beast, resulted in 2 striking their target while 1 missed and landed on the grass. The 2 fireballs that hit the beast's robust form exploded, inflicting 2 substantial wounds. Scales were blown off at the injured sites, and blood gushed forth, while the intense heat from the explosions singed the surrounding scales, turning them a stark white. The agony inflicted by these fireballs was exponentially more severe than the pain from its previous injuries. It is often said that when one is down, one must strike decisively. As long as life persists, the assault shall not cease. Following the second wave of fireball attacks, Linley immediately charged forward, sword in hand, closely pursuing the trajectory of the unleashed fireballs. As the searing heat wave generated by the explosion of the small fireball dissipated, Linley, wielding a long sword imbued with a faint golden glow, surged forward, thrusting his ethereal weapon into the wounded area of the black serpent beast. Each thrust punctured the air with a chilling sound, reminiscent of salt being poured onto a wound, amplifying the agony of the injured. One might ponder the depths of suffering inflicted by multiple strikes to such a vulnerable spot. However, only those who have endured similar torment could truly articulate the experience. Alas, the black serpent beast was incapable of human speech, and after enduring such excruciating pain, it could not convey its anguish. Yet, perhaps the heart-wrenching wails that escaped its maw might offer a glimpse into its torment. With each piercing strike to its injury, the beast unleashed a thunderous, sorrowful screech that reverberated through the air. In a frantic response, it whipped its body towards Linley, unleashing a fierce counterattack. The wind held as Linley, quick on his feet, crouched low, narrowly evading the beast's sweeping strike. Following his successful dodge, he seized the moment to plunge his sword into the creature's wound twice more before launching himself backward with a powerful push of his legs. Each leap created a rhythmic sound against the ground as he deftly distanced himself from the black serpent beast. Exhilarated by his fluid series of attacks and having escaped the beast's immediate threat, Linley reveled in the triumph of his swift maneuvers. Haha, this dark creature may appear fierce, but in reality, it is no match for me. With a little more effort, the mystical essence required for the wondrous tree will soon be within my grasp. The black serpent beast, once brimming with arrogance, now bears a strikingly different demeanor. A horrific wound, inflicted by Linley with a small fireball followed by multiple stabs, lies several meters beneath its head. The force behind Linley's strikes was substantial, leaving deep gashes, with some blades even piercing through the creature's body. Blood gushed from the wounds, instantly staining the lush green grass beneath it a vivid crimson. Once more, a small orange fireball materialized in Linley's hand. Upon witnessing its reappearance, the black serpent beast's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, overtaken by fear. Hiss. The once formidable creature, now terrified by Linley's fireball, emitted a series of desperate hisses, hoping to intimidate this formidable foe. Yet, it clearly underestimated the resolve of its pursuer. Haha, look at you now, trembling in fear. It's too late to be afraid. Had you not recklessly emerged from the bushes to attack me in the first place, you would not have found yourself in such dire straits. Accept your fate with humility now. Upon witnessing the fearsome, yet internally trembling demeanor of the black serpent beast, Linley let out a hearty laugh. Hurling a few taunts its way, he then casually tossed the small fireball he held towards the creature, before charging forward once more with his spiritual artifact sword in hand. With a resounding thud, the black serpent beast let out a piercing roar as the fireball struck again. The agony from the new wound compounding the pain of its previous injuries, nearly causing it to lose consciousness. Yet, in such dire circumstances, succumbing to faintness was not an option. The black serpent beast could distinctly sense Lin Li's unwavering determination to claim victory. It realized that retreat was imperative. It needed to flee swiftly. Blood flowed ceaselessly from the numerous wounds adorning its body, and if it continued to engage in combat, the hemorrhaging would only worsen, leaving it vulnerable to its adversary's merciless onslaught. With a soft hiss, Lin Li's sword, gleaming with a faint golden spiritual glow, plunged once more into the beast's wound, the tip emerging from the opposite side of its body. This strike pierced through the creature, inflicting yet another gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. As the black serpent beast writhed in agony, its massive jaws lunged ferociously towards Lin Li. Although he had gained a clear advantage, he was still faced with the relentless ferocity of the beast. In the face of its vigorous counterattack, he was compelled to momentarily evade its wrath, swiftly withdrawing the spiritual artifact sword from its flesh and retreating hastily. In light of the ferocious counterattack from the black serpent beast, Lin Li surmised that the adversary would undoubtedly launch a series of assaults against him. Consequently, he swiftly retreated, putting a considerable distance of over 10 meters between them. How infuriating! He had been deceived. The earlier relentless onslaught from the black serpent beast was merely a ruse. After retreating several meters, Lin Li observed the severely wounded creature, which, having repelled him, immediately turned and fled, hastening towards the dense thicket nearby. Chapter 37. The unsolved enigma. Upon witnessing the beast he was on the verge of vanquishing make its escape, Lin Li was suddenly beset by panic. After searching fruitlessly for more than half an hour, he had finally encountered a creature that had come forth willingly. Having expended some spiritual energy and vigor, he was on the brink of delivering a fatal blow. If it were to elude him now, he would likely be plagued by frustration for quite some time. He could not permit its escape. Lin Li mentally urged himself onward and promptly pursued the fleeing black serpent beast. With several gashes inflicted upon it by Lin Li, the creature's wounds bled profusely, leaving a vivid trail of crimson in its wake as it scurried away. This conspicuous evidence enabled Lin Li to discern the direction of its flight with remarkable precision. The sun, suspended in the sky, was momentarily obscured by clouds drifting in the distance, providing a brief respite from the scorching heat enveloping the earth. Chirping melodiously, a satiated little sparrow flapped its wings and soared upward, heading towards the sanctuary of its nest. A chilling, piercing scream suddenly reverberated across the tranquil wilderness, startling a plump little sparrow, which was preparing to return home. It nearly plummeted from the sky in fright. The startled sparrow flapped its wings vigorously, ascending rapidly to a greater altitude, then circled above a few times, seeking the source of the terrifying, shrill cry. Soon, the small bird identified the culprit of the sound, a human standing atop a massive black serpent. In the human's hand gleamed a weapon radiating a faint golden light, which was now deeply embedded in the serpent's skull. Realizing the peril, the sparrow thought it prudent to flee. Humans were indeed formidable. Nevertheless, the little bird recalled its parents' teachings to steer clear of humans, especially those engaged in hunting. It knew to distance itself as far as possible, never to succumb to curiosity and approach for a closer observation. Hearing a melodious chirping behind it, the sparrow instinctively turned its head to see another chubby sparrow flying away in the opposite direction. Returning its gaze to the black serpent beneath it, the sparrow noticed that despite its desperate attempts to escape, the creature was losing strength as blood flowed profusely from its wounds. Ultimately, the ferocious black serpent could not evade its fate. It was pierced through the head by the approaching human with a swift stroke of the sword. Although the black serpent beast had met its demise, its body continued to writhe restlessly. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a reflex action. It would take a little while longer for its form to settle into stillness. After waiting for over a minute, the corpse of the black serpent beast finally lay still. With a soft squelch, Lin Li exerted force with his right hand, pulling the spirit sword that had pierced the creature's head forcefully backward. As the sword was withdrawn, a repulsive mixture gushed forth from the wound, staining the ground beneath. After toiling for so long, he had finally hunted an extraordinary beast. Lin Li murmured to himself, then crouched down and placed his hand upon the black serpent beast's body. With a flicker of thought, the corpse of the first-tier, high-ranked beast vanished into thin air. On the mysterious island, a bloody beast's corpse materialized before the small tree at the center of the isle. Unlike before, the wondrous little tree appeared ravenous. The moment the black serpent beast's corpse appeared before it, wisps of white mist began to emanate from the carcass. In just a few breaths, The massive body of the black serpent beast had completely evaporated, leaving not a trace behind. The white mist that gathered in the air coalesced into a circular cloud of vapor. Compared to the mist formed from the rabbit beast remains, the cloud generated from the black serpent beast was twice its size. Subsequently, just as before, this white mist cloud soared toward the miraculous little tree adorned with small green fruits and was instantly absorbed. After absorbing the white mist, the marvelous little tree bore a tiny azure fruit, scarcely larger than a grain of rice, which seemed to have grown a notch. Today's objective was to hunt 5 exotic beasts. Linley, having spent nearly 50 minutes to slay a single beast, immediately began his search for the next creature after storing the carcass of the black serpent in the mysterious isle. To expedite his quest, Linley expanded his range of movement, his footsteps venturing deeper into the wilderness. It became evident that the further he traversed into the wild, the greater the likelihood of encountering exotic beasts. Indeed, after walking for about 10 minutes and covering over 500 meters into the desolate expanse, he came upon his second prey of the day, a Luhua chicken beast, boasting a large, vibrant red comb and standing at a height of 1 meter. While the prevalence of such beasts may vary in other cities, they are relatively common in the wilderness surrounding Rome City. It is said that 60 to 70 years ago, a farmer's poultry operation in the outskirts experienced a mishap, leading to a mass escape of Luhua chickens into the wild. Over time, these escaped chickens gradually adapted to their surroundings, and their progeny awakened a sense of spirituality, transforming into exotic beasts. Curiously, despite being bred for generations within the confines of the farm, none of the Luhua chickens there displayed any signs of awakening spirituality to become beasts. Yet, those that fled into the wild managed to easily give rise to offspring that awakened such traits, evolving into exotic creatures. The transformation of the Luhua chicken into a mythical beast remains an enigma that has yet to be unraveled. The imposing figure of a 1-meter-tall Luhua chicken beast let out a resounding crow upon spotting Linley. Although it is not a carnivorous creature, this beast possesses remarkable aggression. It is said that enthusiasts of fighting chickens from abroad travel annually to Rongqing, embarking on international flights. They hire local beast hunters to capture Luhua chicken beasts from the wilderness, subsequently bringing these captured creatures back to their homeland to participate in fighting competitions. As for the outcomes of these contests, they have reportedly fared quite well, with the Luhua chicken beast from Rongqing having claimed several championships in fighting events. Chapter 38. Could this be the legendary fighting chicken? With its sharp beak and razor-sharp claws, the fragile human body would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries from even the slightest peck or scratch. Having recently battled a fierce black snake beast, Linley felt no trepidation upon encountering the diminutive Luhua chicken beast before him. He recalled a culinary video by a food blogger showcasing dishes made from the meat of the Luhua chicken beast, whether in a hearty chicken soup or stir-fried. The flavors were exquisite. However, thoughts of feasting were secondary. The primary objective now was to swiftly hunt down 100 beasts. When the small blue fruits have ripened, consuming them will significantly enhance one's strength, providing ample opportunities to feast upon the magnificent Luhua chicken beast. The imposing Luhua chicken beast, sensing the piercing gaze of the human before it, was seized by a sudden chill. Cackling softly, it scratched the ground with its sharp claws, and then its grand wings shimmered with a faint golden light. With a flurry of flaps, a whirlwind materialized around its wings. To Linley's astonishment, he realized that this Luhua chicken beast had awakened its extraordinary abilities. This was the first time he encountered a beast with such awakened powers. The danger level of any beast increases dramatically upon awakening its abilities, and witnessing the Luhua chicken beast harnessing its powers prompted him to abandon any underestimation of his opponent. "Come forth. Let me witness the extent of your abilities." Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, dispersing the thick clouds that had obscured the sun, allowing the scorching rays to once again bathe the earth. In that instant, as the sun broke through the clouds, the Luhua chicken beast sprang into action. With a vigorous flap of its mighty wings, the 2 whirlwinds that had formed propelled it into the air. It is well known that although Luhua chickens possess wings, they are incapable of flight. They can merely flutter momentarily before descending. However, this awakened Luhua chicken, an extraordinary beast, astonishingly manifested the ability to fly after harnessing its powers. The whirlwind generated by its wings propelled the Luhua chicken through the skies. Although it soared at a modest altitude of 30 to 40 meters, its agile aerial maneuvers left Linley utterly astounded. Could this truly be the legendary battle chicken? Seemingly in response to Lin Li's utterance, the Lu Hua chicken circled above, letting out a fierce cry before diving down like a fighter jet, hurtling towards Lin Li. Cackling loudly, the descending creature locked its sharp gaze upon Lin Li, its talons poised menacingly above his head. I had anticipated that the cyclone from your wings would unleash wind blades to strike me. To my surprise, it serves merely to assist in your flight. As the Lu Hua chicken swooped down with ferocious intent, it rapidly closed the distance between itself and Lin Li. When the extraordinary beast was a mere 20 meters away from Lin Li, a fiery orange glow suddenly emanated from his hand. Ah, valiant battle chicken. Since you exhibit such bravery, allow me to unleash a fireball upon you. With a swift motion, a fist-sized fireball shot forth from Lin Li's palm, hurtling towards the descending Lu Hua chicken. Sensing imminent danger, the creature frantically flapped its wings, attempting to alter its trajectory. Alas, it was merely a few meters from Lin Li, and the fireball's velocity rendered it unable to evade. Bang! A fireball the size of a fist struck the body of the Lu Hua chicken, an extraordinary beast, igniting its fluffy feathers in a blaze of ferocious flames. In an instant, this formidable combat chicken was engulfed in fire, the terrifying heat spreading rapidly and uncontrollably. Cackling in distress, the once mighty Lu Hua chicken flapped its wings desperately, attempting to extinguish the flames consuming its body. However, the awakened abilities it wielded, manifested in two swirling gusts attached to its wings, acted as accelerants rather than extinguishers. Instead of quelling the furious inferno, the flames surged with even greater intensity. Hey, hurry down. If you become a roasted chicken, that mystical little tree on the mysterious island will surely be displeased. At that moment, Lin Li was even more anxious than the flaming Lu Hua chicken itself, wishing fervently for it to extinguish the raging flames. Soon, the beast's once fluffy feathers were completely incinerated, leaving it a charred, bald chicken. With a pitiful caw, the now bald Lu Hua chicken plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, the ground was covered in thick grass, and the creature had managed to lower its altitude before the fall. At a height of 8 or 9 meters, coupled with a thick carpet of fluffy weeds below, the impact from falling would not result in severe injury. As the Lu Hua chicken beast landed amidst the soft undergrowth, it felt fortunate to have survived this calamitous descent. Suddenly, a figure, beaming with mirth, appeared behind it. Cackling softly, the Lu Hua chicken beast, still reveling in its narrow escape, sensed a predatory gaze fixated on the back of its head. Gradually, it turned to behold a faint golden light illuminating its vision. With a swift motion, Lin Li wielded his gleaming golden spiritual sword, severing the Lu Hua chicken beast's head from its body in a single strike. My apologies, your head is rather diminutive and lacking confidence in my aim. I resorted to this rather unsightly method to dispatch you, he remarked with a hint of regret as he observed the twitching body of the decapitated creature. Just as Lin Li was about to collect his second kill of the day and return it to the mysterious island, a melodious crowing echoed from afar. Wonderful! Just as I have slain the Lu Hua chicken beast, another approaches. Fortune smiles upon me. Elated, Lin Li swiftly placed his hand upon the corpse of the Lu Hua chicken beast, transporting it to the enigmatic isle. Then, clutching his spiritual sword, he hastened towards the source of the enchanting call. Chapter 39. The bystanders hidden in the dense grass as the sun dipped below the horizon. The vibrant hues of crimson painted the azure sky. Lin Li, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from his brow while extracting the spiritual sword embedded in the body of the Lu Hua chicken beast. Ever since he had slain the first Lu Hua chicken beast, it was as if he had stirred a nest of hornets, with more and more of these creatures emerging in rapid succession. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon engaged in combat with them. As of now, he had successfully hunted 9 Lu Hua chicken beasts, and when considering the black snake beast he had slain earlier, Lin Li had dispatched a total of 10 beasts today. This achievement far surpassed his initial goal of 5 beasts this afternoon. Aha! What extraordinary luck I have today, he exclaimed inwardly. In just one afternoon, I have hunted 10 beasts. If I begin my endeavors early tomorrow and remain industrious throughout the day, could I potentially hunt 20? If that were the case, I would soon witness the maturation of that small green fruit. As Lin Li crouched down to collect the deceased Lu Hua chicken beasts into the mysterious island, he cheerfully envisioned the forthcoming days unfolding as smoothly as today. After a long and industrious afternoon, feeling somewhat fatigued, Lin Li retrieved a bottle of mineral water he had previously placed on the mysterious island. He unscrewed the cap and gulped down nearly half the bottle in one go. After consuming nearly half a bottle of mineral water, He exhaled deeply, feeling an immediate sense of relief wash over him. The sun was on the verge of setting, prompting him to hasten his return home. Linley retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened the map application. To his dismay, he discovered that he was situated 4 to 5 kilometers away from the safety zone. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing that his recent exuberance had led him far astray. He resolved to be more cautious in the future, lest he inadvertently wander into more perilous territories and encounter second-tier beasts, which would spell disaster. After confirming the general direction back to the safety zone via the map, Linley prepared to make his way back. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Accompanying the sound was a towering column of fire that shot into the sky. This colossal flame was so immense that even from a distance, it was strikingly visible. What could possibly be happening? Linley stared in disbelief at the spot where the fire had vanished, his mouth agape in shock, though the exact diameter of the extinguished flame was beyond estimation. Its ascent into the heavens reached a height of at least 15 or 16 meters. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met only by the wild, unrestrained growth of flora, devoid of any modern human infrastructure. Such a phenomenon was something he had only seen recently on the news. He recalled the report detailing an incident where a natural gas pipeline was severely damaged due to the careless actions of construction workers. Subsequently, the leaking natural gas pipeline ignited, resulting in a towering inferno. Presently, however, Linley found himself in the wilderness, an area evidently devoid of any natural gas pipelines. Furthermore, given that the flame appeared abruptly and vanished just as quickly, it could hardly be linked to a gas leak. It is well understood that extinguishing a flame produced by a gas leak is no trivial task. Thus, the sudden blaze that flared up and then dissipated was most likely conjured by a practitioner utilizing their extraordinary abilities, or perhaps by a mythical beast employing its own powers. If it were the former, the situation would be manageable, but if it were the latter, remaining in this vicinity would be exceedingly perilous, necessitating a swift departure. Linley swiftly deliberated in his mind and resolved to flee towards the safety zone. Regrettably, just as he prepared to take flight, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted behind him, accompanied by the ferocious roars of beasts. Bang, bang, bang roar, hearing the escalating tumult drawing nearer to his position. Linley promptly abandoned his escape plan and, with a swift turn, dove into the dense underbrush. This decision proved astute, for in the very next moment, two figures emerged mere dozens of meters from his concealed refuge. Given their alarming speed, it would not take long for them to catch up to Linley should he attempt to flee. In the absence of knowledge regarding whether they were foes or allies, the wisest course of action was to remain hidden. Bang! Two figures clashed with a powerful punch, generating a gust of energy that rustled the surrounding foliage. Both parties retreated 6 or 7 meters, stabilizing themselves while breathing heavily, yet their gazes remained unwaveringly locked onto one another. Concealed within the thicket, Linley widened his eyes, observing the standoff between the two figures several dozen meters away. One was a middle-aged man, likely in his early 40s, standing at approximately 175 meters tall, with a square face and a buzz cut, clad in camouflage attire. His hands were adorned with metallic gloves, from which a faint golden glow occasionally flickered, indicating that these gloves were likely a spiritual artifact. Opposing the middle-aged man stood a nearly 2-meter-tall ape-like beast, covered in white fur. The creature possessed robust limbs, its fangs protruding beyond its lips, and its ebony eyes glinted with a murderous intent directed at the man. Such a fearsome beast, hiding in the underbrush. Linley scrutinized the white ape-like creature. Although he lacked the ability of a second-tier practitioner to sense the intensity of the spiritual energy emanating from his adversary, he could distinctly feel the palpable aura of menace radiating from the white ape. Remaining composed and regulating his breath, he discerned that both the white ape and the middle-aged man were undoubtedly second-tier practitioners. Practitioners of their caliber possessed the capability to perceive their surroundings through spiritual awareness, particularly attuned to beings that exude waves of spiritual energy. At this moment, it was imperative that he refrained from mobilizing the spiritual energy within him. Should they detect the ethereal energy emanating from me, I would have no choice but to seek refuge on the mysterious isle, concealed within the thicket. Linley endeavored to relax his body and mind, resisting the urge to let anxiety govern his being. After a moment of confrontation, the white ape-like beast let out a fierce roar at the middle-aged man. "Huh, you fragile creature. Do not presume that such antics will frighten me away. A dagger has already pierced your heart. If I continue this struggle, your demise is imminent." In the face of the white beast's roar, the middle-aged man remained undaunted. smiling as he addressed his opponent. Chapter 40. What are you dilly-dallying for? Hurry up and make your move. Linley, hidden in the underbrush, widened his eyes in astonishment as he scrutinized the white beast, noticing a dagger embedded in its chest. Blood flowed ceaselessly from the wound, staining the beast's pristine white fur a deep crimson. At that moment, should someone remove the dagger, a fountain of blood would undoubtedly erupt from the injury. The vitality of this white beast was astonishing. Despite having suffered such a grievous wound to its heart, it continued to engage in such a fierce battle. Were it any human, a stab to the heart would likely result in instant death. While Linley marveled at the tenacity of the white ape-like creature, he was equally astounded by the formidable strength of the middle-aged man. Faced with such a tenacious white ape-like creature, the middle-aged man managed to inflict considerable injury upon it. The smile that graced his face indicated that he possessed a certain ease in dealing with the formidable beast. The white ape roared once more at the man. Yet this time its growl was significantly weaker than before. It was evident that, as the man had suggested, the creature's physical condition was indeed dire. The middle-aged man refrained from further attacks, choosing instead to stand quietly, awaiting the inevitable deterioration of the wounded white ape. As a seasoned beast hunter of mid-second tier strength, he recognized that there was no need to engage in combat further, having discerned that the creature was nearing its end. Such restraint was prudent. It was wise to avoid provoking a dying adversary, which could lead to unnecessary harm. In this seemingly assured victory, all he needed to do was keep the creature within his sight. With the passage of time, the white ape would succumb to its fate, ultimately falling to the ground due to the dagger embedded in its heart. The white ape, acutely aware of its waning strength, recognized the malevolent intent of the human who sought to outlast it. Despite its understanding of the man's treachery, its current physical state rendered it powerless to retaliate. This predicament was a result of its own momentary lapse in vigilance, which had allowed the man to strike unexpectedly. If one were to cry out for help, not far from their companions, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. However, in the present circumstance, it is evidently devoid of any chance of survival. The white ape-like beast emitted another roar, this time weaker than the previous two. The middle-aged man observed the declining state of the white ape-like beast, and the smile on his face grew more pronounced. After several minutes of standoff, the white ape-like beast staggered, faltering beneath its own weight, before tumbling heavily onto the grass. With a thud, the middle-aged man, witnessing his prey's collapse and the cessation of its life, erupted into laughter. Nevertheless, being a seasoned beast hunter, he refrained from approaching the fallen creature immediately, choosing instead to remain in place, patiently awaiting the right moment. Concealed within the grass, Linley watched the man's actions with profound confusion. The white ape-like beast had already met its demise. Why was this man not advancing to collect his quarry? What could be the rationale behind this? After a couple of minutes had passed, with only a sliver of the setting sun remaining, it became evident that darkness was imminent. Sighing, Linley wondered how much longer the man intended to wait. As dusk approached, the perils of the wilderness would escalate significantly beyond the safety of daylight. Should procrastination continue until nightfall, the middle-aged man, with his formidable strength, would effortlessly return to the safety zone, leaving Linley to navigate the treacherous dark alone. How would he find his way home then? On this outing, I neglected to bring any illumination devices, should I encounter a monstrous beast. Relying solely on a small fireball for light would hardly suffice against the nocturnal creatures that roam the night. Why are you hesitating? It is already dead. I wonder what is causing your delay. Linley thought furiously about the middle-aged man. After a few more minutes of inaction, the middle-aged man, sensing that the time was right, muttered to himself that this fellow should be thoroughly dead by now. However, true to his cautious nature, he refrained from advancing immediately. Instead, he raised his right hand, clad in a metallic glove, with his palm directed at the white ape-like beast. What is happening? What is he planning to do? Linley gazed at the middle-aged man's peculiar actions, puzzled. But soon, he comprehended the man's intentions. A soft golden aura blossomed on the metallic glove. And then a fire pillar, 10 centimeters in diameter, erupted from the man's hand, hurtling towards the lifeless white ape. With a resounding boom, the searing fire struck the deceased creature, causing an explosion that scattered sparks in every direction, scorching the surrounding emerald grass into a charred yellow. Concealed within the foliage, Linley observed this scene, bewildered by the middle-aged man's actions. The creature was already lifeless. Was it truly necessary to unleash his powers upon it? Such behavior seemed excessive. Or perhaps this man harbored some peculiar penchant. Nevertheless, I now understand who was responsible for that towering pillar of flame I witnessed earlier. A middle-aged man observed that the white ape-like creature remained unperturbed under his fiery assault, which brought him a sense of relief. With renewed confidence, he advanced briskly towards the charred remains of the creature, whose fur was singed from the flames. Finally, he was prepared to attend to the lifeless body of the white ape. Time was of the essence, as dusk was approaching rapidly. Linley, witnessing the middle-aged man beginning to handle the deceased creature, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, believing he could return to the safe zone before sunset. The sound of grass rustling beneath his feet echoed softly as the man approached the fallen beast. He noticed the dagger protruding from its chest and bent down to extract it. The purchase of this spiritual dagger had cost him a considerable sum, and he had felt a pang of regret at the time. Yet, in hindsight, the expenditure was justified had he not mustered the resolve to acquire the dagger. He might not have slain the white ape that day. Just as the middle-aged man's hand was about to grasp the spiritual dagger embedded in the creature's chest, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 41. Truly, one can be ruthless towards oneself. The creature's once pristine white fur had been scorched significantly, and its body bore numerous burns. At the very moment the man's hand was about to make contact with the dagger, the white ape astonishingly opened its eyes. It was a ruse. The creature had feigned death. Upon witnessing the lifeless white ape suddenly open its eyes, the middle-aged man instinctively halted his actions and chose to retreat. However, after enduring for so long and reaching this critical juncture, the white ape was not inclined to allow the man to escape unscathed. With a thunderous roar, the creature's deafening cry left the man dizzy, momentarily stalling his retreat. In that fleeting half-second, the white ape's elongated claws struck with the swiftness of lightning, aiming directly at the man's abdomen. The beast's paw, radiating a soft, golden luminescence, was exceedingly sharp. A single thrust could easily pierce through the man's midsection. In this dire moment, the middle-aged man bit down on his own tongue, forcing himself to shake off the dizziness. With a twist of his waist, he exerted every ounce of strength to evade the impending strike. The beast's claw, glowing with a faint golden light, grazed past his abdomen, instantly tearing through his camouflage attire and leaving a significant portion of flesh shredded. With a cry of agony, the man swiftly distanced himself from the white ape, retreating over 20 meters before finally coming to a halt. Blood poured from the grievous wound on his abdomen, causing him to tremble in pain. While beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, he pressed his right hand against the wound on his abdomen, desperately attempting to stanch the flow of blood. However, the gash was rather extensive, and despite his efforts, blood continued to seep through his fingers. The seasoned middle-aged man understood that he needed to swiftly find a secure location to tend to his injury. Otherwise, he would soon succumb to excessive blood loss. When comparing his wound to the one inflicted upon the heart of the white ape-like beast, his injury seemed trivial. After all, the human body pales in comparison to that of a formidable beast. The white ape had fought valiantly against the middle-aged man even after sustaining a stab to its heart, and it had feigned death only to launch a counterattack, a maneuver far beyond human capability. In the distance, the dense thicket concealed Linley, who was momentarily paralyzed with astonishment at the unfolding scene, so much so that he forgot to breathe. How could it be that the beast had not perished? In such dire circumstances, it had devised a cunning strategy of feigned death to completely turn the tide in its favor. This was astonishingly clever. No, it was not merely intelligence. Executing such a ruse required a fierce resolve. At that moment, amidst his shock, Linley felt a pang of shame for previously criticizing the middle-aged man's seemingly sluggish actions. The spectacle before him served as a vivid lesson, illuminating the necessity of the middle-aged man's prior conduct. Regrettably, despite the middle-aged man's repeated caution, he fell into the trap set by his adversary. As the cunning and ruthless white ape creature proved to be too formidable, a flicker of disappointment crossed the creature's eyes upon realizing that its counterattack had not yielded the anticipated results. With a fierce roar, the white ape creature lunged toward the middle-aged man, who, upon witnessing the creature's charge, promptly raised his left hand and struck out with a powerful palm. A vivid orange flame ignited in his hand, and as he delivered the blow, a searing fire erupted from his palm. The white ape, seeing the fiery onslaught approaching, swiftly evaded to the side, while the scorching flame collided with the ground, producing a resounding thud. The explosion of flames scorched many verdant plants in the vicinity. Fortunately, there were no dry patches of grass nearby. Otherwise, the middle-aged man's extraordinary attack could have ignited a conflagration. Damn creature, I concede defeat today. But fate will intertwine our paths again. When next we meet, I shall sever your head and ensure your complete demise. After forcing the white ape creature back with a singular strike, the middle-aged man spat a harsh retort before clutching his injured abdomen and turning to flee into the distance. The white ape creature, witnessing the man's retreat, let out a thunderous roar directed at his departing figure. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the echoing cry, quick however. The white ape beast merely roared without pursuing the injured middle-aged man. It stood motionless, observing the fleeing figure. To my astonishment, the situation had turned on its head. I must never allow myself to be overturned by a beast like that middle-aged man. Concealed within the grass, Linley silently admonished himself as he witnessed the entire event unfold. After the middle-aged man had vanished from sight, a predicament arose for Linley. The white ape beast, after delivering a decisive blow that sent the man retreating, remained in place for an extended period, showing no inclination to depart. The sun on the horizon was but a sliver of twilight, poised to vanish completely beyond the horizon, and soon the night would envelop the wilderness. What was this white ape beast up to? Why did it not leave? What could possibly hold its attention in that direction? The adversary had already been repelled. And with such grievous injuries, it ought to be seeking refuge to tend to its wounds. Instead, it stood idly, as if caught in an absurd reverie. Mosquitoes lurking in the grass soon detected Linley's presence and began to swarm around him. In a matter of moments, he was beset by several itchy welts upon his hands and face. Though the bites were irritating, Linley dared not make a sound, fearing that even the slightest movement might draw the attention of the fearsome white ape beast, revealing the presence of a human concealed within the thicket. Regarding the recent series of battles between the fearsome white ape beast and the middle-aged man, as an onlooker, Linley need not expend any mental effort to deduce that if the terrifying white ape were to discover another human concealed within the surrounding grass, it would mercilessly rend him to shreds to alleviate its pent-up fury. Chapter 42. A fortuitous find. As twilight descended, the mosquitoes in the underbrush multiplied exponentially. Those that had gorged themselves on Linley began to summon their brethren, and an increasing swarm of them flocked toward him. How irritating! At this rate, I fear I shall perish not by the claws of the white ape beast, but rather by being drained dry by these relentless mosquitoes. No, I cannot endure this any longer. If the white ape beast discovers me, so be it. I shall simply take refuge on the mysterious island. Ultimately, Linley's endurance, while commendable, had its limits. Overwhelmed by the incessant torment of the swarming mosquitoes, he could no longer restrain himself. With a sudden leap, he erupted from the dense foliage, poised to flee to the safety of the enigmatic island. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Having emerged from the thicket, he noticed that the white ape beast remained stationary in the distance, utterly undisturbed. How peculiar! Despite the commotion I created, that formidable white ape beast should have heard me. For the moment, Linley abandoned his intention to seek refuge on the mysterious island, his gaze fixed with suspicion upon the still figure of the white ape beast. A bold conjecture emerged in Linley's mind. To validate his hypothesis, he simultaneously devised a plan to retreat to a mysterious island while raising his left hand. A flicker of pale golden spiritual light danced across Linley's palm, and then a small fireball, about the size of a fist, materialized at his fingertips. With a hint of anxiety, Linley softly uttered a word of encouragement before he hurled the fireball into the air. Whoosh! The orange-red fireball shot forth, hurtling directly toward the unmoving head of a distant white ape-like beast. Astonishingly, the creature remained rooted to the spot, allowing the fiery projectile to collide with its cranium. Boom! The explosion of the fireball unleashed a wave of heat that radiated outward, and the impact, though not overwhelming, knocked the white ape-like beast to the ground. As Linley witnessed the creature's fall, a look of astonishment spread across his face. This unfolding scene validated his conjecture. The desperate counterattack initiated by the white ape-like beast was merely its final struggle before demise. It could be likened to a last flicker of light. In its final moments, it managed to inflict serious injury upon its most loathed adversary, forcing it to retreat, thus departing this world without lingering regrets. Calmness enveloped him. The previous encounter with the middle-aged man served as a stark lesson etched in blood. My prowess pales in comparison to that of the middle-aged man. Were I to imitate the actions of the white ape-like beast, I would undoubtedly be vanquished in an instant. Linley watched the fallen white ape-like creature with utmost caution, retreating several steps to create distance. Once a safe gap was established, he commenced what he deemed to be the most prudent course of action. With a series of soft whooshes, he conjured orange fireballs, hurling them toward the prostrate beast. Each fiery orb struck the creature's head with a resounding boom. The relentless bombardment proved too much for the white ape-like beast, its head ultimately succumbed, exploding in a shower of red and white matter. The intense heat from the fiery explosion left the remnants half-cooked, scattered across the ground. Linley exhaled deeply, gazing at the mangled beast, murmuring to himself, given its current state, it should be irretrievably dead. If it were to somehow rise again and launch a desperate counterattack, I would accept my demise. With that thought, Linley tightened his grip on the spiritual longsword in his hand and slowly approached the disfigured white ape-like creature. Upon reaching it, he thrust his blade into several vital points of its body. Clearly, the previous encounter with the middle-aged man had left a profound impact on Linley, prompting him to exercise such meticulous caution. The white ape-like creature lay utterly lifeless, a testament to its demise. Linley gazed upon the mangled corpse, its head shattered and riddled with numerous wounds, and a sense of relief finally graced his countenance. At that moment, the last vestiges of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon. Darkness enveloped the earth, transforming the already desolate wilderness into an even more profound silence. A sudden breeze stirred, causing the flora and foliage of the barren expanse to rustle, while the chirps of insects in the underbrush began to emerge. Aware of the inherent dangers that the night wilderness harbored, Linley promptly crouched down, extending a hand to point at the lifeless body of the white ape. With a mere thought, he summoned it into the mysterious isle. Without further delay, he hastened towards the direction of the safe zone. Fortunately, the moon illuminated the night, casting a silvery glow upon the ground, allowing Linley to discern the path ahead. Shortly after his departure, several figures approached from the distance, arriving at the site where the white ape had perished. Clad in camouflage attire, they bore backpacks and wielded various energy weapons. "Captain, it's already dark. Let us return. It has been quite some time. And that severely injured white ape has long vanished without a trace." The circumstances had indeed turned against them, and Old Leaf found himself deeply embarrassed. Beneath the cloak of night, the group exchanged a few words before turning back towards the safe zone. On the mysterious isle, the corpse of a peculiar white ape materialized abruptly upon the verdant grass of a mysterious island, soon followed by a copious emanation of white mist wafting from its lifeless form. Unlike previous occurrences, the enchanting little tree appeared somewhat impatient. It did not wait for the mist to coalesce into a cloud, but instead directly attracted the ethereal white vapor. Consequently, the mist swiftly surged toward the marvelous little tree, enveloping its sparse branches and leaves. The tree's vibrant green foliage shimmered with a faint golden luminescence, and like sponges, these emerald leaves rapidly absorbed the mist that cloaked the canopy. Once the white vapor had been completely consumed, the diminutive azure fruit that had burgeoned on the tree swelled to several times its original size, now resembling a pigeon's egg. A delicate golden radiance flickered upon the surface of the egg-sized azure fruit, occasionally glimmering, revealing its extraordinary essence. Chapter 43. Why do you look down upon others? Rustle, rustle. Under the luminous glow of the moon, a figure emerged from the thicket. At last, a moment to relax had arrived. Stepping onto the road, Linley felt a sense of safety wash over him, allowing the tense nerves to finally ease. A silver van had been parked beneath a roadside tree all afternoon, with several leaves dislodged by the wind, now resting atop its roof. Snap! Bang! Upon opening the car door and taking a seat, Linley changed out of his camouflage attire. Once he had donned his new clothing, he ignited the engine and turned the vehicle towards the city. The stretch of road from the wilderness to Changhua Avenue was devoid of streetlights, enveloped in darkness with not a soul in sight. During the daytime, there was nothing unsettling about it. However, now, as he drove alone amidst such profound silence, an uneasy feeling began to creep into his heart. Fortunately, this disquieting atmosphere did not persist for long, as Linley's van soon reached Changhua Avenue, where the road was illuminated by streetlights. Typically, these lights went unnoticed. Yet at this moment, their soft, golden glow possessed an almost magical ability to dispel his inner turmoil. It is no wonder that those extraordinary beast hunters interviewed on television often remarked that the profession was not suited for the faint-hearted. The stark contrast between the perilous wilderness and the serene city life was indeed overwhelming. Many fledgling beast hunters, unable to acclimate to this disparity, chose to abandon their perilous pursuits in favor of a comfortable job in the city. At 10 minutes past 7 in the evening, Linley opened the door to his home, switched on the lights, and proceeded into the living room to activate the air conditioning. The heat was unbearable. Today's temperature soared several degrees higher than yesterday's. As July had only just begun, it seemed that this summer would be considerably hotter than the last. Standing before the air conditioner, Linley savored the cool breeze it emitted, quietly murmuring to himself. His stomach grumbled in protest, urging him to hasten his dinner preparations. Despite having procured a plethora of ingredients at the market that morning, after toiling in the wilderness for an entire afternoon, Linley found himself utterly disinclined to cook. Realizing he would forego preparing a meal, he resolved to order takeout instead. While enjoying the refreshing air, he pondered what to have for dinner. It had been quite a while since he had savored Kaifeng cuisine, so he decided that would be his choice for the evening. He opened the delivery app, located a restaurant specializing in Kaifeng dishes, and proceeded to order 3 spicy chicken leg burgers, a serving of fries, 2 chicken wraps, a portion of popcorn chicken, along with 2 fried chicken legs and 2 pairs of chicken wings. After placing the order and completing the payment, he checked the delivery time, which estimated approximately 45 minutes. Thus, Linley retreated to his bedroom to fetch some clothes and take a shower. The heat of the day had been relentless, and after running and jumping in the wilderness, he had certainly worked up a sweat. If he didn't wash up, he would surely be the subject of amusement for the delivery person, a prospect he found utterly unacceptable. Moments later, the sound of the shower head filled the bathroom, accompanied by an off-key melody echoing from within. It seemed Linley's culinary skills were not his only shortcoming. His singing voice left much to be desired as well. In the Happy Garden community, Suyu had just finished her shower, her hair styled in a bun, adorned in a delicate pink silk camisole dress, reminiscent of youthful elegance. When she purchased the silk camisole nightgown, she deliberately considered comfort and opted for a loose fit. However, due to her ample bosom, this loose-fitting silk nightgown clung tightly, resulting in a somewhat snug appearance. To speak candidly, the mature and beautiful Suyu, with her alluring figure, exuded a unique charm while adorned in this youthful-style silk camisole nightgown. Yet, at this moment, such allure went unappreciated. As she sat cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a television program, Suyu reached for her phone resting nearby. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was her mother calling. "Hello. What are you up to? Watching television. Mom, is there something you needed? Can I call you if there's nothing urgent?" Suyu detected a hint of dissatisfaction in her mother's tone. After a brief silence, she cheerfully responded, "Of course you can. You are my beloved mother. Feel free to call me whenever you wish. All right, enough of the banter. I called to ask why Xiaohao has reached out several times to invite you out, yet you keep making excuses." Suyu sighed internally, recognizing her mother's intent behind the call. With a resigned expression on her lovely face, she murmured to herself before explaining, "Mom, I've been quite busy lately. I simply haven't had the time, so I couldn't accept Zhang Xiaohao's invitations to dinner." A mother knows her daughter best. Suyu's mother is evidently well acquainted with her daughter. Upon hearing Suyu's explanation, she was incredulous. "You, a primary school music teacher. What could possibly keep you busy now that the students are on summer break?" "It's because one of Aunt Lu's employees had to return to her hometown for some matters. She asked me to assist her by teaching the children for a few days. I've been engrossed in preparing lesson plans. I have no time for anything else." Suyu replied, half seriously. Her mother fell silent. The Lu aunt mentioned by her daughter, whose full name is Lu Yanhong, was a college classmate of hers, now running an interest training class in Rongqing, primarily teaching children how to paint, sing, and dance. It was quite plausible that her daughter, proficient in all 3 areas, would be asked for assistance by an old friend. "Mom, why are you silent? You're not doubting my words, are you? If you don't believe me, you can call Aunt Lu now to verify the truth of what I'm saying," Suyu added upon noticing her mother's silence. "Xiaoya, don't use your Aunt Lu's request for help as a shield. What secret motives do you harbor? Am I, as your mother, unaware?" "Mom, your words imply something unfounded. I harbor no secret intentions. Xiaoya, Zhang Xiaohua is a graduate of a prestigious university and has studied abroad. He has returned to the country as a senior executive in a large company, with an unlimited future ahead of him. Just a month ago, he attended your father's birthday banquet with his parents. You have seen him, have you not? Zhang Xiaohua possesses an impressive stature, handsomeness, and a vibrant personality, coupled with impeccable manners in all aspects of life. How could one fail to appreciate such a person?" Chapter 44. A heart laden with resentment towards someone upon witnessing her mother's blatant intentions. Suyu decided to abandon all pretense and forthrightly expressed to her mother that she harbored no feelings for him. Feelings can be nurtured over time. And you have only met Zhang Xiaohua once. How can you be so certain that you lack any emotional connection? Her mother retorted, "Mom, please stop. I simply do not feel anything." With her daughter's resolute stance, Suyu's mother found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, the mother and daughter fell into a silence over the phone. After half a minute, her mother resumed the conversation. Xiaoyu, if you claim to have no feelings for such an outstanding young man as Zhang Xiaohua, then pray tell, what type of boy do you find appealing? Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Suyu held the phone in her right hand while her left rested upon her fair, snow-white thigh. When she heard her mother's question after a prolonged silence, she momentarily froze, and a particular figure emerged in her mind. Noticing her daughter's silence, her mother seemed to sense something amiss and inquired uncertainly, Xiaoyu, have you perhaps started dating someone? Upon hearing her mother inquire whether she had a boyfriend, Suyu momentarily lost her train of thought before quickly regaining her composure. She promptly denied it, insisting, no, if I truly had a boyfriend, I would certainly tell you. Really, I don't. Are you sure? Her mother pressed. Oh, my dear, don't blame me for trying to introduce you to potential partners. You must consider, you are not a child anymore. After the new year, you will be 26. If you do have a boyfriend, then bring him home for your father and me to meet, and I shall cease my matchmaking efforts. Mom, I genuinely do not have a boyfriend. Why don't you believe me? Suyu replied, feeling exasperated. I need to go take a shower now. All right, I believe you. We shall end our conversation here for today. Go wash up. But let me say this. If you truly like someone, don't hesitate to bring him home. Your father and I are not relics of a feudal society. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. Listening to her mother's words, Suyu responded with a resigned expression, I understand. If I ever do have someone, I will bring him home for you and Dad to meet. After hanging up the phone, she tossed it aside and leaned back against the sofa, burying her head in her soft arms. What good is liking someone? That timid fool is so easily scared. If I were to make a move, he would likely bolt in fright. If I were to speak up, I fear it would frighten him away, and afterwards, we might not even remain friends. Suyu mumbled to herself, her heart filled with lingering frustration towards a certain someone. In the living room, as Linley sat engrossed in a television program, savoring his delicious Kai-Fung cuisine, he suddenly felt a peculiar warmth in his ears. He touched them with the back of his hand and muttered to himself, who could be whispering about me now? Ding dong. Just as he finished a spicy fried chicken leg, the doorbell rang. He extracted a paper towel from the box, wiped his hands, and rose to head towards the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he recognized his neighbor, Miss Xia, and promptly opened the door. Miss Xia, what brings you here? He inquired. I steamed some meat buns for you to try, she replied cheerfully. Oh, you're too kind. Save them for Tong Tong. I made a bit too much. There's plenty at home, and it's just me and Tong Tong, so we certainly can't finish it all. Please, don't be shy, she insisted. Is it just you and your daughter at home? What about your husband? A fleeting moment of curiosity crossed Lin Li's mind, but he hesitated before accepting the plate of warm meat buns that Xia Qing extended towards him. Well, if you insist, thank you, Miss Xia. Just call me Xia Qing, she replied with a warm smile upon seeing Lin Li accept her offering. Very well, then you may call me by my name as well, he nodded in agreement. Please hold on a moment while I retrieve your plate, he said. Of course, she responded. Lin Li carried the meat buns into the kitchen, and shortly after, he returned with the empty plate, handing it back to Xia Qing. Be sure to let me know once you've finished. I have plenty more, she said with a grin as she received the plate. Enough. That plate of meat buns you just gave me must have had around 11 or 12. It will suffice for 2 or 3 meals, Lin Li chuckled. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two parted ways. Bang. Once the door was closed, Lin Li scratched his head, pondering whether he should prepare something to express his gratitude to the lovely neighbor next door. However, this thought barely lingered in his mind for 3 seconds before he dismissed it. Lin Li was well aware that, given his culinary skills, he could hardly present anything worthy as a return gift. Let it be for now. There's no rush for a token of appreciation. Opportunities will arise in due course. He entered the kitchen and picked up a large meat bun from the small basin filled with them. How hot it is. These buns must have just been steamed not long ago. Ah, Miss Xia steamed these buns and brought me such a generous platter. She is quite the hospitable one. Lin Li juggled the bun between his hands before taking a hearty bite. There's shiitake mushroom mixed in with the meat. The flavor is delightful. These buns steamed by Miss Xia can certainly rival those made by Suyu. After finishing one large meat bun, Lin Li paused, recalling that there was still some Kai-Fung vegetables left uneaten in the living room. I should tackle those first. The buns steamed by Xia Qing can serve as a late-night snack when hunger strikes later, and they could also make for a delightful breakfast tomorrow morning. Splash. After dinner, Lin Li squeezed some shower gel onto his hands in the bathroom, washing away the greasy residue. With a hearty belch, Linley emerged from the bathroom, feeling somewhat overindulged after dinner. He had just finished savoring a plate of open-faced vegetables and had devoured 2 large meat buns steamed by Xiaqing. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that his appetite had seemingly expanded compared to before. It is often said that those engaged in strenuous labor possess a hearty appetite, and this notion rang true for him. Linley mused that perhaps the physical exertion he had expended in the wilderness that afternoon had contributed to his increased hunger. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, it was time to venture to the mysterious island to inspect his precious little fruits. After toiling under the blazing sun for an entire afternoon, it was all for them. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Linley vanished from the sofa, enveloped by a shroud of misty white fog. On the enigmatic island, a figure materialized out of thin air. Chapter 45. An unexpected transformation. Before heading to the center of the island to inspect his cherished little fruits, Linley made a detour to his cultivated farmland to observe the white radishes he had planted. After being away for just one afternoon, he noticed that the seedlings had grown considerably. At this rate of rapid growth, he surmised that in another 5 or 6 days, he would be ready to harvest the white radishes he had sown. After surveying the radish seedlings, Linley turned and proceeded towards the marvelous little tree at the heart of the island. Upon reaching the extraordinary tree, he was immediately captivated by the vibrant green fruits that had seemingly burgeoned overnight. How had they grown so large? Gazing at the size of quail eggs, Linley was taken aback. Then, an idea sparked in his mind, and a stream of information began to unfurl within his consciousness. 30%. What is the situation? How did the progress suddenly transform into 30%? I have only slain a mere dozen otherworldly beasts. The information that surfaced in Linley's mind rendered him momentarily stunned. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he eventually arrived at a hypothesis he deemed plausible. Could this change have arisen from the flesh of the second-tier white ape beast, accelerating the progress? It must be so, otherwise, aside from that formidable white ape, I have only dispatched a few first-tier beasts, and logically, the progress should only amount to a mere 10%. As Linley pondered, the more he considered it, the more he felt his conjecture was sound. The flesh of a second-tier beast could indeed result in a significant increase in progress. If the flesh of a third-tier beast were to be obtained, could it not instantaneously mature the azure fruit that the wondrous little tree has produced? Lost in a flurry of thoughts, Linley found himself filled with a yearning for the flesh of a third-tier beast. However, he soon regained his composure. Enough of daydreaming. The second-tier white ape is already so terrifying. One can only imagine the dread a third-tier beast would instill. Having stumbled upon this unexpected boon feels akin to a pie falling from the sky. Given my current cultivation level, the prospect of encountering a third-tier beast is more improbable than winning the lottery jackpot. One must learn to be content. Having witnessed such a substantial rise in progress, it is wise to continue methodically and diligently hunt otherworldly beasts to elevate my progress further. Eliminating unrealistic fantasies, Linley shifted his gaze from the small azure fruit the size of a pigeon's egg to the lush canopy of the wondrous little tree. When he first encountered this remarkable tree, its leaves bore a faint yellow hue, resembling a malnourished entity on the brink of demise. Now, nourished by the blood and flesh of extraordinary beasts, the once pallid foliage had transformed into a vibrant green, and numerous tender shoots had emerged from several branches. Observing this scene, it was evident that with Linley's continued hunts of extraordinary beasts, the flourishing little tree would only grow more robust and promising. There appeared to be a plethora of reed chickens in that area. He resolved to return there tomorrow in search of his quarry. Tonight, he would retire early to bed, rising at dawn to venture into the wilderness, aiming to achieve a complete progress within 5 to 7 days. Linley gazed at the azure fruit, his inner resolve ablaze with fervor. With a flicker of thought, he departed the mysterious island, returning to the realm of reality. Days swiftly passed. In the wilderness on the outskirts of the eastern district of Rong City, a figure was engaged in combat with a wild boar-like beast, its body encased in earthen armor. The exchange was fervent, each party engaged in a spirited back and forth. Suddenly, the figure raised his left hand, a flicker of spiritual light illuminating his palm as he swiftly conjured a searing fireball. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the fiery orb towards the wild boar, which was preparing to turn away. As the wild boar beast prepared to launch another assault against its adversary, it turned its head and was met with the sight of a small fireball hurtling towards it. Aware of the potency of this fireball, it swiftly activated its awakened abilities. A flicker of ethereal light enveloped its form, causing the earthen armor encasing its body to expand rapidly, ultimately shielding its head as well. With a resounding impact, the searing fireball struck the robustly protected head of the wild boar beast, resulting in a dull explosion. Fiery debris scattered in all directions, scorching the vibrant green grass beneath it to a charred yellow. After days of relentless combat, Lin Li, now adept at wielding his abilities, observed that his fireball had merely resulted in cracks on the beast's earthen armor, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Realizing that he needed to devise a new strategy, he understood that continuing to launch fireballs would only squander his energy. The wild boar beast, encased in its earthen armor, let out a triumphant grunt towards Lin Li. It then adjusted its stance, digging its forelegs into the ground with renewed vigor, preparing to give this human a taste of what it felt like to be gored by its tusks. Lin Li's expression turned grave as he regarded the armored beast, contemplating, since I cannot breach the wild boar's earthen defenses and am unable to contend with it, there is no need to squander my energy in this futile battle. I shall seek refuge in the mysterious island to evade this confrontation and subsequently search for other beasts. As Lin Li grappled with the dilemma of whether to retreat to the mysterious island to evade danger, the wild boar beast across from him charged forth. Enveloped in earthen armor, the beast's defensive prowess had indeed been augmented. However, it consequently sacrificed its speed and agility. The boar surged forward like a diminutive armored vehicle, trailing a cloud of dust as it barreled toward Lin Li. With a swift motion, Lin Li propelled himself sideways, deftly evading the charging creature. Once he regained his footing, he observed the beast swaying hindquarters, and a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. With a whoosh, a small orange fireball shot forth, hurtling toward the armored wild boar, striking its earthen shell and erupting into a flurry of sparks. Another fireball followed suit, yet the beast remained stationary, allowing Lin Li's projectiles to collide with it unimpeded. The wild boar emitted a grunt, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Li. At that moment, it deemed this human to be utterly foolish. Aware that his fireball attacks were futile, yet still squandering his spiritual energy on such ineffective endeavors. Chapter 46. Long-awaited gains. As the battle unfolded, Lin Li continued to evade the wild boar's relentless charges, while occasionally launching fireballs that struck the creature's armored form. After a few minutes of entanglement, Lin Li sensed that the time to act had arrived. With a contemptuous snort, the wild boar beast, having failed in another charge, was about to turn away when it suddenly felt an intense wave of danger wash over it. A boar is still a boar, no matter how clever. Can it truly outsmart me? For your previous disdain, today I shall reveal why the flowers bloom so red. As Lin Li deftly evaded the charge of the wild boar beast, encased in a thick layer of earthen armor, he felt a surge of determination within. With newfound strength in his lower limbs, his speed dramatically increased, propelling him swiftly behind the beast. Channeling the energy within him, the spirit sword in his hand radiated a soft golden light. The sword, now imbued with his essence, had its sharpness significantly enhanced in an instant. Though the wild boar beast had enveloped itself in a robust earthen armor through its awakened abilities, there remained a vulnerability it had neglected to fortify. Moreover, Lin Li's prior use of fireballs had diminished the creature's vigilance, leaving its unprotected spot even weaker after a series of tremors. With a decisive thrust, the spirit sword, glowing with a soft golden hue, pierced through the vulnerable rear of the wild boar beast as Lin Li exerted force with his right hand. The compromised boar beast emitted a harrowing shriek, a sound so plaintive it could rend the heart and draw tears. Even Lin Li, the architect of its suffering, felt a fleeting pang of sympathy upon hearing the creature's agonizing cries. Yet, this tenderness was but momentary, swiftly replaced by resolve. After all, this was a savage beast, one that had moments before sought his demise. With a twist of his wrist, Lin Li, gripping his spiritual sword, intensified the grievous wound inflicted upon the boar's entrails. Such trauma proved fatal. In a final, desperate act, the boar lunged forward, dislodging the sword from its body. Observing the boar's escape from his blade's grasp, Lin Li refrained from immediate pursuit. He knew that his earlier, unconventional assault had dealt a mortal blow, and it would only be a matter of time before the formidable beast succumbed. His gaze fell upon his weapon, now sullied with gore and filth, a sight that stirred a sense of revulsion within him. The boar, its final surge of energy spent, collapsed to the earth with a resounding thud. A torrent of blood, mingled with viscera, flowed from its violated rear. In short order, the boar beast, a formidable specimen at the pinnacle of the First Order, met its ignominious end at the hands of Linley. Logically speaking, a wild boar beast possessing peak first-order strength, having awakened the ability to create earthen armor that significantly enhances its defense, should be beyond Linley's reach, given his current capabilities. As the old adage suggests, those who are arrogant and overconfident often meet an unfortunate end. This maxim is equally applicable to the wild boar beast. Observing its demise, Linley did not rush to deliver the final blow, but instead hastened towards a nearby brook. Upon reaching the water's edge, he promptly immersed his sullied spiritual sword in the cool stream, cleansing it of the filth that had marred its blade. Once the sword gleamed anew, Linley turned back to approach the lifeless form of the wild boar beast. Stopping 2 meters away from the creature, he casually tossed a small fireball at its head. The fireball struck the boar's face, singeing its dense bristles. Noticing the beast's lack of response, Linley nodded slightly before advancing further. Initially, the wild boar beast was enveloped in a thick, sturdy earthen armor, but upon its death, the absence of its supernatural support caused the armor to shatter immediately. Crouching down, Linley placed his hand upon the beast's back. With a thought, both he and the wild boar beast vanished simultaneously. On a mysterious island shrouded in a blanket of white mist, 2 figures materialized out of thin air. Linley gazed at the wondrous little tree before him, and with a mere thought, a piece of information emerged within his mind. 99%. After days of tireless effort, the progress was finally nearing completion. The miraculous little tree, nourished by the flesh and blood of nearly 100 exotic beasts, appeared increasingly vibrant. The newly sprouted emerald buds had all matured, and the once sparse branches and leaves had flourished into a lush canopy. A white mist began to emanate from the wild boar-like exotic beast, while the tree's crown shimmered with a faint golden light. In an instant, the white mist from the wild boar surged towards the little tree's crown. Within mere breaths, the branches and leaves glowing with a soft golden radiance absorbed all the mist. The wild boar, originally measuring 2.5 meters in length and standing 1.2 meters tall, with peak first-tier strength, was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Linley, now accustomed to such scenes, focused intently on the azure fruit growing on the miraculous little tree. 100%. As the thought crossed his mind, the information solidified. 100%. With the flesh and blood of the wild boar absorbed by the little tree, the progress had reached its zenith. After all these days of toil, the azure fruit, once the size of a pigeon's egg, had now swelled to that of a chicken egg, merely a step away from complete maturity. As the 100% information resonated in Linley's mind, the next moment, the azure fruit on the miraculous little tree radiated a soft golden light. This ethereal glow persisted for a full 3 seconds before dissipating. Witnessing this scene, Linley felt a surge of emotions. After enduring countless days of arduous toil in the perilous wilderness, filled with anticipation, the miraculous little tree had finally borne its verdant fruit, now ripe for the taking. Chapter 47. A new ability. Bang, bang, bang. Excitement coursed through him, causing his heart to race. Linley first wiped his hands on his clothes before reaching out to grasp the egg-sized green fruit. With a gentle yet firm tug, he plucked the green fruit from its stem. Previously, when the fruit was no larger than a grain of rice, Linley had speculated that its green hue indicated immaturity. He believed that upon ripening, it would transform into a red fruit, reminiscent of the first one he had tasted. He also harbored another hypothesis. If the green fruit retained its color upon maturation, consuming it might awaken a different kind of ability within him. After enduring such arduous struggles, one of these conjectures was about to be confirmed. All that remained was to consume the fruit to unveil the ultimate truth. Much like the red fruit he had first tasted, the moment Linley harvested the green fruit, it released an enticing aroma that lured anyone who caught a whiff to devour it immediately. Drawing from his previous experience, Linley hesitated not at all. Upon inhaling the alluring scent, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the egg-sized fruit whole. With a crisp crunch, the teeth collided, and the azure fruit at the entrance was instantaneously reduced to a pulp. The sweet nectar flowed between his lips and teeth, and the delightful flavor ensnared Linley in a state of bliss. Indeed, the small fruit born of the wondrous tree was the most exquisite he had ever tasted. After savoring the azure fruit, Linley sighed, lamenting that indulging in such a delicacy was rather challenging. As his thoughts meandered, Linley swiftly refocused, attuning himself to the fluctuations of energy within. Much like the first time he consumed the crimson fruit, a moment after ingesting the azure delicacy, a powerful warmth surged forth within him. This sudden influx of energy, a torrent of spiritual essence, rapidly enveloped Lin Li's entire being. Alas, this overwhelming surge of energy was reminiscent of his initial experience, both fierce and unrelenting. However, he was no longer the same, with his current peak of first-tier mastery. He believed he could withstand it without succumbing to the disorientation he had faced during his earlier encounter. Yet, he was unprepared for the magnitude of this energy, which far surpassed the potency of that which had followed the consumption of the crimson fruit. Consequently, Lin Li found himself once more succumbing to unconsciousness. His mind fixated on a singular thought before darkness enveloped him. Curse be it, I shall not faint again next time. Bang! Unlike the first time he lost consciousness, Lin Li now lay face down. Fortunately, the grass on the small island was lush and plentiful, cushioning his fall and sparing him from injury, though pain still lingered. As he lay face down on the grassy ground, Lin Li slipped into a state of unconsciousness, his body emanating a faint golden aura. With the passage of time, the spiritual energy within him surged rapidly, intensifying the fluctuations of energy surrounding him. It was as though something had been pierced. An almost imperceptible sound resonated within Lin Li's being. Following the emergence of this faint sound, the spiritual energy emanating from him surged dramatically. 5 minutes had elapsed since he had consumed the green fruit and succumbed to unconsciousness. Slowly, Lin Li opened his eyes while lying face down on the grass. He pushed himself up with his hands and rose to his feet. Ouch! He exclaimed, rubbing his face. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket to check the time, muttering to himself that this bout of unconsciousness had been shorter than the last. Taking a deep breath, Lin Li began to sense the changes within himself. If one were to liken his spiritual energy before consuming the green fruit to a bucket of water, now it had multiplied several times over, resembling nearly 5 buckets of water. Aware of the abundant spiritual energy coursing through him, Lin Li realized he had broken through to the initial stage of the second tier, becoming a practitioner of that level. Upon breaking through to the second tier of cultivation, the practitioner, compared to those of the first tier, experiences not only a significant amplification of their internal spiritual energy, but also a transformative enhancement of their mental acuity, enabling them to perceive the fluctuations in spiritual energy emanating from other practitioners. Lin Li exerted every ounce of his internal spiritual energy and, in that moment, became acutely aware of an invisible yet palpable essence radiating from his body. This, he surmised, must be the so-called spiritual energy fluctuations. Now, whenever he encounters a beast of the wild, he could gauge its strength through his mental perception. He mused with a smile while sensing the spiritual energy waves he emitted. However, he soon realized that relying solely on perception to assess another's strength may not yield absolute accuracy. Conducting a personal experiment, he discovered that when he mobilized merely a fraction of his spiritual energy, approximately that of a peak first tier, his emitted spiritual energy fluctuations diminished considerably. This faculty of mental perception, it seemed, warranted caution. One must remain vigilant against foes who might feign weakness. After contemplating the changes in his newfound second-tier strength, Lin Li began to experiment with the new abilities he had acquired from consuming the azure fruit. Indeed, as he had surmised, ingesting the remarkable fruit that sprouted from the mystical tree had bestowed upon him a second extraordinary ability. This newfound power felt innate as he raised his right hand, palm facing the waters beyond the island. Before his eyes, a faint golden light flickered in his hand, and then a semicircular azure blade of wind, approximately 14 to 15 centimeters in diameter, materialized before his palm. With a mere thought, Lin Li propelled the azure wind blade forward. With a sharp whoosh, accompanied by the piercing sound of air being sliced, the azure arc swiftly vanished into the distant, misty expanse, leaving no trace behind. Its speed was astonishing, surpassing that of a small fireball by a considerable margin. The semicircular azure wind blade, being compact and possessing a minimal surface area in contact with the air, faced less resistance compared to the spherical fireball, which encountered significant air drag. Lin Li, eager to test his newly acquired abilities, allowed his imagination to wander before he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I have now awakened as a dual ability practitioner, possessing 2 extraordinary powers. No, it is even more than that. If I continue to diligently hunt exotic beasts, I shall awaken even more abilities. Chapter 48. In the future. I might possess thousands of acres of fertile land. After his hearty laughter subsided, Lin Li composed himself, calming the exhilaration that surged within him. He surveyed his surroundings, and a thought flickered in his mind, instantly conjuring an image in his consciousness. The island's area, 500 square meters. This time, having consumed the azure fruit produced by the marvelous little tree, not only had Linley successfully advanced to the initial stage of the second tier, but he had also acquired a second extraordinary ability. Furthermore, it was confirmed that the mysterious island's area would expand as his cultivation improved. On this enigmatic isle, the area has expanded from 100 square meters to 200, and now, as I have attained the initial stage of the second tier, it has directly burgeoned to 500 square meters, more than doubling in size. As my cultivation continues to strengthen, might it not grow to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of square meters? If it truly stretches to such vast dimensions, would I not become a substantial landowner with thousands of acres of fertile land, should I choose to cultivate it? Linley envisions the mystical island transforming into a grand expanse alongside his burgeoning prowess, allowing him to seamlessly engage in both cultivation and farming, a broad smile unwittingly gracing his face. Speaking of farming, he recalls the white radishes planted in the ground, which, after just a few days of growth, have all reached maturity. Typically, white radishes require around 50 days to be ready for harvest. Yet those sown on the mysterious isle have only taken a week to reach harvestable status. A rough calculation reveals that the growth rate of these radishes is 7 times that of the real world. Furthermore, cultivating farmland on this mystical island presents no concerns regarding pests or the need for fertilization. Standing beside the fields he has diligently tilled, Linley gazes at the rows of radishes ready for harvest, his heart filled with admiration. Even if I were to abandon the pursuit of hunting extraordinary beasts in the wilderness and revert to a life of contentment at home, akin to a languid fish, the peculiar effects of this mysterious island, which allow crops to flourish at an astonishing rate, would ensure that I could spend the remainder of my days without concern for sustenance, living in utmost comfort. As I gazed upon the flourishing field of radishes, a sudden pang of hunger struck me. It was, after all, past noon, the appointed hour for lunch. I decided to have my meal first and attend to the radishes later. With that thought, I departed from the enchanted isle and returned to the realm of reality. Beneath the vast azure sky and the blazing sun, fraught with danger by the clear stream, a figure was preparing lunch in the shade of a sprawling tree. Linley, back from the mysterious island, began by gathering some dry twigs from the surroundings. He then settled under the tree's shade, igniting the twigs with a small fireball, which kindled a lively blaze. Once the fire was ablaze, with a mere thought, an array of pots, pans, and a bag of ingredients materialized in his hands, all of which he had prepared before embarking on his morning venture. He placed the cooking pot over the crackling flames and retrieved a bucket of water from the mysterious island, pouring it into the pot. Before long, the water reached a rolling boil, and at that moment, Linley took out 2 eggs from a plastic bag. Cradling one in each hand, he gently tapped them together before cracking them into the bubbling water. Once the fried egg had set, Linley retrieved a packet of instant noodles from his bag. He opened it, placing the noodle cake and seasoning into a bowl, and after a few seconds, added some leafy greens. With a gentle stir using his chopsticks, he awaited the perfect moment to savor his creation. The cicadas buzzed incessantly, their relentless calls adding a lively touch to the serene wilderness beneath the sprawling trees. Sitting on a small stool in the shade, Linley held a bowl in his hands, relishing the delicious instant noodles he had just cooked. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the distant grass, causing Linley to pause mid-bite. Alert and cautious, he stood up, his gaze fixed on the swaying vegetation. A figure leapt from the underbrush, a gray wolf, measuring 2 meters in length, its fur mottled and unkempt. Given its appearance, it seemed to be of considerable age, which likely explained its banishment from the pack, leaving it to roam the wild as a solitary creature. This gray wolf had been wandering alone for some time, and during that period, it had never feasted to its satisfaction. Recently, while meandering nearby, it caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting through the air. With its stomach growling from hunger, the wolf instinctively followed the scent to its source. Emerging from the thicket, the wolf sniffed the air, its gaze honing in on the steaming bowl of noodles that Linley held aloft. The timing could not have been more unfortunate. "Could you not wait until I finish my lunch before making your appearance?" Linley, holding a bowl of instant noodles, placed it on a small stool and then picked up the spirit sword leaning against the tree, approaching the suddenly appearing gray wolf beast with an unhurried demeanor. The famished gray wolf beast let out a low growl, its belly rumbling with hunger, drooling as it fixated malevolently on Linley, who was slowly advancing towards it. It began to mobilize the spirit energy within itself, assuming an aggressive stance. Now a second-tier cultivator, Lin Li, upon sensing the moment the gray-blue beast summoned its internal energy, unfurled his mental perception and swiftly assessed the opponent's cultivation level. The intensity of this energy fluctuation indicates it is a high-level first-tier beast. This gray wolf beast is significantly weaker than I am. Its power pales in comparison, rendering it a fool seeking its own demise. Nevertheless, caution is prudent. It may be feigning weakness, hiding its true strength. Though Lin Li did not genuinely believe that this aged gray wolf beast would cunningly conceal its real capabilities, he remained vigilant nonetheless. The distance between them was about 15 to 16 meters, and the ravenous gray wolf beast, with its eyes glazed over in hunger, fixated intently on Lin Li, emitting a low growl while drooling onto the ground. Let me first probe its abilities with my supernatural powers and ascertain whether it is indeed concealing its strength. Gripping the spirit sword in his right hand, Lin Li contemplated, then raised his left hand, palm directed towards the nearby gray wolf beast. Windblade. A faint golden light flickered in Lin Li's palm, coalescing into a crescent-shaped blade of wind, approximately 14 to 15 centimeters in diameter. Go. With a swift whoosh, the azure crescent blade sliced through the air, hurtling towards the poised gray wolf beast with astonishing speed. The velocity of the blue wind blade was so formidable that the aged wolf had no chance to react. With a sharp thrust, the blade struck the beast, inflicting a grievous wound that exposed bone, causing it to topple over. What? Hey, you are rather weak. Just one hit, and you're down? I merely intended to gauge your strength. Lin Li, witnessing his azure wind blade incapacitate the gray wolf beast with such ease, couldn't help but mock it internally, a smile spreading across his face. Through this encounter, he gained a deeper understanding of the power of his newly acquired ability, realizing that the elderly gray wolf beast stood little chance against him. The wolf, once intent on capturing this human for a hearty meal, struggled to rise after sustaining such severe injuries. With a mournful howl, it cast a fearful glance at Lin Li, betraying its trepidation. Oh, is your beast truly that feeble? Are you already afraid? Lin Li discerned the palpable fear emanating from the gray wolf beast's gaze. He then burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "You have delivered yourself to me. I did not seek you out. Thus, you shall obediently remain here, serving as nourishment for the wondrous little tree." The gray wolf beast, despite its feigned bravado, let out a growl before attempting to flee. Had it not been injured, its speed would have afforded it a significant chance of escape from Lin Li. However, in its severely wounded state, the prospect of evasion was exceedingly slim, as the grievously injured gray wolf beast turned to make its retreat. The air was suddenly sliced by the sound of swift projectiles. Several azure, crescent-shaped wind blades hurtled towards it, striking with astonishing speed. In mere moments, they found their mark upon the beleaguered creature. The wind blades pierced its neck and legs, primarily targeting its vital areas. The gray wolf beast emitted a heart-wrenching howl as Lin Li withdrew his long sword, crouched down, and prepared to summon the gray wolf beast into the mysterious island. Just as he was about to concentrate, he paused momentarily. A single packet of instant noodles seemed insufficient. Perhaps some roasted meat would suffice. A full stomach would grant him the strength to work in the afternoon. With this thought, a dagger materialized in his hand. This was the very dagger that had been driven into the heart of the white ape beast, after the flesh and blood of the white ape transformed into white mist. Nourishing the wondrous little tree, the dagger had fallen onto the grass. At that moment, Lin Li was unaware that this dagger was a spirit weapon. He regarded it merely as an ordinary dagger until he picked it up and discovered its astonishing lightness. Compared to ordinary daggers of similar size available on the market, this dagger weighed perhaps a mere third, or even a quarter, of those mundane counterparts. Indeed, it was remarkably lightweight. This extraordinary lightness, combined with the earlier encounter with the middle-aged beast hunter, led Lin Li to deduce that the dagger in his grasp was likely a spirit weapon. Just as Lin Li had surmised, when he channeled his internal spiritual energy into the dagger, it readily accepted the infusion, instantly radiating a soft golden glow. The distinction between spiritual weapons and ordinary ones lies fundamentally in the materials from which they are forged. One is forged from spiritual materials, while the other is crafted from ordinary substances. The former allows practitioners to infuse spiritual energy with remarkable ease, whereas the latter exhibits a certain sluggishness. Although weapons made from ordinary materials can still be imbued with spiritual energy, practitioners experience substantial energy depletion when employing these weapons in combat. Consequently, practitioners typically opt for spiritual weapons that incur minimal energy loss when purchasing their armaments. As Linley gazed at the spiritual dagger he had fortuitously acquired, a joyful smile crept across his face upon contemplating its official price. After capturing a photograph with his phone and conducting an online image search, he swiftly discovered the official selling price of the spiritual dagger, a staggering 1,200,000. Indeed, he had not miscalculated. The official price of this dagger was 1,200,000. When Linley first beheld the search results, he was left utterly astounded. To put things in perspective, the spiritual longsword he had purchased for half his savings cost only 499,999 yuan, making the official price of this dagger more than double that of his longsword. Upon learning that the official price of the spiritual dagger was 1,200,000, Lin Li's initial impulse was to sell the dagger for cash, hoping to replenish his somewhat depleted wallet. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that any spiritual weapon sold in stores must be duly registered. To engage in the resale of second-hand items, a seller must possess a legitimate invoice to verify ownership of the goods. However, the spirit dagger in question was obtained through serendipity, thus lacking any formal documentation. Consequently, should one wish to sell it, the only option would be to approach less reputable venues. Nevertheless, the authorities are stringent in their crackdown on such illicit transactions. And if caught, one would not only face hefty fines, but also find oneself blacklisted. In cases involving substantial sums, imprisonment for several days may ensue. Lin Li has always been a law-abiding citizen, and he has no desire to tarnish his personal record. Reflecting on his current strategy, he believes that advancing step by step towards future prosperity will be as effortless as quenching one's thirst, rendering any risk for a mere 100,000 yuan unnecessary. After careful consideration, Lin Li abandoned the notion of selling the spirit dagger. Instead, he decided to keep it for his own use, as he found himself in need of such a weapon. Infusing the dagger with a modicum of spiritual energy, a faint golden light shimmered along the blade. With a swift motion, Lin Li wielded the dagger, effortlessly slicing a substantial piece of flesh from the body of the gray wolf beast. After securing a generous portion of the beast's meat, he placed his hand upon the lifeless form of the gray wolf, transporting it to his mysterious island. After rinsing the bloodied meat with water, Lin Li snapped a branch from a nearby tree, skewered the meat, and set it beside the campfire to roast. Lifting the unfinished instant noodles, Lin Li sat on a small stool, savoring his meal while occasionally glancing at the fire pit, where the meat of a strange beast was being roasted over the flames. Under the intense heat, the beast meat skewered on a branch soon began to sizzle as fat dripped from it. The sound of sizzling resonated as the oil cascaded into the campfire, causing the flames to flicker and leap sporadically. After finishing the noodles, Lin Li drank the remaining broth in one go, exhaling softly afterward. The meat still required some time to cook thoroughly. Not far ahead, a small stream glimmered invitingly, prompting Lin Li to rise and gather his utensils, making his way to the water's edge to wash them. The crystal-clear stream revealed glimpses of small fish darting about, while the radiant sunlight danced upon its surface, casting a golden glow. As Lin Li crouched by the stream, he meticulously cleaned his dishes before stowing them away in a mysterious little island. The heat of the day was indeed oppressive. After a brief session of washing, Lin Li felt a light sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Muttering at the sun above, he scooped some cool stream water into his hands and splashed it onto his face. The refreshing chill invigorated him, and he stood up to return to the campfire. He reached down to pull out a branch embedded in the ground, leaning closer to inhale the delightful aroma of the roasting meat. It smelled exquisite. Just a little longer, and the gray wolf's flesh would be perfectly cooked. From a nearby plastic bag, Lin Li retrieved 2 small bottles filled with spices. He sprinkled a pinch of salt over the gray wolf's meat, followed by a dash of chili powder. In this desolate and perilous wilderness, roasting meat offers a unique delight. Seated on a small stool, Lin Li held the skewered exotic beast meat over the crackling campfire, occasionally turning it as he gazed across the vast expanse of the wild. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Moments later, the meat in Lin Li's hands was thoroughly cooked. He blew gently on the steaming delicacy before taking a tentative bite. It seemed a tad too salty. Next time, he would certainly use less. The chili powder, however, was perfectly balanced. Any more, and it would have been overwhelmingly spicy. With each bite of the succulent beast meat, Linley found himself lamenting the absence of his beloved soda on this outing. After days of early mornings and late nights hunting exotic beasts, his supplies were nearly depleted. Upon returning home, he resolved to make a trip to the supermarket. This time, he would stock up on non-perishable foods to keep on the mysterious little island. And he mustn't forget the soda, perhaps a few cases to savor leisurely. As Linley relished the delicious meat, his mind wandered to thoughts of his upcoming shopping expedition when suddenly, from the dense thicket where the gray wolf beast had previously emerged, came a rustling sound. The noise rustled through the air. Sitting on his stool, Linley perked up at the commotion, rising with a puzzled expression as he peered toward the source of the disturbance. A spark of excitement ignited within him. Could it be that fortune was smiling upon him today, presenting another exotic beast at his doorstep? Before long, 3 figures emerged from the underbrush. Upon catching sight of the 3 figures, a flicker of disappointment crossed Linley's eyes, and he settled back down. As he savored the roasted meat of the exotic beast in his hand, he observed the 3 exotic beast hunters in the distance who were scrutinizing him. Clad in camouflage attire, each bore a backpack and wielded distinctive energy weapons, including a longsword, a broadsword, and a spear. Initially, the hunters wore expressions of vigilance. But upon noticing Linley, who was seated in the shade and indulging in roasted meat, their wary looks quickly transformed into astonishment. In the wild, cooking often attracts the attention of exotic beasts, as the smoke from campfires can lure them towards the source, leading to potential ambushes. Therefore, the majority of exotic beast hunters, when hunger strikes during their wilderness expeditions, typically resort to convenient food options they carry with them, such as self-heating meals, instant hot pots, energy bars, and canned goods. Although such convenience foods may lack in flavor and can become monotonous with frequent consumption, they offer the advantage of requiring no fire, thus saving time and ensuring portability, elements that are crucial for beast hunters. Of course, those who possess confidence in their abilities and are untroubled by the prospect of ambushes can opt to cook over an open flame. Hello there, friend, enjoying lunch? The leader, a man in his 40s with a buzz cut, called out from a distance of 5 or 6 meters, addressing Linley, who was relishing the roasted meat. The trio of exotic beast hunters consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was in his 40s, while the other 2 appeared to be in their 30s. The male was bald, and the female sported a bob haircut. Upon the arrival of the other party, Linley swallowed the exotic beast barbecue in his mouth and responded to the crew-cut man. "Have you all had lunch?" "We have," came the reply. The crew-cut man surveyed the surroundings and then inquired, "My friend, where are your teammates? Why are you the only one here?" "Teammates?" Linley shook his head and replied, "I have no teammates. I am here alone." Alone? The 3 exotic beast hunters were taken aback by Linley's words. The crew-cut man, a seasoned exotic beast hunter with several years of experience and possessing initial stage second-tier strength, looked at the young man before him, who appeared to be in his early 20s, and furrowed his brow in concern. Sighing, he thought to himself, another inexperienced yet audacious newcomer. What are these young people thinking? Do they not fear death? He formed a judgment about Linley internally. Then he spoke. "Young brother, you have just recently become an exotic beast hunter. Haven to you?" Linley, still savoring the exotic barbecue, nodded and said, "I have been an exotic beast hunter for less than 10 days. As soon as Linley finished speaking, he heard the crew-cut man advise him, "Young brother, the wilderness is far more perilous than you can imagine. Venturing out alone in the wild is an extremely dangerous endeavor. As someone who has been through it all, I advise you to return to the safe zone immediately and find a few people to team up with. To avoid falling into peril, relying solely on oneself may lead to a moment when neither heaven nor earth responds. Presently, I am engaged in the pursuit of extraordinary beasts for the miraculous small tree, and it is impossible to seek companionship from other beast hunters," Linley murmured to himself. He recognized that the warning from the buzz-cut man before him was well-intentioned. Responding to such kindness was a principle Linley adhered to. "Thank you for your concern. Prior to my arrival, I conducted some research. As long as I refrain from venturing too deep into the wilderness and remain cautious while operating in this vicinity, I should be safe," Linley replied with a smile to the buzz-cut man who had offered him a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man standing behind the buzz-cut man could not suppress a chuckle and teased Linley, "Young man, you underestimate the perils of the wilderness. Do you have any idea what the mortality rate is for newcomers like you, who have just become beast hunters and embark on solitary expeditions into the wild?" Linley, intrigued by the bald man's jest, inquired, "I am uncertain. Is the mortality rate truly that high?" "Indeed, it is alarmingly high. According to statistics from the Beast Hunter Guild, Among every 100 newcomers who venture alone into the wilderness, approximately 70 meet with misfortune, 25 manage to return to safety but with serious injuries. And only 5 newcomers emerge unscathed. The bald man disclosed a chilling array of statistics. Immediately, the woman with the bobbed hair added, "This data is still based on the statistics compiled by the Beast Hunter Guild last year. This year's mortality rate is likely to rise even further. Thus far, the Guild has reported a significantly higher number of incidents involving novice hunters venturing into the wilderness alone. The mortality rate is exceedingly high. Yet how can they possibly compare to me? After all, I possess a golden finger." Lin Li murmured inwardly. The 3 beast hunters, observing Lin Li's nonchalant expression, understood that the remarks they had just made were merely passing whispers to this young man. "Young brother, think of your family. You have but one life. And once it is lost, it cannot be regained," urged the man with a crew cut. "Captain, spare your breath. Individuals like him will not turn back until they hit a wall. Your advice is futile. Let us depart," interjected the bald man. "Alas, young man, do take care of yourself," sighed the crew cut man, before leading his 2 companions away. As they turned to leave, they passed the spot where the gray wolf beast had perished, noticing a pool of blood upon the grass, which sparked a moment of curiosity. Though they did not dwell on it further, this small episode did not dampen Lin Li's spirits. After a while, having finished his roasted meat, he extinguished the campfire with water and proceeded to pack his belongings. Picking up the spirit sword propped against the great tree, he set out in search of beasts, venturing further into the depths of the wilderness than ever before. As for why he dared to expand his range of activities, it was undoubtedly because he had now ascended to the rank of a second-tier practitioner, complemented by the acquisition of a new supernatural ability, which significantly bolstered his confidence. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a beautiful glow over the horizon as a few crows swept overhead. Suddenly, a swift azure arc of wind surged forth, effortlessly cleaving a mid-tier first-class beast, the Lu Hua chicken, in 2. Observing the lifeless creature on the ground, Lin Li wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring, "The 13th. After breaking through to become a novice second-tier practitioner, Lin Li found hunting first-tier beasts to be a walk in the park, as long as they were not at the pinnacle of their class. Indeed, after nearly 4 hours in the afternoon, he had shattered his previous record for beast kills. After storing the slain Lu Hua chicken in a mysterious island, Lin Li glanced at the sky and decided to call it a day, planning to return to battle another time. "You too, go ahead, I'll hold it off." "Captain, let me stay and assist you." "Captain, if we're leaving, we should all go together. You're injured and can't hold it off. Let us fight it together." Just as Lin Li was preparing to head home, he suddenly heard a familiar commotion in the distance. After a moment's contemplation, he rushed toward the source of the outcry. There stood a 2.5-meter long, 1 meter 30 tall leopard beast, its body adorned with vibrant patterns, gazing coldly at the 3 humans before it. It licked its lips, panting with anticipation, contemplating the sumptuous feast that awaited it this evening. The 3 individuals confronting the leopard beast were the same beast hunters who had encountered Lin Li by the brook earlier that day. At this moment, the situation for these hunters was dire. The leader, a man with a crew cut, bore a grievous wound on his back, blood seeping relentlessly from the injury. It appeared he had been clawed by the beast. This was indeed the case. After a tiring afternoon of hunting, the trio was on their way back to the city when they were ambushed by the leopard beast concealed within a dense thicket. The leopard had lunged at the strongest among them, the crew cut man, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, the seasoned hunter reacted swiftly in this life-or-death moment, ducking just in time to evade the lethal strike. Despite his narrow escape from a fatal injury, the leopard's razor-sharp claws had nonetheless raked across his back, leaving a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. After a long day of exertion, the hunters were already drained of both physical strength and mental energy. Had the crew cut leader not been injured by the leopard's surprise attack, the remaining strength and vigor of the trio might have been sufficient to repel the ferocious beast. Alas, with their leader gravely wounded and bleeding profusely, their capabilities were severely diminished. In this dire situation, the 3 beleaguered beast hunters found their prospects of repelling the fully energized flower leopard beast exceedingly bleak. Chapter 52. An awareness of each other's tenacity. With a fierce roar, the flower leopard beast unleashed its might upon the 3 hunters. A soft golden light emanated from its feet as it surged forward, launching an assault on its prey. The shorn-headed man, upon witnessing the golden radiance from the beast's paws, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. An attack was imminent. As the flower leopard beast stepped forward with its right paw, he dashed toward it, thrusting his sword towards the creature's head. The speed at which the flower leopard beast could run was formidable. Allowing it to gain momentum would spell disaster for the three hunters. Thus, the injured, shorn-headed man bravely advanced to intercept the charging flower leopard, determined to disrupt its assault. With a resounding thud, the flower leopard beast was taken aback by the audacity of its prey. As the man's sword, glowing with golden light, approached, the beast rose up, swatting aside the weapon with its powerful right paw. The strength of the beast was vastly superior to that of a human. Had the shorn-headed man not been prepared and firmly gripped his weapon, the force of the beast's strike would likely have sent his sword flying from his grasp. Captain, be cautious. The leopard-like beast, with a swift motion, swatted aside the short-haired man's sword aimed at it, and in an instant, its tail, as agile as a steel whip, struck the already beleaguered man with the force of lightning. The short-haired man, upon receiving the lash from the beast, felt a deep, jagged gash open across his chest, eliciting a pain scream as he fell backward. Sensing its prey had collapsed, the beast prepared to pounce, intending to sink its teeth into the man's neck and deliver a fatal blow. Get away! Just as the short-haired man faced imminent peril, a bald man arrived just in time, swinging his spiritual weapon, a long knife, towards the beast's head. With an enraged roar, the beast recoiled, narrowly evading the blade's descent. It then leapt to the side, as a woman with ear-length hair thrust her spiritual spear with all her might toward the beast's abdomen from the left. Captain, the bald man quickly helped the severely injured short-haired man to his feet. My condition is dire. You both need to escape now. I will hold it off to buy you time. The pale-faced, short-haired man urged his companions. Captain, we won't leave you behind. We will stick together. The bald man and the short-haired woman declared in unison. One life lost is better than three. If you still regard me as your captain, heed my words and flee at once. The crew-cut man noticed the silence enveloping his two companions, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude for their unwillingness to abandon him. Yet, despite this emotional turmoil, he could not bear the thought of his longtime allies perishing alongside him in the desolate wilderness. Go. If you die here with me, there will be no one left to avenge us. Escape, return, and train diligently to seek retribution for me in the future. After uttering these words, he reached out and tugged at his two companions, pulling them behind him. The team leader, now positioned behind the crew-cut man, heard the cries of the bald man and the short-haired woman, their voices tinged with desperation. Gritting their teeth, they turned and fled into the distance. To the flowered leopard beast, not a single one of these prey could be allowed to escape. Upon witnessing the bald man and the short-haired woman fleeing, it immediately set its sights on them, pursuing relentlessly. The crew-cut man was astounded that the flowered leopard beast would forsake its attack on his severely injured self to chase after his fleeing companions. He yearned to intervene and thwart the beast, but his current physical condition rendered him incapable of doing so. Be cautious of what lies behind you, he shouted at his retreating companions, his voice echoing with urgency. The bald man and the short-haired woman, hearing their leader's warning, turned back to glance over their shoulders, only to be met with the menacing figure of the flowered leopard beast looming perilously close. Damn this beast, I will fight you. As the bald man and the short-haired woman prepared to counterattack the leopard-like beast, a sudden, piercing sound sliced through the air. A cerulean, semicircular wind blade shot forth from the dense thicket, aimed directly at the neck of the beast, which was poised to pounce on the short-haired woman. Sensing the imminent threat, the leopard-like creature exerted its limbs, forcibly altering its trajectory mid-leap to veer to the right. The cerulean wind blade swept beneath the leaping beast, striking the ground with a resounding thud, creating a depression several centimeters deep in the earth. With a roar, the ambushed leopard-like creature landed and turned to bellow towards the thicket from which the wind blade had emerged, its eyes ablaze with fury. The trio of beast hunters, equally bewildered, gazed toward the source of the cerulean blade. The underbrush rustled briefly before a figure emerged, wielding a spirit weapon in the form of a long sword. Is it you? The three hunters exclaimed in unison upon recognizing Linley, taken aback that this newcomer, whom they had encountered earlier that day, would appear here. Ah, so it is indeed these three. The shouts sounded somewhat familiar. Linley surveyed the state of the hunters, particularly noting the bloodied and pallid countenance of the crew-cut man. He understood that had he not arrived in time, the fate of the other two remained uncertain, but the crew-cut man was undoubtedly doomed. What happened to you? Linley inquired, concern etched across his face as he regarded the gravely injured crew-cut man. I was careless and fell victim to a surprise attack by the beast, came the response. The man with a crew cut spoke succinctly. Linley nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned his gaze toward the nearby flower leopard beast, which was regarding him with a wary expression. This robust creature, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, was no fool. It had discerned the lethality of the azure wind blade that had ambushed it earlier, as well as the potent energy fluctuations emanating from its adversary. The human before it, awakened with extraordinary abilities and of comparable strength, would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable opponent. Not only did the flower leopard beast perceive Linley as a challenge, but Linley himself also recognized that subduing this beast, which exhibited the initial intensity of second-tier energy fluctuations, would be a daunting task. Chapter 53. An established habit after a day of hunting. Linley found himself with merely a third of his stamina and half of his energy remaining. In this state, he could defend himself adequately, but capturing the beast was out of the question, unless the flower leopard beast foolishly remained stationary, allowing him to unleash his abilities upon it. Yet, such a scenario seemed highly improbable, for the creature before him was evidently not lacking in intellect. With a roar, the flower leopard beast cautiously tested Linley's resolve. In response, Linley did not falter. He raised his right hand and waved it toward the beast's position, unleashing 2 arcs of azure wind blades. The vigilant flower leopard, sensing the imminent attack, focused its gaze and swiftly leaped to the side, evading the oncoming azure blades. With a resounding crash, the azure blades of wind, evading the leopard beast, pierced into the distant thicket, swiftly severing a multitude of robust weeds. Ultimately, these 2 azure gusts collided with a tree, a majestic specimen measuring 60 centimeters in diameter, leaving behind deep gashes upon its trunk. In response, the struck tree trembled violently, shedding numerous leaves in the process. The leopard beast, filled with resentment, let out a fierce roar directed at the human who had disrupted its plans, before turning to depart. With Linley, a human of comparable strength, entering the fray, coupled with the presence of 3 formidable beast hunters, the scales of victory had decidedly tipped in favor of humanity. Retreat was undoubtedly the wisest course of action at this moment. The leopard beast had departed. The 3 beast hunters, initially bracing for an imminent life-and-death struggle, found themselves momentarily stunned by the beast's unexpected withdrawal. With a sigh of relief, Linley felt a weight lift from his heart upon witnessing the leopard beast's retreat. Had the creature opted for a deadly confrontation, it remained uncertain whether he would have expended all his strength to fight for the sake of these 3 strangers. Young man, had it not been for your timely assistance, we would surely have perished at the hands of that leopard beast. Thank you for saving our lives, expressed the short-haired woman, supporting the buzz-cut man as he approached Linley to convey his gratitude. Linley nodded in acceptance of their thanks and replied, "Please, tend to your wounds promptly." As the wound continued to bleed, it seemed that the man would succumb not to the fierce beast, the leopard, but rather to his own blood loss. The short-haired woman supporting the man promptly retrieved a backpack from her back, extracting medical gauze and ointment for treating his injuries. "Thank you, my friend," the bald man expressed to Linley, his face tinged with a hint of awkwardness, yet his eyes radiated sincere gratitude. "The beasts are our shared adversaries. Had I encountered danger, I am certain you would not have stood idly by." Linley replied with a smile, "I spoke rather brusquely to you at noon, and I sincerely apologize for that." Upon hearing Linley's words, the bald man's embarrassment vanished, and he bowed deeply in gratitude. "Did you say something at noon?" "I do not recall. Let bygones be bygones." Linley waved his hand dismissively, putting the earlier incident behind them. "The wound has been dressed. We should leave swiftly to avoid further complications," the short-haired woman stated after tending to the man's injury. Consequently, Linley accompanied the trio of beast hunters on their journey back to the safe zone. Along the way, the 4 engaged in self-introductions, getting to know one another. "I am Linley. It seems we part ways here. Should you ever need assistance in our territory, feel free to contact us via WeChat. We will never decline a request for help, as long as it is within our capacity." Upon entering the safe zone, the 3 beast hunters bid farewell to Linley. Indeed, Linley nodded slightly before turning to leave, making his way towards the spot where he had parked. "Captain, Linley is quite young, yet already a second-tier practitioner. His future is boundless," remarked a short-haired woman. "Moreover, he has awakened his extraordinary abilities," added a bald man nearby. "Indeed, if he doesn't meet an untimely demise along the way, he is destined to become a renowned and formidable practitioner," the crew-cut man said, watching Linley grow distant, a smile on his face. However, The motion seemed to aggravate a wound on his back, causing him to wince in pain. We should return to the city quickly. We need to take the captain to the hospital for treatment, the short-haired woman said, noticing the crew-cut man's distress. Subsequently, the three beast hunters headed in the opposite direction of Lindley, their vehicle parked over 500 meters away. Click. Bang. Once back in the van, Lindley's first action was to switch on the air conditioning and change out of his camouflage outfit. With a thought, a bottle of mineral water materialized in his hand. He unscrewed the cap and drained the entire bottle in one go. Sighing with relief, he felt significantly lighter, having trailed behind the three beast hunters. He had sweated profusely and his throat was parched. Had he been alone, Lindley would have retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the mysterious island to quench his thirst, but with strangers around, he had to endure the dryness to keep his secrets concealed. What is the purpose of forming a team? It is still more convenient to be alone. If I were to seek companions to hunt exotic beasts, I would be unable to collect the slain creatures on the mysterious island in the presence of my teammates. Moreover, I have developed a habit of embarking lightly, with all my provisions conveniently stored on the mysterious island for easy access. This, in turn, fosters a deep-seated reluctance within me to join forces with other beast hunters. Lindley muttered a few words to himself, placing the empty bottle of mineral water on the passenger seat. He then inserted the car key, preparing to press the accelerator and return to the city. Suddenly, a ringing sound emanated from his pocket, causing Lindley, who was poised to start the vehicle, to retract his foot from the gas pedal. He retrieved his phone and glanced at the caller ID, discovering it to be a call from Suyu. Sliding the screen, he answered the call. Hello, what is the matter? Lindley, I'm about to finish work. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Are we dining at home or out? Let's eat out. My aunt gave me 2 vouchers for a buffet restaurant today. We should go for a buffet dinner. Lindley calculated the time and figured that if he hurried home to take a shower, he would have enough time to go out. Should I head directly to the buffet, or shall I meet you at your current teaching location? Come to my teaching location. We can just take a taxi from there. All right. After hanging up the phone, Lindley immediately pressed the accelerator, and the silver van surged forward, hastening towards the city center. The sun was on the verge of setting, leaving behind only a trace of sunset illuminating the sky. The streetlights flickered to life before the sun dipped below the horizon, casting their glow to illuminate some of the dimmer corners. Today, Suyu donned a cream-colored chiffon V-neck short-sleeved blouse adorned with delicate lace patterns. A slender 24K gold necklace graced her elongated neck, featuring a charming little pendant shaped like a delightful calf. Below, she wore a black double-layer chiffon skirt, its hem reaching halfway up her thigh, and on her feet, she sported a pair of white low-heeled sandals. The ample bosom filled the blouse snugly, and this seemingly ordinary ensemble, accentuated by Suyu's fiery figure, radiated an astonishing allure. The innate desire for beauty is universal. Passers-by, regardless of gender, could not help but cast their gazes upon the striking woman standing beneath the tree, exuding an extraordinary charm. Where's Lindley? Suyu mused, glancing at the watch adorning her fair wrist. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, appearing to be in his 30s, approached her, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he greeted her with utmost courtesy. Suyu had just retrieved her phone from her bag, intending to send a WeChat voice message to Lindley inquiring about his tardiness, when she was suddenly greeted by someone. She lifted her gaze to meet the strangers, her brow furrowing in confusion as she asked, "Is there something you need?" The middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, was captivated by the gentle, unpretentious tone of Suyu's voice, which evoked a refreshing sweetness within him on this sweltering summer day. Not only was she extraordinarily beautiful, but her voice was also exceptionally melodious. He felt fortunate to have encountered such a gem. "Sir?" Suyu noticed the man staring at her with a somewhat impolite expression, which caused her to slightly furrow her exquisitely arched brows. Upon observing the displeased look on the face of this strikingly beautiful woman, the man regained his composure and, with an apologetic demeanor, complimented her. "I apologize, miss. Your beauty momentarily distracted me." Adhering to the adage that one should not respond harshly to a smiling face, and recognizing the man's courteous apology and compliment, Suyu refrained from displaying any displeasure, as it would portray her as lacking in grace. "Sir, do you have business with me?" "Indeed, miss. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a talent scout from Brilliant Entertainment." Upon hearing the man's introduction, Suyu did not exhibit any overt surprise. Conversely, the middle-aged man was taken aback by her calm demeanor. As he introduced himself, he made a point of emphasizing his affiliation with the illustrious Huiguang Entertainment Company the most renowned film and television enterprise in the country, which boasts a roster of numerous celebrated stars from the entertainment industry. Typically, when a young woman discovers that the talent scout engaging her hails from Huiguang Entertainment, it is not uncommon for her to be overtaken by excitement. This middle-aged gentleman, dressed impeccably in a suit, had previously approached many young women, who, upon hearing his introduction, would often respond with exuberant gasps, covering their mouths in astonishment. However, when he observed Suyu's rather mundane reaction, he was taken aback by the stark contrast. In truth, it was not surprising that Suyu remained unfazed, her expression devoid of any extreme reaction. Being well aware of Huiguang Entertainment's esteemed reputation, she had encountered her fair share of talent scouts throughout her life, whether while shopping with family or friends. Consequently, she had long grown accustomed to such advances. Moreover, she harbored no interest in pursuing a career as a star. "Young lady," the impeccably dressed gentleman remarked, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, "based on my observations, you possess all the qualities necessary to become a superstar. You are a natural talent destined for stardom. Should you choose to join Huiguang Entertainment, with the guidance of our professional team, it would not take long for you to debut as a leading star. I apologize, but I have no interest in becoming a major star. Please seek someone else for that role." Uninterested, Suyu expressionlessly shook her head and politely declined the impeccably dressed middle-aged man. The man, a seasoned talent scout with years of experience and extensive travels across the nation, was encountering a girl who refused the opportunity to become a star for the very first time. In the eyes of this veteran scout, the girl before him, with her impeccable beauty and enchanting voice, was akin to a rare gem. He believed that with only a modest investment of resources from his agency, she would effortlessly ascend to prominence in the entertainment industry. As one of his senior scouts had once told him, some individuals are born under a fortunate star, inherently possessing the qualities required to become top-tier celebrities. Throughout his many years as a scout, he had never encountered anyone who embodied the innate talent for stardom that his late mentor had described. Over time, he began to doubt the validity of that assertion, thinking it might have been mere drunken bravado. However, upon seeing Suyu today, he was convinced that his mentor's words were indeed true. Some individuals are simply destined to be stars. Hearing Suyu express her disinterest in becoming a major celebrity, the impeccably dressed man felt a surge of urgency within him, and he passionately extolled the myriad advantages of fame to her. What becomes of a great star, drawing the gaze of the masses, gaining widespread fame, amassing vast wealth, and indulging in a life of luxury? Suyu gazed helplessly at the exuberant talent scout before her. She wished to articulate her firm stance, yet was rendered voiceless by the incessant chatter of the other party. Chapter 55. We are all civilized individuals. Please refrain from physical altercations. Why is the traffic so congested today? Hasn't this route always been this way? Are you not yet accustomed to it? It has never been this jammed before, surely. There can't be an accident ahead? There should not be. I just checked online, and if there were an accident, there would be corresponding information. The bus, ensnared in the traffic, remained immobile for quite some time, leading to a flurry of discussions among the passengers. Linley grasped the handrail with his right hand, standing at the bus's exit, while he retrieved his phone from his pocket to check the time. Alas, so you must have finished work by now. I am dreadfully late. Had I known this would happen, I would have taken the subway instead. Upon returning home, Linley took a shower and promptly set out for the venue where Suyu's aunt conducted her interest training classes. He mused that he had ample time before Suyu's work ended, and upon his arrival, he would still have to wait for her. To his dismay, however, the bus he boarded encountered a traffic jam, transforming what should have been a mere 10-minute journey into a lengthy 40-minute ordeal, with no sign of reaching his destination. After nearly an hour, Linley finally arrived at his destination. Stepping off the bus, he exhaled deeply. The prolonged delay on the road had left the passengers aboard the bus with a palpable sense of frustration. Eventually, the bus driver inquired with colleagues at the company and learned the cause of the traffic jam, subsequently explaining it to the passengers. The congestion was due to a minor collision between two vehicles ahead, where neither driver was willing to yield, thereby blocking the road. It was astonishing that such a trivial incident could cause such extensive delays. Fortunately, the two peculiar drivers were escorted away by traffic enforcement officers. One could only imagine the penalties they would face for causing such a significant disruption. At the very least, they would likely incur fines, and in more severe circumstances, they could face several days of detention. As Linley disembarked from the bus, unfamiliar with the area, he opened the map application on his phone for navigation. The bus stop was not far from the location where Suyu was assisting with a class. With the aid of the navigation app, Linley quickly found the position that Suyu had sent him. In the distance, he spotted the naturally beautiful Suyu, her figure graceful. But he also noticed a middle-aged man in a suit who was persistently bothering her. What was this man thinking? In this day and age, how could someone dare to harass a woman so openly in broad daylight? Linley observed Suyu being harassed by a stranger, and an intense flame of anger surged within him. Instinctively, he began to channel the spiritual energy within him, a faint golden glow subtly manifesting on his hands. Hey, what do you think you are doing? Why do you keep bothering my friend? Linley swiftly approached Suyu, stepping forward to position himself between her and the well-dressed middle-aged man, effectively shielding her from his incessant chatter. Upon seeing Linley, who had finally arrived after a prolonged wait to protect her from the loquacious man, Suyu's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. Please don't misunderstand. I am not a bad person. I am a talent scout from the brilliant entertainment company, the well-dressed middle-aged man explained. A talent scout? Indeed, I am a talent scout. And I am here to invite this young lady to join our company. Young man, as her friend, I hope you can persuade her to consider this opportunity. It's a chance to become a star. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Most people would do anything to seize them. If she misses this chance, she will surely regret it for the rest of her life. The middle-aged man continued his relentless persuasion, aiming to convince Linley to assist him in encouraging Suyu to join their entertainment firm. However, it was clear that he had misjudged his target, as Linley, completely disinterested in the world of celebrity, was unmoved by the man's proposition to invite Suyu to become a star. He immediately recalled a recent news report about talent scouts who, under the guise of helping young girls become stars, had deceived many. Enough, Linley interjected, interrupting the suit-clad middle-aged man who was speaking incessantly. This matter ultimately hinges on the individual's willingness. Since my friend has no desire to pursue the path of stardom, I implore you to cease your entanglements with her. Turning to Suyu, Linley said, let us depart. Suyu gazed at him with shimmering eyes, nodding obediently before turning to leave with Linley towards the nearby taxi stand. Ah, Miss Su, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Such a rare chance could transform your life. The middle-aged man's words were cut short as Linley seized his collar, exerting a slight upward pull, effectively silencing him. Release me. We are all civilized individuals, and resorting to violence is improper, the man protested, taken aback by the unexpected aggression from someone who appeared so youthful and scholarly. Years of social engagements had left him physically drained, and he recognized that should a confrontation ensue, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Thus, he hastily softened his tone. My civility is reserved for civilized individuals. Should you continue to pester, do not blame me for being ungracious. Linley tightened his grip on the collar of the well-dressed middle-aged man, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon him as he spoke coldly. A week prior, such a stare would have evoked little in the suited man, but after days spent hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness, Linley's unwavering gaze now instilled a chilling dread within him. The resoluteness in Linley's eyes conveyed an unmistakable message. Should the man persist in his entanglements, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Very well, I understand. I assure you, I will no longer trouble your friend, the threatened man replied weakly. Beside them, Suyu stood in astonishment, taken aback by Linley's unexpected display of strength, contrasting sharply with his usual demeanor, akin to a salted fish. A sense of surprise washed over her, accompanied by a sweet feeling in her heart, for Linley's actions were all in her defense. However, she could not shake her concern that Linley might resort to violence against the well-dressed man. After all, this was a civilized society where physical altercations could lead to serious repercussions. Gently, she tugged at Linley's sleeve, her tone soft as she urged, Linley, let us go. Ignore him. Seeing the man's promise of compliance, and with Suyu's urging, Linley finally released his grip on the man's collar. Miss Su, please wait a moment, just as Linley and Suyu were about to depart. The middle-aged man in a tailored suit behind them called out to Suyu once more. How infuriating this man had just assured me a moment ago that he would cease his pursuit, yet now he has the audacity to renege on his word. Does he truly believe I would hesitate to confront him? Linley felt a surge of indignation as he turned around, only for his anger to dissipate somewhat upon realizing that the man merely approached to present a business card to Suyu. Miss Su, here's my business card. Should you reconsider, you may contact me at the number provided. Suyu regarded the card he offered, contemplated for a moment, and then reached out to accept it, casually responding, all right, if I change my mind, I will certainly give you a call. The man in the suit, acutely aware of Lin Li's unwavering gaze, felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Upon witnessing Siyu accept his card, he promptly turned and fled, fearing that any additional words might provoke a confrontation with Lin Li, who he perceived as a brutish individual. Siyu, you don't truly intend to pursue a career as some grand celebrity, do you? Lin Li inquired, casting a glance at the retreating figure of the so-called talent scout before turning to Siyu, who was placing the business card into her purse. Do you wish for me to become a star? Siyu replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she deftly countered Lin Li's question. Lin Li was taken aback by Suyu's counter-question. He scratched his head and remarked, it is often said that the entertainment industry is fraught with challenges. And given your lack of cleverness, I would advise against pursuing a career as a major star. You are the one lacking in cleverness, Siyu retorted, her voice rising in indignation. Back in my school days, I consistently ranked at the top of my class. Upon hearing Lin Li's remark about her intellect, she shot him a furious glare. In comparison to Siyu, who had been admitted to a prestigious university and received scholarships annually, Lin Li, who had only managed to enroll in an ordinary second-tier institution, could indeed be considered academically inferior. Indeed, you are quite clever. Yet, why is it that such a clever person cannot even replace a light bulb? Every time a bulb goes out, you invariably call me for assistance, she challenged. In terms of academic performance, Siyu easily surpassed Lin Li, leaving him to seek other examples to illustrate her supposed lack of intelligence. As Siyu listened to Lin Li's rebuttal, she fixed her shiny black eyes upon him, murmuring to herself, It's not that I genuinely cannot change a light bulb, it's just because. Noticing her silence and the intensity of her gaze, Lin Li felt a wave of defeat washing over him. I'm quite hungry. Let us hurry and grab dinner, he exclaimed. All right, Siyu replied, recognizing his attempt to change the subject. They both turned towards the direction of the taxi stand. Lin Li, after a few days apart, why do I feel like your skin has darkened a bit? She inquired, studying his not-so-handsome face with a hint of curiosity. These days, the weather has been scorching, and it seems rather peculiar that I haven't tanned while hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness. Lin Li mumbled to himself, then jested with Siyu, claiming that he had been working at a construction site and consequently had become a bit darker. I can't believe you. You, working at a construction site? If that were true, the sun would rise in the west. Siyu teased Lin Li with a radiant smile. Well, just you wait and see, tomorrow. The sun will indeed rise from the west, Lin Li replied cheerfully, pleased that his jest had successfully diverted Suyu's attention. Is that so? I shall be sure to observe whether the sun rises from the west as you say, Siyu responded, her expression serious, before curiously inquired, Lin Li, didn't you leave quite early? Why are you arriving so late? Don't even mention it. I had the misfortune of getting caught in traffic on the bus. Lin Li recounted his recent experience with the congestion to Siyu in a brief manner. Your luck doesn't seem to be in your favor, Siyu remarked, spotting an empty taxi approaching them. Look, a cab is coming. Let us go? They both climbed into the taxi, with Siyu providing the driver with an address. The driver then turned the vehicle around and headed towards their destination. Despite the darkness having fallen and the workday concluding, the meeting in the conference room of the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild was still underway. The authorities have issued an order instructing us to promptly organize personnel to eliminate the first-tier exotic beasts that have emerged from the Lichen Forest and are currently wandering near the outskirts of the northern district of Rome City. The meeting is presided over by Zhangju Tao, the president of the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild, who relays the directives from the authorities to the attending hunters. Once the meeting concludes, we will directly send notifications to the registered exotic beast hunters in Rome City, summoning them to partake in the extermination of these creatures, stated Wang Zili, the vice president of the guild. Upon hearing this, a dissenting voice arose, proposing an alternative approach. It was suggested that compelling individuals to participate may not be the most prudent course of action. Instead, it would be wiser to adopt a different method. For instance, we could issue a task announcement on the Exotic Beast Hunters application, clearly outlining the voluntary nature of the mission to subdue the beasts in the northern district. Moreover, in addition to allowing the hunters to retain ownership of any beasts they slay, our guild would provide certain rewards to each participant in this endeavor. I am confident that such an approach would elicit a positive response from the hunters. The assembly was comprised of senior members of the Exotic Beast Hunters Guild, and many agreed that the proposal from the dissenting member was indeed viable, expressing their support. Ultimately, after deliberating on the specifics of the task announcement, The president of the guild made the final decision to proceed with a large-scale extermination operation in the coming days. Approximately an hour after the meeting concluded, local exotic beast hunters in Rome City who logged into the application found an official task announcement awaiting them. Chapter 57. Could it be a problem with my body? After reading the announcement, someone initiated a thread in the discussion board of the Beast Hunter app specifically to deliberate on the official task announcement. Dao Yu Xian Sheng Ji Xian Wu Dao. Participants in this task will not only retain the beasts they hunt for themselves after the task concludes, but each will also receive an additional 100,000 yuan. I have already signed up for this event. Those wishing to form a team, please contact me privately. Ling Zhu Fengyun. The person above. Have you comprehended the task details? The duration of the task is 3 days, and participants must hunt at least 3 pinnacle first-tier beasts to qualify for the additional 100,000 yuan. Xian Yu Tan. ISNT at merely 3 pinnacle first-tier beasts? A piece of cake. 08A. Precisely. I can easily slay pinnacle first-tier beasts. Zhao Xiao. Are you all that formidable? Pinnacle first-tier beasts can be dispatched so casually? Last time, my teammates and I encountered a pinnacle first-tier beast in the wilderness. It took our leader considerable effort to subdue it. Guangshi Yuan. I am at the initial stage of the second tier and have registered for this task. Are there any fellow second-tier initial stages who wish to join? Interested parties may contact me privately. Xiao Shua Zhong Duzha. Guangshi Yuan. Count me in. I have already messaged you privately. Xiao Gobao. A novice seeking assistance. I possess pinnacle first-tier cultivation. Although I have just obtained my Beast Hunter qualification certificate, I have awakened my special abilities. Guangshi Yuan. Xiao Gobao. I have messaged you privately. Please add me on WeChat. Dao Yu Xian Sheng Ji Xian Wu Dao. Xiao Gobao. I am at the mid-stage of the second tier. Come to me. My WeChat ID has been sent to you privately. In a bustling self-service restaurant located in the eastern district of Rongqing, voices mingled in a lively din. Suyu and Lin Li had chosen this establishment, which boasted an average dining cost of 220 yuan per person. Although this price far exceeded that of other self-service restaurants, some of which charge merely 60 or 70 yuan, this venue remained exceedingly popular. The reason for its acclaim lay in the diverse array of culinary offerings, many of which were quite rare, setting it apart from its competitors. Delicacies such as caviar, lobster, abalone, salmon, and various exotic beast meats were among the unique selections available. Suyu, why are you staring at me? Lin Li inquired, as he finished off a steak and noticed Suyu, lost in thought while peeling a prawn. Lin Li, it seems your appetite has notably increased, Suyu remarked, placing the freshly peeled prawn into Lin Li's bowl. My appetite is quite reasonable, I suppose. Perhaps I'm just a bit hungrier today, Lin Li replied, picking up the prawn she had offered with his chopsticks, dipping it in garlic sauce before consuming it. You should eat it yourself. I've had my fill, he added, indicating he preferred to peel his own. Suyu smiled as she skillfully peeled a large shrimp and placed it into Lin Li's bowl. Upon hearing Suyu declare that she was full, Lin Li nodded appreciatively and devoured the shrimp she had prepared, before continuing to savor the other delicacies on the table. Lin Li, is there anything you wish to eat? I can fetch it for you, Suyu inquired, noticing that Lin Li was nearing the end of the spread. She once again added a peeled shrimp to his bowl, then wiped her hands with a napkin. Could you please bring me a steak, a small portion of fried noodles, and 2 fried chicken legs? Oh, and also 2 crabs. Lin Li mumbled, his mouth full of abalone. Take your time eating, don't choke. I'll get you an extra serving of rib soup, Suyu replied. As Suyu rose to fetch the food, Lin Li paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Initially, he had not given much thought to his increased appetite, but Suyu's question now made him acutely aware of his sudden voracity. How peculiar, why has my appetite surged so dramatically? He pondered. Although he had heard that cultivators often experience an increase in appetite as their strength grows, such changes are typically gradual. This abrupt transformation felt almost as if he was becoming a human food barrel. Could there be something amiss with my body? While being able to eat heartily is a blessing, this level of consumption is rather alarming. I must visit the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Lin contemplated for a moment and decided to cancel his plans for hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness the following day, opting instead for a comprehensive medical examination at the first hospital of Rome City. Just then, when Suyu returned, each hand holding a plate brimming with delectable food, she was taken aback to find that Lin had already devoured everything on the table. With a look of astonishment, she gazed at him, clearing his throat awkwardly. Lin acknowledged his current state as akin to a glutton and said to Suyu, "Please take a seat." "Why are you standing? Isn't it tiring to hold those plates?" Suyu placed the laden plates before Lin, saying, "I haven't served you the rib soup yet. You should eat this first." "No need for that. After finishing this, I am nearly full." "It would be a waste if you poured it for me," Lin interjected, stopping Suyu as she prepared to serve him the rib soup. "Oh, very well," Suyu replied, dismissing her intention to serve him. She then sat down, resting her chin on her hands, and smiled brightly as she watched Lin indulge in his meal. Under Suyu's watchful gaze, Lin unconsciously slowed his eating pace. In the past, dining with Suyu while being scrutinized in such a manner did not make him feel uncomfortable. However, now, as he transformed into a glutton consuming an excessive amount of food, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "Lin, yes? If you continue to eat this much at every meal, I fear your savings of 1 million will be depleted in just a few years," Suyu remarked, observing Lin's hearty feast, suddenly bursting into laughter. "I currently find myself devoid of 1 million. On the books, there are merely over 20,000 left." Lin Li murmured to himself, then turned to Suyu and said, "Your words imply that my 1 million in savings can withstand my extravagant dining habits. Today's situation is merely an anomaly. My appetite has suddenly surged, and I consumed so much simply because I was indeed quite hungry. Furthermore, given that this buffet restaurant does not offer inexpensive fare, and considering your modest consumption, if I do not strive to eat a bit more, how are we to recoup our expenses?" Chapter 58. The Price to Pay for Overconfidence. Suyu, upon hearing Lin Li's intention to eat his way back to profitability, could not suppress a laugh. "You still cling to the notion of recouping costs at a buffet? How naive. How can that be deemed naive? Pray, enlighten me with your perspective." "My perspective is rather simple. I approach the meal with the desire to savor dozens of dishes in one sitting. The idea of recouping costs has never crossed my mind." "Very well. After all, most girls typically have modest appetites. The notion of recouping costs is somewhat unrealistic. Do take care not to overindulge. You might find it quite uncomfortable later," Zhou advised with a cheerful gaze directed at Lin Li. "At present, it is manageable." "I am far from the point of overindulgence," Lin Li replied. After a while, Lin Li had consumed all the food on the table. He lifted the remaining half glass of soda, embellished with ice, and downed it in one gulp, letting out a satisfied burp. "Shall we depart?" Suyu remarked, noticing Lin Li was sufficiently satiated, and she rose to head outside. Although the cost for one person at this buffet restaurant amounts to 220 yuan, the total for 2 people would ordinarily be 440 yuan. However, thanks to a discount coupon gifted to Suyu by her aunt, their expenditure was reduced to a mere 200 yuan. Beneath the night sky, the vibrant city of Rongqing dazzled, with beautiful neon lights glimmering along the streets. The sweltering summer heat persisted, yet as night fell, the temperature began to dip slightly. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through, providing a momentary respite for the passers-by. After their meal, Lin Li and Suyu did not immediately hail a taxi home. Instead, they meandered aimlessly along the street. "Suyu, your substitute teaching should be coming to an end soon, right?" Lin Li inquired, glancing at Suyu who walked beside him. The soft wind tousled Suyu's hair, and she gracefully raised her long, delicate fingers to smooth her dark, silky locks before responding. "This morning, I asked my aunt, and she told me that her employee has taken care of matters at home and is expected to return to Rongqing the day after tomorrow. I should be able to conclude my substitute teaching around that time. Once you finish, when will you start your part-time job at your classmate's flower shop?" "Oh, there's no rush regarding the flower shop. My classmate suggested that I take a couple of days to rest at home after I finish my teaching." "Ah, I see." Lin Li, "Yes, my classmate's flower shop is still in need of assistance. Would you care to join me for the part-time work?" Lin Li was taken aback by Suyu's unexpected proposition, momentarily rendered speechless. "What do you mean by would you like to join me for a part-time job? After all, you have nothing to do. Spending your days at home playing games would be better spent working alongside me," Suyu said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Lin Li. "Dear sister, do you really think I have the time to simply lounge around at home playing games? These days, I rise early and toil late in the treacherous wilderness, hunting ferocious beasts, unaware of the dangers and hardships that lie ahead. What kind of man takes a job at a flower shop? If anyone were to find out, they would think me effeminate." Lin Li casually dismissed the idea with an excuse. "Why do you say that? What is wrong with working at a flower shop? Who has decreed that only girls can work there? In the flower shops near my school, many boys took on part-time roles on weekends or holidays. I've never heard anyone call those boys effeminate for working in a flower shop, so you quickly countered. Believe what you will. Regardless, I refuse to work part-time at a flower shop, Lin stated firmly. By staying cooped up at home like this, you might find it difficult to find a girlfriend or marry someday. Suyu said, her disappointment palpable. If I don't marry, then so be it. Living alone is quite comfortable. I can eat when I want, drink when I wish, and play as I please, living freely and unfettered. Lin Li's expression conveyed his indifference. Suyu wanted to tell Lin Li that such a mindset was misguided, for without a wife and children, how could he possibly explain himself to his departed parents? Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, Suyu felt that, despite being Lin Li's close friend, such sentiments were ill-suited for her to express. Thus, she swallowed her thoughts and gazed at Lin Li with a discontented demeanor. Rarely had Lin Li witnessed Suyu rendered speechless by her retorts, and a triumphant smile emerged upon her face. What are you so pleased about? Just wait until you grow old. You shall have much to regret. Suyu, observing the smug grin upon Lin Li's face, could not refrain from retorting. Sister, you are 3 years my senior. Instead of fretting over whether I will find a wife in the future, perhaps you should first concern yourself. Lin Li casually shot back. In a few years, you may find yourself unable to marry. And what of your 3-year seniority? Ask any passerby to compare our ages, and they would likely say I appear younger than you. Furthermore, who claims I will be unable to marry in a few years? I assure you, as long as I desire, I can find a boyfriend at any moment, and suitors wishing to marry me are plentiful. Lin Li continued, and do refrain from calling me sister. It sounds utterly dreadful. If you persist, I shall not be so accommodating. Lin Li's retorts struck a nerve with Suyu, who, having endured a barrage of blind dates orchestrated by her mother, threatened Lin Li with mock ferocity. Sister. What of it? What can you do to me? Lin Li laughed heartily, basking in her moment of triumph. Yet her elation was short-lived, as she soon faced a painful consequence. Oh dear, please stop pinching me. I've made a mistake, and I shall never call you sister again. Lin Fei lamented, his face contorted in mock agony. So you realize your error now? This time, I shall forgive you, but should you dare to offend me again, I will double the punishment, Suyu replied, her fingers releasing their grip on Lin Fei's tender flesh, her smile radiant and blooming as she issued her warning. Resorting to violence when you can't win an argument? How excessively brutal of you. Lin Fei muttered softly, rubbing the area that had just been pinched. Lin Fei, what are you mumbling about? Suyu inquired with a playful grin, her sparkling eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Lin Fei's gaze drifted from Suyu's charming visage down to her long, fair hands, which had previously launched an assault on his waist. At that moment, those delicate hands moved slightly, as if to convey that should Lin Fei's next utterance not align with her desires, she would be inclined to repeat her earlier actions. Chapter 59. Contentment brings happiness. I wasn't mumbling about anything in particular. I was merely reflecting on how delightful this buffet has been. Thank you for treating me. Next time. It shall be my turn, Lin Fei stated earnestly, his sincerity evident. Lin Fei, let's take a stroll over to that shopping mall. I haven't bought any new clothes for this summer, Suyu suggested, pointing towards the shopping center across the street. In recent days, Lin Li has been hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness, having already worn out a pair of athletic shoes. The intensity of such activities indeed takes a toll on footwear. Fortunately, he was already contemplating the purchase of several new pairs. Subsequently, Lin Li and Suyu crossed the road, making their way towards a bustling shopping mall in the distance. The dazzling neon lights flickered with enchanting radiance, embellishing the city streets in a dreamlike fashion. It was just past 9 o'clock in the evening. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Lin Li, who had spent several hours wandering the mall with Suyu, emerged from the elevator, his face reflecting fatigue. Shopping with a woman is truly daunting. If given the choice between battling exotic beasts in the wilderness or strolling through the mall with Suyu, I would much prefer the former. With a weary countenance, Lin Li fished out his house keys from his pocket to unlock the door, muttering to himself. Click! Bang! Upon returning home, Lin Li first switched on the lights, then removed his shoes and placed them in the shoe cabinet, promptly donning a pair of indoor slippers as he entered the living room. With a thought, 2 shopping bags materialized in his hands. Observing the bags retrieved from the mysterious island, he swiftly extracted 2 shoeboxes from them. These 2 pairs of athletic shoes cost nearly 3,000 yuan. How exorbitant! Lin Li had initially not intended to purchase such expensive footwear, but a single remark from the saleswoman had swayed him. The sneakers from our household are immensely favored by beast hunters. Those who have donned them attest to their exceptional comfort and suitability for outdoor pursuits, particularly in the swift pursuit of elusive creatures. While they may come at a premium, one often finds that quality justifies the expense. Earlier, I tried them on in the store and was indeed struck by their remarkable comfort. Linley murmured this to himself as he retrieved the sneakers from their box and placed them in the shoe cabinet by the entrance. An amusing incident occurred when he purchased these two pairs. Suyu gazed at Lin Li with evident astonishment. Initially, she presumed he had merely come to window shop at this high-end sneaker store, but she was taken aback when he actually spent several thousand yuan on two pairs of expensive shoes. This was somewhat out of character for Lin Li, as Suyu knew he typically opted for sneakers in the 200 to 300 yuan range. Upon completing the purchase, Lin Li noticed the look of surprise in Suyu's eyes and, after a moment's contemplation, understood the source of her astonishment. With a serious expression, he remarked, "These shoes are incredibly comfortable. They will allow me to work more efficiently on the construction site." His light-hearted jest successfully diverted Suyu's attention. With ample time before bed, Lin Li decided to tend to the white radishes in his field on the mysterious island. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and with a flicker of soft golden light, he vanished from the living room. In an unknown realm, shrouded in a thick veil of mist, stood a solitary figure before a diminutive tree, approximately 2 meters in height, whose countenance bore an expression of perplexity. Upon arriving at this enigmatic isle, Lin Li, before tending to the white radishes in the field, approached the peculiar tree to inspect whether his precious treasure had borne any fruit. To his dismay, the miraculous tree had yielded no such bounty. A thought crossed his mind as he pondered the progress of his endeavors, only to be met with an unforeseen revelation. 7%? No, that cannot be. Taking into account the gray wolf beast from which I had carved a piece of flesh at noon, I have hunted a total of 14 first-tier beasts. Logically, my progress should stand at 14% at this moment. Lin Li repeatedly contemplated the status of his progress. Yet the figure in his mind persistently displayed a mere 7%, with no sign of fluctuation. Alas, have I been overly optimistic? Ascending to the heights of a formidable practitioner is not as simple as I had envisioned. The miraculous tree, having absorbed the essence of blood and flesh from 14 first-tier beasts, had only translated that into a mere 7% of progress, equating to 1% for every 2 beasts. To achieve a full 100%, I would now require 200 first-tier beasts, a staggering increase from the previous requirement. Gazing at this once malnourished tree, now flourishing through the absorption of the essence from the beasts, Lin Li scratched his head and murmured to himself, "Fortunately, the quantity has merely doubled. With my current cultivation at the second stage's initial level, as long as I invest a bit more time, it remains quite manageable to hunt down 200 first-tier aberrations." I had previously reveled in the thought that, with the advancement of my own strength, achieving a 100% completion rate would become increasingly effortless. In due time, the wondrous little tree would surely flourish, yielding those miraculous fruits in abundance. However, it has become apparent that the reality is not as simple as I had envisioned. Henceforth, the amount of aberrant blood and flesh required for the little tree to bear its enchanting fruits will only increase. One must learn to be content. True contentment brings enduring joy. Is it not merely the case that the number of first-tier aberrations I need to hunt has increased? With a bit more time, I can accomplish this. It's but a trivial task, in comparison to other practitioners who toil day in and day out, year after year, striving to break through their cultivation to reach higher realms. My method of swiftly advancing through the hunting of aberrations and consuming those magical fruits seems akin to possessing a cheat code. Having consoled myself, I adjusted my mindset and turned towards the plot of farmland I had diligently cultivated with my own hands. Within the 50-square-meter expanse, rows of mature white radishes awaited harvest. "Let us get to work," I murmured to myself, rolling up my sleeves and promptly setting about my task in the field. The radish leaves were particularly lush, and as I grasped one firmly, leaning back slightly, I pulled with determination, uprooting a plump white radish from the soil. With each heave, one after another, I continued to harvest, extracting those chubby white radishes with ease. In comparison to the time Lin Li previously spent tilling the fields with a hoe, the process of harvesting the white radishes proved to be remarkably swift. After nearly 20 minutes of labor, approximately 200 sizable white radishes, each weighing no less than 10 pounds, were heaped upon the grassy margin of the farmland. Chapter 60. contributing efforts while earning a modest supplement for household expenses. Anyone who has frequented a vegetable market knows that the white radishes sold in such places typically weigh around 2 to 3 pounds, with the larger specimens nearing 5 pounds. Radishes of this extraordinary weight, at least 10 pounds each, are exceedingly rare. However, the white radishes cultivated by Lin Li in his fields, upon reaching maturity, were astonishingly all extracted from the earth at weights that did not fall below 10 pounds. Now, confronted with such a bounty, Lin Li pondered the predicament of managing these oversized radishes. It was implausible for him to consume them all on his own. Allowing them to rot was out of the question. The adage rings true: wasting food is shameful and invites divine retribution. He could not bear to witness them perish in vain. As Lin Li surveyed the impressive pile of large white radishes, weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, he scratched his head in contemplation of how to address this surplus. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He could simply inquire with the vendors at the market tomorrow about purchasing these colossal radishes at a wholesale price of 50 cents per pound. Surely, there would be a considerable demand among them. Indeed, let us first sample a radish to ascertain its flavor. Given its considerable size, should its taste be unsatisfactory, it would be best to allow it to decay in the soil. Subsequently, Lin Li procured a plump, sizable white radish and approached the edge of the small island. Rinsing away the soil that clung to its surface with clean water, he then grasped the salvaged spiritual dagger and sliced a small piece from the freshly cleaned radish. Placing it into his mouth, the flavor was indeed potent and slightly spicy. However, such is the nature of consuming raw radish. Despite its impressive size, the taste was perfectly normal, and he contemplated selling it at the market the following day. Having confirmed the palatability of the radishes he had cultivated, Lin Li departed from the mysterious island, clutching the remnants of the radish in his hand. Crack! Bang! Upon returning to the realm of reality after harvesting the radishes on the enigmatic island, Lin Li took a refreshing shower in the bathroom before retreating to his bedroom. Closing the door behind him, he lay on his bed but did not immediately extinguish the light to sleep. Instead, he reached for his phone on the nightstand and launched the Beast Hunter application. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the app, an official announcement appeared. In the wilderness of the northern district of Rong City, numerous first-tier beasts had emerged from the nearby Lishan forest, posing a significant threat to the residents living in the vicinity. At the request of the authorities, the Rong City Beast Hunter Guild would organize a large-scale extermination operation, scheduled for July 11th. The beast hunters participating in this extraordinary beast eradication operation will retain ownership of any beasts they personally hunt. Furthermore, any participant who successfully slays 3 pinnacle first-tier beasts will receive an additional reward of 100,000 yuan from the Beast Hunter Guild. Registration will close on July 10th at 5:30 p.m. Those wishing to partake in this endeavor must sign up before the deadline. Lin Li swiftly perused the announcement that appeared on the Beast Hunter application. Initially, he had no intention of joining such a large-scale collective action. However, upon reading that a significant number of first-tier beasts had emerged from the Li Mountain Forest, posing a threat to the residents living near the outskirts of Rong City, he felt compelled to act. As a native of Rong City, it would be one thing if he lacked the ability to hunt these beasts. But now that he had witnessed the situation, he could not simply stand idly by. The operation to eradicate the beasts is set to commence on July 11th, which is the day after tomorrow, running from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. for a duration of 10 hours. It is certain that many beast hunters will participate. Even if he manages to slay some beasts, he could not possibly collect them in front of others on the mysterious island. Well, if he can't collect them, so be it. Having spent 3,000 yuan on 2 pairs of sneakers tonight, his wallet now contained just over 10,000 yuan. Participating in this beast eradication initiative organized by the Beast Hunter Guild serves not only to contribute to the safety of Rong City, but also to replenish his meager finances. Resolving his thoughts, Lin Li raised his hand and clicked on the announcement released by the Beast Hunter Guild. Then, the current interface of his phone immediately transitioned to another page. After several confirmations, Lin Li had officially registered to participate in the upcoming beast eradication operation. Following his registration, he promptly accessed the discussion section of the Beast Hunter app, where a post, highlighted by the moderator, caught his eye. The content centered around the highly debated beast eradication operation recently announced by the Beast Hunter Guild. As Lin Li opened the highlighted post, a series of disconcerting expressions crossed his face. The post read, "Recruiting for the beast eradication operation in 2 days. Our team urgently requires a companion who has awakened healing abilities." Another user commented, We are a 5-member team, currently seeking 2 more. Interested friends, please message me. A third user added. Our team is in need of a member capable of ranged attacks. Are there any archers among you? Yet another said, as a novice. I have signed up for the beast eradication operation. Is there anyone experienced who could guide me? Zobo chimed in. I'm also a novice. Is there an experienced player willing to assist me? Although I have only held the Beast Hunter certification for 3 days, I have diligently honed my combat skills for years. Practitioners of the same level are generally no match for me, and I assure you, I will not hinder my teammates. The tone of the exchanges within this gaming forum was somewhat jarring for Linley. He casually flipped through several pages only to find an abundance of similar recruitment posts. Well, despite having grown accustomed to his solitary ways, Linley had signed up for this beast eradication operation organized by the Beast Hunter Guild without any intention of forming a team with others. Subsequently, Linley exited the communications section and perused the information board for a while. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he decided to close the Monster Hunter application. Just as he was about to place his phone on the bedside table and prepare for slumber, a notification chimed from WeChat, indicating he had received a message. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from his university classmate, Zhang Dawei. Zhang Dawei, don't forget about the birthday gathering tomorrow night. Upon reading Zhang Dawei's message, a hint of bashfulness crept onto Lin Li's face. Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly hunting monsters in the wilderness from dawn to dusk, and in the process, he had inadvertently forgotten about the birthday gathering that Zhang Dawei had previously mentioned. Had it not been for this timely reminder, he surely would have been absent from the celebration tomorrow evening. After digesting the message, Lin Li promptly replied, "Rest assured, I remember. I will be there on time for your birthday gathering tomorrow." Chapter 61. An uninvited visitor. After chatting briefly with his old classmate, Lin Li locked his phone and set it aside. He turned off the lights and lay down to sleep. With his eyes closed, he pondered for a moment and realized that he had quite a few tasks to attend to the following day. Upon rising in the morning, he needed to visit the hospital for a physical examination to investigate the sudden increase in his appetite. Following that, he planned to sell the large white radishes he had harvested from the mysterious island at the market. In the afternoon, I planned to visit the flower and bird market to purchase some young fruit tree saplings, followed by attending a birthday gathering for an old classmate in the evening. Alas, ever since the golden opportunity arose, my life has become so bustling. In the dimly lit bedroom, Lin Li lay on the bed, closing his eyes and allowing his thoughts to wander. Before long, after a day filled with activities, Lin Li drifted into a drowsy slumber. Chirp, chirp. Despite the glass barrier, the melodious songs of birds outside permeated the room. Awakening with the dawn, Lin Li yawned and rubbed his eyes, then rose from his bed and drew back the curtains. The sky was clear and bright, and golden sunlight flooded into the bedroom, heralding the start of a new day. Splash, splash. After refreshing himself, Lin Li emerged from the bathroom, feeling invigorated. Due to an impending hospital checkup that required fasting, he skipped breakfast. Click. Bang. Donning his newly purchased sports shoes, which cost 1,500 yuan, he stepped outside and pressed the elevator button. Ding. The elevator doors opened to reveal a man and a woman, both appearing to be around 46 or 47 years of age, with rather unappealing features. The man had a sharp, gaunt face, and the woman exuded a harsh demeanor. Upon exiting the elevator, they promptly made their way towards the neighbor's door across from Lin Li. In a hurry to reach the hospital for his examination, Lin Li cast a fleeting glance at the pair, but thought little of it as he entered the elevator to descend. Is this the right place? I must not make a mistake. The woman gazed at the doorplate marked 602 and inquired of the man beside her. The man, with a sharp and angular visage, retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened WeChat, glanced at a message, and then looked back at the doorplate before responding. This is Ping'an Garden, Building 3, Room 602. It must be correct. Xia Qing and her daughter reside here. Once assured that she had not erred in her destination, the woman, with a countenance as acerbic as her demeanor, stepped forward to press the doorbell. Ding dong. Shortly after the chime echoed, the door swung open. Xia Qing, her hair elegantly styled and attired in a flowing white loungewear, looked astonished at the sight of the couple standing at her threshold. Brother and sister-in-law, what brings you here? She inquired. Well, I heard you and Tong Tong have moved, so I brought my sister-in-law to pay you both a visit and see how you are settling into your new home, replied Zhou Dazhuang, his face alight with a cheerful smile. And where is Tong Tong? I haven't seen her in ages. I miss her dearly, interjected Wang Haiyan, Zhou Dazhuang's wife. whose sharp features mirrored her acerbic nature. Without waiting for an invitation from Xiaqing, she began to step into Xiaqing's home. Observing his wife's advance, Zhou Dazhuang followed suit. Sighing quietly, Xiaqing turned to glance at the couple making their way into the living room and felt a weight in her heart. With a soft thud, she closed the door behind her and proceeded into the living room. After finishing her breakfast and watching animated cartoons, Zhou Tongtong heard footsteps behind her. She promptly turned her head and beheld the couple, Zhou Dazhuang and his wife. Tongtong, it's been ages since we last met. You've grown quite a bit. Do you still remember who I am? Wang Haiyan greeted Zhou Tongtong with a warm smile, then settled onto the sofa in the living room. Hello, uncle and aunt. Zhou Tongtong replied, her large eyes widening as she earnestly recalled her previous encounters with the couple before politely greeting them. It's been so long since we last saw her. She was merely 3 or 4 years old then, yet she still remembers us. This child possesses an extraordinary memory. She will undoubtedly follow in her mother's footsteps and become a university student, Zhou Dazhuang remarked with a hearty laugh as he took a seat beside his wife. When I first met this little Tongtong years ago, I could immediately tell she was exceptionally bright, destined for a promising future, Wang Haiyan chimed in, echoing her husband's sentiments. As a child, Zhou Tongtong felt immense joy when hearing the elder's praises, her small face slightly flushed with shyness from the commendation. Meanwhile, Xiaqing, observing Zhou Dazhuang and Wang Haiyan extolling their daughter, maintained a subtle smile, her heart undisturbed. Given her understanding of the couple, she recognized that they were the type to seek a purpose in their visits, and indeed, after their enthusiastic compliments, the pair fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances as if urging one another to speak first. Upon observing the demeanor of the two individuals, Xiaqing discerned their intentions and addressed her daughter, saying, Tongtong, why don't you return to your room and complete your homework for a while? Mother needs to discuss some matters with your uncle and aunt. Although she longed to remain in the living room to watch cartoons, the obedient and understanding Zhou Tong nodded in agreement upon hearing her mother's request and promptly retreated to her bedroom. With a soft click, the door to her room closed. Xiaqing then shifted her gaze towards Zhou Dazhuang and his wife, a gentle smile gracing her face as she inquired, elder brother and sister-in-law, is there something you wish to discuss with me? The couple, having been silently exchanging glances, ceased their nonverbal communication upon hearing Xiaqing's question. Coughing lightly, Wang Haiyan, noticing her husband's reluctance to speak first, cast him a pointed look before addressing Xiaqing. Xiaqing, the reason Dazhuang and I have come from the town to Rongqing is to humbly ask for your assistance. What is it that you wish for me to help you with, elder brother and sister-in-law? Xiaqing maintained her composed expression, already anticipating that this visit was intended to request her support. Wang Haiyan continued, it concerns Zhou Qiang. He has begun a relationship, and soon they will be getting married. Zhou Qiang is getting married soon? Congratulations. It won't be long before you will become grandparents. Upon learning that her eldest son was on the brink of marriage, Xiaqing offered her heartfelt blessings. Chapter 62. How could such shameless individuals exist? A flicker of hesitation crossed Wang Haiyan's face as she continued. Zhou Qiang was on the verge of marrying his girlfriend, but she yearned for a life solely for the two of them. Moreover, Zhou Qiang cannot afford a marital home. So we thought what? Xiaqing gazed at Wang Haiyan with bewilderment, an unsettling feeling stirring within her. We wish to request a favor. Could we temporarily borrow your unoccupied apartment to serve as a wedding residence for Zhou Qiang and his girlfriend? As soon as Wang Haiyan uttered these words, the living room fell into a profound silence. The smile that had adorned Xiaqing's face vanished entirely, replaced by an expression of disbelief directed at her counterpart. Even Xiaqing, who typically possessed a gentle disposition, felt a surge of anger after hearing Wang Haiyan's proposition. After a few moments of suppressing her indignation, Xiaqing addressed Wang Haiyan, sister-in-law. That apartment is one we occasionally return to with Tongtong. The implication behind Xiaqing's words was unmistakable. She urged Wang Haiyan to refrain from discussing the matter of borrowing her apartment for her son's wedding. Unfortunately, Xiaqing had evidently underestimated Wang Haiyan's audacity. Hardly had her words settled when Wang Haiyan retorted, Xiaqing, since Zhou Xian's passing, you have not returned to that apartment for several years. Even when you visit the town, you stay at your parents' home. Rather than letting it lie idle, it would be better to lend it to us for a time. When Wang Haiyan mentioned her deceased husband, Xiaqing's expression immediately darkened. My brother cared deeply for Zhou Qiang during his lifetime. Had he known that Zhou Qiang was marrying without a home, Needing to borrow your unoccupied house as a temporary residence, he would undoubtedly have consented. Zhou Dazhuang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly added, "Indeed, if Zhou Xian were still alive and learned that his nephew was marrying without a home, he would surely find a way to assist him. You are his aunt after all, now that your nephew is in need, and you do not reside in that house. Lending it to him for a while would not be a burden." After hearing Zhou Dazhuang's words, Wang Haiyan quickly echoed his sentiment. Sighing, Xia Qing could no longer suppress her rising anger as she gazed at them with an impassive expression. Coldly, she addressed them. "The house you currently reside in still belongs to my family. Over the years, I have not demanded a single penny in rent from you. This has been a considerable favor I extended in honor of my husband. Although I have not lived in that house for several years, it was the first home my husband and I purchased together, holding our cherished memories. Even if I do not occupy it, I could never bring myself to rent it out or lend it to another." Zhou Dazhuang and Wang Haiyan were taken aback when the usually amiable Xia Qing, who never displayed anger towards others, unexpectedly lashed out at them. They found themselves rendered speechless, intimidated by her words, which were undeniably rooted in truth. Many years prior, Zhou Tongtong's grandparents tragically perished in a car accident. Capitalizing on his position as the elder brother, Zhou Dazhuang seized all 5 properties and several million yuan left by their parents, offering a mere 10,000 yuan to his younger brother Zhou Xian, who had just been accepted into Rongqing University, before casting him out. As a foster son of the Zhou family, Zhou Xian could have rightfully contested this injustice in court and claimed a portion of the estate. However, out of gratitude for his adoptive parents' kindness, he accepted the paltry sum and chose to sever ties with his brother. Subsequently, Zhou Xian, driven by determination, not only completed his university education through diligent work, but also, with his remarkable aptitude for cultivation, successfully passed the qualifications to become a beast hunter upon graduation. While several prominent companies extended offers to the freshly graduated Zhou Xian, he graciously declined their invitations, opting instead to become a beast hunter battling fierce creatures in the wilderness. With exceptional intelligence and unparalleled talent in cultivation, Zhou Xian swiftly ascended in just 3 years post-graduation, establishing himself as a senior beast hunter. He became one of the few members of the Rongqing Beast Hunter Guild to achieve peak second-tier strength before the age of 30, emerging as a rising star in his field. Simultaneously, Zhou Xian, who had become a beast hunter, amassed considerable wealth. After acquiring 2 properties in his hometown, he still had several million in savings. While achieving success in his career, Zhou Xian also enjoyed a bountiful love life. He married Xia Qing, the campus belle from his university, who shared his roots in the same small town. Before turning 18, Zhou Xian faced numerous adversities, but after reaching that milestone, his life transformed dramatically through his own endeavors. In stark contrast stood his brother, Zhou Dazhuang, who had once cast him out. Zhou Dazhuang, a compulsive gambler, had been manageable while their parents were alive. However, following their demise, despite possessing multiple houses and millions in savings, his insatiable gambling led to the rapid depletion of the substantial inheritance, leaving him burdened with over 1 million in debt. This wretched individual, with an audacity that knew no bounds, sought out his brother, whom he had once expelled, pleading for assistance in his time of desperation. Confronted with Zhou Dazhuang's heartfelt entreaties, Zhou Xian could not bear to witness his brother and family destitute. Consequently, he lent one of his surplus properties for them to reside in and assisted in settling their debts exceeding 100,000. A person of both virtue and talent, Zhou Xian was destined to lead a fulfilling life. Alas, fate had a cruel jest in store for him. On a day several years ago, shortly after Xia Qing had completed her confinement following the birth of Zhou Tongtong, her husband Zhou Xian received a call from a beast hunters guild. After ending the call, Zhou Xian informed his wife that he had an urgent task to attend to and would be away for approximately a week. Amid her incessant chatter, he began to pack his belongings. "Make sure to return promptly after your task is completed. Tongtong and I will be waiting for you at home," reminded Xia Qing, cradling their daughter who had just turned a month old. Zhou Xian nodded, kissing his wife's forehead and then planting a gentle kiss on their baby girl's tiny face. Subsequently, he departed through the door, leaving home under his wife's watchful gaze, and climbed into the vehicle sent by the Beast Hunter Guild for his mission. With a rumble, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped towards the distant street corner, vanishing from sight in no time. Suddenly, as the car disappeared, the 1-month-old Zhou Tongtong began to wail uncontrollably. "Tongtong, dear, Your father will be back in a few days, Xiaqing said, smiling as she sought to comfort her crying daughter, unaware that this farewell might be everlasting. Chapter 63. Playing the sympathy card following Xiaqing's sharp reprimand. The living room fell into a profound silence. Wang Haiyan and Zhou Dazhuang, having heard Xiaqing's outburst, understood that their hopes of borrowing her vacant house for their son's wedding were dashed. The brazen couple exchanged glances, immediately initiating their backup plan. Xiaqing, since you are unwilling to lend us your house, how about borrowing us some money to help Zhou Qiang with the down payment for a home? Facing the acerbic Wang Haiyan, who opened her mouth to request a loan from Xiaqing, the latter remained utterly expressionless, simply gazing at her in silence. You are such a formidable beast hunter, earning a considerable fortune. Borrowing 300,000 for a down payment on a house should be a trivial matter for you. We shall repay you once we earn, Zhou Dazhuang interjected supportively from the side. Over the years, I have lent you sporadic sums for your business endeavors, totaling around 400,000 to 500,000. Not to mention the interest, you have never repaid a single cent of the principal. And now, you dare to ask me for another 300,000? Xiaqing remarked, her tone laced with melancholy. It's not that we haven't intended to repay the previous loans. However, our business has incurred losses, leaving us without the means to repay you. This time, it's different. We are not seeking to invest in a business, but merely wish to secure a down payment for Zhou Chang's marital home. Zhou Dazhuang awkwardly defended as Xiaqing brought up their past debts. Indeed, this loan is solely for the purpose of the down payment, Wang Haiyan added. Xiaqing, if we fail to secure this marital home, Zhou Qiang and his girlfriend's engagement will undoubtedly fall apart. Please, have mercy and assist us. Zhou Qiang is quite fond of his girlfriend, and if their engagement falls through, I fear he might become despondent. As his aunt, you cannot simply stand by and watch your nephew suffer, Wang Haiyan pleaded with a sorrowful expression directed at Xiaqing. After listening to Wang Haiyan's words, Xiaqing fell into a profound silence. A few minutes later, softened by her own compassion, she sighed and addressed the couple before her. For the sake of my husband, this will be my final act of assistance. Please do not seek my help again in the future. Yes, we promise we won't trouble you again. Zhou Dazhuang and Wang Haiyan replied, their excitement evident as they nodded vigorously in agreement. Please provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds shortly. Xiaqing stated. I have already written down the bank account number. Wang Haiyan quickly retrieved a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to Xiaqing. Xiaqing paused for a moment, taken aback by the neatly written note, contemplating how the couple must have anticipated various scenarios before their arrival. However, at this moment, she was too weary to engage in further deliberations. Her sole desire was to expedite the departure of these shameless individuals and restore her life to its previous tranquility. Understanding Xiaqing's temperament, Zhou Dazhuang and Wang Haiyan recognized that since she had agreed to assist them, she would undoubtedly fulfill her promise. Given the irritation their earlier actions had caused her, it was prudent for them to take their leave, allowing her to cool down and facilitating a prompt transfer of the funds. With a decisive snap, the door swung shut behind them. After Zhou Dazhuang and Wang Haiyan departed, Xiaqing, seated on the sofa in the living room, exhaled a long breath. In the bedroom, Zhou Tongtong, who had been diligently completing her homework, emerged upon hearing that her uncle and aunt had left. Originally displaying a somewhat gloomy expression, Xiaqing's face instantly brightened with a gentle smile upon hearing her daughter's call. Tongtong, is there anything you wish to eat for lunch? I am preparing to head to the market, she inquired. Mom, I would like to have braised fish. Zhou Tongtong replied after a moment of contemplation. All right, I shall go to the market shortly to buy fish and prepare braised fish for you, Xiaqing responded cheerfully. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Zhou Dazhuang and Wang Haiyan stepped out. I told you, this strategy of mine is bound to succeed, Zhou Dazhuang proclaimed triumphantly to Wang Haiyan. First, I requested to borrow her apartment, and then, as a fallback, I asked to borrow money. A bit of feigned misfortune and a plea for help. And she is practically guaranteed to comply. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Wang Haiyan laughed. Do not be deceived by Xiaqing's gentle demeanor and her exceptionally good temper. She is, in fact, resilient beneath that soft exterior, yielding to kindness rather than force. If we appeal to her emotions, under normal circumstances, she will assist us whenever possible. Zhou Dazhuang reveled in his analysis of Xiaqing. At last, we have secured the down payment for our son's wedding house. Once Xiaqing transfers the money, do let me know, and we will promptly take our son to view properties, aiming to finalize the purchase as soon as possible. Indeed, he affirmed. Zhou Dazhuang nodded slightly, responding softly, his gaze flickering as if harboring some secret thoughts. Wang Haiyan remained oblivious to her husband's peculiar behavior. The day was radiant, with the sun casting its golden rays through the foliage of the trees, dappling the road below. As a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, the branches rustled, and the intricate shadows danced upon the pavement, swaying in unison with the moving leaves. The relentless cicadas filled the air with their incessant calls, weaving together with the roar of passing vehicles to create a marvelous symphony. At the entrance of the first hospital of Rong City, Lin Li held a physical examination report in his hands. The report indicated that all indicators were normal, which brought a sigh of relief to Lin Li, who had long harbored concerns about his health. However, the sudden increase in his appetite was an undeniable fact. Since the comprehensive examination had revealed no health issues, it could only imply one thing. The remarkable little fruits from that extraordinary tree were likely the cause of his increased hunger. He decided to wait and see. After all, the report confirmed his robust health. Although his appetite had surged unexpectedly, it remained within the bounds of normalcy. Perhaps the side effects of consuming those little fruits would dissipate in a few days. Muttering a few words to himself, Lin Li chose to set aside his concerns about his sudden increase in appetite. Chapter 64. The Unsightly Scoundrel in the Morning. Lin Li arrived at the hospital with an empty stomach to undergo a physical examination. After completing the various tests and receiving his medical report, he emerged from the hospital. The sun now high in the sky. Starved, Lin Li neatly folded his report and made his way to a restaurant across the street. The first hospital of Rong City was bustling with patients, not only from the city, but also from neighboring towns seeking medical attention. This influx of visitors had led to the establishment of numerous eateries around the hospital. At midday, many individuals, having come for consultations, were dining at the surrounding restaurants. At the intersection, a crowd gathered, waiting for the traffic light to change. Lin Li, intending to cross the street to enjoy a lunch in a nearby restaurant before heading to the flower and bird market, stood at the back of the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a young man in his early 30s who was reaching into the bag of a girl in her early 20s. The girl, oblivious to the stranger's intrusion, was unaware that her unzipped bag had been compromised and the thief was extracting her wallet. A thief? Such audacity! In the midst of so many people, he dared to steal from others. Lin Li murmured under his breath, preparing to alert the unsuspecting girl. Just then, someone else beat him to it, shouting, "Thief!" At the intersection, a group of people waiting for the traffic light heard a shout declaring that there was a thief among them. Instinctively, they turned their gazes towards the source of the cry. The voice belonged to a young boy, approximately 11 or 12 years old, who was pointing at the individual who had just stolen a girl's wallet. Following the direction indicated by the boy's finger, the crowd's collective attention swiftly focused on a young man clutching a pink wallet. At that moment, the girl whose wallet had been taken also realized what was happening. She removed her Bluetooth headphones and turned to confront the young man who held her stolen possession, gasping in alarm, "Stop that thief!" Instantly, she reached out to grab the thief's clothing. However, the thief reacted with remarkable agility, evading her grasp just as her fingers were about to catch his shirt. And he dashed swiftly toward the edge of the crowd. "Stop the thief!" Bystanders cried out, and a few brave young men pursued him, while the majority hesitated, fearing that the thief might be armed. "Get out of my way, don't block my path," the young man shouted as he fled, admonishing anyone who obstructed his route. Just as he burst from the throng and prepared to escape into a narrow alley beside the hospital, a figure suddenly extended a right foot, tripping him. Ouch! The thief, caught off guard, let out a cry before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling a few times and emitting a wail of despair. The courageous youths who had pursued him soon arrived, collectively pouncing upon the fallen thief, pinning him to the ground. They then unbuckled their belts, twisting the thief's arms behind his back, preparing to bind his wrists with the leather straps. The thief, subdued by several tall and robust young men, struggled vigorously for a moment, but upon realizing his futile attempts to escape, he turned to glare at the passerby who had tripped him, cursing, "Damn you. Mind your own business. Are you looking for trouble? Idiot." Lin Li, having tripped the thief, couldn't resist taunting him, then turned his head to ignore the man further. The captured thief, astonished by Lin Li's audacity to mock him despite his fierce threats, felt his face flush with anger. You little brat. Just wait, I will make you regret this." "Thank you." The young woman whose wallet had been stolen emerged from the crowd, expressing her gratitude to Linley. She then approached the young men who had subdued the thief, accepting her lost wallet from one of them, and subsequently offered her thanks to each of the brave youths. In her gratitude, she opened her wallet, intending to reward them with some money, but all her offers were politely declined. Linley did not take to heart the thief who had carelessly stumbled and fallen into the net. Had it been merely 10 days prior, he, an ordinary man at the time, would likely have hesitated like any other bystander, wary of the potential weapons the thief might possess. However, now, accustomed to bravely hunting formidable beasts alone in the wilderness and having ascended to the initial stages of the second tier of cultivation, Linley deemed such a petty thief beneath his notice. He found it unnecessary even to cast a glance at the lowly miscreant. Dealing with him was trivial, and he felt no fear of the thief's earlier bluster and threats. With the red light signaling to stop and the green light permitting passage, Linley decided to leave the matter of the thief to the well-meaning youths who had subdued him. With his stomach growling, he simply wished to hasten to the restaurant across the street for a hearty meal. "Brother, what shall we do now that Lao Wu has been captured? What else can we do? With so many people watching Lao Wu, I cannot possibly rush over and rescue him. This is just bad luck for Lao Wu. When the peace officers arrive, he will have to obediently serve a few days in jail." Brother, although Lao Wu was discovered, given his skills and escape, he should have been able to flee. It's all that meddlesome fellow's fault for tripping him up that led to his capture. Second brother is right. It is indeed that interfering person's fault. If it weren't for him, Lao Wu would not have been caught. Moreover, that meddlesome individual was remarkably audacious, having dared to humiliate Lao Wu by calling him a fool. The bald young man, after listening to the words of his companions, gazed into the distance where Linley had already crossed the traffic light and entered a noodle shop. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. That meddlesome fellow was indeed rather audacious. Let us follow him and seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The remaining 3 tattooed young men, upon hearing the bald man's intention to confront the meddler, displayed expressions of excitement. Subsequently, these 4 thieves, standing on the outskirts of the crowd, circumvented the throng surrounding the captured thief. They crossed the pedestrian crossing, positioned themselves beneath a roadside tree, and watched the noodle shop in the distance, awaiting the meddler's emergence. Chapter 65. Do these rascals believe me to be an easy target? Linley, having indulged in 5 large bowls of beef noodles, exited the noodle shop. Burp. His appetite had noticeably diminished compared to yesterday, affirming his earlier suspicion that, over time, his somewhat unusual hunger would eventually revert to its normal state. Linley let out a satisfied burp, discarded the napkin he had used to wipe his mouth into a nearby trash bin, and then hailed a taxi at the roadside. "Driver, to the flower and bird market." After boarding the cab, Linley provided the address. Certainly. The vehicle started, and the taxi driver began to head towards the largest flower and bird market in Rome City. "Young man, what do you intend to purchase at the market?" The taxi driver, a gentleman of approximately 50 years, bore a kind visage. While navigating the roads, he engaged in conversation with Linley, who sat in the back seat. "I am on my way to purchase some saplings of fruit trees," Linley remarked with a smile. "Buying fruit tree saplings? Have you taken on a hillside to cultivate them?" The driver inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, the news occasionally reported on recent graduates who opted for entrepreneurship instead of traditional employment. There were indeed success stories of college graduates returning to their hometowns, acquiring land to establish farms or orchards, and subsequently reaping substantial profits. Not quite a takeover. It's merely a plot of land, about 500 square meters. Since it's sitting idle, I plan to plant a few fruit trees there, Linley explained. Upon hearing that the area of land was less than an acre, the driver thought to himself that this young man was likely just indulging in a casual hobby. He then recommended, "I am well acquainted with the flower and bird market. If you intend to buy fruit tree saplings, I suggest you visit a shop called Laozhong Seedlings. Their products are of excellent quality." "Laozhong Seedlings? Very well. I appreciate the recommendation, sir," Linley repeated gratefully. Originally, Linley's plan for the day was to visit the first hospital of Rome City for a health checkup, followed by seeking a buyer at the vegetable market to sell the large white radishes he had harvested the previous day. However, before he set off for the hospital for his checkup that morning, he consulted a map and discovered that the flower and bird market was in close proximity to the hospital. Consequently, he altered his itinerary for the day, planning to visit the flower and bird market first after his examination, and then head to the vegetable market to find buyers for the large white radishes. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the entrance of the flower and bird market in the eastern district of Rongqing, Lin Li emerged, holding in his left hand a bag filled with various vegetable seeds, and in his right, a bag containing saplings of fruit trees, each averaging 40 centimeters in height. Finally, it was accomplished. Although the vendors were quite astute, they found no opportunity to deceive someone who had done their homework. Lin Li murmured to himself, reflecting on his recent bargaining encounters with the shopkeepers. Carrying 2 hefty bags was rather cumbersome. Thus, Lin Li hastened towards a nearby residential area adjacent to the market. Eventually slipping into a narrow alley, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras present. Once satisfied, he quickly concealed the 2 heavy bags into a mysterious pocket dimension. All right, now it was time to return home and drive to the vegetable market to sell the radishes. As Lin Li turned to leave the alley after stowing the bags in the mysterious pocket, he took a few steps forward only to be confronted by 4 figures entering the alley, effectively blocking his exit. What could these 4 individuals want? Surely, they weren't here to cause trouble? Lin Li furrowed his brow, gazing in perplexity at the 4 tattooed men who obstructed his path. He addressed them, "Excuse me, please let me pass." With that, Lin Li strode forward, but after only a few steps, he halted once more. The tattooed men showed no intention of clearing the way, and their gazes were laden with malice. They had indeed come to confront him. Did they deem him an easy target, intending to extort protection money from him? A young man adorned with tattoos on his arm wore a mocking grin, taunting Lin Li, "Kid, you're welcome to pass, but you'll have to crawl beneath our legs." Lin Li, taken aback by the youth's words, was bombarded by a flurry of question marks in his mind, and he regarded the man with an expression of utter disbelief. "What sort of nonsense is this? Do you believe I won't knock your teeth out?" The tattooed youth, incensed by Lin Li's contemptuous stare, brandished his fist, ready to strike. However, just as he took a step forward, he was restrained by a towering, bald man beside him. "Brother, why are you holding me back? This brat is utterly disrespectful and deserves a lesson. I must teach him not to be so arrogant," the restrained youth exclaimed, his face a mask of fury as he turned to the bald man. "Patience, let me have a word with him first," the bald man replied. The bald man reassured his companions before turning his gaze towards Lin Li. Observing Lin Li's calm demeanor, he felt a flicker of surprise. Yet he dismissed it and addressed Lin Li directly. "Do you understand why we are here to confront you?" Lin Li, puzzled by the presence of these 4 tattooed men with whom he had no prior acquaintance, wondered why they sought him out. In response to the bald man's inquiry, he retorted, "I do not recognize you, nor do I bear any grievances against you. Why then do you trouble me?" "Huh? No grievances, you say? If it weren't for your meddling not long ago that led to our brother's arrest, we would have no reason to bother you." The tattooed man with ink on his arm replied ominously. Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Lin Li's face. "So, you are the accomplices of that pathetic thief from earlier. I thought it odd that I, known for my amiable nature, would suddenly find myself confronted in such a manner. Now that you understand the reason for our visit, I present you with 2 choices," the bald man stated. "What choices?" Lin Li asked with interest, curious about the options that would be laid before him. Chapter 66. Lighting a lantern in the restroom. Such an encounter, being obstructed by the accomplices of a thief, was something Lin Li had only witnessed in television dramas or films. To his surprise, he found himself experiencing it firsthand, which filled him with a sense of exhilaration. "Certainly, this composure in the face of unexpected circumstances stems from my current status as a practitioner with considerable strength. Due to your meddling, my brother was apprehended by the security personnel. You now have 2 choices. Either compensate us handsomely or allow us to administer a beating. You have 1 minute to decide. Make your choice swiftly." The bald man grinned at Lin Li, while his 3 henchmen jeered beside him. "Hurry up and choose. Remember, you only have a minute. We are starting the countdown now." Upon hearing the bald man's ultimatum, a radiant smile blossomed on Lin Li's face. The previously arrogant bald man and his cohorts were momentarily taken aback by Lin Li's sudden grin. "You insolent fool, facing dire straits, and yet you dare to smile. Make your choice. What will it be?" The henchman shouted at Lin Li. "I choose the 3rd option," Lin Li replied with a smile directed at the quartet of tattooed men. The bald man and his henchmen fell silent, their expressions darkening instantly upon hearing Lin Li's declaration of a 3rd option. They had only presented him with 2 choices. Where, then, did this 3rd option arise? Lin Li's words conveyed his complete disregard for their earlier threats, a blatant act of defiance. "What is this 3rd option you speak of?" the bald man asked, struggling to contain his fury, his face clouded with anger. "I opted for the 3rd course of action," to thrash you four scoundrels and consign you to the constabulary, there to share a cell with your incarcerated accomplice. Lin Li's smile remained unwavering as he addressed the quartet of petty thieves before him with a genial demeanor. Huh. He says he's going to beat us up. Is this fellow daft or something? I'm dying of laughter. He actually thinks he can send us to the constabulary to keep old Five company. Simpleton. Even if you were capable of trouncing us, this alley is devoid of surveillance. Should you dare to lay a hand on us, we'll report you to the authorities for unprovoked assault. You'll be the one dining behind bars. The bald man's three underlings erupted in raucous laughter, eager to repay Lin Li's earlier humiliation in full measure. Indeed, this alley lacks surveillance. How convenient, Lin Li remarked with a chuckle, surveying his surroundings. Amidst their jeers, he retrieved his mobile device, tapped the screen a few times, and played a recording from his phone. I have no acquaintance with you, nor have I ever wronged you. Why are you accosting me? No acquaintance? Wronged us? Lad, were it not for your meddling not long ago, which led to our brother's capture, we wouldn't be wasting our time troubling you. The voice emanating from the phone was none other than the conversation between Lin Li and the bald man and his three henchmen from a few minutes prior. Damn it, boss. This devious brat is utterly despicable. To their astonishment, the man adorned with tattoos on his arms realized that their previous conversation had been surreptitiously recorded. Upon hearing the playback released by Lin Li, his previously arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell? This brat had the presence of mind to record us on his phone. What kind of person is he?" Panic surged through the trio of his subordinates as the bald man bellowed at them. "Fools! Calm yourselves, for heaven's sake. Although he recorded our conversation, he has yet to hand it over to the authorities. We can simply seize his phone and eradicate those recordings. Indeed, we can snatch his phone and delete every last recording." Truly, our elder brother is wise, they chorused in admiration. "Oh, elder brother, my admiration for you flows like an unending river," they praised, their earlier trepidation dissipating in the face of his confidence. Lin Li observed the bizarre camaraderie between the subordinates and their bald leader, feeling a sense of embarrassment at being cornered by such peculiar individuals. "Seize him. Let us take his phone," he commanded. The bald man was reveling in the flattery of his three subordinates when he noticed Lin Li slipping his phone back into his pocket. Suddenly coming to his senses, he commanded his three lackeys. "Yes, boss," they replied in unison. Having long harbored resentment towards Lin Li, the trio charged at him without hesitation. A dull thud echoed through the alley as the first assailant, adorned with tattoos on his arm, was sent flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground outside the alley, rolling into the shaded embrace of a roadside tree, and emitting anguished cries of pain. Lin Li, having retracted his right foot from the kick, cast a disdainful glance at the tattooed man writhing on the ground, his face contorted in a look of contempt. "I took you down with a single kick. How pathetic." The bald man and the remaining two subordinates were instantly consumed with rage upon witnessing their comrades' defeat at the hands of Lin Li. They rushed towards him in unison. Bang, bang, bang. "I was wrong. Please spare us." One of them pleaded. "Brother, we failed to recognize your prowess. Please let us go. I can offer you some money. I beg you to show us mercy." The narrow alley was filled with the sounds of dull collisions, interspersed with cries for mercy and agonized wails. "With skills like yours, how dare you trouble me? It's akin to illuminating a toilet with a lantern." Lin Li flexed his wrist. Gazing with disdain at the bald man he had effortlessly knocked down, along with his two lackeys. It was no wonder he regarded these intruding thieves with such contempt. Through their rather cordial exchange moments earlier, Lin Li discerned that the collective combat prowess of these petty criminals paled in comparison to the relatively common wild beast known as the reed chicken. Their abysmal strength, daring to provoke him, was nothing short of inviting a beating. Chapter 67. The ill-gotten gains of the worthless. The bald man, having endured several punishing blows from Lin Li, now lay convulsing on the ground. After a few labored breaths, the pain in his body subsided slightly, and he managed to inquire, "Are you a cultivator?" "Yes," Lin Li replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the man. "You must be a cultivator." The bald man recalled Lin Li's speed, which far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, and the formidable force behind his strikes, speaking with unwavering certainty. Lin Li chose to disregard the man's remarks. Instead, he retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed the local law enforcement agency. Upon seeing Lin Li pull out his phone, the bald man immediately surmised whom he was calling. Ignoring his pain, he hastily shouted, "Friend, please don't call the police. This is all a misunderstanding. We were wrong. We can offer you a substantial sum as compensation." Lin Li cast a disdainful glance at the loudly shouting bald man while he was on the phone, his eyes brimming with contempt. Silence. Your filthy money is of no interest to me. Await your turn in prison. Friend, 50,000. I can offer you 50,000 as compensation. Despite Lin Li's blatant disdain, the bald man did not relinquish hope and quickly quoted a price. Hello. Is this the police station? I wish to report an incident. I was ambushed by a group of thieves. Once the call connected, Lin Li addressed the operator of the police station. 60,000? No, 70,000. Friend, 70,000. All we ask is that you let us go. Seeing Lin Li's indifference to his initial offer of 50,000, the bald man hastily increased his bid in hopes of persuading Lin Li, who was still on the phone. The address is number 120, Guangxi Road, East District Flower and Bird Market. Lin Li disregarded the bald man's raised offer and provided his current location to the police operator. Damn it, this fellow is determined to have us imprisoned. The bald man, realizing that his monetary persuasion was futile, cursed internally, gritting his teeth against the pain. He swiftly rose from the ground and fled deeper into the alley. TSK, you dare to escape? It seems I was too lenient just now. As the bald man, having just risen, sprinted a few paces deeper into the alley, he suddenly heard a voice laced with amusement. Startled, he prepared to surge forward, only to feel a heavy impact on his back. Thud. Lin Li swiftly caught up with the fleeing bald man, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. The bald man's face hit the ground first, and upon falling, blood gushed from his nose, rendering him a pitiful sight. Clutching his nose and curling up. The bald man emitted a wretched howl of pain, appearing exceedingly miserable. Excluding encounters with exotic beasts, this marked Lin Li's second confrontation with a human. The first occurred during his qualification exam for the Beast Hunter Guild, when he clashed with the proctor named Hao Zhuan. In that instance, he sustained only bruises on his arms without any bleeding. However, this time, he had incapacitated several thieves, particularly the bald man before him, who was now a bloody mess. Witnessing the man's dismal state unsettled Lin Li. Although he had seen blood numerous times while hunting beasts in the wild, the adversary before him was, after all, human, distinct from the beasts. These ruffians were utterly contemptible, warranting no sympathy. A fight was simply a fight. If I were merely an ordinary person cornered by these individuals, the outcome for them could very well have been my own fate. Lin Li pondered briefly, and soon the discomfort dissipated. When he looked again at the bald man whose nose continued to bleed profusely, his mood had transformed into one of serene calmness. After reporting the incident, the efficiency of the security bureau was remarkable. Within less than 5 minutes, 3 police cars turned the corner and swiftly approached Lin Li's location. With a screech, the vehicles came to a halt at the curb, and 6 security personnel emerged. The leader of the team was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who, along with his colleagues, hurried towards Lin Li. After surveying the scene, he gestured for his team to handcuff the 4 thieves lying incapacitated on the ground. Was it you who called the police? The officer inquired as his colleagues escorted the handcuffed thieves toward the patrol car. Yes, it was. Lin Li nodded in affirmation. You truly possess remarkable skills. To engage 4 adversaries and emerge unscathed while incapacitating them in this manner. The officer expressed his astonishment. I am a practitioner. Dealing with these ordinary individuals is, of course, quite manageable, Lin Li replied with calm assurance. Having previously registered his identity as a practitioner, he knew that the officers could easily verify his status if they chose to investigate. Thus, there was no need for concealment. Although the government's laws explicitly state that practitioners face heightened penalties for harming ordinary people, there exists a crucial stipulation. If an ordinary person initiates aggression or employs provocative language against a practitioner, then the practitioner is entitled to legitimate self-defense. The group of thieves before him had approached Lin Li with ill intentions, thus justifying his actions as a legitimate exercise of self-defense. So, you are a practitioner, exclaimed the captain of the security team, his expression shifting to one of understanding. He then addressed Lin Li. We kindly ask you to accompany us back to the station to provide a statement. Certainly, Lin Li replied, having anticipated that following the report to the authorities, he would need to accompany the security personnel to the precinct. He readily took a seat in the police vehicle. At 4:20 p.m., after submitting the recorded evidence of the thieves and providing his statement, Lin Li returned to the peaceful garden community. Although the encounter with the criminals had delayed him, he felt a sense of fulfillment in having contributed to the safety of the community. He recalled the captain mentioning that these thieves were habitual offenders, and with their capture, They might face several years of incarceration, a fitting consequence for their misdeeds. In good spirits, Lin Li arrived at his designated parking space within the community. His next destination was the local market, where he needed to attend to the 2,000 pounds of large white radishes he had harvested the previous night. Chapter 68. An unexpected turn. With a click and a thud, Lin Li opened the door of the van and settled into the driver's seat. However, he did not immediately start the engine to head to the market. He turned around and reached into the back of the van. With a mere thought, nearly 200 large white radishes, weighing a total of 2,000 pounds, materialized in the empty cargo space. With a rumble, after retrieving the radishes from the mysterious island, Lin Li started the vehicle and set off towards the market. The bustling hours of the market typically occur around 6 or 7 in the morning. So when Lin Li arrived in the early evening, only a few scattered individuals were meandering through the stalls. Most of the vendors were idly playing on their phones. Old Li, who sold vegetables, yawned and said to his wife, "There are hardly any customers now. You should head home to prepare dinner for the kids. I can manage here by myself." "All right, I'll head back then," his wife replied, nodding as she prepared to grab her bag. Just then, a young man in his 20s, clutching a black plastic bag, approached their vegetable stall. Noticing the customer, Old Li's wife greeted him warmly. "Young man, are you looking to buy some vegetables? Our produce is incredibly fresh, just delivered this morning." Lin Li glanced over the sizable vegetable stall and noticed they sold white radishes. He nodded slightly before inquiring of the vendor, "Madam, I have approximately 2,000 pounds of white radishes that I wish to sell. Would you be interested?" Old Li's wife was taken aback by Lin Li's words. She hadn't expected this young man to be there to sell vegetables rather than to purchase them. She had encountered individuals selling vegetables before, yet none had been as youthful as this young man. Typically, such vendors were in their 30s or 40s. Furthermore, her family had already established a reliable supplier of vegetables, offering not only competitive prices, but also superior quality. They had no need to procure goods from an unfamiliar door-to-door vendor. "Young man, we still have a substantial stock of vegetables. For now, we do not require any more. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere," Mrs. Li said, shaking her head. In truth, her business was thriving, and their warehouse was nearly depleted, with plans to restock the following morning. Her refusal was merely a polite way to decline Lin Li's sales pitch. "Oh, I see. My apologies for the interruption," Lin Li replied, nodding as he prepared to seek other vegetable stalls. "Young man, wait a moment." Old Li, stifling a yawn, unexpectedly called out to the departing Lin Li. Hearing someone call him, Lin Li halted, turned, and looked at Old Li with a puzzled expression. "Is there something you need? What vegetables do you have on hand?" Old Li casually inquired, feeling a bit bored and wishing to engage the young salesman in conversation. "White radish," Lin Li responded. "And what else?" "Just white radish." Old Li was momentarily speechless. He had never encountered a vegetable salesman who exclusively offered a single type of produce. "What is the wholesale price for the white radish you have?" Old Li asked, his interest waning. 50 cents per pound." "What? 50 cents per pound?" Upon hearing Lin Li's quotation, Lao Li and his wife were taken aback. The current market price for white radishes is 70 cents per pound, and there is simply no way to find such a low price of 50 cents. The couple exchanged glances, and then Lao Li, as the head of the household, calmly inquired, "Young man, may I see your white radishes? If they are of good quality, we will take them." "Certainly," Lin Li nodded, handing over a black plastic bag. How heavy, Lao Li thought to himself as he accepted the bag. How could this young man fit so many radishes inside? However, when he opened the bag and he and his wife discovered that it contained only a single white radish, they were left in utter disbelief. "How can this be such a large radish?" Lao Li exclaimed. "Young man, coming here to sell white radishes and showcasing a specimen that is so exceptional and rare is of no use. You should have brought ordinary ones." With a sigh, Lao Li addressed Lin Li. "This is an ordinary white radish. All of my truckload is of this size," Lin Li explained, realizing the misunderstanding. "I have only seen such a large radish, weighing up to 10 pounds, at last year's vegetable and fruit exhibition. The staff mentioned that this variety is new and not yet in mass production. Yet you claim that your entire truckload consists of radishes of this size." Lao Li regarded Lin Li with skepticism, thinking he was boasting. "It's just one large radish, after all. Is it truly necessary for me to deceive you?" Lin Li murmured to himself. He then addressed the vegetable vendor before him, saying, "Sir, would you accompany me outside to take a look? My vehicle is parked in the lot, and after you see it, you'll understand that I am not lying." "Very well," If what you say is indeed true, I shall take all your white radishes. Old Lee nodded and then turned to his wife. Please stay here and watch the stall for a moment. I am going with this young man to witness the large-sized radishes he claims to possess. Consequently, Lin Lee led the vegetable vendor to his parked vehicle. Upon reaching the parking lot, Old Lee was taken aback to see the back of Lin Lee's van filled to the brim with oversized white radishes. His eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, during the vegetable and fruit exhibition, the staff had explicitly informed him that such large radishes could not be mass-produced. Yet here stood an entire vehicle brimming with them. This was utterly astonishing. Are you truly able to consume all of these? Lin Lee inquired of the astonished vendor. Indeed. Young man, should you acquire more of these large radishes in the future, please feel free to deliver them to me. I shall take them all. Lin Lee replied with a smile. For now, my intent is not to earn a living through agriculture and selling vegetables. This occurrence was merely a fortuitous surprise. Rest assured, if I come across more, I will seek you out. After confirming the quality of the produce, the vegetable vendor informed Lin Lee to wait a moment before hastily returning to the market. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared with several assistants, maneuvering multiple carts to Lin Lee's van. The next task was to unload the goods. Chapter 69. Self-imposed penalty of 3 cups. After over half an hour, nearly 2,100 pounds of white radishes were successfully transported away, and Lin Lee's WeChat account received a transfer of 1,050 yuan from the vendor. Young man, remember to seek me out the next time you have such goods. I can offer you a little more then, the vendor reiterated before departing. Anxious not to lose such a valuable source and promising to increase Lin Lee's compensation. Watching the vendor retreat, Lin Lee mused to himself that if he ever chose to abandon the path of a cultivator, cultivating vegetables on a mysterious island could also lead to considerable wealth. As the sun, having toiled throughout the day, began to descend, the vibrant red sunset painted half the sky. Lin Lee glanced at his phone and noted the time, 5:20 in the afternoon. There were still nearly 40 minutes until his old classmate Zhang Daoi's birthday gathering commenced. I shall head over now. Though Lin Lee's drive to the gathering location provided by Zhang Daoi would only take a mere 10 minutes, he had previously encountered a frustrating traffic jam while visiting Suyu, causing him to arrive over a quarter late. This time, for the birthday celebration of an old classmate. He could not afford to be tardy. Thus, he decided to set off a little earlier. Taking his place in the driver's seat, he ignited the engine of the unremarkable silver van. With a rumble, Lin Lee pressed the accelerator, and the ordinary vehicle sped off into the distance. As the end of the workday approached, the streets were heavily congested during rush hour. Fortunately, while en route to the birthday gathering hosted by his old classmate Zhang Daoi, Lin Lee encountered no traffic delays, allowing him to reach the destination with remarkable ease. After parking, he exited the vehicle and retrieved his phone from his pocket to call his old friend. Hello, Zhang Daoi, I have arrived. You're here. Hurry over. Everyone else is already here. You are the last one. After hanging up the phone, Lin Lee glanced at the time. There were still a few minutes until the agreed-upon hour. Why had everyone arrived so early? Thankfully, he was not late. Otherwise, Zhang Daoi would surely have made him drink 3 cups as a form of self-punishment. Lin Lee mumbled to himself before slipping the phone back into his pocket and striding towards a nearby luxury hotel. At the Xixing Hotel, in room 206, 3 men and 2 women gathered around a table, sipping tea and snacking on sunflower seeds. These 5 young individuals were Lin Lee's university classmates, Zhang Daoi, Wang Kai, Zheng Zhixian, Li Lin, and Lu Yanmin. Lu Yanmin and Lin Lee, both hailing from the vibrant city of Rongqing, are joined by others who are not local. After graduating from university, Zhang Daoi and his peers chose not to return to their hometowns or venture into other cities, but instead opted to remain in Rongqing for employment. Today's protagonist, Zhang Daoi, after ending a phone call, smiled and informed his classmates that Lin Lee had arrived outside the hotel and would be joining them shortly. Do you know where Lin Lee is working after graduation? Inquired Wang Kai, who had secured a position at a prominent enterprise following an interview. He hasn't found a job yet. Zhang Daoi pondered before responding. It has been over a month since graduation, and Lin Lee still hasn't secured employment? Exclaimed Li Lin, who was employed at a cosmetics company. During our senior year, everyone else went for internships, while he was the only one who did not. Now, having no work experience post-graduation, which company would hire him? Remarked Zheng Zhixian, who works in sales for a real estate firm, shaking his head. Many jobs do not require prior experience. Lin Lee simply lacks the motivation to seek employment. If he truly desired to find work, he could do so swiftly. Zhang Dawei defended Lin Li. Indeed, positions such as security guards or sanitation workers do not necessitate prior experience and can be commenced immediately, Zhang Zhixian added with a chuckle, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. Observing Zheng's sardonic remarks about Lin Li, Zhang Dawei furrowed his brow. I cannot speak to whether Lin Li has savings, but he does possess 2 properties. With 2 properties in his possession, one for personal residence and the other for rental income, he need not toil as we do. Lu Yanmin, who had remained relatively silent, remarked softly. Upon hearing her words, apart from Zhang Dawei, Wang Kai, Li Lin, and Zheng Zhixian were momentarily taken aback, their hearts swelling with envy. Indeed, with Lin Li's 2 properties in hand, what need is there for him to seek employment after graduation? He is free from labor. And considering the current housing prices in Rongqing, even with diligent work post-graduation, one might struggle to afford a single unit he possesses. Lu Yanmin's statement cast an immediate pall over the room. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed as someone pushed open the door and entered the private room. The previously silent group turned their gazes towards the entrance. Hello everyone. Long time no see. Lin Li, clad in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, stepped into the room. Greeting his classmates. Lin Li, we've been waiting quite a while for you. You must drink 3 cups as a penalty later, Zhang Dawei chuckled upon seeing him. I'm not late at all. I arrived over 10 minutes before the time you specified, Lin Li promptly retorted. This is irrelevant to being late. As the last to arrive, you must indeed take 3 cups as a penalty. What does everyone think? Zhang Dawei inquired with a smile, turning to the others. Zhang Dawei is correct. The last to arrive must take 3 cups, Wang Kai chimed in with a grin. Yes, 3 cups are a must. Li Lin and Zheng Zhixian echoed in agreement. The only individual who did not join in the revelry was Lu Yanmin, for she was inherently averse to such uproar. Very well. I shall simply self-impose 3 cups later, Lin Li remarked, scratching his head, choosing not to dispute further, and smilingly acquiesced. Lin Li, come. Take a seat beside me. Zhang Dawei gestured toward the space on his right. Lin Li nodded, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to Lu Yanmin. It has been over a month since graduation. How is everyone faring in their respective jobs? Lin Li, having conversed with Zhang Dawei earlier, was somewhat aware of what his classmates were currently engaged in. Well, as a newcomer, one must tackle everything, he noted. Among Lin Li's 5 classmates, only Lu Yanmin had not sought her own employment. I resigned a few days ago, Lu Yanmin suddenly interjected, eliciting astonished reactions from those present. Why did you resign? Lu Yanmin? Wasn't your job quite manageable? Li Lin inquired, perplexed. The new leader took a disliking to me, constantly undermining my efforts, so I decided to quit. Lu Yanmin recalled the unpleasant leader, her charming visage contorting into a grimace of disdain. Observing Lu Yanmin's expression, everyone understood instantly. She was indeed quite beautiful. Once regarded as the belle of the class, many had pursued her during their university days, yet none succeeded in winning her heart. Upon graduating and stepping into the workforce, a beautiful young woman is likely to encounter, to some extent, certain distasteful experiences. It is wise to resign when faced with such a leader, for we are in the prime of our lives and have ample opportunities to pursue other employment. Li Lin, though not as striking as Lu Yanmin, has yet to face such disheartening situations. Nevertheless, she cannot help but feel a twinge of anger upon contemplating the matter from another's perspective. As lively conversations filled the private room, a knock echoed at the door. With a soft click, a young waitress entered, inquiring, Ladies and gentlemen, may I serve the dishes? Yes, please do. And kindly bring us a case of beer as well, Zhang Dawei replied to the waitress. Certainly, please hold on for a moment, she nodded before departing. Before long, several waitstaff returned, delivering the dishes Zhang Dawei had ordered along with a substantial case of beer. Lin Li, you cannot escape this self-imposed challenge of 3 cups. Once the dishes were served, Zhang Dawei promptly uncapped a bottle of beer, filling Lin Li's glass to the brim. Typically averse to alcohol, preferring soft drinks instead, Lin Li exclaimed, That's enough, please don't fill it so much. Drink up, drink up. Zhang Dawei and the others urged playfully. With no escape from the encouragement of her classmates, Lin Li reluctantly raised her glass and downed the beer in one swift motion. Impressive tolerance. Now, let us continue with the second cup. Zhang Dawei praised Lin Li with a kind word, then proceeded to refill Lin Li's empty wine glass. Gulp, gulp. After downing 2 more glasses in quick succession, he finally managed to self-impose 3 drinks. After consuming 3 glasses of beer, Lin Li, who was not particularly adept at handling alcohol, exhaled a long breath. I must not become inebriated. Oh, right, I drove here. I'll need to find a chauffeur for my return. Only after finishing the third glass did Lin Li remember his mode of transport. He scratched his head and resolved to seek a driver online shortly. Come, everyone, raise your glasses to our protagonist of the day, Zhang Dawei. May he enjoy good health and success in his endeavors. Wang Kai cheerfully lifted his glass and addressed the assembled guests. Upon hearing this, Lin Li's expression suddenly stiffened. Seeing everyone raising their glasses, he reluctantly followed suit, clinking his glass before downing the fourth drink. Let us eat and chat, and after we finish, we can head to a bar for some merriment, Zhang Dawei remarked, setting down his glass with a smile. Huh, aren't we supposed to head home directly after the meal? Why go to a bar? Lin Li interjected. I have to rise early tomorrow for the beast hunting mission organized by the guild. If we stay out too late, I may struggle to get up. Zhang Dawei, tomorrow is Monday. We all have to wake up for work, Li Lin suggested, expressing her concerns about the evening's plans. Li Lin, well done. I support you. Lin Li thought to himself, then reached out to pick up a piece of food and place it into his bowl. Zhang Dawei, Li Lin is right. Let us postpone the bar outing to next time. Wang Kai and Zheng Zhixian echoed in agreement. After all, they were all newcomers to the company, and with Monday approaching, if they indulged too late into the night, they would arrive at work the next morning in a less than favorable state of mind, which might not sit well with their superiors. Lin Li and Lu Yimin silently enjoyed their meal. In the eyes of others, they were mere idlers, and whether or not they went to the bar held no bearing on their lives the following day. Thus they felt they had no say in the matter. All right, as you all say, we shall forego the bar outing, but let it be known that this is merely a temporary postponement. In the future, I shall find an appropriate time to invite you all out again, and when that time comes, you cannot decline. Zhang Dawei nodded and then smiled at his classmates. Certainly. Just give us a heads up in advance, and we absolutely will not refuse. Everyone chuckled in agreement. At the dining table, they toasted and exchanged pleasantries, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Back in university, there were dozens of classmates, but after graduation, only a few remained in Rome City and kept in touch. Lin Li, don't just focus on eating. Share what you've been up to lately, Li Lin said, taking a sip of wine, addressing Lin Li, who was currently wrestling with a crab. Recently, I have been hunting monstrous beasts in the wilderness, Lin Li mumbled to himself, before setting down the large crab in his hands. With a smile, he turned to Li Lin and said, I haven't done much lately. Just stayed at home playing video games. Oh, how fortunate you are. You can spend your days at home indulging in games without the burden of work, lamented Zheng Zhixian. After downing half a glass of wine, his gaze fixed enviously on Lin Li. Lin Li chuckled softly, at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond. It would be inappropriate to share with his classmates that his current job was not only more exhausting than theirs, but also fraught with peril. Lu Yanmin, have you thought about what kind of job you will pursue after resigning? Wang Kai inquired, pouring himself another glass of wine with a friendly smile. I have indeed made plans. In a few days, I will be interviewing with the Beast Hunter Guild. Lu Yanmin's response elicited astonishment among the gathered friends. Lu Yanmin, you are going to interview with the Beast Hunter Guild? From what I have read online, the minimum requirement for applicants is to possess at least initial stage 1 cultivation. Could it be that you? Zhang Dawei asked, his face a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Yes, just recently, I successfully broke through to initial stage 1, and I am now a practitioner. Perfectly meeting the minimum requirements set by the Beast Hunter Guild, Lu Yanmin replied with a smile. Chapter 71. There are thousands of roads, but safety comes first, Lu Yanmin. Congratulations. After becoming a cultivator, finding a job is significantly easier than for an ordinary person. Li Lin expressed her congratulations to Lu Yanmin, her face radiating envy. Lin Li and Zhang Dawei, along with others, also extended their congratulations to Lu Yanmin. However, after offering their well wishes, they all turned their attention to the calm-faced Lin Li. Among the 6 individuals present, only Lin Li and Lu Yanmin had awakened their spiritual abilities, qualifying them as cultivators. Although Lu Yanmin's cultivation aptitude was not particularly remarkable, it surpassed Lin Li's by a considerable margin. Remarkably, she had barely exerted herself in physical training, and yet after graduation, she had still become a cultivator. In contrast, Lin Li had dedicated substantial effort and years of rigorous training in hopes of becoming a cultivator. But due to his exceedingly poor aptitude, his progress was minimal, rendering it nearly impossible for him to attain the status of a cultivator in this lifetime. Eventually, He came to terms with reality and relinquished his aspirations. Hey, please don't look at me with such sympathetic gazes. I have now become a cultivator, and I possess the strength of a second-tier beginner, which far surpasses Lu Yanmin, who is merely at the initial stage of the first tier. Unable to articulate his own circumstances, Lin Li chose to disregard the sympathetic glances from his classmates, quietly picking up his chopsticks and focusing intently on devouring the delectable dishes before him. Upon observing Lin Li's reaction, everyone mistakenly believed that he was currently feeling disheartened, and thus, they instinctively chose to refrain from mentioning Lu Yanmin's ascension as a practitioner, shifting to other topics of conversation. While savoring his meal, Lin Li discreetly extended his mental perception to probe the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Lu Yanmin, who was seated to his right. Alas, there was no discernible outcome. After all, she was not currently channeling any of her internal spiritual energy, and consequently, no energy fluctuations were detectable. No matter how diligently he attempted to sense her energy, it was futile. After graduation, it becomes increasingly challenging for classmates to gather together. Whenever someone proposes a reunion, it often results in conflicting schedules. Either one is unavailable, or the other is occupied. Today, however, they were fortunate to convene for a meal in celebration of Zhang Daoi's birthday, and the atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter. Only after leaving the confines of academia and stepping into the workforce can one truly appreciate that the time spent in school was the most carefree and untroubled period of life. As the birthday dinner concluded and they exited the hotel, night had already descended. The dim yellow glow of streetlights intertwined with the vibrant hues of neon signs, adorning the city with a kaleidoscope of colors. After bidding farewell to his classmates, Lin Li made his way toward the parking lot. Under the influence of Zhang Daoi's encouragement during the celebratory dinner, he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. While he felt relatively composed within the hotel, the sudden gust of wind that greeted him upon stepping outside brought forth a wave of intoxication, leaving him in a state of pleasant disorientation. After consuming alcohol, Lin Li felt an unpleasant dizziness and couldn't comprehend the appeal of drinking. He muttered to himself while slowly making his way to his parking spot. As the saying goes, there are countless roads, but safety is of utmost importance. Driving recklessly may lead to tears from loved ones. Suddenly, he remembered that he had yet to call for a designated driver. Lin Li abruptly halted, leaning against a roadside tree, and retrieved his phone from his pocket to open a specialized app for calling a driver. After completing the necessary steps, he resumed his walk toward the parking lot. The wind began to pick up, rustling the branches of the trees along the road with a loud, shushing sound. It seemed a storm was brewing. Would it rain heavily soon? He had left clothes hanging out on the balcony to dry. Moreover, if it rained, it needed to do so quickly, otherwise. If the downpour persisted until the next morning, the Beast Hunters Guild's operation to eliminate the beasts might have to be postponed due to inclement weather. Feeling the wind grow stronger, Lin Li continued to mutter to himself as he walked into the parking lot of the Happy Garden community. In a steamy bathroom, a graceful figure opened the door. Su Yu, freshly bathed, emerged from the misty space clad in a black silk camisole nightgown. Her lustrous, ebony hair cascaded over her fair shoulders, and her delicate visage was tinged with a faint blush. Her lips, rosy and inviting, radiated an irresistible allure. Just then, the melodious chime of her phone echoed through the living room, drawing Su Yu's attention as she emerged from the bathroom. It was rather late. Who could be calling her at this hour? She picked up the phone resting on the sofa and glanced at the caller ID, discovering it was Zhang Xiaohai, who had persistently invited her to dinner. Hello? Su Yu, it's me. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Zhang Xiaohai's voice resonated with a hint of excitement as he recognized the enchanting tone on the line. Taking a seat on the sofa, Su Yu held her phone in her left hand, while her right index finger playfully twirled a strand of her silky hair. I'm still awake. What is the reason for your call? I heard from your mother that you have a day or two free after your class tomorrow. I was hoping to take you out for dinner and perhaps catch a movie, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Yu fell silent, mentally chastising her mother for divulging her plans. Zhang Xiaohai, noticing the lack of response, momentarily feared the call had dropped. He turned his head to check his phone, confirming the line was still active. Su Yu, are you there? Sorry, I have plans with friends the day after tomorrow. Su Yu quickly devised an excuse to gracefully decline the invitation. After listening to Su Yu's words, Zhang Xiaohang fell silent for a moment. But he quickly collected his thoughts and spoke. Su Yu, I understand that you currently have no intention of dating. My invitation to dinner and a movie carries no ulterior motives. I simply thought that since our parents have been old friends for many years, it would be nice for us, as their children, to meet privately and get to know each other. Zhang Xiaoang's reasoning was both reasonable and compelling, leaving Su Yu with little room to refuse his warm invitation. I don't have time during the day, but I can make it in the evening, she replied. Great. I will reserve a table for tomorrow night, and I'll come by to pick you up, Zhang Xiaoang said, feeling a surge of excitement as he sensed that Su Yu was swayed by his words. You don't need to pick me up. I can go on my own. Just send me a message once you've made the reservation, Su Yu stated. All right. Zhang Xiaoang thought that dinner and a movie were enough for now, especially since it was getting late. Su Yu pondered for a moment and added, let us save the movie for another day when I can find some time in the afternoon. Understanding that Su Yu had finally softened her stance, Zhang Xiaoang wisely decided not to be greedy with his requests. Then it's settled for now. I need to take a shower, Su Yu said. After hanging up the phone, Su Yu contemplated calling her mother to inquire why she had shared her private matters with Zhang Xiaoang. However, when she opened her contacts, preparing to dial her mother's number, she hesitated and dismissed the idea of making the call. If I call her now, she will undoubtedly say, if you have a boyfriend, I will stop bothering you. Once she utters such words, I find it impossible to engage with her pleasantly. Thus, I shall refrain from making that call. Su Yu locked her phone and tossed it aside, reclining sideways on the sofa. After a few minutes, she sat upright, readjusting the delicate shoulder strap that had slipped and concealing the unintended reveal. She picked up the phone that lay discarded, unlocked the screen, and opened WeChat. Locating a contact she had noted as Wooden Man, she opened the chat window and initiated a video voice call. In a certain parking space within the peaceful garden community, Lin Li expressed his gratitude to the driver who had been his designated chauffeur upon exiting the passenger seat of the van. Not at all, it is my duty. Could I trouble you to leave me a 5-star review later? The young driver, merely 4 or 5 years Lin Li's senior, earnestly requested. Sure, it's a trivial matter. I shall leave you a 5-star review as soon as I return home. Then I shall take my leave. After watching the designated driver depart, Lin Li began to make his way home. Ding dong. Just a few steps forward, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang, indicating that someone was attempting to initiate a video voice call with him. Lin Li retrieved his phone from his pocket and discovered a video call from Su Yu. He promptly touched the screen with his finger. Upon connecting, he was greeted by a profound chasm, which left him momentarily astonished, his inebriation heightening the effect. Lin Li, why are you in a daze? Oh, why are you outside so late at night? Su Yu exclaimed, noticing his bewildered expression and the dim surroundings enveloping him. Prosperity, civilization, freedom, equality, justice, integrity. No, my willpower has been significantly weakened after drinking. The heart-purifying incantation is no longer effective. Lin Li recited the incantation fervently, only to find that the usually infallible spell failed him at this moment, filling him with disappointment. What are you mumbling about? What do you mean by prosperity and civilization? Why are you repeating such words? Su Yu queried, having caught snippets of the incantation, her curiosity piqued. Did you call me for something specific? Lin Li did not respond to her inquiries. Instead, he turned his head to gaze at a nearby flower bed. As the alluring chasm vanished from his sight, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, allowing his restless emotions to settle as he continued to mentally recite the heart-purifying incantation. Feeling somewhat bored, I wish to invite you to join me for a few rounds of gaming. By the way, it's quite late, and I notice you're not at home. What are you up to outside? As Su Yu inquired of Lin Li. She placed her phone on her snow-white thigh and gracefully lifted her fair hands to gather her flowing hair, cascading down her shoulders. Lin Li's gaze, however, had drifted to a moth fluttering beneath a distant streetlight. Upon hearing Su Yu's question, he casually explained, it's a classmate's birthday. I attended his celebration tonight. I had just returned to the community when your video call came through. Have you been drinking? How did you know I had? Just the dazed look on your face gave it away. You don't usually appear so foolish. Upon hearing Su Yu's remark about his earlier demeanor, Lin Li turned to retort. Yet, he was met with an unfathomable chasm before him, causing him to hastily avert his gaze while muttering defensively, what do you mean by foolish? If you can't find the right adjectives, perhaps you shouldn't use them. So, you attended a classmate's birthday party and must have consumed quite a bit, right? Indeed. I believe I had nearly 20 drinks. Su Yu, upon hearing Lin Li's admission, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, exclaiming in disbelief, is that all you've had? You truly have a pitiful tolerance for alcohol. This won't do. We must find some time for you to practice your drinking skills. The wine glass tonight is rather large. Lin Li, acutely aware of his poor tolerance for alcohol, spoke to Suyu with a hint of uncertainty. How much larger can the glass possibly be? Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately sensed the insincerity in Lin Li's words. With a playful smile, she retorted, "How can it be that a man like you has a weaker constitution for alcohol than I do? That simply defies logic. Among women, your drinking prowess is quite commendable. Many men who pride themselves on their drinking skills cannot surpass you. As for someone like me, who seldom indulges in alcohol, I could never hope to match your capabilities." At that moment, Lin Li recalled an incident from his birthday last year. On that special day, Suyu had come to his home, personally preparing a lavish feast. As Lin Li gazed hungrily at the bountiful spread before him, ready to indulge, the mischievous Suyu had other plans, declaring that one must not celebrate a birthday without drinking. In a matter of moments, she had coaxed Lin Li into consuming copious amounts of alcohol, leading him to succumb to the effects and ultimately collapse before the table. He barely touched the sumptuous meal before losing consciousness and sleeping soundly until dawn. The following day, as Lin Li groggily emerged from his bedroom, he found Suyu, who had stayed over in the guest room, already awake and brimming with energy. She teased him about his lackluster performance from the night before, noting how he had consumed far more alcohol than she, yet appeared completely unfazed. From that day onward, Lin Li became acutely aware of Suyu's astonishing capacity for alcohol. It seemed almost unfathomable that someone so exquisitely beautiful could possess such an extraordinary tolerance. Chapter 73. Unaware of one's blessings? One can cultivate their alcohol tolerance. Fear not, for I shall accompany you in honing your drinking prowess. Your capacity shall surely improve in no time, Suyu declared, patting her ample bosom and smiling at Lin Li. No, practicing anything else is acceptable. But honing my alcohol tolerance is a different matter altogether. If given the choice, I would abstain from alcohol entirely. It does not suit my palate in the slightest. And had it not been for social obligations today, I would not partake at all. Lin Li shook his head, declining Suyu's offer to assist in enhancing his drinking capacity. Oh, you, truly oblivious to the fortune you possess. If it were anyone else who heard my offer to help them cultivate their drinking skills, they would likely leap for joy. Suyu pouted slightly upon Lin Li's refusal. All right, enough of this conversation. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I must hasten home to take a bath and retire for the night. At that moment, the inebriation stirred by the gusts of wind made Lin Li eager to return home, leaving him disinterested in further discussions about drinking. Yes, do make your way home swiftly. Suyu, peering through the screen of her phone, noticed Lin Li's swaying figure and nodded in agreement. Just as Lin Li was about to conclude the video call, he heard Suyu's voice again. Lin Li, is there laundry hanging on your balcony? If so, make sure to bring it in as soon as you get home. I just saw the weather forecast, and it predicts thunderstorms tonight. No sooner had Suyu's words left her lips than a fierce gust of wind swept towards Lin Li, followed by a brilliant flash of silver lightning illuminating the sky. A resounding thunderclap reverberated through the air, following a brilliant flash of silvery lightning that illuminated the sky. Understood, Lin Li remarked to Suyu, promptly disconnecting the video call. He glanced up at the distant, darkened heavens, where streaks of dazzling silver lightning flickered intermittently. The thunder rolled. Whoosh, rustle. The intermittent rumblings of thunder intertwined with the rustling of leaves violently swaying in the fierce wind, resonating throughout the entire neighborhood. Drip, drop. Raindrops cascaded from the sky, initially falling sporadically, then swiftly merging into a torrential downpour. As Lin Li dashed into the stairwell, the gentle patter of rain transformed into a deluge, enveloping the community in a hazy curtain of rain. Fortunately, he was swift. Otherwise, he would have been drenched. The clothes left on the balcony were beyond salvation. Standing at the entrance of the stairwell, Lin Li gazed at the misty curtain of rain, muttering to himself before turning towards the elevator. With a click, Lin Li switched on the lights in his home. Just as he had removed his shoes and placed them in the shoe cabinet, a thunderous roar erupted, startling him greatly, only to be followed by an abrupt blackout. What on earth? Lin Li stood bewildered in the pitch-black room, then checked the electrical connections in his home, finding no faults. He then opened the community WeChat group, discovering that numerous residents were inquiring about the power outage. Soon, Aunt Wong from the residents committee appeared with a notification. Please remain calm, as the thunderstorm has caused a malfunction in the electrical circuits of our neighborhood. The power company has dispatched personnel for repairs, and normal electricity supply should resume shortly. I was looking forward to a warm shower before bed. Now, it seems I must wait a little longer. Lin Li muttered in mild frustration. Afterward, he stepped onto the balcony to retrieve his clothes, which had been soaked by the rain. Once he had taken care of that, he returned to the living room, intending to play on his phone for a while when a knock echoed through the house. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of the blackout, who could be at the door? Cautiously, Linley approached the entrance and opened the door, revealing his beautiful neighbor from next door, Xia Qing, holding her phone, which illuminated the darkness. Upon seeing Lin Li in the shadowy interior of his home, she realized that the power outage was not isolated to her residence. Xia Qing, what brings you here? Lin Li, my home experienced a sudden power failure, and as I am utterly clueless about electrical matters, I thought I might inquire if you could assist with repairs. It's not just your home. This power outage is not an isolated incident. It is due to a fault in the external circuits. Aunt Wang from the Residence Committee mentioned in our community WeChat group that the power company has already sent out a crew for repairs, and normal service should resume shortly. Oh, I see. At first, I thought it was just a blown fuse in my house. Xia Qing, are you not part of the Residence WeChat group? Upon hearing this, Xia Qing nodded. Linley pondered for a moment and suggested, let us exchange WeChat contacts. I will then forward your WeChat information to Aunt Wang from the Residence Committee, so she can add you to the community group chat. The Residence Committee occasionally shares important announcements in the group, and as you reside in this neighborhood, not being part of it might lead you to miss vital notifications. Thank you for your trouble, Xia Qing replied, opening her WeChat to add Lin Li as a friend. Subsequently, she returned home to await the restoration of power, while Lin Li, after closing the door, promptly forwarded Xia Qing's WeChat details to Aunt Wang of the Residence Committee, requesting her to add Xia Qing to the group. All right, I will add Miss Xia to the community group right away, Aunt Wang responded upon receiving Lin Li's message. With Xia Qing's matter resolved, Lin Li reclined on the sofa in the living room. A cacophony of thunder, wind, and the incessant patter of rain against the window filled the air, resonating through the dimly lit room. Suddenly, Lin Li realized that rather than squander time waiting for the power to return, he might as well venture to the mysterious island and plant the saplings of fruit trees he had purchased earlier that day. With this thought, a faint golden aura flickered around Lin Li as he lay on the sofa, and then he vanished from the darkened living room. On the mysterious island, enveloped in a blanket of mist spanning 500 square meters, a figure materialized upon the grassy expanse. Upon arriving at the enigmatic isle, Lin Li rose from the grassy ground and swiftly approached two large bags brimming with various items. He decided to momentarily disregard the bag filled with an assortment of vegetable seeds and instead focused on the other sack, which contained young fruit tree saplings. Earlier that day, Lin Li had spent a considerable amount of time at the flower and bird market in the Eastern District, where he procured several types of fruit tree saplings: peach, pear, apple, loquat, cherry, lychee, orange, and bayberry, totaling 8 distinct varieties, with 2 saplings of each kind, amounting to 16 in total. Chapter 74. Grow quickly. My little treasures, although the fruit tree saplings Lin Li acquired from the market were merely a few dozen centimeters tall, their diminutive stature suggested that, if planted in the ground, it would take several years for them to mature and bear fruit. The proprietors of the stalls selling these saplings had urged Lin Li to opt for larger specimens, yet he had steadfastly declined their advice. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Li possessed a mysterious island capable of accelerating the growth of plants cultivated upon it. Previously, he had only conducted a brief experiment with vegetable cultivation. This time, he was uncertain whether these fruit tree saplings would flourish as rapidly as the white radishes he had planted before. Please do not disappoint me. Well, even if these saplings do not grow as swiftly as those radishes, I shall not be overly disheartened. After all, the astonishingly rapid growth of the vegetables I had previously sown was already remarkable, and one must not be excessively greedy. Lin Li muttered to himself as he lifted a large bag filled with saplings of fruit trees, balancing a cheap yet effective hoe upon his shoulder. Making his way towards the northern part of the small island, he intended to plant these saplings in that very location. With a vigorous heave, Lin Li swung the hoe, digging into the ground of the mysterious island's northern clearings. Before long, 16 small holes were neatly arranged on the surface. He placed 8 different varieties, totaling 16 saplings, into the holes and covered them with soil. Stomp, stomp, stomp. He pressed down the earth with his feet, then took up a plastic bucket to fetch water from the edge of the island. This labor was swifter than usual. In just over 20 minutes, Lin Li had successfully planted all the saplings. Observing the fruit trees he had nurtured with his own hands, now watered and settled in the earth, a gentle smile graced Lin Li's face. Grow quickly, my little treasures, he whispered. After planting the fruit tree saplings, Lin Li retrieved seeds of cucumbers, tomatoes, onions, eggplants, and cabbages from another bag to sow in his farmland. Drawing from his previous experience with white radishes, he refrained from filling the entire small plot this time. Once everything was in order, Linley departed from the enigmatic island and returned to the realm of reality. Upon his arrival home, the power outage caused by the thunderstorm had been swiftly rectified by the repair crew dispatched by the electric company. Initially, Linley, feeling somewhat lightheaded from the considerable amount of alcohol consumed at a classmate's birthday gathering, had just completed some laborious tasks on a mysterious island. Now, a wave of fatigue washed over him. With the electricity restored, he finally had the opportunity to indulge in a warm bath before succumbing to slumber. Struggling against his drowsiness, Linley muttered to himself and swiftly made his way into his bedroom, retrieving his pajamas before heading to the bathroom for a shower. The following day, a thunderstorm raged throughout the night, ceasing only as the sun began to rise. The morning after, the rain revealed droplets clinging to the branches. The emerald leaves glistened with renewed vibrancy, and the colorful blossoms appeared even more radiant, bathed in the golden light of the emerging sun. The foliage and flowers were adorned with a breathtaking golden hue. Suddenly, a silver van turned the corner of the street, cruising steadily along the road leading to the outskirts of Ronqing's northern district. Fortunately, the rain had ceased. Otherwise, the planned operation to hunt aberrant beasts would have to be postponed. Already clad in camouflage, Linley drove the van, swiftly reaching the outskirts of the northern district. As he approached the designated gathering point announced by the Beast Hunter Guild, more and more off-road vehicles appeared in his line of sight. As these vehicles passed by Linley's van, the passengers in both vehicles glanced at each other through the windows. Linley noted that several passengers in the off-road vehicles were also donned in camouflage, leading him to surmise that they, like him, were en route to participate in the operation organized by the Beast Hunter Guild. With a thunderous roar, the driver pressed down hard on the accelerator, causing the imposing off-road vehicle to surge forward, swiftly disappearing from sight, leaving Linley's van in its wake. What's the big deal? It's just an off-roader. Once I earn some money, I'll buy one too. Linley, observing the vanishing off-road vehicle, chose not to give chase. He muttered under his breath, maintaining his current speed, steadily heading towards his destination. Throughout the journey, numerous off-road vehicles passed by Linley. The passengers inside, upon noticing the young man in camouflage driving the silver-white van, instinctively thought he was not part of the ranks of the Beast Hunter Guild. After all, while there are solitary beast hunters venturing into the wilderness, they are indeed a rarity, and they had never encountered a fellow hunter driving a van. If only they knew that this van was merely a rental, their astonishment would be palpable. In the eyes of most beast hunters, having become one implies the ability to afford expensive psychic weapons. So how could one not afford a decent vehicle? Even if one were unable to buy, surely they would opt for a better rental car. A van simply lacks prestige. After the heavy rain, the air was exceptionally fresh. Taking a deep breath, the invigorating scent of the fresh air brought a delightful coolness, providing a refreshing comfort. In the outskirts of the North District of Ronqing, near a desolate area, a parking lot established by the Beast Hunter Guild is filled with numerous off-road vehicles, varying in price yet none costing less than 500,000 yuan. What on earth? Who parked a minivan here? Exclaimed one of the members of a beast hunting team, noticing a silver minivan parked not far away. Isn't it said that outsiders are prohibited from parking here? How did someone manage to sneak in? The silver minivan, clearly a budget model not exceeding 50,000 yuan, stood out conspicuously among the dozens of vehicles worth hundreds of thousands to millions. We should inform the staff if we see them about this unauthorized vehicle, said one of the beast hunters. Let us hurry. Time is running short. We mustn't be late, urged the team leader to his companions. After parking the vehicle, Linley arrived at the designated gathering spot for the Beast Hunter Guild. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed a square spanning thousands of square meters, teeming with hundreds of beast hunters clad in camouflage, backpacks slung over their shoulders, and various energy weapons in hand. There are so many, Linley murmured, astonished at the turnout for the guild's organized beast extermination operation. He then made his way toward a less crowded area nearby. At this moment, there remains a brief interval before the commencement of the operation to eradicate the aberrant beasts. Prior to the initiation, it is certain that representatives from the Beast Hunter Guild will emerge to deliver some remarks. Linley resolved to seek refuge in a shaded area for a while. Chapter 75. This scene resembles a gathering of online game enthusiasts on July 11th at 7:50 a.m. A bustling square on the outskirts of the northern district of Rome City, near the wilderness, was filled with a lively crowd and the sound of animated conversations. Hello, are you Kong Shi Yuan? Indeed, and you are? I am Xiao Shua Zhong Duj. Brother, I have finally waited for you. My apologies. I encountered an issue with the fuel on my way and had to divert to a gas station, which delayed my arrival. Not a problem. In fact, I arrived here only a short while ago. Come, allow me to introduce you to the others. You think that leader Feng Yun who promised to guide us isn't a fraud, do you? It is unlikely he is a charlatan. Anyone able to access the Beast Hunter software has undergone real name verification. Once someone deceives, their reputation in this circle would be irreparably tarnished. That is a valid point, and considering it, leader Feng Yun has no real incentive to deceive us. A middle-aged man in his 40s approached the two young men in their early 20s who were quietly murmuring their doubts about the potential fraud. I presume you must be Wuming de Wuan Lai Shuguang, correct? And you are? Leader of the Winds, esteemed sir, you have finally graced us with your presence. Had you delayed any longer, we would have resolved to return home. My lady, are you Nin Yulong Dong Ji Qiu Qilin? Indeed, and you are? I am Little Pigeon, a girl standing at a modest height of 5 feet 3 inches, and a towering man, measuring 6 feet 6 inches and adorned with sinewy muscles, exchanged glances, both astonished at the revelation of each other's identities. This esteemed figure is quite diminutive, and this newcomer's username is utterly adorable. I had presumed them to be a girl. They silently mused to themselves, before concealing their surprise and shaking hands. Beneath a lush and flourishing tree, sheltered in its cool shade, Linley leaned against the sturdy trunk, observing the peculiar assembly of beast hunters before him, who were enthusiastically calling out each other's usernames to confirm their identities. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, this scene. One might mistakenly believe a gathering of enthusiasts for an online game is taking place here. Buzz, as the beast hunters, who had previously coordinated through the communication section of the Beast Hunter software to form teams for a guild-organized mission to exterminate beasts, began to locate their respective comrades. A sudden, resonant buzzing sound echoed across the spacious square. The once lively square, filled with animated chatter, fell into an immediate hush as the assembled beast hunters turned their attention toward the source of the sound. Upon a makeshift podium stood a robust middle-aged man, his cheeks marked by a scar, exuding vitality as he clutched a megaphone. The resonating hum that had just echoed through the air was produced by this very man. Greetings, everyone. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Jinyang. I am the representative of the Beast Hunter Guild, entrusted with presiding over this operation to eradicate the beasts. Upon hearing Liu Jinyang's self-introduction, the assembled beast hunters anticipated a lengthy discourse from their representative before the commencement of the operation. However, his approach took them by surprise. As we undertake this task of exterminating the beasts, please prioritize your safety. There is nothing further to elaborate. The operation officially begins now. Let us set forth. The beast hunters were momentarily taken aback by Liu Jinyang's succinct address. Regaining their composure, they promptly advanced towards the distant wilderness. Observing the teams of beast hunters embarking on their journey, Liu Jinyang's dark visage broke into a smile as he contemplated the situation. With over 300 beast hunters participating in this eradication mission, the creatures that had emerged from the forest of Li Mountain, threatening the safety of the residents in the northern outskirts of Rong City, would likely find no opportunity for resistance against such a formidable force. Just as Liu Jinyang prepared to descend from the podium, he caught sight of a solitary beast hunter standing beneath a lush, sprawling tree not far away. Liu Jinyang furrowed his brow and approached the solitary beast hunter, standing beneath the grand tree. Linley prepared to wait until all the beast hunters present ventured into the wilderness before he would set off himself. After a while, he observed that nearly all the beast hunters in the small square had already entered the wilds. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed the representative of the Beast Hunters Guild, who had previously spoken from the podium, making his way toward him. Surely, he does not seek me, Linley thought. It cannot be. I have only recently joined the Beast Hunters Guild, and to them, I am merely a novice. If there were a matter of significance, it would be directed towards those seasoned hunters. Linley muttered to himself, then stepped out from the shade of the tree and headed toward the distant wilderness. You there? Young man, wait a moment, Liu Jinyang called out as he saw the solitary beast hunter preparing to enter the wilds. So indeed, the representative of the Beast Hunters Guild has come seeking me. Linley, on the verge of entering the wilderness, halted upon hearing the call. He turned to Liu Jinyang, his expression one of confusion as he inquired, "Is there something you need?" Liu Jinyang approached Linley, Observing the young man in his early 20s, with a slight furrow of his brow, he asked, "Young man, where are your companions? Are you venturing forth alone?" "Oh, here we go again." Linley instantly surmised the reason for the inquiry and replied, "I have no companions. I am on my own." Young individuals. Although the creatures we are tasked with exterminating in the designated area are reported to be of the first rank, the wilderness is fraught with unpredictability. Even with relevant intelligence, a guarantee of absolute safety is unattainable. Should a second-tier beast unexpectedly manifest in that vicinity, having companions could provide some measure of support. However, if one finds oneself alone, the peril to life is considerably heightened. I appreciate your kind warning. Having enrolled in this extermination mission, I shall naturally take full responsibility for my actions. Though Lu Jinyang mistakenly perceives himself as merely a novice beast hunter of peak first-tier capability, Linley felt no inclination to elaborate further. He acknowledged the thoughtful caution with a nod of thanks, then silently turned and ventured towards the wilderness. In a brief moment, Linley vanished into the dense underbrush. Chapter 76. Scarcity amidst abundance. The youth of today. Brimming with enthusiasm, yet lacking prudence. Lu Jinyang gazed at the spot where Linley had disappeared, sighed, and then turned away, making his way to the temporary encampment established by the Beast Hunter Guild. As a representative of the guild, Lu Jinyang is a seasoned hunter well-versed in the cycle of life and death. Regarding the resolute novice who insisted on acting alone, he felt that a few words of counsel sufficed. Whether the young man heeds them is his own affair. After all, they are all adults and must bear the consequences of their choices. After the rain, the wilderness burst forth with vitality, as the once thriving dense weeds grew even more exuberantly. The terrain of the wilderness in the northern outskirts is significantly more intricate than that of the eastern outskirts. While the eastern outskirts predominantly consist of plains, the northern outskirts are characterized by rolling hills. The designated location for the eradication operation lies 5 kilometers from the safe zone, amidst a stretch of undulating hills. According to the intelligence provided by the Beast Hunter Guild, numerous first-tier beasts that have fled from the mountain forests have made this hilly area their home. These creatures, restless in their newfound habitat, frequently venture out from the hills, moving toward the northern outskirts. Although the beasts have not fully encroached upon the safety of the northern outskirts, each foray brings them closer to the secure zone. As time progresses, the expansive activity range of these numerous first-tier beasts will inevitably threaten the safety zone. Such a scenario is intolerable to humanity. The establishment of the safe zone represents the boundary drawn by humans. Any beast that approaches or invades the safe zone will be met with an immediate and severe counterattack from humanity. Generally, more powerful and intelligent beasts tend to avoid the vicinity of human urban safe zones. It is indeed those creatures of lesser strength and intelligence who, believing that the vicinity of the human safe zone is devoid of formidable beasts, seek to establish their nests nearby, hoping to evade the predation of the mightier beings. Consequently, they gradually shift their habitats closer to the human enclave. This simplistic notion also drives the first-tier beasts fleeing from the forest of departure to make a similar move, continuously advancing towards the outskirts of the northern safe zone. "Look over there. A wild boar beast. Don't let it escape," I exclaimed. "It seems a reed chicken beast is hiding in that patch of grass. Goodness, there's a hedgehog beast here. Hurry over. I've discovered a hornet's nest. Has anyone awakened the fire ability? If so, come and set it ablaze." Standing by a small stream, Linley observed a throng of beast hunters diligently eliminating the first-tier beasts scattered across the hills. As the creatures scurried in panic, he couldn't help but ponder the sheer number of hunters participating in this extermination mission. Would there be enough first-tier beasts emerging from the forest of departure to satisfy everyone? In recent times, the beasts they had hunted were all offered to the mysterious little tree on the enigmatic island, and after expenses over the past few days, only a little over 10,000 coins remained in his pocket. If he did not earn some money soon, he might once again find himself in the dire predicament of being utterly destitute. Observing the hunting teams that had already captured exotic beasts, Linley knew he must act swiftly, otherwise his efforts today might be in vain. The rustling of dense underbrush signaled a figure relentlessly pursuing a rabbit-like creature. This rabbit, emanating a mid-level energy fluctuation of the first tier, leapt from the foliage but, in its haste, failed to halt and collided headlong into a tree with a diameter of half a meter. The impact was thunderous. Though the rabbit sustained significant injury from the encounter, it was not fatal. Dazed, it struggled to rise and continue its flight when a long sword, radiating a soft golden luminescence, pierced its heart with precision. The rabbit flailed briefly before succumbing to its fate. The beasts surrounding the hills had been illuminated by the hunters, necessitating a deeper venture into the hills to locate prey. Having successfully hunted his first rabbit of the day, Lin Li smiled at his accomplishment before extracting the sword from the creature's body. The rustling from the underbrush behind him caught his attention, and as he turned to investigate, his mental perception detected an initial energy fluctuation of the second tier, along with 3 fluctuations at the peak of the first tier. Although Lin Li currently possesses the cultivation level of a second-tier novice, when facing other beasts of the same rank, his odds are merely 50-50. However, should he employ his special abilities, his chances of victory would significantly increase, reaching approximately 90%. Yet, if his opponent were to arrive with companions, the outcome would become unpredictable, for figures emerged from the dense underbrush. And upon recognizing them as humans, Lin Li felt a sense of relief. Had it truly been a second-tier novice beast accompanied by 3 peak first-tier beasts, he would have had no choice but to flee with his quarry. "Friends, your team has successfully hunted a prey. Congratulations!" exclaimed the leading second-tier novice beast hunter, noticing the rabbit beast lying at Lin Li's feet with a smile. "It was merely luck," Lin Li replied with a smile to his fellow hunters. "What of your companions? Why are you alone here?" "They went off in search of beasts. Once I finish with this prey, I shall join them." Lin Li understood that his interlocutor had misunderstood him as having teammates, and he offered no further clarification. Instead, he casually continued the conversation, posing a question in return. "Haven't you managed to hunt any beasts yet?" "Not yet. There are far too many hunters participating in today's extermination action. We wandered around the outskirts for quite some time without encountering any prey. Thus, we had no choice but to venture deeper into the hills in hopes of better fortune." The leading second-tier novice beast hunter chuckled. It had been over half an hour since Lu Jinyang, the representative of the Beast Hunters Guild, officially announced the commencement of the operation. For teams of beast hunters witnessing the bountiful harvest of other squads while finding themselves empty-handed, a sense of urgency brewed within them, as they were eager to discover their own quarry. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the team of beast hunters departed. The unmanned transport drones from the User Recycling Company, even in their smallest model, can carry several hundred pounds. However, ordering the smallest model incurs a fee of 300 yuan. Lin Li scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled as he gazed at the rabbit beast before him, which weighed only a few dozen pounds. It seemed excessive to summon a drone for such a light creature. After pondering for a moment, he decided that the rabbit was not particularly heavy and resolved to carry it himself. He would wait until he hunted another beast, and then have the drone transport both back together. "What a frugal person I am," he thought to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He then bent down, grasped the rabbit beast he had slain, and continued his search for prey deeper into the hills. In the depths of the hills, a furious roar echoed through the trees. "Stay back and do not approach too closely. Provide me support with ranged attacks," commanded a beast hunter of second-tier initial stage, wielding a spiritual sword. As he fixed his gaze on the black bear beast before him, its body marred with several wounds. "Shen Gangshan, be careful," he added. "I will be fine. Just watch yourselves," replied one of the 4 hunters encircling the black bear, the same 4 who had exchanged a few words with Lin Li earlier. Due to their limited capabilities, the 3 hunters, each possessing peak first-tier prowess, found themselves unable to confront the formidable black bear beast directly. They retrieved their compact spiritual crossbows from their backpacks and launched an assault on the 2.5-meter-tall, rotund black bear from various angles. The arrows, imbued with ethereal golden light upon being released, surged forth with remarkable speed, transforming into streaks of shimmering gold aimed directly at the beast's head. In response to the onslaught, the black bear bellowed ferociously, raising its massive paw to swat away the incoming golden projectiles. Yet, due to the differing trajectories of the 3 arrows, the bear, with only 2 paws at its disposal, managed to intercept merely 2 of them. The 3rd arrow embedded itself in its flank. Fortunately, the bear's rugged hide mitigated the severity of the wound inflicted by the arrow. Qin Gangshan, who had been intently observing the black bear, had accumulated extensive combat experience over his 3 years as a beast hunter. Recognizing the moment when the bear was preoccupied with blocking his companion's attacks, he seized the opportunity. He bent his knees and propelled himself forward with a powerful push from the ground, lunging toward the beast while brandishing his spiritual longsword, which glimmered with ethereal golden light. Aiming for the creature's heart, Faced with the ferocious blow of its adversary, the black bear beast paid no heed to the arrow lodged in its side. Enduring the excruciating pain it caused, it swiftly raised its left paw to shield its chest. With a piercing sound, a long sword imbued with a soft golden light pierced through the beast's left paw, failing to strike its heart, much to Chun Gongshan's chagrin. Without hesitation, he withdrew his enchanted sword, pivoted his body, and thrust towards the creature's abdomen. Despite the black bear beast's attempts to brace itself and evade the second assault, it was still struck. Though the wound was shallow, blood gushed forth profusely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed once more. And with a series of piercing sounds, 3 arrows found their mark on the black bear beast. Letting out a roar of pain, the creature loathed these dishonorable humans, yearning for a fair one-on-one duel. Rallying its strength, it felt on the verge of collapse. Noticing the beast's grievous injuries, Chun Gongshan urged his companions, "Continue the assault. Do not grant this creature a moment's respite." Understood, his 3 teammates replied in unison, swiftly retrieving arrows from their quivers and aiming at the beleaguered black bear beast ensnared by Chun Gongshan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated continuously, accompanied by the anguished roars of the extraordinary beast. This exemplifies the advantage of a team of beast hunters. Collaborating to hunt a singular creature is far more efficient than a one-on-one pursuit. However, the ultimate rewards are diminished due to the number of participants, yielding less than that of a solitary hunt. As time progressed, the black bear beast began to falter under the relentless assault of the 4 hunters. It had contemplated escape, yet Chun Gongshan's unwavering grip thwarted its attempts. The moment it dared to turn and flee, it would expose itself to a lethal strike. With another blow from Chun Gongshan's sword, the black bear beast emitted a cry of agony, one that resonated with an even greater intensity than before. Imbued with a sense of despair, how remarkably vocal this creature is. From the onset, it has cried out numerous times without losing its voice. Truly impressive. One of the hunters, while retrieving an arrow from his quiver to knock onto his enchanted bow, chuckled to his companions. Indeed, its incessant cries have begun to grate on my ears. This beast is remarkably resilient. Despite sustaining numerous arrows, it continues to endure, perhaps buoyed by the impending victory. The 3 supporting hunters found their spirits somewhat lifted. Enough of your prattling, you 3. After entangling with this black bear beast for so long, my stamina and spiritual energy are nearly depleted. Hurry and continue the assault on this creature. Let us resolve this swiftly so that we may rest. Chun Gongshan, having narrowly evaded the claw of the black bear beast, spoke to his 3 companions. Understood. The 3 beast hunters tasked with support immediately increased the frequency of their attacks, the sound of arrows piercing the air resonating continuously. The battle to encircle the black bear beast raged on, and it seemed that these 4 hunters were on the verge of subduing it. However, at that moment, a roar far louder than that of the soon-to-be vanquished black bear beast erupted from the dense thicket in the distance. Chapter 78. Fear not. I come to rescue you. Roar. Rustle, rustle. Alongside the approaching roar was a cacophony emanating from the underbrush. The raucous noise suggested that a colossal creature was moving swiftly through the foliage. Roar. The beleaguered black bear beast, sensing the distant roar from the thicket, flickered with a glimmer of hope in its eyes. It quickly let out a cry, seemingly responding to the call. This is bad. Chun Gongshan, entangled with the black bear beast, immediately sensed the surge of spiritual energy emanating from the thicket, his expression shifting drastically. Just as he prepared to caution his 3 teammates to be wary, a creature much larger than the black bear beast erupted from the thick underbrush. It was a gray bear beast, which, upon emerging from the foliage, gazed at the bloodied black bear beast and emitted a gentle call towards it. Then, the gray bear-like creature surveyed its surroundings before charging towards the 3 beast hunters armed with spiritual crossbows. Astutely aware that these 3 hunters, possessing only peak first-tier strength, represented the vulnerable point of their team, the clever gray bear beast chose to strike them first. Through his mental perception, Chun Gongshan discerned that this creature, radiating with spiritual energy, was a second-tier initial stage beast. Notably, the spiritual energy emanating from the gray bear was significantly stronger than that of the black bear beast, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the mid-second tier. Faced with the formidable advance of this second-tier initial stage gray bear, the 3 first-tier peak hunters, tasked with ranged support, found themselves unable to evade. Turning to flee would only expose their backs to the beast, an act tantamount to courting death. Their only recourse was to raise their spiritual crossbows and counterattack. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows, glowing with a faint golden light, shot forth from the crossbows, aimed directly at the gray bear's head. In response to the incoming assault, the gray bear let out a low growl, and its gray fur suddenly flared up. In an instant, the fur extended to over 2 meters in length, weaving together swiftly to form a protective shield that deflected the 3 arrows aimed at it. The creature had awakened its extraordinary ability. Upon witnessing the formidable gray bear beast intercepting the attacks of 3 beast hunters with its arcane bow, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they gasped in alarm. It is widely acknowledged that, under normal circumstances, practitioners who have awakened their extraordinary abilities possess a significant advantage over their counterparts who have not. This principle equally applies to beasts. Those that have awakened their powers are far more formidable than their unawakened brethren. With a growl, the gray bear beast retracted its powers and advanced menacingly towards the trio of hunters, raising its right paw to deliver a crushing blow to the nearest adversary. Just as its paw was about to strike, a figure abruptly appeared at the beast's side, lifting a foot to deflect the gray bear's claw. Retreat quickly. Distance yourselves from this beast. The figure that intervened was Chun Gangshan. He had made a swift decision when the gray bear beast charged at his comrades, opting to abandon his assault on the beleaguered black bear beast to rescue his teammates. The interrupted gray bear beast retaliated with a swipe at Chun Gangshan, who chose to withdraw in the face of the immense force behind the beast's massive paw. After successfully repelling the creature, the beast did not immediately pursue Chun Gangshan. Instead, it turned back to the injured black bear beast and let out a gentle roar. Upon hearing the call, the severely wounded black bear beast nodded before turning to flee. How vexatious. The cunning strategy of surrounding way to rescue Zhao has been employed by this gray bear-like beast to compel Chun Gangshan to turn back and save us, thereby allowing the severely injured black bear-like beast to escape. The 3 beast hunters, rescued by Chun Gangshan, gazed at the black bear-like beast fleeing into the distant thicket, and instantly comprehended the intentions of the gray bear-like beast. It is often said that one should not underestimate the intelligence of these beasts, and the current stratagem of the gray bear-like beast is a testament to this truth, is it not? Now, let us not dwell any longer on the escaping black bear-like beast. We have expended considerable spiritual energy and stamina in our earlier assault on that black bear-like creature. Now, we must turn our attention to the formidable gray bear-like beast, which is significantly more powerful than the black one and is currently in peak condition. Fixing its gaze upon us, our primary concern should be to devise a safe retreat. Chun Gangshan's expression grew grave as he regarded the awakened gray bear-like beast before him. In a one-on-one confrontation, even in peak condition, he would find it impossible to best this awakened creature, especially given his prior depletion of stamina and spiritual energy. Even with the support of 3 teammates, victory seems elusive, as the severely wounded black bear-like beast vanished into the dense underbrush. The gray bear-like beast released a sigh of relief. That black bear-like beast is its mate. Fortuitously, it had come to check on the latter today. Otherwise, its beloved would have met a grim fate at the hands of these detestable humans. A fierce gray bear-like creature roared angrily at the 4 humans before it, its eyes blazing with an increasing ferocity. The creature resolved that even if it could not eliminate all 4 humans, it would ensure that at least 2 remained to quench its deep-seated wrath. I will restrain this gray bear-like beast. You all must hasten to leave this place and summon others for assistance, Chun Gangshan commanded, his expression grave as he regarded the menacing creature. He could distinctly sense the murderous intent directed at him, along with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from the beast, far surpassing his own. One of you should seek help alone. We will remain here to support you. Follow my instructions. This gray bear-like beast is significantly stronger than an ordinary second-tier creature. Staying here to assist me could easily lead you into peril, forcing me to divert my focus to protect you. Upon hearing Chun Gangshan's words, the 3 beast hunters ceased to insist on their own plans. They nodded and promptly turned to flee towards the hill's edge. Although Chun Gangshan's team had ventured into the hills, they had not gone too deep. It would take approximately 6 or 7 minutes to reach the outskirts, where numerous other beast hunter squads were currently engaged in hunting. Once they reached the periphery, they could summon reinforcements with ease. At that moment, the loathsome gray bear beast, despite its awakening of extraordinary powers, was destined to perish under the relentless assault of numerous beast hunters. With a ferocious roar, The gray bear beast was determined to capture at least 2 of those detestable humans. Observing the 3 humans attempting to flee, it was filled with frustration. It bellowed defiantly and prepared to pursue the trio of hunters hastily retreating towards the hills. However, just as it was about to spring into action, it was abruptly halted by Chun Gangshan. "You must first contend with me," he declared. The gray bear beast squinted at Chun Gangshan, baring its teeth in a menacing gesture, as if to proclaim, "You are doomed today." The 2 adversaries, 1 man and 1 beast, stood in a tense standoff, their spiritual energies swirling around them. Should any other second-tier practitioners have been present, they would have sensed the palpable tension. It was evident that, despite the confrontation, the bear beast's physical state and the overwhelming aura of its spiritual energy were firmly dominating Chun Gangshan. As the imminent battle was about to erupt, a sudden, chilling, and despairing roar echoed from a distance. The standoff was momentarily interrupted as both adversaries paused, their momentum faltering. This sound was eerily familiar to Chun Gangshan. He pondered within himself. Almost immediately, he observed the gray bear beast's eyes widen in disbelief. In that instant, Chun Gangshan comprehended the origin of the familiar roar. It belonged to another beast. The black bear-like creature, wounded and fleeing, emitted a mournful roar that echoed through the wilderness. The sound was so heart-wrenching, one could only wonder what calamity had befallen this unfortunate beast. In response, the gray bear-like creature unleashed a thunderous growl directed at Chun Gangshan before hastily retreating towards the source of the black bear's anguished cries. Was the crisis averted? Chun Gangshan, who had initially anticipated an epic confrontation with the gray bear, found himself rooted in place, watching the creature dart away. What could have transpired to instill such fear in a creature that sought his demise? Curiosity swelled within him, yet as a seasoned beast hunter, his reason cautioned him against pursuing the matter further. Indeed, curiosity can prove fatal. Every year, several beast hunters fall victim to their inquisitiveness in the wild. Numerous posts in the Beast Hunters Forum have recounted such tragic tales. Ah, what fortunate circumstances. Having just slain his second rabbit-like beast, he stumbled upon a severely injured, second-tier black bear-like creature. This creature appeared to weigh at least 1,000 pounds. A stroke of luck. Lin Li gazed at the black bear before him, which he had ambushed and killed, his face aglow with exhilaration. It seemed that fate had conspired against the black bear, leading it to flee directly towards the spot where Lin Li had just taken down his second prey. Moreover, it was utterly unwise for him to pause by the brook to quench his thirst, believing he had evaded danger. At that moment, Lin Li, who had just slain the second beast, suddenly sensed a wave of spiritual energy emanating from a nearby location. In this treacherous hilly terrain, such isolated fluctuations of spiritual energy were likely emitted by a creature of the wild. Subsequently, Lin Li, clutching his quarry, stealthily advanced toward the source of the energy. Concealed within the underbrush, he peered through the foliage and beheld the creature radiating the energy, a black bear beast, grievously injured, just as he had surmised. Encountering such a wounded beast was akin to a stroke of fortune, and the creature remained oblivious to his presence. To forego an ambush would be sheer folly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Li sprang from the thicket, brandishing his long sword, which shimmered with a soft golden glow, and aimed for the head of the drinking black bear beast. On Blue Star, the head is the most vulnerable point for most creatures. Should the longsword pierce it, death would be virtually assured. However, despite its grievous wounds and weakened state from the recent battle, the second-tier black bear beast managed to react just in time as Lin Li launched his surprise attack, sustaining a bloody wound to its face in the process. Regrettably, Lin Li, having consumed 2 miraculous fruits born from the enchanting little trees, experienced a substantial enhancement in both his cultivation aptitude and physical prowess, particularly in his remarkable agility. Observing that his lethal ambush was evaded by the heavily injured black bear beast, he swiftly pivoted his wrist, altering the trajectory of his spiritual weapon, the longsword, and aimed it directly at the heart of the black bear beast. The creature, having narrowly escaped Lin Li's initial strike, found itself devoid of the strength to evade a second. Consequently, it could only watch helplessly as Lin Li thrust the longsword, aglow with a faint golden spiritual radiance, into its body. With a sickening squelch, the longsword penetrated the heart of the black bear beast. Although the creature did not perish instantaneously from this fatal blow, it recognized the inevitability of its demise. In its final moments, it let out a heart-wrenching and despair-laden roar, directed towards its companion, the gray bear beast. Before succumbing to death, Lin Li withdrew the long sword from the black bear beast's heart and, with precision, delivered a decisive blow to its head. It was a necessary precaution. The cunning beast could not be underestimated. Lin Li had once witnessed a beast hunter, despite possessing a clear advantage, fall victim to a desperate counterattack from a beast. Thus he had cultivated the habit of ensuring a kill. Gazing at the two rabbit beasts and the fallen black bear beast before him, Lin Li could hardly contain his delight, his smile broadening with each passing moment. Lin Li never anticipated that he would be so fortunate today. In less than an hour and a half, he had captured 3 exotic beasts, a considerable sum indeed. The combined weight of these 3 creatures far exceeded the capacity of a small, unmanned transport aircraft. Thus, he needed to place an order for a medium-sized drone. As he gazed at the trio of exotic beasts piled before him, their total weight conservatively estimated at over 1,100 pounds, he mumbled to himself and then retrieved his phone from his pocket to summon the transport. However, just as he unlocked his phone and prepared to open the app to place his order, the joyful smile on his face vanished, and he quickly locked the screen again, returning the device to his pocket. From a distance, the dense thicket began to tremble violently. The rustling sound of branches colliding with something massive echoed through the air. The creature lurking within the underbrush did not keep Lin Li waiting for long. A gray bear-like beast, significantly larger than the black bear he had just slain, burst forth from the foliage. What incredible luck I have. I just defeated one exotic beast, and another appears immediately. The energy fluctuations emanating from this creature are quite formidable. Nevertheless, I should be able to handle it. Little did Lin Li know the connection between the black bear he had just dispatched and the gray bear now before him. In this moment, he merely considered himself fortunate. A fierce roar erupted as the gray bear-like beast emerged from the underbrush, immediately spotting its beloved companion, now lifeless. Overwhelmed by grief, it let out a heartbreaking howl, then fixed its bloodshot gaze upon the perpetrator of its beloved's demise, glaring with unwavering intensity. The black bear-like creature resolved that today it would stop at nothing to exact vengeance upon the loathsome human before it, seeking retribution for its fallen mate. Why does this gray bear-like beast regard me with such ferocity? Lin Li keenly sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from the robust and formidable creature. This was a murderous intent he had never encountered before. The beasts he had previously hunted had never harbored such intense animosity, even in their final moments. If the blazing fury within the gray bear-like beast could manifest as a tangible force, Lin Li would already find himself engulfed in flames. With a furious roar, the bloodshot-eyed black bear-like beast lunged at Lin Li, unleashing its awakened powers. Its gray fur began to grow rapidly, twisting and writhing as if animated by a life of its own. By heaven, this creature has awakened its abilities. This complicates matters considerably. Lin Li, oblivious to the fact that he had slain the beast's beloved, had initially wondered why it was so wrought with rage. However, upon witnessing its display of extraordinary powers, he swiftly discarded his musings and focused entirely on confronting this perilous adversary with awakened abilities. Though Lin Li is a newcomer, he understands that when a strange beast awakens its extraordinary abilities, the level of danger escalates significantly. After all, the powers are as varied as they are unpredictable. Their true effects can only be discerned through personal experience, and one could easily find themselves in peril. Roaring ferociously, the gray bear-like beast, with crimson eyes, lunged forward with its robust limbs, charging swiftly toward Lin Li. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, its seemingly cumbersome body belied an astonishing swiftness. Reaching Lin Li in the blink of an eye, in a fierce pounce, the massive creature lunged at Lin Li, while its gray fur, resembling living tendrils, unfurled to ensnare him in an encompassing net. In the face of the gray bear beast's ferocious assault, Lin Li opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, he deftly leaped backward, evading the creature's aggressive advance. Yet, while he narrowly escaped the beast's pounce, the gray fur surged forward, extending dramatically. In mere moments, the nearly 2-meter-long strands exploded to over 5 meters, wildly spiraling toward Lin Li, who had dodged the beast's charge. Channeling his spiritual energy, the long sword in Lin Li's grasp radiated a soft golden glow as he swung it with precision, aiming to sever the encroaching gray tendrils. The sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed, despite the frenzied writhing of the gray fur, which could induce a shuddering unease. It ultimately remained nothing more than ordinary hair. The sharp spiritual sword, infused with Lin Li's spiritual energy, attained an unprecedented level of sharpness, making it a simple task to sever the encroaching gray fur. With a few decisive strikes, he cleaved through the gray bear beast's entangling hair. Once liberated from the clutches of the gray fur, Lin Li retreated several meters, ensuring a safe distance from the formidable creature. In this initial encounter, both parties merely engaged in tentative exploration, withholding their full strength. The gray bear beast, undeterred by the severed tufts of fur littering the ground, fixated its crimson gaze intently on Lin Li. With a low growl, the beast's severed fur began to regrow at an astonishing rate, restoring itself to its prior length. Observing this miraculous regeneration, Lin Li realized that relying solely on his spiritual sword would not suffice to vanquish the seemingly endless gray fur. A change in strategy was imperative. Raising his left hand, Lin Li extended his index finger, conjuring a small flame the size of a pigeon's egg. In a mere breath, a fireball, measuring 20 centimeters in diameter, materialized at his fingertip. Since you have employed your powers to enhance your fur so profusely, let us see if you dare to utilize that ability in the face of my fiery onslaught. Lin Li chuckled, casting a sideways glance at the gray bear beast. After murmuring a few words, he swiftly hurled the fireball towards the creature. The gray bear-like creature was taken aback to discover that the loathsome human before it had also awakened an extraordinary power, specifically the ability associated with flames. Its own lustrous fur was excellent fuel, and should it be struck by the opponent's fireball, it would surely be engulfed in flames. With a low growl, the gray bear swiftly evaded the barrage of fireballs launched by Lin Li. Simultaneously, it retracted its extraordinary ability, allowing its gray fur to shorten and revert to its original state. Chapter 81. A Rare Opportunity Swish. The piercing sound of air being sliced open resonated as a crescent-shaped azure wind blade sped towards the gray bear, which had just narrowly escaped the fireball assault. The creature, momentarily distracted by the fireballs, was caught off guard as the swift azure wind blade struck its shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Blood gushed forth from the wound, quickly staining the surrounding gray fur crimson. With a fierce roar, the gray bear let out a cry as it witnessed the detestable human launching yet another attack with their extraordinary power. To evade the impending fireball hurtling towards it, the gray bear-like creature chose to sidestep. However, as soon as it maneuvered away, a crescent-shaped azure wind blade followed swiftly. The searing fireball and the arc of the wind blade, arriving in rapid succession, left the gray bear no time to avoid the incoming strike after dodging the fireball. With a pained gasp, the creature cried out as a deep gash was inflicted upon its body once more. It thought to itself, infuriated, that this detestable human had caused it harm twice through the same method, igniting not only its rage, but also a sense of urgency within. The gray bear understood that if it failed to decipher the opponent's attack pattern, it would become an easy target. As it observed Lin Li conjuring another fireball the size of a pigeon egg, the gray bear realized a third wave of assault was imminent. Letting out a low growl, its massive form of nearly 3 meters rose to its full height, extending its broad paw to uproot a small tree, no thicker than a bowl, nearby. With great force, it hurled the tree towards Lin Li, who was preparing to launch the fireball. My goodness, this gray bear possesses immense strength, effortlessly uprooting a tree. Lin Li, taken aback by the creature's display of power, was compelled to extinguish the nascent fireball in his hand and swiftly evade the oncoming projectile. Whoosh! Just as Lin Li narrowly evaded a small tree hurtling towards him, he heard a sound piercing through the air. Turning his gaze, he beheld a sizable rock. Astonishingly, the gray bear-like beast had picked up the stone from the ground to hurl it at him. With a resounding thud, a longsword, radiating a soft golden light, crossed over his chest. With a powerful swing, he sent the rock crashing aside. Such immense strength. As Lin Li struck the stone away, he felt a tingling numbness in his right hand gripping the sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bear-like creature, exhibiting remarkable cunning, noticed that its previous attempts with the small tree and the large stone had caused Lin Li trouble. Consequently, it replicated its earlier strategy, incessantly picking up rocks from the ground to launch at him. What is this madness? You are a bear-like beast, yet you mimic humans by picking up objects to strike? As Lin Li dodged the relentless barrage of stones thrown by the gray beast, he found himself without the opportunity to retaliate with his abilities. And to his astonishment, the tide of battle had swiftly turned. However, this advantage was fleeting. as the gray bear-like creature found fewer and fewer stones to wield. After evading for a considerable time, Linley let out a slight breath of exertion. Observing the now stoneless bear-like beast, he chuckled mockingly. "Why don't you continue picking up stones to throw at me?" With a low growl in response to the myriad of taunts, the bear-like creature yearned to crush the detestable human before it with a stone. However, upon glancing around, it found no suitable boulders to hurl. "Now it is my turn. Prepare to perish," Linley proclaimed, raising his left hand to unleash a supernatural assault upon the gray bear-like beast. A resounding explosion followed by a swift whoosh ensued as a blazing fireball and a crescent-shaped blade of azure wind were launched in succession. Observing the audacious human reverting to his previous attack pattern, the gray bear-like beast, with ferocity ablaze in its eyes, chose not to evade but rather charged directly at Linley. The impact was thunderous. The searing fireball struck the creature, singeing its thick gray fur, with embers clinging to it. Moments later, the keen wind blade slashed across its robust form, inflicting a third gruesome wound. The audacity of the gray bear-like beast astonished Linley. He had not anticipated such bravery in enduring his supernatural assault while launching a direct charge. Faced with such ferocity, Linley swiftly conjured another fireball, aiming it at his adversary. But before he could unleash a subsequent wind blade, the bear-like creature, having absorbed the fireball's assault, barreled toward him. The gray bear-like beast, driven by an insatiable desire for vengeance for its deceased companion, bore the scars of battle upon its singed gray fur, marred in numerous places by fireballs and adorned with several gruesome wounds. Yet, these afflictions did not render it mortally wounded. Its combat prowess remained largely intact. With a thunderous roar that sent shivers down Linley's spine, the colossal paw of the beast descended upon him with ferocity. He raised his enchanted sword, positioning it defensively across his chest, but the force of the gray bear-like beast's strike sent both him and his weapon hurtling through the air. Bang! As Linley crashed heavily to the ground, the pain coursing through him was of little concern. He scrambled to regain his footing. However, at that moment, he felt something ensnaring his feet. Just as he stood, the binding entity yanked him violently back down to the earth. It was the beast's own fur. Seeing the success of its attack, the gray bear-like beast, having endured injuries to unleash its assault, seized the opportunity without hesitation. It unleashed its awakened powers, causing its fur to swell dramatically and ensnare Linley's legs. Roar! The creature, exhilarated by the successful entrapment of the loathed human, let out a triumphant roar. Then, with a swift twist of its body, it yanked the ensnared Linley aside, sending him crashing down once more. Bang! Bang! With a resounding thud, the gray bear-like creature swung violently, leaving Linley feeling dazed and battered. Pain coursed through his body, and he sensed a significant injury to his right shoulder. However, there was no time to assess the damage. Roaring with exhilaration, the gray bear-like beast felt on the cusp of victory as it realized Linley was utterly defenseless against its might. Just as it prepared to continue its relentless assault, intending to annihilate Linley, the loathed human suddenly vanished from sight. What treachery is this? The gray bear-like creature pondered, its nose twitching as it sought to detect the whereabouts of the elusive human. Linley, having retreated momentarily to a mysterious isle, returned to the realm of reality and observed the creature sniffing the air in confusion. As he firmly planted his spiritual sword into the ground, he spoke with an earnest tone. "It seems that I can no longer afford to hold back on my power." The gray bear-like creature, though perplexed by the sudden reappearance of its adversary and the means by which he had escaped its grasp, was now singularly focused on eliminating the detested human before it. With a fierce roar directed at Linley, the creature lunged forward, intent on replicating its earlier triumph, even at the cost of sustaining minor injuries. However, as it charged forth a few meters, it abruptly halted, its eyes filled with trepidation as it gazed upon the loathsome human. A blazing fireball and a crescent-shaped blade of azure wind simultaneously materialized in Linley's hands. In his left hand was a colossal fireball, measuring 50 centimeters in diameter, while his right hand wielded a sharp, radiant wind blade, equally measuring 50 centimeters across. "Oh, were you not quite valiant a moment ago? Why not continue your charge towards me? Hurry up. If you do not, I shall have little respect for you," Linley taunted, his voice dripping with scorn at the now fearful gray bear beast. With a low growl, the gray bear beast roared at Linley, its expression of fear intensifying. It was no fool. The previous 20-centimeter fireball and wind blade had merely grazed it, causing only minor injuries. Yet, The current display of power was evidently at least double that of before, and to confront such an attack head-on would surely result in severe wounds. "Prepare to meet your end," Linley exclaimed as he hurled the massive fireball forward. Seeing this, the gray bear beast instinctively sidestepped, anticipating the follow-up wind blade attack. After evading, it surged forward again, hoping to escape the imminent danger of the pursuing wind blade. "Umph. This time, I am resolute. I shall expend any amount of spiritual energy necessary to vanquish you. I will not allow you to evade my fireball assault so easily," Linley remarked with a cold smirk upon witnessing the gray bear beast evade the trajectory of his fireball. Subsequently, he summoned the ethereal energy within him, and a faint golden aura emanated from his left hand, which was poised to launch a fireball. He then directed his left hand towards the elusive gray bear beast, which had narrowly evaded the fireball. Remarkably, the fireball, suspended in midair, altered its trajectory and swiftly darted towards the location indicated by Linley. This manipulation of the fireball's flight path was a skill Linley had mastered upon advancing to the initial stage of the second tier. While this technique significantly enhanced the likelihood of striking a target after launching a fireball, its usage was limited due to the considerable amount of ethereal energy it consumed. Only with further cultivation and an increase in his internal ethereal energy could he wield this ability at will. After evading the fireball, the gray bear beast surged forward for a short distance before glancing back, its face contorted in terror. The massive fireball, which it had believed to have escaped, had inexplicably veered and continued its relentless pursuit. With a roar filled with resentment, the gray bear beast realized it was too late to evade the impending disaster. With a thunderous crash, the colossal fireball, under Linley's command, struck the gray bear beast with tremendous force, engulfing it in searing flames that ignited its gray fur. The scorched creature immediately collapsed to the ground, rolling desperately in an attempt to extinguish the flames consuming its body. A sharp and resonant whoosh pierced the tranquil atmosphere of the creek's bank. The gray bear-like beast, still smoldering from the remnants of its flames, scrambled up from the ground in terror upon hearing that voice, desperate to flee. Yet it was too late. Linley unleashed a long-awaited, crescent-shaped blade of azure wind, its target unmistakably clear, to injure one of the beast's hind legs, thereby incapacitating its escape. With a swift whoosh, the enlarged crescent blade struck the creature's left leg, rendering it severely wounded. A pained roar erupted from the injured beast as it collapsed heavily to the ground. Without hesitation, Linley unleashed a relentless barrage of colossal azure wind blades upon the fallen creature. The sound of each strike echoed like thunder. In a matter of moments, the once mighty gray bear-like beast was riddled with wounds, blood gushing from the gaping lacerations, staining the verdant grass beneath it crimson. Just as a human succumbs to excessive blood loss, so too does this beast face its demise in the same manner. Lying on the ground, the bloodied gray bear-like creature fixed its gaze upon Linley, letting out a series of weakened roars. The vigor of its earlier cries diminished by the substantial loss of blood. As the first beast to compel me to retreat to a mysterious island, you must feel a sense of pride. However, as a consequence, you may now embark on your journey with peace of mind. Linley glanced at the gray bear beast, which was filled with animosity towards him, and muttered a few words before directing his next decisive strike at the creature's head. Chapter 83, A Preemptive Strike Whoosh. As the semicircular azure blade of wind hurtled towards him, the gray bear beast, having lost the strength to resist, emitted a piercing howl, after which silence enveloped the air. Minutes later, gazing upon the head of the gray bear beast, disfigured beyond recognition by the wind blade, Linley finally withdrew the spirit sword he had planted in the ground and approached the lifeless form of the creature. Sighing deeply, Linley mused to himself that the representative from the Beast Hunter Guild was indeed correct. Although there was relevant intelligence, it could not guarantee complete accuracy. The announcement regarding the extermination of beasts stated that, according to the information, all the creatures within this hilly region were first-tier beasts. Yet, when everyone truly entered this area to hunt the beasts, they encountered second-tier creatures instead. This fierce battle marked Linley's first encounter with a beast of equal rank after his breakthrough to the initial stage of the second tier, allowing him to personally experience the formidable nature and peril of second-tier beasts, which far exceeded that of their first-tier counterparts. The gentle breeze rustled the surrounding flowers and trees, producing a soft symphony of sounds. Linley gazed at the gray bear beast before him, utterly ravaged by his extraordinary powers. While he felt a surge of joy at his hard-won victory, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern. The defeated beast, possessing a low Tier 2 cultivation, bore not only the charred marks of flames, but also gruesome, bloodied wounds. If he were a merchant dealing in exotic beast meat, he would surely reject such an unappetizing specimen. Thus, he resolved to forego selling this gray bear beast and instead decided to transport it to the mysterious island, where it could serve as nourishment for the miraculous little tree. After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. Just as he bent down to place his hand upon the carcass to draw it into the enigmatic island, he suddenly sensed several fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the distant grass. What was this? As the rustling continued, a group of hunters clad in camouflage, wielding an array of spiritual weapons, emerged from the underbrush. Among the dozen or so hunters, Lin Li recognized 4 figures. They were Qin Gangshan and his 3 companions, all at the pinnacle of the first tier. The others, unfamiliar to him, were the reinforcements summoned by Qin Gangshan's team. Moments earlier, his 3 allies had sprinted desperately towards the hills, exerting every ounce of their strength. For every fleeting second of delay could mean the difference between life and death for Qin Gangshan, who was facing the gray bear beast head-on. The 3 beast hunters were relatively fortunate. They did not stray to the outskirts of the hills, but instead encountered 2 teams of fellow beast hunters venturing deep into the interior. The trio hastily approached to explain their situation, and upon hearing their account, the members of the 2 hunting teams readily agreed to assist in rescuing Qin Gangshan. However, upon their arrival at the scene, they discovered Qin Gangshan standing alone, while the gray bear beast had vanished without a trace. Initially, Qin Gangshan had intended to retreat from the hills in search of his 3 teammates who had gone to seek help, but unexpectedly, before he could even make a move, his companions had returned with reinforcements. Subsequently, Qin Gangshan recounted the departure of the gray bear to his teammates and the arriving beast hunters. After he finished his narrative, the group deliberated and resolved to pursue the gray bear beast. Although Qin Gangshan and his 3 allies were considerably fatigued, both in physical strength and psychic energy, the presence of these 2 assisting teams made the endeavor considerably manageable. Thus, under Qin Gangshan's guidance, the group set forth in pursuit of the gray bear beast's last known direction. Now, as they followed the trail left by the gray bear through the dense underbrush, they were met with a grisly sight. Their quarry lay lifeless, meeting a most tragic end. A short distance away, they also spied the remains of a black bear beast and 2 rabbit beasts. The 4 slain extraordinary beasts were evidently dispatched by the young companion wielding a blood-stained spiritual sword. It was unfortunate that someone had beaten them to it. A hunter, upon witnessing the deceased gray bear beast, expressed his regret before casting an envious glance towards Lin Li. After all, this massive gray bear beast held significant value. Selling it would yield a considerable fortune. While some of the fellow hunters who had come to assist regarded Lin Li with envy, Qin Gangshan and his 3 companions gazed at him with a degree of perplexity. They had previously encountered this young individual who had claimed to be alone, stating that his companions were off in search of other prey. However, upon encountering him once more, he remained solitary, prompting a thought to arise in their minds. This hunter appeared to be without companions. He was indeed a lone wolf. As this notion surfaced, they initially deemed it unlikely, yet upon further contemplation, they found the probability of him having allies to be exceedingly slim given the current circumstances. This individual had in his possession 4 trophies, aside from the 2 rabbit beasts. There were the 2 bear beasts. If he had companions, they would surely be present to assist in managing these 2 substantial catches rather than leaving their comrade to handle them alone. The realization that this young hunter was a solitary figure who had single-handedly vanquished 2 initial-stage second-tier beasts left Qin Gangshan and his 3 companions in awe, their expressions betraying their astonishment as they pondered the implications. The young peer astonishingly managed to single-handedly vanquish the 2 formidable beasts that had driven us to the brink of despair, demonstrating remarkable strength. As Qin Gangshan and his companions regarded Lin Li with various thoughts, Lin Li himself felt a twinge of anxiety. How long would these individuals continue to observe? Please, leave swiftly. With their scrutinizing gaze upon me, I am unable to transport this bloodied gray bear beast to the mysterious isle. Should its demise exceed 1 hour, the capricious magical tree on the isle would no longer desire it. Friend, do you require our assistance? Qin Gangshan, eager to forge a connection with the formidable peer capable of felling 2 second-tier beasts, greeted Lin Li with a smile. Chapter 84. the third fruit of the magical tree. Desperate for the beast hunters before him to depart, Lin Li politely declined Chen Gongshan's offer. "Thank you, but I can manage on my own." Noticing the refusal of his assistants, Chen Gongshan smiled faintly, exchanged a few words with his teammates and the other assisting hunters, and then their group took their leave. Phew. As Lin Li watched the group of beast hunters retreat, he exhaled a long sigh. After all, this patch of land was not his private domain. If those hunters had no intention of departing, wishing merely to observe him handle these for prey, he could not compel them to leave. In the realm of perception, the enigmatic beast hunters, exuding waves of spiritual energy, gradually receded from view until they vanished beyond the limits of his awareness. There exists, of course, a possibility that these departing hunters ceased to channel their inner spiritual energy, rendering them imperceptible to his mental faculties. However, such a scenario is unlikely, for they have no compelling reason to do so. Within this hilly terrain, the underbrush harbors potential ambushes from ferocious beasts, and unlike him, they cannot simply retreat to a mystical isle with but a thought. Thus, they must consistently maintain their spiritual energy in motion, ready to respond instantaneously to any threat, wielding their powers in defense. Once Lin Li discerned that all the beast hunters had vacated the vicinity, he bent down, extending his left hand to press against the bloodied, mangled form of a gray bear beast. With a mere thought, the grotesque creature vanished into thin air, enveloped by a shroud of ethereal mist upon the mysterious isle. The disfigured gray bear materialized before a wondrous little tree, and in a heartbeat, the tree's lush canopy radiated a soft, golden luminescence. In mere moments, this formidable beast, possessing initial Stage 2 strength, was entirely transformed into white mist, wholly absorbed by the miraculous tree. Had Lin Li been present, he would have witnessed the astonishing transformation, the tree's absorption of the bear's vital essence catapulting its progress from a mere 7% to an impressive 10%. When the marvelous little tree retracted its emanating pale golden radiance, a black fruit, no larger than a grain of rice, emerged upon its branches. The enchanting little tree had borne fruit once more, this time producing a fruit of an unexpected ebony hue. The inky black surface of the small fruit shimmered with a fleeting touch of golden light, attesting that despite its unappealing color, it possessed an extraordinary essence. After securing the bloodied and mangled gray bear-like creature within the confines of the mysterious island, Lin Li retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. He opened the app of the efficient recovery company and placed an order for a medium-sized unmanned transport aircraft. Once the order was submitted, the system promptly confirmed receipt and dispatched a medium-sized drone to Lin Li's location. Perhaps due to the rarity of customers requesting a medium-sized drone, the efficient recovery company exhibited swifter arrangement compared to Lin Li's previous experience with a small drone. According to the system, the medium-sized drone was estimated to arrive in approximately 15 minutes. Seizing this interval, Lin Li sought refuge beneath the sprawling canopy of a large tree by the stream. Settling into its shade, he winced as he examined his wounds, drawing a sharp breath at the pain. The gray bear-like creature had ensnared his feet with its fur, dragging him to the ground multiple times. Although the injuries were not severe, his chest and shoulder bore numerous scrapes and bruises. Having learned his lesson, he resolved to avoid being ensnared by the abilities of such creatures in the future. As Lin Li applied the healing ointment to his wounds, he murmured to himself. After tending to his minor injuries, he began to cultivate, seeking to restore the spiritual energy he had expended. Just as he had anticipated, during the fierce confrontation with the gray bear-like beast, he was able to swiftly vanquish his foe while in peak condition. However, despite not having significantly depleted his physical strength, he had consumed a substantial portion of his spiritual energy. Today, the Beast Hunter Guild organized an operation to eradicate the creatures, which was scheduled from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening, a total of 10 hours. Remarkably, less than 2 hours had passed since the commencement of the event, and already, the majority of his spiritual energy was exhausted. If he did not take the time to recuperate, he would likely have to withdraw prematurely by noon. Beneath the lush canopy of a grand tree, Lin Li leaned against its sturdy trunk, seated on the grass as he initiated his cultivation. The spiritual energy that lingered in the air began to converge towards him rapidly. In no time, a considerable amount of spiritual energy amassed within a 1-meter radius around him. After consuming the second verdant fruit from the miraculous sapling, Lin Li's aptitude for cultivation was once again elevated. This was evident from the efficiency of his current practice. Within such a brief span, He had gathered spiritual energy far exceeding that of other practitioners of similar caliber. Under normal circumstances, without engaging in cultivation, it would take Lin Li approximately 4 to 5 hours to recover to his optimal state. He is now actively cultivating to restore his energy. If uninterrupted, he can recover in approximately 1.5 to 2 hours. This efficiency in cultivation surpasses Lin Li's prior rate by more than 5-fold. Before he consumed the small fruit, the undulating hills, usually tranquil, are now filled with a cacophony of sounds. Aside from the chirping of insects and the occasional roar of exotic beasts, the area is typically serene. However, today is different. The hills are alive with activity as dozens of hunting teams, comprising over 300 beast hunters, have invaded this terrain. Consequently, the exotic creatures that pose a threat to the northern district of Rong City are being subjected to a thorough eradication. Chase it. Do not let that beast escape. Quick. Block its path. It's heading towards that small stream, and we must prevent it from leaping into the water. Have you heard? Someone has already hunted 2 second-tier beasts. Indeed, they managed to take down 2 formidable bear beasts. Sigh. Our team has only caught 1 high-tier first-level beast. We need to step up our efforts. We are lagging too far behind. My friend, this is our team's quarry. See, it still bears an arrow shot by one of our members. All right then, let us seek out other prey. Lin Li, seated beneath a great tree to replenish his spiritual energy, grew aware of the increasingly loud commotion in the distance. He promptly interrupted his meditation and rose to his feet. At this point, nearly an hour and a half had elapsed since he placed the black bear beast and 2 rabbit beasts onto the unmanned transport. Although Lin Li had not fully replenished his expended spiritual energy, he was nearly there. At that moment, as long as he refrained from confronting second-tier beasts, the remaining energy within him was sufficient to sustain his activities until the conclusion of this extermination operation. It was time for lunch. One is like iron, and food is like steel. Only a full stomach grants the strength to hunt beasts. Lin Li retrieved his phone from his pocket to check the time. Discovering it was nearly noon, he then commenced preparations for his meal. For lunch, he intended to indulge in noodles. But this time he would be making hand-pulled noodles rather than instant ones. Chapter 85. A talented individual. One could arrange for someone to make contact with him as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a brilliant crimson hue. It would soon vanish from sight. Today, the beast hunters participating in the extermination operation organized by the Beast Hunter Guild began to return to the safety zone in a steady stream. After a full day of eradication efforts by the hunters, the first-tier beasts that had fled from the nearby forest into the hills were largely dealt with. Except for a few clever beasts that sensed danger and fled immediately, the vast majority had been successfully captured by the hunters involved in this operation. The numerous unmanned transport vehicles that had frequently traversed between Rong City and the hills, along with the joyous smiles on the faces of the returning beast hunters, indicated the success of their endeavors. Although the number of beasts in the hills was disproportionate to the multitude of hunters, everyone who participated in this extermination operation experienced some measure of gain. In the outskirts of Yongqing's northern district, within the safety zone adjacent to the wilderness, a colossal tent has been erected, situated a few dozen meters from the untamed terrain. This vast structure serves as a temporary office for the staff of the Beast Hunter Guild. With the successful completion of the recent extermination operation, the individuals within the tent are now busily packing up various pieces of equipment to encourage active participation in the hunt. The guild has announced a substantial reward. Any hunter who successfully slays 3 or more peak-tier first-level beasts will receive an additional bonus of 100,000 yuan. As the operation has concluded, Lu Jinyang, the leader of this endeavor, inquires of his assistant, how many individuals will receive the extra 100,000 yuan. The assistant replies, there are a total of 30 individuals, including 5 who hunted a single second-tier initial beast. The assistant glances at the data on his tablet, which indicates that these 30 represent 30 different hunting teams. Prior intelligence had revealed that the targeted hills were inhabited solely by first-level beasts. Thus, the emergence of 5 second-tier initial beasts was unexpected. Did we suffer any fatalities? Lu Jinyang asks. No. However, several individuals sustained serious injuries. Those injured are currently receiving treatment in the hospital and are out of immediate danger. With a few months of recuperation, they should make a full recovery, the assistant reports. Well, the absence of fatalities is the best news, Lu Jinyang reflects. Everyone has worked hard. Please ensure that the bonuses are distributed promptly. Lu Jinyang remarked, indeed. The assistant nodded in agreement. However, a staff member, who was in the midst of tidying up, overheard the assistant's report to Lu Jinyang and voiced a note of confusion. What seems to be amiss? Upon hearing the challenge to his report, Lu Jinyang's assistant's expression soured. The staff member, having recently joined the Beast Hunter Guild, recognized his faux pas upon witnessing the assistant's displeasure and found himself at a loss for words. What is incorrect? Please, do share. It's quite all right. Lu Jinyang, in his capacity as a leader, addressed the questioning staff member. Encouraged by Lu Jinyang's inquiry, the staff member gained confidence and responded. I noticed a post in the communication section of the Beast Hunter software. The author claimed that a team participating in this extermination operation had, earlier in the morning, hunted down 2 bear-like beasts of initial second-tier strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyang's assistant furrowed his brow. The compiled statistics indicated that no one had hunted 2 initial second-tier bear-like beasts. Indeed, among the 5 individuals who had slain second-tier beasts, only one had taken down a bear-like creature. The questioning staff member scratched his head and said, then, perhaps the poster made an error? Or could it be that the folks from Yusu Recycling miscalculated the statistics? It is inconceivable that there would be an error. The staff at Yusu Recycling would never commit such a fundamental mistake. We have collaborated with their company for many years, and they have never exhibited such an oversight. Furthermore, during our recent operation to eradicate the exotic beasts, I specifically contacted the manager in charge of this sector at Yusu Recycling to ensure that their personnel meticulously account for the carcasses returned by the hunters participating in this endeavor. Emphasizing the importance of accuracy, Lu Jinyang's assistant remarked. As the leader of this operation, Lu Jinyang pondered for a moment before instructing his assistant to present the profiles of the 5 individuals who had successfully hunted the second-tier exotic beasts. Upon hearing this, the assistant promptly handed over his tablet. Lu Jinyang accepted it and swiftly navigated through the information, his brow furrowing as he reached the last profile. Ah, this individual. A look of intrigue crossed Lu Jinyang's face as he observed the final entry, prompting curiosity from both his assistant and the staff member regarding which of the 5 had piqued Lu Jinyang's interest. This individual had only recently become an exotic beast hunter, yet he had managed to take down a second-tier black bear beast. Was he not the solitary young man I had encountered earlier? Just this morning, I had advised him against participating in this operation alone, but he had dismissed my concerns entirely, evidently bolstered by his own formidable strength. How easily I had misjudged him. However, the information indicates that during his previous participation in the qualification examination for beast hunters, he possessed merely the prowess of a peak first rank. It is utterly impossible to hunt second-rank early-stage beasts with such limited strength. It appears that shortly after obtaining his qualification as a beast hunter, he has remarkably advanced to the early stages of second rank within a matter of days. To achieve such a rank at such a tender age suggests that this young man possesses exceptional training potential. It would be prudent to find an opportunity to facilitate an introduction. After reviewing Lin Li's profile, Lu Jinyang contemplated for a moment before addressing his assistant and the questioning staff member. The operation to eradicate the beast has concluded. There is no need to revisit that earlier inquiry. Let us promptly gather our belongings and return to the city before nightfall. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Jinyang returned the tablet in his hands to his assistant and turned to exit the tent. Lu Jinyang's assistant and the staff member who had expressed doubt exchanged glances. Given that their superior had spoken, they ceased their discussion. Chapter 86. Whistleblowing and the Aftermath as the sun set, casting a vibrant hue across the landscape. Both the flora of the wilderness and the returning beast hunters were cloaked in a brilliant crimson veil. Hey, my friend, how did your team fare today? Inquired a beast hunter, his injured hand bound in bandages, to another team of hunters. Quite well, actually. We managed to hunt a total of 10 first-rank beasts. The beast hunter, with bandages wrapped around his injured chest, responded with a smile to his fellow companions. 10 in total. That is indeed commendable. We have only managed to hunt 6 first-tier beasts. He chuckled, his hands bound in bandages. To be honest, compared to our usual achievements, 10 beasts are somewhat modest. The primary reason is that there were too many participants in today's extermination operation. Had there been half the number, everyone's harvest would have certainly increased significantly. Indeed, on the way back to the safe zone, the beast hunters inquired about each other's gains from the operation. Such exchanges were countless, especially when compared to the harvests of small teams composed of 3 or 4, or 4 or 5, or 6 or 7 hunters. In stark contrast, Lin Li, who operated alone, had surprisingly amassed a more substantial yield than most of the hunting teams. By afternoon, he had hunted 7 first-tier beasts, along with 2 second-tier initial-stage bear beasts and 2 first-tier rabbit beasts he had captured earlier in the morning. This brought his total to 11 beasts for the day. Although today's harvest paled in comparison to his previous exploits in the wilderness of the eastern suburbs, the 2 second-tier initial-stage bear beasts were worth several first-tier beasts. Overall, considering his participation in the Beast Hunter Guild's extermination operation, Lin Li deemed this a remarkable success. As he reflected on his bountiful harvest, a joyful smile emerged on his face. Aside from the grotesquely disfigured gray bear-like creature I had subdued and subsequently utilized as nourishment on the enigmatic isle, I entrusted the remainder of the beasts to the efficient recycling company for proper disposal. Furthermore, as stated by the Beast Hunter Guild, this extermination operation promises a bonus of 100,000 yuan to anyone who successfully hunts 3 beasts of peak first tier or above. I have indeed fulfilled their stipulations. The hefty black bear-like creature, weighing approximately 1,000 pounds, should fetch at least 100,000 yuan. By this reckoning, my earnings from this venture will amount to no less than 200,000 yuan. Haraha. Today's endeavors have yielded a minimum of 200,000 yuan. Indeed, the life of a beast hunter proves lucrative, just as the online forums suggest. If I were to dedicate more time to hunting these creatures, I would swiftly recuperate the 1 million yuan I had previously expended. As the sun began its descent, Lin Li approached the parking area where he had left his vehicle. To his surprise, he noticed a staff member from the Beast Hunter Guild standing in front of his van, drawing the curious gazes of several other hunters who had not yet departed. "Excuse me, is there an issue with my vehicle?" Lin Li inquired of the official blocking his path. The guild representative had received a report alleging that an ordinary individual had stealthily parked their vehicle in this lot designated exclusively for beast hunters. Upon receiving the alert, he hastened to investigate and, amidst the array of off-road vehicles, he indeed spotted a rather conspicuous and unremarkable silver van. As the staff member pondered whether to call a tow truck to remove the van that had unlawfully entered the parking lot, he heard someone behind him posing a question. Turning around, he immediately beheld a young man clad in camouflage attire, a backpack slung over his shoulder, and a spiritual sword in hand. Being a member of the Beast Hunter Guild, he recognized the individual's garb as that of a hunter participating in today's extermination mission. "Good day, sir. Is this vehicle yours?" "Yes, it is my vehicle. Is there an issue?" Lin Li replied, gazing at the man with a look of confusion, unable to fathom the reason for the inquiry. "Ahem." The staff member cleared his throat, concealing the embarrassment that crept across his face. Thinking to himself that he must not let this young beast hunter discover that his vehicle had been reported for improper parking and that he was contemplating calling for its removal. "No issue at all. I merely came to conduct a routine inspection and happened to pass by. Your vehicle is quite uncommon, so I paused to admire it," he said with an affable smile, his demeanor utterly composed. "What does he mean by my vehicle being uncommon? It is merely an ordinary van, quite common on the streets. Is this person perhaps lacking in mental acuity?" Lin Li silently muttered to himself, nodding at the man before retrieving his keys from his pocket and unlocking the door. Once seated in the vehicle, he placed the spiritual sword and backpack on the passenger seat, started the engine, and swiftly drove out of the parking lot, heading towards the city. Indeed, it was truly his vehicle. Strange, indeed, having worked at the Beast Hunter Guild for over a decade. It is my first encounter with a beast hunter driving a van. Observing the van as it drives off into the distance, a staff member mutters to himself. Could that person have doubted my van, thinking it was stealthily driven in by someone from outside? On the straight road, Lin Li is behind the wheel of the van, returning to the city, when he suddenly gasps in realization, his face betraying a hint of annoyance. How could anyone suspect him? What is wrong with driving a van? It is utterly absurd. Isn't it simply a utility vehicle? Tomorrow, I shall rent a more rugged vehicle from the rental service. Taking a deep breath, Lin Li attempts to regain his composure. There is no need to be irked by such trivialities. He relishes driving a van, so what? The van serves him well enough. There is no reason to squander money on an expensive rental just out of spite. Once he earns a substantial fortune, he shall upgrade to a top-tier off-road vehicle. As the sun swiftly descends, the last glimmer of twilight fades from the horizon, heralding the commencement of the city's nocturnal activities. While driving his silver van along the road from the northern outskirts to the eastern district, Lin Li suddenly notices a self-service hot pot stall set up by the roadside. With a grumbling stomach after a long afternoon in the wilderness, he gazes at the distant food stall, contemplates for a moment, and then pulls over to the side of the road. Chapter 87. Two suspicious characters with a crisp sound. Lindley alighted from the van and approached the food stall, where he noticed a considerable number of patrons indulging in the self-service hot pot. He mused that the flavors here must be delightful, otherwise such a crowd would not be gathered. The stall was operated by a couple, and the proprietress, spotting the van from a distance, observed as the driver approached her. "Young man, would you care for a self-service hot pot? We offer over 20 varieties of ingredients for just 15 yuan, a truly remarkable bargain." 15 yuan? How incredibly inexpensive. Lindley thought to himself. Although the majority of the ingredients were vegetables, the prospect of enjoying a self-service hot pot at such a low price was enticing. He nodded at the proprietress and said, "Madam, I would like one self-service hot pot, please. By the way, do you accept mobile payments?" The proprietress, in her early 50s with flecks of gray at her temples, smiled warmly. "Certainly. Here's the QR code. You may scan it." As she spoke, she retrieved a QR code from the drawer of her cart and presented it to Lindley. He took out his phone, scanned the code, and completed the payment of 15 yuan. Subsequently, the proprietress handed Lindley a plastic container for his ingredients and instructed her husband to prepare the hot pot base for him. "Young man, would you prefer a spicy broth or a mild one?" "Mild, please." Lindley pondered for a moment, considering the warm weather and opting for a lighter meal to avoid the discomfort of heat and potential breakouts. Although he was now a cultivator, with his increasing mastery came a gradual enhancement of his physical constitution. Yet, it seemed that even as one's strength grew, the susceptibility to heat and illness remained unchanged. After a brief interlude, Lindley approached his seat, carrying a box of vegetables and soy products, and began to place his selected items into the small hot pot before him. As July commenced, the temperatures had risen significantly. Although it was only just nightfall and the evening air was cooler than during the day, a lingering warmth still hung in the atmosphere. "Madam, do you have any chilled soda here?" Lindley inquired, noticing the surrounding patrons indulging in frosty beer. "Indeed, we do. I'll bring you a bottle," the proprietress replied promptly. Moments later, she returned with a bottle of chilled soda encased in glass, presenting it to Lindley. This particular soda, served in a glass bottle, was something he hadn't tasted since graduating from middle school, and its nostalgic packaging stirred fond memories within him. Without the use of a straw, he lifted the bottle and took a hearty gulp, consuming a third of its contents in one go. With a satisfied sigh, the refreshing chill of the soda coursed through him, alleviating the heat that had clung to his body. With a contented burp, Lindley rose to leave after enjoying his meal. The proprietress, still smiling warmly, remarked, "Young man, have you had your fill?" Lindley nodded, complimenting the deliciousness of the self-service hot pot before departing. Situated in the suburbs, the streets were relatively deserted, contrasting sharply with the bustling city center. As he made his way back to his parked vehicle, Lindley suddenly noticed two individuals lurking suspiciously in front of his van. What could they possibly be doing? He mused, considering that his van was rather ordinary and not a luxury sports car that would draw attention. However, the furtive actions of the two men soon made it clear that they were not merely admiring his vehicle. One of the men, sporting a buzz cut, reached for the van's door handle and attempted to pull it open. The sound of clicking echoed, but the door remained securely locked. Lindley had not forgotten to secure his vehicle before indulging in the hot pot. The buzz-cut man tugged at the handle several times, but to no avail. It dawned on Lindley that these two were thieves, likely intent on stealing his backpack and the enchanted sword resting in the passenger seat. Witnessing their brazen behavior, Lindley immediately grasped their intentions. Just as he was about to rush forward to confront the two thieves, he unexpectedly witnessed a remarkable scene. The short-haired man, who had taken action, was enveloped in a faint golden aura, and as he tugged at the car door once more, with a sharp click, Lindley's locked van door surprisingly swung open. To his astonishment, the short-haired man was indeed a practitioner, endowed with the extraordinary ability to effortlessly unlock the door. After employing his awakened power to gain access to the van, he immediately reached in to retrieve the spiritual weapon, a longsword, and Lindley's backpack from the passenger seat. Upon acquiring these items, the thief swiftly channeled his internal spiritual energy, causing the longsword to emanate a soft golden glow. His companion, marveling at the shining weapon, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, if we sell this longsword in the black market, it could fetch at least 200,000 to 300,000. We will be rich. Indeed, we shall prosper." Who knew this weapon was truly a spiritual longsword? The short-haired man let out a hearty laugh and instructed his accomplice, "Let us depart quickly." Just as the two thieves prepared to flee with their ill-gotten gains, a cold, emotionless voice resonated from behind them. Upon hearing the words, the two thieves were struck with a jolt of apprehension, realizing they had been discovered. They turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a young man, clad in camouflage attire, appearing to be just over 20 years of age, standing approximately 3 meters away. His expression devoid of emotion as he regarded them. "Kid, do yourself a favor and scram. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to make a few holes in you," threatened the burly leader with a buzz cut. Before he could utter another word, his lean companion, visibly agitated, brandished a fruit knife from his pocket, menacingly directing it at Lindley. Chapter 88. If only time could be reversed, I would never commit such a foolish act. To be caught stealing yet remain so brazen. Brandishing a knife to intimidate me. This is a first encounter for me, Lindley remarked with a smile, though little mirth lingered in his eyes. "Quit wasting my time with your nonsense and get lost," the wiry thief hissed, his gaze sharp with malice. "Shut your mouth, you scrawny monkey." The buzzcut leader observed Lindley's calm demeanor, suddenly struck by a realization. His expression shifted to one of unease, his right hand gripping the enchanted sword trembling slightly. Beads of sweat forming in his palm. "Brother, what is?" The lean thief, having been bellowed at by his leader, turned to him in confusion, feeling unjustly reprimanded for reasons he could not comprehend. "Scrawny monkey?" The nickname indeed suits this thief well. Lindley observed the emaciated thief and thought to himself. The man with the buzz cut, preoccupied and anxious, paid no heed to his underling's grievances. After taking a deep breath, he addressed Lindley, inquiring, "Is this van yours?" Upon hearing the question, Lindley shifted his gaze from the scrawny figure to the man before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "What do you think?" Although Lindley did not explicitly state that the van belonged to him, the buzzcut man could infer from Lindley's demeanor that the owner of the vehicle was indeed this young man clad in camouflage attire. Camouflage, psionic weaponry, and a double-shoulder backpack. These three items were the quintessential ensemble of a particular group. The buzzcut man quickly deduced Lindley's identity. "You are a beast hunter." "What? Brother, you mean this kid is a beast hunter?" The scrawny underling, who had already felt aggrieved by his brother's reprimand, was now taken aback upon hearing that the young man he had threatened with a dagger was a beast hunter. Although this underling, nicknamed Scrawny Monkey, lacked the first-stage cultivation level of his brother, he was merely an ordinary individual. However, in this age of advanced technology, it was not difficult for him to be aware of the profession of beast hunters. To become a beast hunter, one must first attain peak first-stage strength and then obtain the requisite certification from the Beast Hunter Guild. Thus, if this young individual before me is indeed a beast hunter, he must undoubtedly be a practitioner of considerable skill, possessing at least peak first-tier prowess. The mere thought that this young man, who bravely confronts formidable beasts in the wilderness, is a beast hunter sent shivers down the spine of the thief named Skinny Monkey, causing his hand, which clutched a dagger, to tremble uncontrollably. How foolish of me to have threatened a beast hunter who dares to engage in combat with savage creatures. This is a disaster waiting to unfold. It is no wonder that the crew-cut man and his accomplice were filled with panic and trepidation upon realizing they were facing a beast hunter. After all, the peril posed by these fierce, untamed beasts far surpasses that of petty thieves like themselves, who only dare to engage in minor acts of theft. Just as they were about to make a move, this beast hunter could effortlessly turn them into a grotesque spectacle, should he choose to strike with even slight severity. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lindley, his smile fading, addressed the two quivering thieves with an impassive demeanor. "You possess quite the audacity. After laboring all day in the wilderness, my stomach yearns for sustenance. Yet, here you are, attempting to seize the opportunity to ambush my vehicle." Upon realizing that this young man was a beast hunter, Skinny Monkey's previously brash demeanor, as he brandished a fruit knife to threaten Lindley, vanished, leaving his face ashen. Trembling, he turned to his older brother, calling out, "Brother." Unfortunately, the usually composed and resourceful crew-cut man found himself in scarcely a better predicament. The man with a buzz cut wore a pallid expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He struggled to quell his rising anxiety, yet found himself utterly unable to succeed. Logically, these two individuals had no reason to fear Lindley to such an extent. However, by a cruel twist of fate, the two thieves had come across a news report regarding beast hunters just that morning. The report detailed an audacious thief who had ventured into the outskirts near the wilderness, targeting the off-road vehicles parked along the roadside. It was evident that these vehicles belonged to beast hunters who had embarked on expeditions into the wild to hunt formidable creatures. This particular thief, bold as brass, had chosen to prey upon the vehicles of beast hunters, a decision that proved ill-fated. After several successful heists, the thief had grown complacent. On one occasion, while attempting to pilfer from an off-road vehicle, he encountered a returning squad of beast hunters, and to his dismay, the vehicle he was attempting to steal was none other than theirs. The beast hunters, having recently faced defeat in the wilderness, were already in a foul mood. Upon discovering someone audacious enough to attempt theft of their vehicle, their ire ignited like flames doused with gasoline, surging to an explosive intensity. Consequently, the thief caught in the act was swiftly surrounded and brutally beaten by the members of the beast hunter squad. Had it not been for another team of beast hunters passing by the scene on their return journey, who promptly disembarked their vehicle to intervene, it is likely that the thieving miscreant would have faced a dire fate. While the news anchor reported on the incident involving the thief who had pilfered from the beast hunters, they displayed an image of the assailant, who was subsequently admitted to the ICU for emergency treatment. This revelation left the crew-cut man and his accomplice utterly aghast, as the extent of the thief's injuries was truly severe. Now, just that very morning, they had witnessed the report of the thief who was beaten and sent to the ICU for attempting to steal from the beast hunters. Yet, come evening, they found themselves engaging in the very same reckless act as the infamous subject of the news. How could such a calamity unfold? They had resolved never to steal from the beast hunters. They had speculated that the weapon in the passenger seat was a psychic armament. But never did it occur to them that the owner of the van was, indeed, a beast hunter. Those intrepid souls who venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts typically drove rugged off-road vehicles, not vans. The crew-cut man's thoughts spiraled into disarray. If only time could be reversed, he would undoubtedly refrain from stealing Lin Li's belongings. Chapter 89. The spectators, relishing the commotion, Lin Li took a step forward, prompting the crew-cut man and his companion to instinctively retreat several paces in fright. However, they did not turn and flee, for they understood that escaping from a beast hunter of at least peak first-tier strength was beyond their capabilities. "Brother, I am truly sorry. We were wrong. Please spare us," pleaded the crew-cut man, his expression frantic as he placed the stolen spiritual sword and backpack on the ground before Lin Li. The timid, lanky accomplice, witnessing his elder brother's capitulation, hastily followed suit, discarding the fruit knife he held into the nearby greenery, sincerely admitting his fault. "I apologize, esteemed one. I was merely jesting and had no intention of engaging you." These two individuals seemed excessively cowardly. Lin Li, who had been prepared to take action, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him at the sight of their reaction. Since they had already surrendered, he found it inappropriate to act against them further. Thus, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed the number for the Public Security Bureau. Yet, just as the call connected, it was abruptly terminated. After hanging up on the Public Security Bureau, he redirected his call to the Supernatural Administration Bureau, recalling that the crew-cut man was a practitioner, and such individuals were dealt with by that agency when they transgressed. Seeing Lin Li on the phone, the crew-cut man and his companion surmised he was reporting them and quickly began to plead for mercy. "Brother, please let us go this time. We understand our mistake and will never dare to do so again. Please, do not report us. We know we were wrong. Grant us a chance to amend our ways." Lin Li gazed at the two thieves before him, their faces etched with remorse, and spoke with an impassive demeanor. "You are all adults now. Before engaging in such actions, why not to consider the consequences of being caught in the act?" Upon hearing Lin Li's words, the buzz-cut man and his accomplice fell into a profound silence. They were acutely aware that once the law enforcement arrived, they would be incarcerated. As the two unwilling thieves exchanged glances, preparing to turn and flee, they suddenly froze in place. With a flick of his empty right hand, Lin Li conjured a fireball the size of a pigeon egg at his fingertips, which, in the blink of an eye, swelled into a blazing orb with a diameter of 20 centimeters. You would do well to abandon any thoughts of escape, otherwise well. If you believe you can evade my fireball, then by all means flee. The buzz-cut man and his accomplice stood transfixed, staring at the roaring fireball suspended above Lin Li's fingers. They swallowed hard, their desire to flee evaporating in that instant. Not far off, patrons at the small hot pot stand had also taken notice of the unfolding scene. Initially, these diners assumed that Lin Li was merely embroiled in a verbal altercation with the two men, thinking it would soon pass without incident, and thus showed little curiosity. However, When they beheld the sudden emergence of the blazing fireball in Lin Li's hand, their interest was instantly piqued. It is a rare occurrence for a practitioner with awakened abilities to hurl a fireball at someone, and the thought of capturing this spectacle on a mobile device swiftly entered the minds of the onlookers. Consequently, numerous individuals retrieved their phones, directing their focus towards the trio in the distance, particularly on the practitioner brandishing a blazing fireball in his hand. Hello? Yes, this is the Ability Management Bureau of Rongqing. A practitioner is attempting to steal my vehicle, and I have successfully subdued him. Could you please send someone over? Certainly. Could you provide your current location? I am currently at. Lin Li relayed his whereabouts to the operator. After reporting the incident, he stowed his phone away, only to be greeted by a cacophony of chatter behind him. Turning to glance back, Lin Li's heart raced as he noticed a throng of patrons at the nearby hot pot stall, all wielding their phones aimed at him. Oh no, I forgot there were many people enjoying hot pot nearby. He quickly turned back, extinguishing the fireball that had been hovering at his fingertips. The spectators, witnessing the extinguishment of the fireball, speculated that the practitioner had no intention of using it against anyone, eliciting a sigh of relief mingled with a tinge of disappointment. Yet, the onlookers, ever eager for excitement, did not venture closer. They remained rooted in place, capturing the scene from a distance with their mobile devices. After all, one of them is a practitioner capable of wielding abilities such as fireballs. If one were to venture too close and inadvertently get caught in the crossfire, it would be quite unfortunate. In the distance, indistinct murmurs could be faintly heard, although Lin Li desperately wished to board a vehicle and vacate the premises. Having already reported the incident to the authorities, it would be inappropriate to leave hastily. Under the scrutinizing gaze and hushed whispers of onlookers, Lin Li felt like a thorn on a seat, while the two despondent thieves appeared largely unfazed. Fortunately, the investigator dispatched by the Abilities Management Bureau did not keep Lin Li waiting long. Within 3 to 4 minutes, a patrol car from the Bureau arrived at the scene. 2 investigators, a man and a woman, emerged from the vehicle. They appeared relatively youthful, likely in their mid-20s. The man, with a square face and a robust physique standing at approximately 185 meters, and the woman, possessing an oval face and a graceful figure at around 172 meters. Upon witnessing the arrival of the investigators, the despair on the faces of the 2 thieves intensified. Sir, you were the one who reported the incident, correct? Inquired the burly investigator, casting a glance at the 2 listless thieves before addressing the composed Lin Li. Yes, I reported it. Just after finishing dinner by the roadside, I was preparing to drive home when I noticed these 2 lurking in front of my car. Lin Li succinctly recounted the incident of witnessing the 2 thieves attempting to pilfer from his vehicle. You, who have already become a practitioner and awakened your abilities, resort to such unlawful activities. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. The slender investigator, after hearing Lin Li's account, turned to the crew-cut man, her expression one of perplexity, and remarked. The crew-cut man, unable to meet the investigator's gaze, lowered his head in silence.